Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 068. That. After listening to Hachigaya's analysis, Ichino's looked slightly complicated. I think werewolf is not such a game. Hey, is that so? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. He had always thought that this was a game of pretending to be part of a small group. What do you think we should do, Ichinos? Hikigaya returned to the topic seriously and said, should we submit the answer to the school now? Before this, Ichinos held her snow-white chin and said thoughtfully, Hikigaya, you don't have conclusive evidence to prove your conjecture. Yes. Hikigaya nodded in agreement and said, but as long as this test cannot meet the fundamental rule of strict adjustment, there cannot be evidence, right? Even if someone puts the school text message in front of him. Hikigaya is sure. I still don't believe it, and others must be the same. It is not easy to believe in something, especially when it involves your own interests. Unless they are allowed to find out the answers they want on their own. Therefore, preferential treatment is inherently gambling. As long as the school's rules for selecting preferential recipients cannot be found, no matter how you analyze it, there is an element of gambling involved. Ichinos nodded in agreement, but, Hikigaya, you seem to want to submit the answer to the school. Yes. If you guess wrong, you will lose 50 class points. If you guess right, you will gain 500,000 personal points and 50 class points. Just be a normal person. I'm afraid I have to give it a try. After all, there is no punishment for individuals who commit hunting. However, I will listen to you. If Ichinos agrees, I will send the email to the school. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, it is the entire class that takes the risk. He will not bring risks to the class for his own selfish desires. Able to make such a decision. There is only one leader of the company, Ichinos, who is supported by the entire class B. For some reason, Ichinos frowned for a long time before speaking seriously. Hikigaya, I'm glad you can tell me this, but I have a question that I don't understand. 810, can you answer me seriously? Oh sure. Hikigaya nodded. I don't know why. Is this a difficult question to answer? If someone comes to me for consultation because of trouble, I will be very happy. Ichinos's beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her solemnly and said. But Hikigaya, even though you are clearly sure and have the idea of giving the answer to the school in advance, you still come to ask for my opinion. Why is this? Why? Hikigaya frowned and said, more puzzled, because if you guess wrong, you will be deducted 50 class points. And Ichinos, you are the leader of the class, so naturally I want to ask for your opinion. Is there any problem with this? He really couldn't figure out what the problem was. Doing things that are risky for the company. Naturally, you need to seek the leadership's opinion first. This should be considered common sense in society, right? Self-assertive guy. You will not be appreciated by the boss, and you may even be fired later. Really? Ichinos couldn't help but pursed his lips and said, well Hikigaya, do you know what they would do if it were Kanzaki and the others? Of course I'll discuss it with you. Hikigaya was even more speechless. Why does it feel like the conversation between the two is not on the same channel? It will not happen. Ichinos shook his head slightly and said, if he has any questions or needs help, he will indeed discuss it with me, but if Kanzaki is certain, he will act alone, and the same goes for everyone else. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Hikigaya quickly said, isn't that right? It's wrong to make decisions without the consent of the leader, no matter what you think. There's nothing wrong with that. Ichinos continued to shake his head and said, that's because Kanzaki and the others know that I will definitely support them, and I also trust everyone. Only. Ichinos's pretty face said with a hint of bitterness. It seems we haven't gained your trust yet, Hikigaya. Without No need to explain, I'm not angry. Ichinos looked at his dead fish eyes and said. In Hokigaya's eyes, he probably just treats Class B as a company and me as his superior and subordinate, right? Well. Hikigaya was immediately choked. He does treat the class as a company, and there seems to be nothing to refute, but isn't that how the school is designed? But. Ichinos took Hokigaya's little hand and said softly. We are in the same class. There is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Being chosen as the class president is only because of everyone's trust in me. We are the best partners who will spend 3 years together. I don't want to recall these 3 years in the future with only a cold interest relationship. Hikigaya, although I don't know what you have experienced. But we all hope that you can treat us as friends and partners, not as colleagues and leaders. Do you understand? Feeling Ichinos' soft, boneless little hand, the warmth from the palm made Hikigaya a little overwhelmed and wanted to pull away. However, feeling his movement, Ichinos couldn't help but exert more force, never letting him escape easily. Wait a moment, wait a moment, wait a moment. Isn't this right? Is this too strange? Am I the one with the problem? Hikigaya had a moment of self-doubt. Is he too indifferent and treats the class as a company, treats Ichinos as his superior, and fails to treat Ichinos and others as companions? No mutual trust? It's a little strange no matter how you think about it. What about the exam? Hikigaya asked with a puzzled expression. Of course, leave it to Hikigaya to decide on your own. Before he could respond, Ichinos showed a bright smile and said. If you guess wrong, it will be fine as long as we can work together to win it back in the future, right? It won't be that simple, right? Hikigaya said with a headache. Regardless of Ryuuin, Horikita Suzuan, Katsuragi, or Sakayanagi, whom they have never met before, they are obviously not easy to deal with. That's right. Ichinos smiled and nodded, other classes are not so easy to deal with, but as long as we work together and trust each other, I believe that everyone can be promoted to Class A. This is why our class is wary of everyone, isn't it? Well. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. That's fine. Ichinos then let go of his palm and stood up and said, BDFJ, Rabbit Group still has something to do, so I'll leave first. Oh, then I'll pay the bill. Hikigaya stood up and wanted to pick up the ticket, but Ichinos took it in his hand first. It's better for me to go. I feel like Hikigaya is a bit chaotic. It would be better to take a rest here. No. Hikigaya said quickly, after all, I asked you to come here and wasted your personal time. As an apology, I should do it. No. Ichinos shook his head helplessly and said, we are friends, so why would we waste each other's time? But it's a bit bad to have you foot the bill, right? What does it matter? Ichinos raised the receipt in his hand and smiled, I'm coming this time, and next time Hikigaya invites me, wouldn't it be nice? In short, that's it, it's decided, see you tomorrow. Said. Ichinos smiled and turned to leave. Hikigaya couldn't let go when looking at her back. Friend. I always feel a little strange, but I can't think of anything strange. And the other side. After leaving the cafe, Ichinos stared at the phone and frowned. If Hokigaya's theory is used, then there is a person in the rabbit group who is very suspicious, completely different from his usual behavior. Only. Thinking of the cooperative relationship between Class B and Class D. Ichinos rubbed her temples where she had a headache. Although Hikigaya is allowed to make his own decision, it seems inappropriate to attack Class D like this. After all, there is still cooperation between the two parties. It's just that Hikigaya is a member of Class B after all. If Hikigaya continues like this, he will undoubtedly be excluded from Class B and become a marginalized member of Class B. Compared to the cooperation between two classes, Ichinos is still more inclined to take care of Hikigaya. I hope I can change Hachigaya's mind and make him friends with everyone. So, what about herself? Think about it for a while. Ichinos decided to wait and see. After all, there is a huge gap between Class D and Class B, so there is no need to be so vigilant. What we need to watch out for are Class A and Class C. At night, in the dormitory, Kanzaki and others are taking turns washing up. Hikigaya lay on the bed and stared at the bedboard above. I can't let it go for a long time. No matter how I think about it, I feel like there is something wrong with Ichinos' theory. Although I can't tell what is wrong, it just doesn't feel right. At least he couldn't agree with it. Never mind. Hikigaya sat up and took out his phone. Strictly speaking, now you have Ichinos' permission to move freely, right? Since Ichinos said there is no need to worry about class risks, then he wouldn't worry anymore. After reviewing and organizing his thoughts in his mind again, Hikigaya still felt that his judgment was not wrong. Kushida Kikyo is most likely the one receiving preferential treatment among this group of people. No matter how you think about it, she is the most suspicious. Determined. Hikigaya sent Kushida Kikyo's name to the school's designated email address. The Dragon Group's exam is over. Students in the Dragon Group do not have to take the test again. Please move carefully and do not disturb other students. The Monkey Group's exam is over. Students in the Monkey Group did not have to take the test again. Please move carefully and do not disturb other students. As if in response to his actions, Hikigaya received 2 emails in one connection. Hey, how could this happen? Watanabe, who was playing with his cell phone, panicked for a moment. How come 2 groups have ended their exams at once? Kanzaki, Hikigaya, and your Dragon Group have also ended. What? Kanzaki, who was taking a bath, rushed out wrapped in a bath towel. What did you say? No. Shibata also looked at the 2 of them with some solemnity and said, the school said that the exams for the Dragon Group and the Monkey Group have ended. Do you 2 know anything? Ah. Hikigaya raised his hand and said, I sent the text message to the school for the Dragon Group, but I don't know for the Monkey Group. What? Kanzaki's voice was slightly louder again, and the other 2 people's eyes widened. Hikigaya. Watanabe hesitated for a moment and said, you don't just hair randomly, right? Definitely not. Hikigaya was speechless and said, I am 70% sure, and Ichinos also agreed to this matter. This is like this. Kanzaki looked relieved and nodded in relief. Hikigaya. Shibata said somewhat complicatedly, how did you find out? It is nothing special. Hikigaya repeated the reason he told Ichinos. It's nothing remarkable. He is the only one like him. Things that can only be discovered by sitting aside and observing silently from beginning to end. In this regard, he is still very confident. Yet, Kanzaki nodded, quite agreeing with his reasoning. I just don't know how other classes are doing now. Seeing that the topic had changed, Hikigaya stopped responding. 2 consecutive group exams are over. The other classes will probably only become more panicked. Chapter 069. End of Dragon Group Exam. Hikigaya suddenly felt at ease and no longer had to participate in discussions. Early the next morning, Hikigaya sat in the cafe as usual and passed the time. As for other people's exams, that's not something he can consider. It didn't take long. Horikita Suzune came to the cafe and sat directly opposite him. Did you submit the answers to the school? It's just an exam, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Hikigaya was startled. This guy must be so anxious. I don't have time for small talk with you. Horikita Suzune said in a cold voice, is it you? This guy is really impatient. I'm afraid he plans to continue asking questions one by one, or he may have already asked Kanzaki and the others. It's me. Hikigaya nodded. There's nothing to hide at all. What? Horikita Suzune leaned forward slightly and said in a nervous tone, "Who are you writing about? Kikyo Kushida is the one in your class." Hikigaya shook his head helplessly. "I feel that although this guy looks cold, he still has the same temperament as a little girl." What a joke! Horikita Suzune stood up instantly and was extremely shocked. Why would you guess it was her? Real or fake? This guy actually thought he was doing a good job. He is not bragging, Hikigaya is quite experienced in observing human beings. Judging from the looks of it, you must have guessed correctly, Horikita. Hikigaya stood up and said proudly, "You must have never played werewolf before." Tisk. When it was seen that her behavior was wrong, Horikita Suzune blamed herself and clicked her tongue. Now that the Dragon Group exam is over, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. She frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Although I have heard of it, what's the point of playing those useless games? It doesn't improve myself at all. What does this have to do with your guess about Kushida? Hee. Let you show off in front of me again, always putting on a self-satisfied and stinking face," Hikigaya whispered proudly. "Listen up, the so-called werewolf killing. Tell the important point." "Ah? Oh. Sure enough, not everyone is Ichinos and would quietly listen to him talk about things that they don't dare to be interested in. It's actually quite obvious." Hikigaya lost interest and turned his head to the side, and explained nonchalantly. "You brought the topic to Class A, didn't you just want to hide Kushida's identity as the favored one?" "Impossible." Horikita Suzune straightened her delicate body and frowned in disbelief. "Given the circumstances at that time, it was not inappropriate for me to bring the topic to Class A, and it is indeed possible that the recipient of the preferential treatment is in Class A, isn't it?" "That's not right." Hikigaya leaned on the chair and said without interest, "With your persistence in Class A, if you are really not sure who the abuser is, you should be similar to Ryuan, chasing and beating everyone present. Instead of changing the topic and settling down honestly. Just because you know who the recipient of the favor is, both your actions and your speech have been slightly distorted. It's very easy to find preferential treatment recipients in Class D." Snort. "It's okay to underestimate me. Hikigaya knows how much he weighs, but he can't forgive him for daring to underestimate werewolf. Hear his words." Horikita Suzune sat back in her seat blankly, hunched her shoulders and lowered her head in silence. "Hello." After a long time, Hikigaya also noticed something was wrong. "You haven't, right? This guy's desire to win. Oh no. Judging from the performance of the uninhabited island, it should be regarded as a sense of responsibility, but it is too strong. So." Horikita Suzune held her pink fist and said, "The biggest flaw is actually me. Well, how should I put it? A beautiful girl showed such a depressed side in front of him, and it would be unbearable to continue to attack her. Hikigaya couldn't do such a thing yet, so he reluctantly said with relief. It doesn't matter. Hirata and Kushida's speeches are not much better than yours." In his opinion. Although Horikita Suzune, Kushida Kikyo and Hirata Yasuke's acting skills are pretty good, at least they don't get hot when they talk. After all, the education I have received since childhood is to be a good boy who does not lie. I heard that many people played werewolf for the first time. Their faces would get hot and their hands would tremble because of lying. Lie. But it is one of the necessary criteria to become an adult. The performance of several people should be considered very good, but in Hikigaya's opinion, their speeches were all poor. Certainly. Ryuan is not much better at chasing and fighting. The good guy's identity was immediately revealed. Can this be considered comfort to you? Horikita Suzune's face darkened. If someone was so comforting, wouldn't it mean that she was only at the level of Class D? That's what I planned. Hikigaya laughed dryly, this guy has a really bad character. Never mind. Horikita Suzune took a deep breath and said in a cold voice. A defeat is a defeat. Just win it back next time, but it won't be so easy for you next time. Oh, is it so? Feeling Horikita's sharp gaze, Hikigaya quickly dodged. That's because you overestimate me. I only have some experience in human observation, and other aspects are not worth mentioning. Please let it go. He didn't want to be targeted by such a self-important woman. Yet, I will naturally judge this. Horikita Suzune said calmly. However, even though you know that Class D and Class B are in a cooperative relationship, you still attack us without hesitation. Don't you feel ashamed? Have no idea. Hikigaya looked away. I don't know the specific cooperation matters, but Ichinos agreed. If you have any questions, go to Ichinos. I see. Horikita Suzune said with a complicated expression. Although it is cooperation, it is only cooperation in name. Indeed, we have not discussed a treaty that will not attack each other. Obviously. Cooperation between two classes. More akin to a verbal gentleman's agreement. I'll help if I can, and I won't be polite in the exam. I'm afraid that's why Ichinos agreed, and Horikita Suzune seemed to take it for granted. Anyway. Hikigaya, I took note of this account. Hey, wait a minute. Before he could finish speaking, Horikita Suzune put her hands on the table and turned to leave the cafe. His acting style is really neat. Leave after asking. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly, and then as expected. Ryuuin and Katsuragi also came over for the same reason as Horikita Suzune. Hikigaya natural, response. After all, there was nothing to hide, but the identity of the favored recipient was not told to them. Now find out the identity of each additional preferential recipient. There is one more possibility to find the root rule of strict adjustment. Naturally, he would not do anything that might endanger the class. As for what Ichinos and others would do, Hikigaya thought about it for a while and felt that he didn't care much. It's best to win. If he can't win, he will still work hard towards 20 million personal points. August 14th. The last day of exams. Hikigaya was lying on the bed playing mini-game, waiting for the test results from the school. Kanzaki, there's no need to be so nervous. Shibata sat on the bed and comforted. You also know what happened just now. Kanzaki shook his head solemnly and said, there is really no way to reassure people. Just at 9 o'clock in the evening. Of the remaining 10 groups, 7 groups submitted their answers to the school almost at the same time. If something is abnormal, it will really make people feel uneasy. Please give me flowers. Only 3 groups did not submit their answers to the school. Kanzaki shook his head solemnly and said, obviously some class found a way for the school to choose preferential treatment. If the dragon team is really as Hikigaya speculated, and the preferential recipient is Kushida Kikyo, then the class that submitted the answer to the school is probably one of Class C and Class A, which still have intact classes. Wow! Watanabe said helplessly, I really don't want to hear it, I feel like I don't want them to win. If I have to choose one, it's better to let Class C win. The facts are before our eyes. Everyone had no choice but to accept it. Only Hikigaya is confused. According to what Ichinos and others said, if you want to find out how the school chooses those who receive preferential treatment, you need to find out the preferential treatment of at least 2 classes. Apparently 2 classes collaborated. But only 3 groups remained. It shows that this is a separate action of a class, otherwise it would be impossible to kill the alliance together. Regardless of Katsuragi, Horikita Suzune, or Ryuuin, they are not guys who would be played with word games. Unless someone betrayed the class. Moreover, this person has a high status in the class and can know the identity of other people who are favoring him. Hikigaya was a little excited. What are the other classes doing? They are actually engaging in internal strife in the class. This is so exciting. 0. But it's just that he has no interest. It can't be someone from Class B who betrayed him. That wouldn't be funny. Hikigaya thought for a moment. It feels unlikely that there will be another traitor in Class A. After all, compared with the time when the island was uninhabited, Katsuragi's command method has been significantly deformed and has become restrained. This may be one of the purposes of Sakayanagi. Therefore, Hikigaya is more inclined. Even Katsuragi himself didn't know about the preferential treatment in Class A, so he could put the blame on the Sakayanagi people. If someone in Class A really betrays, it's okay to have one leak, but all three of them were discovered by other classes. Do you think I, Katsuragi-san, am a fool? It was obviously done by the Sakayanagi faction, and other students would probably disagree. Katsuragi had evidence to blame the Sakayanagi faction. I feel like Sakayanagi, who wants to bring down Katsuragi even if there is internal strife in the class, is not stupid enough to make such a nasty move. Otherwise, Sakayanagi might not be recognized by Class A. Therefore, rule out the possibility of a traitor in Class A. It feels like it can't be C. In a dictatorship like Ryuan, it is normal for traitors to appear, but it may be difficult for others to know the information about all the preferential treatment. If 3 secrets are leaked at once, do you think I, Long Yuan, am a fool? It feels like it can't be D. After all, Class D is already in last place, and betraying the class will not do any good to Class D. Unless you are trading personal points that are exciting enough. Or simply a lunatic. Therefore, D is also excluded. What are you doing? I thought about it for a long time and couldn't think of anything. Hikigaya pressed Zioxyal to clear the next level. If you have to choose one, it is still more likely that someone has betrayed the class for a large amount of personal points, and the most likely ones can only be classes D and C. It just depends on the final result. But Watanabe frowned and said, if they already knew the school's rules for selecting preferential treatment candidates, why did they have to wait until now? To be wary of us, of course. Kanzaki shook his head and said, I was afraid that our 3 classes would work together to find out the rules, so we delayed it until the last moment and didn't give us time to think about it. Well, after all, the other party is not an idiot. It's impossible to give them such an obvious loophole to exploit. Soon, near 0, 4 people received emails from the school at the same time. Rat because the traitor answered correctly, the result is 3. Pig because the traitor answered correctly, the result is 3. Hikigaya didn't bother to look, so he just clicked on it and the result was huge. Chapter 070. Class A, minus 200 class points, 0 personal points. Class B, minus 100 class points, get 500,000 personal points. Class C, plus 300 class points, gain 4.5 million personal points. Class D, minus 50 class points, get 1 million personal points. After passing this examination for preferential candidates, the points of each class are: Class A, 924 points. Class B, 866 points. Class C, 792 points. Class D, 259 points. It's only about 60 o'clock away from Class A. However, falling out of Class C is only about 70 points away. Although they guessed the favored recipient of the Dragon team, Class B was completely wiped out, and Class C undoubtedly won an overwhelming victory. If there are traitors, sure enough, it's still Class D. It's just that the result of Class D-50 made Hikigaya a little confused. Suppose all the 3 favored recipients of Class D are guessed correctly. It should be minus 150. If Class D wins the first day of the ape group, it should also be minus 100. This result, it can only mean that Class D has a group of preferential recipients. Successfully hide it. This is going to be troublesome. Watanabe shook his head helplessly and said, I didn't expect Class C to catch up so quickly. Don't worry. Shibata comforted, we are only one step away from Class A. That's true of 550. Watanabe sighed and nodded, it's just how did Ryuan do it? There is only one possibility. Kanzaki also said calmly, there are people in Class A and Class D who betrayed the class for personal points. Class A is impossible. Shibata didn't believe it, they are originally Class A. As long as they keep the throne of Class A, there is no need to betray the class for personal points. Indeed so. Kanzaki thought for a moment and nodded, I just met Sakayanagi once. She is a very dangerous guy. She will satisfy her own selfish desires even if she harms the interests of the class. No way. Watanabe was even more confused, can such a person be supported by the class? Yes, it is indeed impossible. Kanzaki thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Hikigaya on the bed also listened to the conversation between several people. Someone who blatantly betrays the interests of the class. It is impossible to be supported by the class. If you want to know the preferential treatment of the whole class, you must gain a certain amount of trust in the class. Even if there are one or two exceptions. But it is impossible for such a large number of people to be willing to bear the risk of falling behind Class A and betray the interests of the class. It turns out that he is still in Class D. That. Hikigaya couldn't help but said, why don't you consider the possibility of a traitor appearing in Class B? Although he didn't think there would be a traitor in Class B, it would be too much to not even talk about it. How can it be? Shibata was speechless and said, it is impossible for a traitor to appear in Class B. What's the reason? The reason? Shibata then touched his chin and thought, because we all have a good relationship, I don't think anyone will be dissatisfied with this class, right? And Watanabe added, we are not far behind Class A, so no one will betray us, right? These are not reasons, are they? Hikigaya was speechless and said, anyway, I feel that Ryuan and Katsuragi are not weak. Even if they are promoted to Class A, they may fall down again. In this case, even if you aim to save 20 million personal points, it wouldn't be surprising to be promoted to Class A in the end, right? Although it's a bit of an argument. But he felt that these guys were a little too optimistic. Because everyone has a good relationship? So no one will betray? What kind of BD logic is this? There are no bad guys in the world who can be molded from the mold of a bad guy. They are usually good people, at least ordinary people, but at critical moments, they turn into bad people, so that's why it's scary. I don't think so. Kanzaki turned to look at him and said, you may be the only one in Class B who has not given personal points to Ichinos for safekeeping. Then let me ask, Hikigaya, are you a traitor? No. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. It turns out that since all the money was given to Ichinos, there is indeed no possibility of a traitor. Although I feel that it is not good to have such an unquestioning attitude towards my class, I have not even considered taking the exam. But they even turned in their personal points, so there seemed to be nothing to doubt. The person most likely to betray the class is him. Fine. Whatever you say is what it is. Right. A smile appeared on the corner of Kanzaki's lips. Hikigaya, it's not that I don't understand what you are worried about, but until now, I have always felt that Class B is the best class, and Ichinos is also the most outstanding leader. For now, let's work hard together. Fine. Hikigaya lay on the bed indifferently. There are many smart people in this world, and he is not the only one who has concerns. But at least Ichinos did a good job. This time it was just Class D who somehow had a traitor, but they were only one step away from Class A. There seems to be no problem. The next day. The exam is over and the cruise ship is sailing back to the port. Hikigaya was enjoying his vacation as usual and stepped onto the deck to go to the rooftop cafe. A beautiful figure couldn't help but attract his attention. Ichinos was standing alone by the rail at the stern of the ship, looking at the sea. It's rare to see Ichinos alone. There's always no shortage of friends around her. What's more, the sadness on her pretty face is really concerning. What are you doing? Hikigaya stepped forward and asked. After all, this guy probably wants to jump into the sea. Ah, Hikigaya. Ichinos came to his senses, scratched his hair in embarrassment and said, What do you want from me? No. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment and then said, I just saw that you seemed a little disappointed. Come and ask, is it hindering you? That's not the case, right? Ichinos quickly waved his hand and said, Rather, I'm quite happy that Hikigaya can take the initiative to talk to me, but... He hesitated for a moment. Ichinos turned his head and looked at the sea, and said with a slight bitterness on his lips. After listening to your reasoning, Hikigaya, I roughly guessed who the preferential recipient of the rabbit group was, and I was very sure, but I didn't submit the answer to the school in the end. Very Ichinos' style. Hikigaya nodded. Considering the cooperative relationship between Class B and Class D, even if Ichinos knew the answer, he probably wouldn't stab Class D in the back. But... Ichinos pursed her lips and spoke softly, when I saw the results, I couldn't help but regret it. If I had submitted the answers to the school at that time, would Class B have been deducted 50 class points? In that case, we would have maybe I will be promoted to Class A in the next exam. Looking at the disappointed pretty face in front of him, Hikigaya also realized that he seemed to have misunderstood. Ichinos isn't as strong as he lets on. There will also be self-blame and loss. But in Hikigaya's view, this itself was due to various reasons such as Ryuuen's strength and the appearance of a traitor, and Ichinos did not need to feel guilty about it at all. However, have a strong sense of responsibility. It is one of the essential elements of being a leader. A guy who is unwilling to take responsibility for the organization may not be willing to be followed by anyone. How to say? Hikigaya carefully considered his words and said, Didn't you say that it would be okay as long as everyone works together? If we lose this time, we will win again next time. Yes. Ichinos seemed to cheer up again, showing a bright smile and said, As long as I can win next time, thank you. Hikigaya, it's great to hear you say that. Speaking of which, what is Hikigaya doing here? Nothing. Hikigaya explained, just getting ready to go to the cafe. That's it, then I won't bother you anymore. Thank you, Hikigaya-kun. Ichinos thanked him again, then waved and turned to leave. Looking at her leaving figure, Hikigaya sighed helplessly. He really doesn't know how to comfort people. If he could, he would probably be the most popular person in the class. Ichinos was obviously just holding on and didn't want him to see his vulnerable side. But, with such a strong heart, there is really no need for him to worry. Back to school. The people in Class B were dismissed on the spot. Although Class C is about to catch up, it is only one step away from Class A. This defeat seems to have strengthened Class B's determination to work hard. Everyone promised how hard they would work. If Hikigaya had completely believed that they were just talking. But for Class B, Hikigaya didn't know whether it was true or not, but he went back to the dormitory to rest alone. There is still more than half a month left before the summer vacation ends. Komaki is not here. Hikigaya does not have high requirements for material life. But with so many personal points, he won't treat himself too badly. The next day, Hikigaya left the dormitory and headed to Kiyaki Shopping Mall, wanting to have a good time. Kiyaki Mall. Unlike when school started, several buildings in the shopping mall were blocked by plastic sheets for decoration. Seeing the scene in front of him and listening to the shouts and shouts around him, Hikigaya suddenly became excited. This should be because the school has adopted his opinion and is planning to set up some hidden stores in the shopping mall to improve students' happiness and improve the quality of life of teachers. If your guess is correct, there should be a new ramen shop here. I just don't know which brand stores the school will allow. But according to this decoration rhythm, as well as the trial operation stage. I'm afraid it will take another 1 to 2 months. 4.7. The work efficiency of the Sakurajima government is really low, and Hikigaya came to the cinema slightly dissatisfied. In your spare time? My spare time activities include watching movies, occasionally borrowing books from the library, taking them back to my dormitory or reading in clubs. Hikigaya came to the counter skillfully. Choose a B movie. Generally, not many people will watch a low-budget movie like this. But occasionally you can find treasures in it. He looked at the lower right corner, but unfortunately there were people there. He had no choice but to look at the lower left corner, and there were people there. There were people in all 4 corners. Hello. Why do Sakurajima people like corner positions so much? If peripheral products of Bianbian and Jiao Jiao are launched, they will definitely be very popular. Maybe the exam just ended. At present, this movie is the only one printed in cinemas, and it is a B-level movie that has been watched by many people. He hesitated for a moment. He still chose the third to last position in the lower right corner, leaving an open space separated from the guy in the lower right corner. Buy a can of Max coffee. Hikigaya came to the screening room and found her seat. The person next door has already entered the scene. In the dim light, I can only see that she is a girl with short hair, but her fierce eyes are unforgettable. Wow! Hikigaya couldn't help but make a sound of disgust. Isn't this Ibuki Mio from Class C? I remember she was very fierce. Chapter 071. That. Looking at Ibuki Mio, who was leaning against the armrest with her legs crossed in front of her, Hikigaya hesitated. If you walk directly past this, you will definitely bump into it accidentally. What should I do if I get beaten? Sorry, my seat is inside. Hikigaya said weakly. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the lower left corner. How could I meet this guy? It's not a good time to go out today. Ibuki Mio glanced at him, which made Hikigaya feel like she was being stared at, and she was a little nervous for a moment. I saw Ibuki Mio twisting her delicate body and shrinking back a little. It should be to let him pass. It's just that the distance doesn't seem to have changed much. Hikigaya reluctantly pressed against the back of the chair in front of her, walked past Ibuki Mio, and quickly sat in her seat. Just a few steps away. Hikigaya felt extremely nervous. It was so good that I almost thought I was going to get beaten. Although she looks fierce on the outside, Ibuki Mio might be a nice person unexpectedly. As the lights in the screening room were completely extinguished, a picture appeared on the screen in front of him, and the movie began. Hikigaya leaned on another armrest and distanced herself further from Ibuki Mio. After all, he and Ibuki Mio didn't even exchange a few words. The name was still heard from Ryuuan, Horikita Suzuan, and others. The two watched the movie peacefully. Seeing that Ibuki Mio had no intention of leaving, Hikigaya stood up and prepared to leave from the other side. Stop! Hikigaya stopped. How come everyone likes to tell him to stop directly? Does he really look so easy to bully? Sit down. Are you training your dog? Hikigaya turned around and said speechlessly, What's the matter? I heard that you deceived Canada miserably. Ibuki Mio was still sitting in her seat, and seemed to be planning to watch the next show. That guy has always said he wants to make you look good. That doesn't happen. Hikigaya understood that he was probably talking about the uninhabited island, and said a little speechlessly. That was his own misunderstanding and it has nothing to do with me. That's right. Ibuki Mio showed a disdainful smile. That arrogant guy still wants to throw the blame on your head. It's really disgusting. Why does it feel like this guy doesn't have a good relationship with Class C? Instead, he helped him, an outsider, speak for himself. But Hikigaya doesn't really care about this either. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Stop! Hikigaya's eyes were filled with resentment as she waited for her topic. Ibuki was silent for a moment and said, Aren't you afraid of Ryuuan? What does he have to be afraid of? Hikigaya was speechless. Compared to Long Yuan, I feel like people like Mio Ibuki and Suzune Horikita are even scarier. When a girl seriously refuses, her cold tone can really freeze people to death. Ha! Ibuki Mio sighed heavily, smacked her mouth and said. Don't think that guy is a good person just because he gives money generously. He is a guy who can use violence against people without mercy. I advise you to have less contact with Long Yuan and don't be blinded by money. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, Are you worried about me? Hey? No, idiot. Ibuki Mio punched the armrest hard, feeling the scattered gazes, she suppressed her voice and said. In short, if you still want to live a peaceful campus life, it's best not to have anything to do with that guy, do you understand? Sure enough, you still can't judge a book by its appearance. I didn't expect Ibuki Mio to be such a gentle guy. I know what you mean. Hikigaya smiled a little softer and said, Violence is indeed terrible, but that's just because the victim doesn't want to speak. Unfortunately, I am a guy who is willing to keep playing when the rules are good for me, and will rise up to resist when the rules are not good for me. Ha! Ibuki Mio suddenly said with disgust on her face, Don't you just want to take advantage without paying for it? I didn't expect you to be such a bad guy, and why are you laughing suddenly? It's disgusting. Well. Hikigaya was choked, this guy really went too far. Forget it, I'll leave first if nothing happens. In short, if Long Yuan only knows violence and some despicable tricks, I don't think there is anything scary about him. Finished. Hikigaya turned around and left, and Ibuki man didn't speak again. Just talking about the level of despicability. He is confident that he will not lose to anyone. As for violence, he is a good boy who is keen on suing teachers. Leave the cinema. Hikigaya finished curry at noon and came to the convenience store. Although there are several vending machines downstairs in the dormitory, it still feels inconvenient. You know in Chiba, farmers buy Max curry in wheel boxes. He is also planning to buy a box to put in his dormitory. It's summer vacation. There are not many people in the convenience store. But we can also see a few familiar figures, Ayanokaji and the three idiots from Class D, as well as Kushida and a few girls. Hikigaya turned around and pretended not to notice, and walked directly to the other side. Kushida Kikyo has been pestering him to eat, and Hikigaya really doesn't want to get close to these troublesome guys. A bald man appeared in front of him, it was Katsuragi from Class A. He didn't pay attention at first, but Hikigaya found that this guy was looking at a hairpin seriously. Hello. Hikigaya was immediately shocked. Does this serious-looking guy have any special hobbies? The key is that even if you have a special quirk, you don't seem to have hair. Hikigaya secretly observed his bald head. If he bought a hairpin, where would this guy put it? In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I guess I'd better explain. Katsuragi looked at the hairpin in front of him and said solemnly, This is a gift for my sister. Ah? Oh. Hikigaya laughed sheepishly. He obviously didn't look here, but he still discovered it. This guy's insight is really sharp, and he is worthy of being the leader of Class A. Hearing that the other party was buying a gift for his sister, Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy. If you are buying a gift for your sister, it is best not to buy such trinkets. Oh why? Because I also have a sister. Hikigaya explained proudly, my brother's aesthetics are generally not accepted by my sister. Even if he accepts the gift happily, he will probably just throw it away in a corner and collect it. It's like the school bag charm I gave to Komaki in junior high school. She kept throwing it in the drawer without using it. When I knew this, I was sad for a long time. Hikigaya took the trouble to instill in him the ways of being a concubine. That makes sense. Although this guy was mostly showing off his sister, Katsuragi thought for a moment and nodded. Then what do you think would be a better gift? Um. Hikigaya also thought about it. Since you have money now, how about giving some sweets that you rarely eat? You must know that there are no girls in the world who don't like sweets. Well, thank you, I will use it as a reference. Katsuragi nodded, put down the hairpin in his hand and walked towards the dessert area. Hikigaya also followed behind, pointing at the Max coffee and commanding, special speculation is that this Max coffee produced in Chiba, although it is coffee, is sweeter than most desserts. Oh, and this chocolate, Komaki is quite love it. Oh, and this. Looking at Hikigaya being promoted so aggressively, Xiaocheng was a little speechless. I'm buying a gift for my sister, not your sister, UBD. But a guy who loves his sister so much must not be a bad person. Thanks for your kindness though. Katsuragi shook his head helplessly and said, but I haven't figured out how to give the gift yet, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. That's it. Hikigaya also retracted her hands with some embarrassment, and her sister's soul broke out accidentally. If you want to send it out, you can find a society to mail it out for you. Katsuragi frowned and said, I remember that the school couldn't contact the outside world 103. Oh, indeed. Hikigaya then remembered and said, however, I remember that the school's sports department occasionally needs to go out to participate in competitions. It shouldn't be difficult for you to find a member of the sports department in Class A to mail it for you. Katsuragi was stunned for a moment before saying, really? Perhaps, you can ask the people in the sports department of your class and it will become clearer. Hikigaya is not sure either. After all, he only studied it briefly at the beginning of school. Indeed. Katsuragi nodded, a smile appeared on his stern face and said. Anyway, if I can give out a gift, it would be a favor to you. Need not. Hikigaya raised his hand and turned around to leave, don't let your sister down. This is a tacit understanding between the two brothers. Only. It's summer vacation. I wonder how Komaki is doing at home. Although Komaki's birthday is in March, he probably has to think about how to give out the gifts in advance. After all, there are no competitions in the wool department that require traveling out of school. There is absolutely no chance of leaving school. Never mind. When the time comes, just ask Shibata to help. I feel like that guy won't refuse. Isn't the value of cash deposit only at this time? My mind is full of Komaki. Hikigaya has no interest in continuing to play. As soon as he walked out of the convenience store, Hikigaya's eyes were caught by the books placed at the door. That time I was reincarnated as a slime. Did not expect. Hikigaya picked up a book and said, I didn't expect that there is such a light novel in school. It's really thoughtful. I quite liked this kind of light novel when I was in junior high school. There was even a period of secondary school. However, as we age, Hikigaya still prefers some literary works with some depth. Think about it. Hikigaya still put the light novel back. I might as well go to the library to borrow some books and go back to the dormitory. Chapter 072. Library. When Hikigaya came to the library, there were only a few figures in the huge library. It's summer vacation after all. Most people are probably praising their youth. Hikigaya walked up to the second floor skillfully. The highly cultivated library has a very large collection of books, which is no worse than the Chiba City Library. He has been here several times. But every time, Hikigaya just borrowed the books and left straight away. I won't stay in the library any longer. Those who say that libraries have more of a learning atmosphere so they can study seriously are mostly fakes who have no self-control. The headphones they use to block noise are the best evidence. If you really want to immerse yourself in learning, wouldn't a quiet dormitory be better? After all, they were just pretending to be studying, hoping to meet some acquaintances in the library. Looking at it from this perspective, maybe they are just afraid of being lonely. Ah! A group of garbage. He is someone who can study peacefully in his dormitory. Hikigaya thought about what was there and what was not there, while looking at the categories on the side of the bookshelf. At this moment, a body came into his sight. A girl with white hair reaching her waist was standing on tiptoes and raising her arms to get the book. Her cute purple eyes seemed a little confused as to why she couldn't reach it. What a lovely artistic girl! But, little sister, are you unable to get books too many times? Won't you have a longer memory? That's right. He had already seen the girl once, and last time she fell next to the bookshelf with a confused look on her face, but she had no intention of asking for help from the people around her. After all, that's where the book is. It just happened to be within the range that just a little higher can be obtained, and it felt a bit difficult to find someone to help. Hikigaya just glanced at her and walked to another shelf. Through the gap between the books and the bookshelf, a majestic object appeared in the field of vision, being swayed up and down by the opponent's tiptoe movements. Hikigaya's face turned red and he looked up. Probably one of these books. It was definitely not that he meant to help the other person, it was just that he also wanted to borrow a few books. Hikigaya picked up the book and flicked it to the other side, causing the book to sway and fall off the shelf. In case. Even the few surrounding books were pushed down. Bang bang bang. Oh! Several books fell to the ground, and the girl made a sound of pain. Such a height should not cause injury, but it will inevitably make Hikigaya a little apologetic. Oh, sorry. Hikigaya said on the spot and was about to turn around and leave. According to the last experience, the girl will not take any action, so a simple apology is enough. After all, not asking for help shows that the other person is a relatively introverted person. I probably won't take it to heart even if it's a trivial matter. As for the extra books, just leave it to the librarian, etc. Well, Hikigaya shrinks his neck. Why is it different from last time? He must be blackmailing him. Such a cute girl. He probably wouldn't do such a thing, probably. Or the apology just now was not sincere enough. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, his behavior caused the book to fall on the other party's head. Only Dochie apologizes to show sincerity. Hikigaya embraced the realization of kneeling and turned to look at the girl running over. I have to sigh. The beauty of this school is really good. When you look at her face to face, you realize that the girl in front of you is as delicate and moving as a doll. Well, I'm very sorry. Hikigaya apologized again and wanted to expose the matter. I accidentally dropped the book just now, are you okay? The girl tilted her head slightly and looked at it for a moment before saying, you must have done it on purpose. It's not a question, but a statement. Obviously already quite confident. Talent is not. Hikigaya still said stubbornly, what evidence do you have? It's over. Ruined. She is obviously a beautiful girl, but she is so vicious inside. He must have wanted to prove his crime of intentionally hurting others, and then blackmail him severely. The more beautiful a girl is, the more vicious she is inside. Snort. The girl's cute face couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. This sentence can be used as evidence. The prisoner's lines are always fixed, where is the evidence? What a wonderful reasoning, you should become a novelist. I don't want to stay in the same room with a murderer. The last line is clearly the victim's line, it can be said to be the death flag. Sure enough, you know very well. Do not know why. The girl clapped her hands excitedly and said, speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Shinahiri from Class C of the first year. And you? Ah? Oh. Although he didn't know why it happened like this, Hikigaya still politely introduced, first year Class B, Hikigaya Hachiman. Oh, Hikigaya-kun. Shinahiri's eyes sparkled, you should also like to read detective novels. Well, let's leave it at that. Hikigaya was frightened and took half a step back. As long as he reads anything related to words, he will basically read it. It is not an exaggeration to say that he likes it. Only, what happened to this child? I thought she was a literary and quiet girl, why did she suddenly become so enthusiastic? Really? Hiroshina put her hands together and said. I knew it, but didn't you just ask me for evidence? It's really inappropriate to use fixed lines as evidence. In fact, I have a good reasoning. Oh. Hikigaya was a little confused and didn't know how to respond to such enthusiasm, so she had to say oh. Talk. Why does it become like this? Those who didn't know better thought the two of them were friends. What does this kid want to do? Isn't it blackmail? In fact, you want to defraud his property? Horrible. This is too scary. But after being deceived by his father's words and deeds, Hikigaya didn't think anyone could deceive him. Because Shinahiri couldn't hold back her excitement and said, you pushed the book to me like this last time, and this time too. There can't be such a coincidence in the world. So, you actually want to help me get the book right. What a wonderful reasoning. You should become a novelist. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. If this can be considered reasoning, Conan will cry. I just want to find some books I like. That's it. Hiroshina tilted his head, looked at the story of Minamotoshi in his hand and said, Hikigaya-kun, do you like this kind of book? Hikigaya stared at Haru. Only then did he realize what he was holding in his hand, and he immediately felt cold. No. Hikigaya said in a panic. This book is a bit spicy for high school students, how could he like this kind of thing? Then you really want to help me? Hiroshina clapped her little hands, and a smile appeared on her lips again. She was a little confused and said, it's just, Hikigaya-kun, why are you using such a roundabout way? You just need to help me get it, right? Well. Oh, that's it, I just picked up the wrong book. Hikigaya glanced at the bookshelf next to him and took out a book at random again, refusing to admit the fact of helping the other party even to death. But this excuse is really full of loopholes. He quickly changed the topic, by the way, why didn't you respond last time? Hiroshina looked at Hikigaya in front of her in detail with some confusion. She didn't know what she was thinking about, but the smile on her lips was deeper. Hikigaya's cheeks were a little red. He naturally recognized the meaning of the smile. This is not a mockery, not a sneer, but more like a smile that feels happy from the bottom of my heart. It's just that he really doesn't understand what the other party is so happy about. That. Without continuing to ask, Shina Hiwatama pointed her chin and thought, The last time you pushed the book over, I thought it was some new pickup technique, so I didn't pay attention. Hello. The translation of this sentence is that if he comes to strike up a conversation, he will be passed directly. Excessive. Your speculation is a bit hasty. Hikigaya was speechless and said, if you really want to strike up a conversation, it's not impossible to do it twice in a row. Those frivolous men have very strong perseverance when they see beautiful women. So this time I responded. Shinahiri chuckled and nodded. Hello. What does this mean? Wait a moment, Hikigaya feels like his head is pumping and he can't think straight. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and Hikigaya felt that her cheeks were getting hot. Sorry. Seeing this, Hiroshina suddenly panicked, I was joking. What the hell? It almost scared him to death. While he breathed a sigh of relief, Hikigaya inevitably felt slightly disappointed and said, if you make these jokes often, it will be easy for boys to misunderstand you. I'm really sorry. Hiroshina bowed and apologized, and scratched her hair in embarrassment. Because I haven't had many friends since I was a child, so I finally met someone with common interests. Maybe I got carried away accidentally. This kind of joke is really too much, right? That's it. There was a sense of pleasure in being played with. Since it was a joke, Hikigaya didn't really care and said, "It's not too much. It's just that this kind of joke can easily be misunderstood by boys and may be dangerous to you. It's best not to make such a joke easily." Shinahiri nodded in relief and said, "Please, so, I can understand Hikigaya's mood of wanting to help but worrying about causing trouble to the other party, so she used such a roundabout way." Right. If Shinahiri really had no friends, it would be easy to understand this feeling. "I just picked up the wrong book." Hikigaya would never admit it. Let's just think of it like this. Speaking of which, Hikigaya wants to come to the library to find some books. I'm very familiar with this place. Shinahiri smiled casually, revealing that she wanted to help. Hikigaya was not sure and asked, "Does the school library have light novels?" Hikigaya wants to read a light novel. Shinahiri was slightly startled. Let's leave it at that. Okay, I remember the light novel is over there, I'll take you to have a look, but you have to put the book that fell on the floor back to its place first. Hikigaya, can you help me? Oh, come back. In fact, just point out a good way. But for some reason Shinahiri wanted to go with him. In desperation, Hikigaya took the book from her hand and put it in its original place. After all, it was his own fault, so there is nothing he doesn't want to do. The two came to the light novel section. Hikigaya looked at the bookshelf in front of him carefully. Gao Yuchen librarian also collected a lot of light novels, but it seems that he did not make detailed planning. There are as few as 2 or 3 volumes, as high as 10 volumes, and there are even some novels that are missing. Is that really the case? Hikigaya nodded, as expected. Chapter 073. Finished browsing the light novel section. Hikigaya was about to leave, and Hirishina who was following him couldn't help but be a little confused. Hikigaya-kun, don't you want to borrow some light novels? No, I just came over to take a look. Hey, why? Shinahiri was even more puzzled. Hikigaya didn't come here to read it because he likes light novels, right? Just checking in. Think about it. This matter is indeed not easy to explain. Hikigaya laughed dryly and said, "When I first entered junior high school, I still liked it, but later on I lost interest in it. Now I only watch some exciting works." The implication. There are no books here that he wants to read. A girl like Hirishina probably doesn't know much about light novels, so she probably won't be able to tell whether they are true or false. As expected, Hirishina didn't take it to heart. After all, such a literary girl still prefers classics to light novels. Then Hikigaya-kun, what do you want to do? Well, I just wanted to trouble you. Hikigaya paused and nodded, I'll go check out other places. The implication. It means seeing off guests. I thanked you just now, but I don't need it now. Speaking of which, why does this guy keep pestering him? Even if it's just to help him get a book or help him lead the way, it's enough. Shinahiri, who had read poetry and books, naturally understood the implication. Her expression was slightly gloomy. I'm sorry, because it was the first time I met someone with the same interests, I was still a little carried away, so I may have caused you trouble. Don't do this. It's like he wants to make the other person cry. That's not true. Hikigaya quickly explained, well, how should I put it, it's just that I prefer being alone, so it's easier to feel immersed in reading books. I know. Hirishina put her little hands on her chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling. I also prefer to read alone, but the people around me are always noisy and think it's not good to be alone, and they always try their best to take care of me. It's really a headache. Hikigaya couldn't help but nodded and said, those people always think they are taking care of each other. I really want to ask them not to do that. Why 257 some people always can't figure it out. There are indeed people in the world who like to be alone, but these people also act like I am doing it for your own good and I feel sorry for you. It's just disgusting. The most egregious thing is to label them as mental illness or distorted character. Simply majority violence. Hikigai really felt the same way, and his eyes couldn't help but soften when he looked at Hiroshina. Oh, no. Hikigai came back to his senses. Did we just talk about that? Oh. Shinahiri also thought about it. Hikigai-kun is going to find other books. Do you want me to recommend them for you? Halfway through, Shinahiri suddenly realized that no matter what he mentioned based on the previous communication, Hikigai's first reaction would be rejection. This way we will never be able to communicate. Hiroshina tried to put it another way. Have you read the Dorothy L. Sayers series? Read it. Hikigai kills the game directly. He is not bragging, but his reading volume is astonishing. At first, I just wanted to pass the time, but gradually I began to feel the fun brought by words, and eventually I could even see the meaning of the characters. What about Emily Bronte? Read it. Hikigai said proudly. It's quite difficult to find something he hasn't read, and it's time for Hiroshina to give up. Unfortunately, Shinahiri became even more excited and said, Hikigai's reading volume is really impressive, but what about Raymond Chandler's Goodbye, My Love? Oh, not this one. Hikigai was a little frustrated. She didn't expect Hiroshina to find the flaw so quickly. BDDD. Dad had a packed bookshelf. He read them all. Raymond Chandler's book is certainly clear. Just by looking at the name, you can tell what kind of love, etc. are the things that only live charges and girls like. It was directly classified by him into the category of junk literature. I can't wait to burn it directly on fire. Then please read it, Hikigai-kun. Hiroshina's eyes sparkled as she said, then tell me what you think after reading it. Hey, why? Hikigai looked disgusted. Reading is a person's business, why should I tell you? Don't you feel ashamed? He really didn't want to show others the review essay he wrote in elementary school. Well. Shinahiri pursed her lips and scratched her head in embarrassment. Because there is no one in Class C who likes novels, so I have no one to chat with, right? Shinahiri's face was full of regret, and she looked like she was about to cry. Instead, it made Hikigai a little embarrassed. It's possible, but my impression after reading it may not be pleasant. Since the other party recommended it, and he doesn't have any clear goals, it doesn't mean he can't read it. It's just Goodbye, My Love. It must be some kind of romantic, trashy, and disgusting thing, and he will definitely criticize it with a critical spirit. It's okay, no problem. Shinahiri was all smiles. There are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, and I also want to know what different people think. Well, it's just some reflections after reading. It's nothing. Then come with me. I remember that the book should be over here. The two walked past several bookshelves, and Shinahiri handed the book to him, and also put Chandler's The Woman at the Bottom of the Lake and Little Sister in his hands. It gave Hikigai a headache. Although there is nothing wrong with using it to kill time, this is probably not the type he would like. Just looking at Hiroshina's enthusiastic sales pitch, Hikigai found it hard to refuse, so she reluctantly gave it a try. Leave the library. Hiroshina was still following behind him. Speaking of which, please give me Hikigai-kun's contact information. Hello. This guy actually used a declarative sentence instead of a question, as if he was giving an order that was hard to refuse. Oh. Hikigai humbly took out his cell phone. Unexpectedly, Shinahiri mastered the conversation method so quickly. Look at it from another angle. Although Shinahiri said that she had no one to chat with, her communication skills were not bad, rather she felt very witty. The two exchanged contact information. Shinahiri looked at the newly added contact information in the address book, and couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, where does Hikigaya-kun usually read? Bedrooms and clubs. Society. Shinahiri was a little surprised and said, "What kind of club is it?" She has found out. If asked, Hikigaya would instinctively refuse, but as long as asked, this guy will usually answer honestly. The wool department. Wool department. Shinahiri was even more surprised and said, "Is this department that I have never heard of, a club you established yourself? Doesn't Hikigaya know how to do manual work?" "No." Hikigaya said a little embarrassedly, "Well, it's a club that specializes in defrauding school funds." "Eh? But will the school pass such a club?" "Don't be so surprised." Hikigaya explained nonchalantly, "Even ordinary schools have many clubs that cheat money. It's not surprising that this school would agree. It's just that they have to submit a result every year, which I heard is quite difficult." "Indeed." Hirishina nodded in agreement. "I heard that the tea ceremony club is very relaxed, but after joining the club, I learned from my seniors that the tea ceremony club has to worry about competitions every year. The school is surprisingly strict." "It's a tea ceremony." Hikigaya glanced at her and said, feeling that with a gentle personality like Hirishina, she would look good in a kimono. "It really suits your look." Shinahiri blushed and said a little embarrassedly, "There shouldn't be any other meaning to what you said just now, right?" "Literally, what's the problem?" "Call." Shinahiri breathed a sigh of relief. "You asked girls not to make such jokes, but boys can't say such things easily, otherwise, it will be easily misunderstood." Is that so?" Hikigaya was a little confused. "Oh, I'm sorry." When he first entered junior high school, he went out of his way to compliment the girls on their beautiful school uniforms, but the other girls basically forced a smile and said thank you. It shouldn't be so easy to misunderstand, it's just disgusting at most. "Never mind." This guy said yes. The two of them walked towards the dormitory building while chatting. Hikigaya really had a headache. She originally thought this guy was just on his way to the shopping mall. Now it seems that we have to go directly to the dormitory building. Shina-san, do you want to go back to the dormitory?" "Yes." Shinahiri walked beside him and smiled, "It's rare to meet Hikigaya-kun. I want to chat for a while, so let's go to the dormitory. Also, just call me Shina." "Oh." Hikigaya looked puzzled. Are all girls today so proactive? Although I know Shina because it is rare to meet a friend with common interests, this is probably a bit too enthusiastic. Or are ordinary people like this? Hikigaya is not very clear either. The two returned to the dormitory and walked into the elevator together until the elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Hikigaya left the elevator and couldn't help it. He looked back at the cute girl in front of him and said with some hesitation. Although it's not a bad thing to like reading, and it's good to find friends with common interests, it doesn't mean that everyone who likes to read is a good person. Say it. Hikigaya regrets it a bit. I feel a little like being a teacher to others. Who I think I am and what I want to do are all Shina's own business. But, there is no way. I feel that Shinahiri is so cute, and with such a passionate and confident personality, it is easy to be deceived by bad men who have some reading. Shinahiri was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure enough, Hikigaya is really gentle." "Idiot, no." Hikigaya blushed and said, "I want you to be wary of me too." "I know." Shina smiled and said, "That's why I said Hikigaya is very gentle." "Forget it, it's your own business anyway." Hikigaya was a little speechless. Why did she talk to this guy so much, and turned to leave the elevator. Shinahiri stuck out half of her little head and watched him walk into dormitory number 501 before secretly retracting her little head. Shina tilted her head and fell into thought. I took Hikigaya's reminder to heart. After all, she was not stupid to begin with. Ask yourself. Even if she met someone who also liked reading, Shinahiri felt that she would not follow him to the dormitory like this. The most I can do is recommend some books and look forward to chatting next time. Think about it for a while. Shinahiri came up with an answer that felt a little strange. That's because after figuring out Hikigaya's character, I felt that Hikigaya was too easy to bully. It gives people a sense of harmlessness. It's so funny that it makes you blush even if you're teased a little bit. Think of this. Shinahiri felt her pretty face get a little warm. This was the first time she met a guy who was more introverted than her, and she couldn't help but want to tease him. No wonder those classmates like to tease her. It turns out that he is so good at things. Chapter 074. Class B for the first year. On September 1st, a new semester arrives. Hikigaya used his left arm as a pillow as usual and lay on the table, feeling really tired. During the summer vacation. Basically, I spend most of my time in the dormitory. I occasionally go out to eat curry to improve my food. I also avoid the lower right corner when watching movies. The most troublesome thing is, Shinahiri would ask him to express his thoughts after reading every now and then. At first, Hikigaya didn't care much about expressing those twisted thoughts. Only, unexpectedly, Shina would resonate with him. The two of them have a lot in common. They are the same person, they also prefer to be alone, and they also don't have much social interaction. Also not very good at communication. Of course Shinahiri is slightly better than him, but if it is at work, Hikigaya doesn't think there is any problem with his communication skills. Although Shinahiri likes mystery novels, she also likes junk literature such as Goodbye, My Love, and she also longs for close friends and love. When you are with her, you don't have to search desperately for topics. Even the silent atmosphere is reassuring. The two of them were quite able to talk. Then, the remaining half-month of summer vacation. We meet in the library every 4 or 5 days, and while returning the books, we share our thoughts after reading them. Anyway, it's just reading. Hikigaya doesn't have any objections either. It's just that Shinahiri's enthusiasm is a bit embarrassing. Occasionally, he will appear at the door of his dormitory and ask him to return books. How much does this guy like books? Lie down on the table. Hikigaya couldn't help but glance at Ichinos and others who were chatting. The class seems to have acquiesced to his existence, and no one will easily come to disturb him after class. Familiar surroundings are reassuring. Until the afternoon. Hoshinomiya walked into the classroom holding on to the wall, and a touch of alcohol filled the air. Teacher Hoshinomiya, you drank again yesterday. Ichinos and others looked helpless. This guy is hungover almost 60% of the time, yet he hasn't been expelled yet. The school's management must be too lax. Hikigaya feels that he should just stay and work after graduation. It feels like he can do this kind of thing. It's okay. I took a nap at noon, so I don't have to worry now. Star Palace waved his little hand, obviously still a little out of sorts. Okay, class has started. Classes will start again starting today. For 1 month from September to October in the second semester, courses prepared for the sports festival will be added. I will send out the new class schedule and the data for the sports festival. Text from front to back. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Hikigaya looked ugly, she really didn't like the word sports festival. I still remember the experience of being forced to perform gymnastics with the teacher in junior high school due to lack of manpower. It was really unpleasant. Soon, the data and curriculum of the sports festival were passed to him. Hikigaya took out one portion and handed the others to Zyobai behind him. For Hoshinomiya's stocking model. People in Class B have long been used to it. They all immersed themselves in browsing. Rules and groups at the sports festival. The sports festival is held in a competition format where the whole grade is divided into 2 groups, red and white. The grouping consists of Class A and D in the red group and Class B and C in the white group. Point distribution for all participants in the competition, individual competition. According to the results, the school will award 15 points to the group of the first student, 12 points to the group of the second student, 10 points to the group of the third student, and 8 points to the group of the fourth student. The rankings below 5th place will be deducted by 1 point, and the winning level in the team competition will be awarded 500 points. The points distribution for recommending teams to participate in the competition. According to the results, the group of the first student in the school received 50 points, the group of the second student received 30 points, the group of the third student received 15 points, and the group of the fourth student received 10 points. The rankings below 5th place will be deducted by 2 points, the final relay race will be awarded 3 times the points. The impact of red and white confrontation results. For a grade that loses the overall score of the whole grade, 100 points will be deducted equally from all grades in that group. The impact of annual rankings. The class that ranks first in the overall score will be awarded 50 class points. The class points that finish second in the overall score will not change. A class that ranks third in overall scores will have 50 class points deducted. A class that ranks fourth in overall score will have 100 class points deducted. Remuneration for individual competitions can be used for the next midterm exam. First place, 5,000 personal points or 3 points for the written test will be awarded. Second place, 3,000 personal points or 2 points for the written test score will be awarded. Third place, 1,000 personal points or 1 point for written test score will be awarded as a gift. Last place, 1,000 personal points will be deducted. If the points are less than 1,000 points, 1 point will be deducted from the written test score. The school will award hundreds of thousands of personal points to students with the highest scores in the competition. The school will award 10,000 personal points to the 3 students with the highest scores in each grade. There are other rules prohibiting the use of violence. Hikigaya gave up after a brief glance. Overall, he would definitely miss out on the top spots, and he didn't need the written test scores. The results are not great, but they are still average. There is no need to worry about the risk of dropping out of school due to poor grades. Therefore, to him, sports festivals are simply unattractive. More importantly, they in Class C are actually in the white group. Doesn't this mean that they are going to be enemies with Commander Horikita and that Vice President Nagamo Masaru? Both of them seem to be the best in Class A in each grade. No matter how hard you try, you can't win. Just give up. Then came the competition events. Events for all participants: 100-meter race, hurdle race, reverse pole contest, men only, netball contest, women only, men's and women's tug-of-war, obstacle race, 2-person 3-legged race, horseback riding, and 200-meter race. Recommended events: borrowing objects competition, 4-way tug-of-war, mixed 3-legged competition for boys and girls, and joint 1,200-meter relay for all grades. Wow! Hikigaya's face became even more ugly. It's obviously a sports festival, but this school actually forces everyone to participate. What a rubbish school! Isn't this the case? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass people who are not good at sports? Wrong. If everyone is embarrassed, it means that no one will be embarrassed, they will just go up and serve as green leaves for those guys who are good at sports. There seems to be no problem with this. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to participate at all, but I'm afraid Ichinos and others wouldn't agree. Although I have thought about pretending to be sick. But it involves the interests of the class, which is really a bit embarrassing. He still didn't want to cause any trouble to the class. Everyone, do you have any questions? Ichinos asked. It's okay, just leave it to Ichinos. Yes, if you have any questions, please tell us later, Ichinos. I agree too. Several girls raised their hands, leaving the decision entirely to Ichinos. Upon seeing this, Hoshinomiya left the classroom and left the class meeting time to them. Please give me flowers. Although Hikigaya was a little curious as to whether this sports festival was a special examination, he didn't ask since no one asked. After all, this question really doesn't matter. Regardless of whether it is yes or no, Ichino's answer is probably that everyone will go all out, so there will be no difference. The next step is to decide who will participate. The only two ways Hikigaya can think of are raising hands and ranking according to ability. The next step is to decide who will participate. Ichino's thought for a moment and looked around, finally his eyes fell on Hikigaya and smiled. Hikigaya, are there any projects you want to participate in? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. Why are you asking me suddenly? Only. Feeling the attention of many people in Class B, Hikigaya quickly understood the reason. Logically speaking, it's not surprising if someone wants to participate for personal points. But the personal points of everyone in Class B are given to Ichino's for safekeeping, so there will be no such disputes of interest. Need to participate in that competition. It can be decided based on personal preference, and Ichino's will ultimately make the decision. 0. The only surprise was himself. Well. Feeling like he was the only one out there, Hikigaya apologized and said, "Don't take me to heart, I'll just fill the spot." With his athletic achievements, there are only 15 to 20 students in Class B, let alone the whole school, and they are probably only at the middle level. Personal points are not 100% impossible to obtain. But I'm afraid it will take considerable effort and 100% motivation to have any chance. The ancients said it well. A journey of 1,000 miles ends at the end of the road. It's better to just give up. The written test scores are of little interest either. It would be embarrassing to go on stage anyway. It's better to just treat it like a brick and move it wherever needed. After all, no one asked him for his opinion in the past. Basically, I leave it until the end, and fill in any gaps there are. Now, Hikigaya is really embarrassed that Ichino's and others have to worry so much. That's it. Ichino's didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at Hikigaya carefully for a moment and then said, "I remember Hikigaya's sports performance, he has always been very good, right?" No. Hikigaya had a bad feeling and quickly denied it, they are all hovering around 20. After all, some people make progress, others regress, and he occasionally wants to be lazy, so his results are never fixed. That's fine, it's about the same as me, just leave it to me to decide. Ichino smiled and nodded, turning to look at the others. I think it should be decided based on everyone's interests. If there are duplications, we can negotiate again. What do you think? Might as well be an accident. There was another chorus of approval from below. Completely different from the two methods he thought of. But think about it from another perspective. A person who is interested in a certain sport. It means that he will invest a certain amount of energy in this aspect and must have good strength. If you keep getting hit, I'm afraid it's hard to keep up the interest, so Ichino's entry list seems to be good. Never dampen your child's interest. I feel like Ichino's can be a good mother. At this time, the two met their eyes, Ichino's smiled and nodded at him for some reason, and then continued to discuss the entry form with the others. What to do? Why laugh? Don't you know it's scary to laugh? Hikigaya felt a chill for no reason. Chapter 075. The second class meeting. The school held a mobilization meeting in the number 1 gymnasium. The person in charge of the speech was Fujimaki-senpai, a third-year Class A student, who made Hikigaya doze off. Until the end of the speech, Ryuuin led the classmates from Class C to come here, and Kanzaki, Shibata and others also stood behind Ichino's to create momentum for her. What an idiot! Why do these people like group actions so much? Are you preparing to start a fight? With so many people present, it would be impossible to start a fight. Hikigaya stood aside listlessly, with no intention of cheering Ichinos. Ichinos. Ryuuin walked up to Ichinos and others and said calmly, classes that can't trust each other will only tie up their hands if they cooperate. This sports festival will hinder us, do you understand? End of unilateral declaration. Ryuuin turned around and left with a group of boys from Class C, seemingly not taking Ichinos' opinion seriously at all. In other words, don't you want to discuss it? Ichinos said a little confused. This time Class B and Class C both belong to the white group, which is a cooperative relationship in itself. Facing the red group composed of Class A of the third year and Class A of the second year, the hope of victory is slim. If we are still unable to cooperate with peace of mind, the possibility of victory may only be further reduced. I left as a kind reminder. 330. Even if I propose cooperation, I don't think you will believe me. At the end of the day, we're just poking at each other's thoughts, which is a waste of time. Long Yuan turned around and sneered. Hikigaya on the side was a little speechless. This guy is also a self-righteous type. He thought so. With Ichinos' character, he would probably trust Ryuuin, but Ryuuin seems to only believe in his own judgment, and the other person's thoughts are irrelevant. This can be regarded as confidence in one's own strength. But it is not easy to live alone on an uninhabited island for a few days. With the desire to win shown by Ryuuin, I am afraid he must have some plan. I see, you took us into consideration and saved us trouble. I see. That's it, you have to thank me. Listening to Ryuuin's reply, Ichinos nodded thoughtfully, but still didn't want to give up just like that. Hey, Ryuuin-san, are you confident that you can win this competition without cooperation? Haha, who knows? Long Yuan smiled, then turned around and left with everyone in Class C. Everyone in Class B didn't know what to do for a while. Shibata said helplessly. I didn't expect Long Yuan to give up directly, so we can only work hard on our own. Probably not. Ichinos looked back and shook his head. I feel that Ryuuin must have some strategy, but this strategy does not require cooperation with us, or it may be paralyzing Class A and Class D. Hear the words. Hikigaya looked at the Class A group that was communicating with Class D. At this moment, the leaders Katsuragi, Hirata, and others looked at the Class A camp at the same time. He curiously followed the gazes of several people, only to find a petite girl holding a handcuff and sitting alone on a folding chair. Wow! Just one glance gave Hikigaya a bad feeling. It's not that the girl is unattractive, on the contrary, she is very cute, but her pretty face always maintains a fake smile like that of a cafe lady at work. It should be that Sakayanagi Yuza from Class A. The scariest thing is, Sakayanagi Arisa didn't mind letting people know that she was just faking a smile. As if in her eyes, everyone is a toy for her to enjoy, and it is not impossible for such a person to betray the interests of the class for himself. What is this? It's too scary. Has Katsuragi been fighting this kind of person? Awesome! Hikigaya quickly looked away, not wanting to deal with such a fun person at all, feeling that he would be played to death by the other party. That makes sense. Kanzaki nodded calmly. The desire to win shown by Ryuuin really doesn't seem like the type who would give up easily. He should already have a strategy for victory. But we don't have to worry too much. Ichinos smiled sweetly. This time we have a cooperative relationship with Class C. We just need to enjoy the sports festival seriously. Yes. Shibata beat his chest and said confidently, I will definitely win the first place in the individual competition this time. Shibata-kun, you are so reliable. The other girls immediately agreed. After all, he is handsome, has good sports and academic performance, and is cheerful, gentle, sunny, and generous. Abominable cash. Then I'll trouble you, Shibata-kun. Ichinos also breathed a sigh of relief. After school. Before he got up, Ichinos came to his seat. Hikigaya-kun, after school, we decided to train on the playground for a while. Don't leave first. Why? Hikigaya was a little confused and said, wouldn't it be good to practice in gym class? These people are working too hard. He even had to stay for training after school time. The school has specially added physical education classes this month, just because they don't want to take up their personal time. Please understand the good intentions of the school. No way. Ichinos said a little seriously, actually, the sports performance of our class has not been very good. Although the overall performance is not bad, the personal strength is not as good as the other 3 classes, so we have to train harder. Is that so? Hikigaya has no idea. But thinking about that Tsudu, maybe even Shibata can't beat him, and he has no idea about Class A at all. Since Ichinos said yes, that's it. But Hikigaya quickly explained, I still have club activities. There isn't much going on in the wool department. Kanzaki at the front desk ruthlessly dismantled his excuse, or is it that you, the minister, want to do something, but I, the club member, don't know. Well. But this time something really happened. Hikigaya forced a smile. I have something to do this week, I will take part in it next week. Ichinos was a little confused and asked, can I help you? No, I'm fine. Hikigaya quickly waved his hand, and just then a boy returned to the classroom and was obviously surprised. Hikigaya, there is a girl outside looking for you. Kanzaki and Ichinos suddenly looked at each other with scrutiny, while Hikigaya was also confused as to why he didn't remember dating that girl. Oh, I'll come right away. With some confusion, Hikigaya stood up and left the classroom. A girl with a good figure is standing in the aisle, with long pink hair tied into 2 high tails and wearing a pair of glasses. She must have arrived in a strange environment for the first time. She lowered her little head, curled up her shoulders and looked a little reserved, and her eyes looked around from time to time. He must be a very introverted and timid guy. A group of noisy boys also looked out of the classroom, curious as to which girl would come to Hikigaya. Who are you? Hikigaya was even more confused. Why doesn't he remember that he knew such a guy, let alone a girl? The girl seemed to have received a huge blow, her delicate body instantly became stiffer, and there seemed to be tears in her beautiful sapphire eyes. Oh, I remember. See her like this. Hikigaya was also slightly panicked, and quickly imagined in his mind whether there was such a person. He quickly raised a finger and said proudly. Eri-chan? Eri-chan, right. Do not worry. Eri-chan, Dad will never forget you. The person in front of me is Sakura Eri? Probably. Sakura Eri whimpered, her fair and rosy skin suddenly turned red from her neck to her pretty face, and her delicate body became shaky. It didn't take long. Excuse me. Sakura Eri bowed slightly, put a pair of pink fists on her chest and ran away. How? At this time, Watanabe and others walked out of the classroom and looked at the direction she left with some confusion. Hikigaya, did you make a girl cry? Without. Hikigaya said a little embarrassed, how do I know that I must have found the wrong person? In other words, what on earth is this guy looking for? It was really rude to run away after just saying a word, but it seemed to be because he called the other person's name without authorization, so it's not surprising. Then I'll leave first. Hikigaya, I will help you decide on the entry list. Oh. Hearing Ichinos' shout, Hikigaya raised his hand carelessly to show that he knew. Anyway, it's just a formality, it doesn't matter which one you participate in. Wool department. Hikigaya sat at the table, tapping the tip of his pen on the paper. I want to set up a club to gather school wool. Very simple. It only requires 3 official members, and basically anyone can do it. But it is not easy to maintain it. Commander Horikita Manabu said this was not a long-term solution. Societies. Results need to be submitted to the school every year. The athletic department is based on the results when participating in competitions outside the school every year, and the non-athletic department also has relevant assessments. But the wool department. 0.5. I was originally an abandoned child, but I got through the application by luck. Naturally, there are no activities. It is almost impossible to continue. Hikigaya has no feelings for this club, but with a special fund of 15,000 yuan every month, it is a pity to give up. There are still about 7 months left before the 1-year deadline, so we don't have to hand over the results now. Only. The student union election is currently underway. Commander Horikita Gakusha will probably step down next month, and Yunya Huang will probably be replaced. It's not that Nagayunya would specifically target him. Only. I feel that under Manabu Horikita, proposals should be passed more easily. Although it had no effect, he was kind enough to help Commander Horikita teach Suzune Horikita's arrogant sister a lesson. The other party should be more tolerant, right? Hikigaya took out his mobile phone and opened his personal page. Personal points, 853,623. Among them, 500,000 is the reward for the preferential candidate examination, and the remaining 50,000 is from Ryuhuan and 30,000 from Suzune Horikita when school starts. Others were saved from this semester. So few. Hikigaya sighed. 20 million personal points still have a long way to go. It's best to pass. If you can't pass, it would be no shame if this club is gone. Just do whatever you want. Chapter 076. Kiyaki Shopping Mall, outside the convenience store. Hikigaya found a free bench and was conducting market research. Of course it's not such a big deal, I'm just sitting here in a daze. There are approximately 480 students in the school. There may have been dropouts in the senior class, but he didn't know very well. It shouldn't be too different. Then consider the number of staff in the school. This is not very clear either. Anyway. Taking into account logistics costs, operating costs, electricity bills, water bills, and other miscellaneous things that cannot be understood, height nurturing is definitely operating at a loss. Every purchase. The purchase quantity should be strictly controlled. Keep monthly consumption within a controllable range. Although he doesn't quite understand. But running such a large school should be like this. Otherwise, waste taxpayers' money and be a tax thief. He really wanted to report it to the Ministry of Education. Anyway. Maybe it's because of the sports festival. Even though school was over, Hikigaya still felt that there were fewer people on the street than usual, so they should all stay at school and exercise. The people at this school are really hardworking. Just give it a try. Hikigaya walked into the convenience store and walked to the counter. Has the latest volume of Sword arrived? You should be talking about volume 18, it's already here, it's on the bookshelf over there. Thanks. Hikigaya turned around and walked to the bookshelf and took out the light novel. Like Max Coffee, schools generally purchase products that do not have high shelf life requirements once a month. Only by purchasing in bulk can costs be lowered. Therefore, the latest volume of the school's light novels is usually about half to a month later than the outside world, so there is no problem. How much? Hikigaya picked up the new roll and returned to the counter. 500 personal points. I want to ask if this book is only sold in this convenience store. That's right. Is there any problem? No. After all, it is a closed school and cannot be completely comparable to the outside world. Considering the cost issue, large supermarkets have also taken on the functions of bookstores part-time. Talk. Even in the outside world. Convenience stores also sell light novels and comics, so that's no problem. How many copies of this light novel are there? Sorry, what does this mean? That's how much you bought for this book. Sorry, guest, what do you mean by asking? It's probably okay just to ask. Hikigaya said helplessly, that's why she hates work, why do you care so much? Well, 350 copies were entered this time. Is there any problem? Sure enough. Hikigaya suddenly became excited. Not many girls read light novels, and adults rarely waste time on light novels. The target customers of school light novels are basically boys. Therefore, the monthly purchase volume is not very large. The rest. It will be 3 months later. Put it into the library collection for free reading. However, when encountering interesting novels, people will always be eager to turn to the next page, and even be so excited that they can't sleep. Few students would count points for 500 people. Go to the library to borrow it after 3 months. Even Hikigaya seriously doubts it. Most students don't even know this, and may not have ever entered the library, or it may only be used as a place for reading groups. 350 volumes. This is obviously because the school relies on a large amount of data to choose the quantity to order. Even if there is any left over, it won't be much. Simply put, he can completely use his personal points to monopolize a popular small commodity. Certainly. The price certainly cannot be too high. Otherwise, no one would take advantage of this, but this method should be feasible. I want all 350 volumes. The clerk was stunned for a moment, and said with some confusion, I'm sorry, this customer, could you please tell me again? I want all the swords in this volume. Hikigaya smiled and said, however, with so many books, it will take me several days to move them back, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Yes, there is no problem. The clerk was a little confused and said, but what's the use of buying so many, A&D? Rest assured. Hikigaya took out his mobile phone and said proudly, there are 180,000 personal points in total. I can pay a deposit of 50,000 in advance. How about it? It's 175,000. Oh, how is it? Can. The clerk nodded reluctantly. He has nothing to do with the students anyway, he just needs to do his own thing. Hikigaya readily paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan. They are all caged birds trapped in a highly cultivated environment. There is no need to worry about the other party not being trustworthy, and accordingly the other party does not need to worry about breaking the contract. Then I will move these books into the counter and put them there first, and then come back to pick them up tomorrow. Can. Hikigaya huffed and moved the book onto the counter. He has also done market research, and with the reputation of the sword, he should have no worries about selling it. Even if it is a loss, it should not be too much. Next. Hikigaya bought a similar piece of clothing based on the clerk's uniform, and also bought a work badge, which she just had to put on the front of her chest. It probably won't be discovered, probably. Starting tomorrow. Monopoly is highly cultivated. Hikigaya sets greater goals for himself. The next day. Class B for the first year. After the math class, the bell rang. In order to prepare for the next physical education class, everyone also headed to the locker room. Dong dong. At this moment, Shibata suddenly knocked on Hikigaya's table and whispered, Hikigaya, please come out with me. Hikigaya gave him a dead fish eye. Isn't this a line for a gangster to ask someone to go to the toilet? Sure enough, Shibata, who is now pretending to be a man, finally showed his weakness. What's the matter? Nothing, I'd like to borrow your time to come out with you. Shibata looked in the direction of the girl and said in a low voice. Fine. The two came to the corner of the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, Shibata held his chin and began to circle around him with deep eyes. What on earth are you going to do? Hikigaya said a little speechlessly. Is this guy a little out of his mind today? I checked online yesterday on how to attract someone I like. What? Hikigaya was shocked. He was so frightened that he quickly backed away from the wall and said tremblingly, You, what do you mean? It turned out that Shibata was such a person. It was really terrifying. Thinking of this guy approaching her before, Hikigaya felt a chill. No, you misunderstood. My orientation is normal. Seeing this, Shibata stopped circling and quickly explained. It said above that there are generally 3 ways to attract someone you like. You can become a cute and arrogant cat, or you can become a tiger with a temper that is difficult to conquer, or you can become a dog that gets wet in the rain. So what? Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. Could this guy be calling him a dog? It's so abominable. I was just thinking. Shibata was a little confused and said, Hikigaya, are you some kind of love master, using some advanced routine that I can't understand? What does it mean? Hikigaya said even more speechlessly. If I had understood this routine, I would not have been rejected by girls in junior high school and treated as a laughing stock. Besides, what you just said, you feel that women should attract men, does it have anything to do with me? Is it 3? Shibata scratched his head in confusion. Hikigaya is sure that the other person is probably a childlike innocence like him. Did not expect. Such an excellent Shibata has never had a girlfriend. It seems that this cashier is not so annoying after all. By the way, you don't know Hikigaya yet. What do you know? Please tell me something clearly. The entry form. Shibata was a little confused and said, How was your entry list determined? I don't know, you can join whatever you want. Hikigaya doesn't care, it's just a formality anyway. That's it. Shibata scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Okay, next period 057 is physical education class, let's go change clothes quickly. Hikigaya has no idea what this guy is doing. Simply sick. Playground. Hikigaya walked goose-stepping with the group. The entrance and exit training for the sports festival class is in progress. I can't help but think of the junior high school sports day. There are always girls who like to blame Hikigaya didn't practice well so they don't get high scores. Absolutely abominable. My mood suddenly deteriorated. He is obviously very serious, and it is great that no one in Class B will criticize him. As the physical education teacher announced free activities. Some boys borrowed the grip period. Although Ichino seems to be participating in the principle of freedom based entirely on interest, it feels more like he is teasing and comparing who is more powerful. Hikigaya had no choice but to be ranked last. When it was his turn, Hikigaya used all his strength. 48.6. Pity. The numbers on the gripper are not ideal. This is his strength. Just a little above average. It's too difficult to get a ranking, so just give up. When everyone started training individually, Shibata was practicing running, and Ichino's was practicing pitching with a group of girls. Hikigaya couldn't sit still for a while, so he quietly came behind Ichino's and said, Ichino's, can you excuse me for a moment? Okay, let's talk over there. No, I just wanted to ask which projects I participated in. Although it feels a little strange to ask Ichino's about his own affairs, Hikigaya is completely responsible for Ichino's. With his athletic achievements, it wouldn't be surprising if all of them were passed. Such a simple question does not require Ichino's to move to have a private conversation. I know. Ichino's looked back with a bright smile and said, But, I want to talk to Hikigaya, can't I? Can. Hikigaya followed Ichino's, and the two of them walked away from the class group and came to the football field lawn. I really don't know what Ichino's wants to do. Chapter 077. Sit down. Ichino's sat on the lawn with his legs curled up and patted the empty seat next to him. No, I can just stand. Hikigaya shook his head. Sitting next to Ichino's, I'm afraid I might be killed by someone else's laser rays, so I might as well forget it after thinking about it. Then I'd better stand. You don't have to worry about me. But one is standing and the other is sitting, isn't it strange? Indeed. Hikigaya hesitated, but Ichinos still smiled and patted the empty space next to him. It doesn't seem good to make Ichinos worry about his feelings like this. Think of this. Hikigaya sat a distance away from Ichinos. Hikigaya wants to ask about the entry form. Ichinos tucked her hair behind her ears and said, in addition to the individual competition where everyone participates, the only thing you need to participate in is the recommended competition for mixed men and women. Why did it become like this? The corners of Hikigaya's mouth twitched. There are so many students in Class B who have better sports performance than him. With his sports performance, it is okay even if he does not participate in the recommendation competition. 2 people and 3 legs. Although it does not require strong strength. Pay more attention to the cooperation and coordination between the two. But mixed S**X, twosome, threesome. He would rather participate in the 1,200 meter relay for the whole grade and be embarrassed. Because, Ichinos said helplessly, there are too few people who are willing to participate in a mixed threesome, maybe they are a little shy. Indeed. I'm afraid they are all in a state where they want to participate but are a little embarrassed. There may not be many people taking the initiative to sign up. After all, take the initiative to participate. His intention to get close to girls is too obvious. It can't be that there isn't one, why is it me, and who are my teammates? Hikigaya said helplessly. As expected, this kind of job that no one took was pushed to him. But he also has something unspeakable. 690. During the final relay in junior high school, why do the girls who take over always like to say things like, why did my last baton go to Hikigaya? It was so bad. If he participates in a mixed 3-legged match between men and women, the opponent may simply choose to abandon the game. There are indeed a few. But I finally decided that Hikigaya would participate. As for your teammates, Ichinos suddenly turned to look at Hikigaya, with a bright smile on his lips, that's me. Hearing this, Hikigaya suddenly fell silent. If you just push the job that no one wants to him. Although Hikigaya will complain, he will still have no choice but to finish it well in the end, no matter how vicious the other party is. But my teammate is Ichinos. Obviously this cannot be considered. Even for someone like him who rarely interacts with others. He also understands the charm of Ichinos. She has a beautiful figure that attracts criminals and a cheerful personality. She is rich and highly cultivated and is undoubtedly the most dazzling school beauty. Ichinos participated. There must be no shortage of boys willing to participate in 2-person threesomes. There is undoubtedly only one reason for choosing him as his partner. I should have told you. Hikigaya clenched his fists, looked directly into Ichinos's beautiful eyes and said, Ichinos, if you are out of sympathy, please don't do this. Only this. He will never give in. Even if he was despised, reviled, and spurned by others, he was not so pitiful that he needed sympathy. What qualifications do these people have to sympathize with others without permission? Well, I remember. 21. If I say it's because our sports scores are similar, it should be easier for you to accept, but I won't say that. Ichinos folded his hands around his thighs, looked up at the sky and murmured. Actually, I've been thinking about how to integrate Hikigaya-kun into the class. You may not need it, but that's how I've always considered it. Why? You've obviously said you don't need it, so why is this person still insisting on it? Because, there's nothing we can do about it. Ichinos shook his head helplessly and said, I thought about respecting your thoughts, so I never approached you intentionally. Indeed so. When we usually meet, Ichinos will say hello, but she won't get too close without a special reason. But this really doesn't work. Ichinos crossed his legs with his hands, and his delicate body swayed slightly. He stared at the sky as if thinking about the future, and a smile appeared on his lips unconsciously. I really can't leave Hikigaya-kun alone. I want Hikigaya-kun to integrate well into the class, I want to see Hikigaya-kun make close friends, and I want to see Hikigaya-kun smile from the bottom of his heart. Finally, I want everyone to graduate from Class A together. So. Hikigaya said with clenched fists. This pretentious sympathy really made him feel uncomfortable. I know. Ichinos looked sideways at his expression and smiled, I am indeed taking care of Hikigaya-kun, and I do not deny that there is indeed a sympathetic part in it. It's all my unauthorized assertion that makes Hikigaya-kun feel uncomfortable. So, if you don't like it, just refuse it. If you don't like it, just avoid it. If you feel disgusted, it's okay to yell. Until Hikigaya integrates into the class and makes friends, I will always take special care of you. Let's start by becoming my partner. Now that the entry form has been decided, does Hikigaya think it doesn't matter even if it causes trouble for the class? Ichinos stood up and walked to him, leaning forward with her delicate body and stretching out her white hands, trying to pull him out of the quagmire. The bright smile on her pretty face is like an angel. How could this be possible? Hikigaya opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. How could there be such a person in the world? No matter what he does, no matter how vicious he says, Ichinos will move forward to accommodate him. This is Virgin Mary? Simply angelic. A true angel. But Hikigaya still feels weird. If his personality is twisted and withdrawn to the extreme, then Ichinos must also have some problems. That's what I want. Ichinos still kept reaching out, then what is Hikigaya-kun's answer? Hikigaya glanced at Ichinos' snow-white little hands and stood up with his support on the ground. He really couldn't accept this sympathetic charity. When will the training of 3 people and 2 feet start? Then now. Ichinos retracted her hand and smiled nonchalantly. It's exactly what she said. No matter what Hikigaya does, she must make sure he integrates into the class. No. Hikigaya nodded and turned to leave. BDDG, having said that. What a hassle. He seemed to have no right to refuse at all. I see. Hikigaya suddenly thought of Shibata's words. So that's what he meant. This guy likes Ichinos? But Ichinos just regarded him as a wet dog and was simply showing sympathy. Ordinary people might retreat because of his words, but Ichinos could not let him go no matter what. Otherwise, how could he compare to Shibata? Hikigaya couldn't help but think of it. Ichinos seems to be different from those gentle girls in junior high school. Maybe this is true tenderness? Can't abandon anyone. Only this kind of character. Is it really okay to be in this school? Playground. Hikigaya stood on the rubber track, tilting his body to the outside, desperately trying to distance himself. Ichinos half crouched on the ground. Use a red ribbon to tie his right foot and Ichinos' left foot together. I don't know if it's an illusion. Even through the sweatpants, Hikigaya can feel the touch from the other person's body, as well as the body temperature that makes people feel itchy inside. Sure, it really doesn't work. Hikigaya said nervously, I get nervous whenever something like this happens. Let's change it to someone else. I'll pay for it. Individual matches cannot be replaced, and any absence will be treated as a forfeit. But the competition is recommended. It can be replaced by spending a personal point. It's fine. Just practice more. Ichinos stood up quickly and stretched out his arms. Wait a minute, I'm sweating a lot. Hikigaya quickly stopped. It felt like he was in a sauna, sweating all over his body, and Ichinos felt a little sorry for having to accept it. So what? Ichinos tilted his head in confusion, and at the same time glanced at his raised palm and said. Besides, I'm not even sweating. Why do Hikigaya-kun always like to make excuses like this? Do I just make you uncomfortable like this? That's not true. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed. It's just that junior high school girls like to spray antiperspirant on me, so you don't need to comfort me. Forest. Ichino's pretty face froze. Spraying antiperspirant directly on people is going too far. He could already feel that Hikigaya would have a past that he couldn't bear to look back on, but just hearing about it made Ichino's feel a little sad. Look, there's no sweat. Ichino's took his hand and opened it up, letting him see for himself. Besides, sweating is nothing, it is just a normal phenomenon of the human body, rather it is a proof of good health. That makes sense. Hikigaya looked at the beads of sweat on his palms. Sure enough, I was still sweating. But it seems that not all girls will hate it. Okay, let's start practicing. What are you doing? Ichino's raised his weak, boneless arms to hold Hikigaya's waist, which immediately surprised him. Hikigaya, put your arm around my shoulders, otherwise how can you practice two-person three-legged training? Hikigaya has never cooperated with anyone about two-person three-legged action, and Hikigaya doesn't really understand it, but it does seem to make some sense. How about changing your partner? Hikigaya's face turned red and she looked away. She was really ashamed. Okay, don't waste any more time. Ichino's took his right hand and put it on her shoulder. Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1, run. Hikigaya quickly raised his heels. 2 people and 3 legs. The most important thing should be to pay attention to the opponent's rhythm. He is always observing other people, which is not difficult for him. Talk. Hikigaya put her arms around Ichino's shoulders and felt the delicate body in her arms. She couldn't ignore Ichino's existence at all. Awesome. Hikigaya-kun, it seems that we two have a good rapport. After finishing one lap, Ichino said happily. It's obviously 2 people running with 3 feet, but it feels no different from running by herself. This level is enough to get the results she wants. It can be untied now. Hikigaya looked at the red rope on his feet and felt a little confused. It felt like this lap was more tiring than running 10 laps for him. All right. I feel like Hikigaya-kun is a little tired, so let's do this for today. Ichino squatted down and untied the red rope and said, but we have to continue training tomorrow. This speed is enough. It's not that Hikigaya doesn't want to continue training, it's just that he feels it's bad for his heart. Don't be careless. When we are training, other classes will not relax either, so we have to work harder. Then I'll go back and practice pitching first. Hikigaya can also practice other sports with Kanzaki and the others. Ichino smiled, then turned around and left, returning to the girls' camp. Hikigaya looked at her back helplessly. Really? Social animals have no right to choose. Chapter 078. After school. The people in Class B were preparing for training. Hikigaya packed his school bag and was about to leave the classroom. Hikigaya, a different girl is looking for you. What happened? A male passerby from Class B stood at the door of the classroom and said with a slightly teasing tone. The others couldn't help but be a little curious. But this time, it's Horikita-san from Class D. Oh, I know that, thank you very much. Hikigaya quickly picked up his school bag and left the classroom. He remembered clearly that the arrogant girl still owed him money. As expected of Horikita Suzuan, she would abide by the agreement even if she didn't sign the contract. Thinking of another person earning points, Hikigaya walked up to the girl who exuded a cold aura with some excitement. You should know the reason why I'm looking for you. Horikita Suzuan crossed her arms and her sharp eyes almost made Hikigaya feel that she had done something wrong. Forget it, this guy is always like this. Hikigaya said excitedly, come and pay back the money. Before that, you should have something to say, right? Horikita Suzuan's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. What's the reason for blocking me? Or can I understand that you don't want the money anymore? Finished. Completely forgot about it. So. School number 1 distributed personal points yesterday. Horikita Suzune probably wanted to contact him, but she didn't find out until yesterday that he had been blocked, so she came to hold him accountable today. Hateful. Listening to this, Horikita Suzune seems to want to default on the debt. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? Hikigai laughed dryly. How could there be someone in this world who doesn't like money? Forget it, take out your phone. Hikigaya obediently took out his phone and re-added his contact information, and soon received a transfer of 10,450 points from Suzune Horikita. As expected of Horikita Suzune. The promised 50% is exactly the same, not even the small change is forgotten. Only this one time. If you dare to blackmail me for no reason next time, I will judge that you have voluntarily given up the contract and do not want the money. Understand? Learn. As expected, the uncle is the one who owes money. Hikigai looked at Horikita Suzune's slender back and silently wrote down her contact information. After all, who would have trouble with money? Hikigaya, why is Horikita-san looking for you? It's okay, I'm just here to pay back the money. Is this the reward for your opinions on the uninhabited island exam? That's right. After hearing what Kanzaki and others said, Hikigaya clicked. Sure enough, Ichinos had already told them about this matter, but Kanzaki and others didn't have any objections. After all, the two classes have a cooperative relationship. The current results of Class D will not affect Class B at all. There is nothing wrong with using your personal wisdom to earn certain personal points. Then the girl from yesterday too. A boy from Class B spoke naturally. Probably. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. It took a long time to recall that Sakura Eri seemed to owe him 20,000 personal points, and she probably wanted to pay him back yesterday. But when he suddenly called the other person's name, Sakura Eri was scared away. After all, in Sakurajima, calling someone by their first name is a sign of intimacy. Think of this. Hikigaya felt a little sorry, so he might as well just forget about the money. Horikita Suzune's money was obtained from reasonable transactions, so he still remembered it clearly. But, Sakura Eri's money. If someone hadn't mentioned it, Hikigaya would have almost forgotten it. Kiyaki Mall. Outside a supermarket. Hikigaya changed into a blue uniform with a blue baseball and put the front of his work badge toward his chest. Finally, the prepared folding tables and chairs were opened and placed outside the store. Lifeless dead fish eyes. He looks like a young social animal who has been squeezed. That. The clerk's face was full of embarrassment. You bother me a lot. Fine. Hikigaya placed dozens of Sword Volume 18 on the table. Proudly said. Anyway, you are not for profit. You just need to do your own thing. All the responsibilities are on me. That's it. After hearing that there was no need to take responsibility, the clerk reluctantly returned to the store. Choose to work in this closed school. Isn't it just for comfort? What's more, this kind of thing has never happened before, and it's none of his business if there are any consequences. It's approaching evening. Students participating in clubs and preparing for the sports festival gradually left the school gate and came to Kiyaki Shopping Center. A boy just walked into the convenience store and came back. Looking at the light novel on the table, he said with some confusion. Is this the latest volume of Sword? Why is it placed outside? Well, there's no room to put it inside. Do you want to buy it? Just pay at my place. Hikigaya lowered the brim of his hat and spoke in a low voice. Okay, what's the picture? 600 personal points. The boy took out his mobile phone and said with some confusion, how do I remember that the 17th volume was 500 yuan or a certain amount? Has the price increased? A difference of $100. Can't even afford a bottle of drink. If you have been using cash all the time, you may still have some impression, but if you have been using personal points to pay, your sensitivity to money will also decrease. How much did the books I bought in the past few months cost? Most people probably don't remember it at all, but the one in front of me has a pretty good memory. I heard that Kirito Maki accepted a new girl's confession, so the sales were very good, and the price went up by 100. Hikigaya took out the new roll and handed it to the other party, while speaking in a low voice. I feel like it's okay to say it hasn't increased. After all, the other party is obviously not that confident in his memory. Most of them don't remember but are just a little confused. But Hikigaya still thinks it's better not to lie here. It's just 100 cherry coins, equivalent to 50 cents. Personal points are issued by the school, which can be regarded as something for nothing. Most people are not sensitive to this price difference. Even in this day and age, even if they see $1 on the ground, most people are probably too lazy to pick it up. Even the content. He only read a dozen volumes when he was in junior high school, and he really hasn't read much recently. But the content must be similar, so you can start trading stocks while having fun. Take the opportunity to build up a sense of expectation, and the other party will definitely buy it. Liar, hasn't Grandpa Tong always liked Asuna? How could he accept someone else's confession? Then I don't know, that's what I heard. Then hurry up and get me a copy. Hikigaya happily completed the transaction with the other party, and then he walked into the store. The clerk secretly observed the scene in front of him. Are all students today so brave? This guy must be a fraudster in the future. The clerk's lips twitched and he looked away. It had nothing to do with him anyway, and he didn't bother to cause trouble for himself. A psychologist once said, "The sign of a person's maturity is that he is good at taking the blame." And outside the store, Hikigaya was slightly excited. Sword YYDS. It is indeed a popular work, and hundreds of copies were sold in less than 2 hours. I believe that the cost will be recovered soon after it is sold out, and I believe I can still make money. Hikigaya was a little moved. Do you want to set up a stall here after school from now on? Find a product whose purchase volume can be controlled to form a monopoly. I feel that it is relatively reliable to save 20 million personal points this way. What are you doing here? At this moment, Ruhyu appeared in front of him. Hikigaya lowered the brim of her hat and took a sneak peek, finding her eating hash browns and staring expressionlessly. Please give me flowers. What's wrong with this guest? Hikigaya lowered the brim of his hat and said with a trembling tone. Damn it, how could it be discovered so quickly? Calm down, maybe you just like light novels the same way. He can definitely fool it. After all, there were several people from Class B who didn't realize he was pretending. How could this guy find out? Ha! Himenoyuki frowned and said, Guest? Hikigaya, what are you doing here? Shhhhh. Sure enough, she was discovered, and Hikigaya quickly put her finger to the corner of her mouth, signaling her to speak down. I'm selling books, please keep your voice down. Gyexu held Changian, picked up a light novel and put it in her hand, and said with some confusion. Sword Volume 18, isn't this the latest volume? Why are you selling it here? As expected, this guy also likes to read light novels. I beg you, please keep your voice down. Hikigaya walked aside, waved her over, and then lowered her voice and said. This is a club activity. Hey! Gyexu tilted her head and said more puzzledly, this is a club activity. Didn't I tell you? Hikigaya said carefully, the student union requires me to submit a performance report every year, and I plan to make money here to write a report. 0. Well. Gyexu was stunned for a moment, laughed randomly and said, thank you for thinking of it. Hikigaya's face was dark, could this guy not understand human language? But he had no other choice but to wait for Gyexu to finish laughing. She still smiled from time to time and said, "By the way, how many have you sold so far? It's impossible to rob the school's convenience store, right?" "Won't." Hikigaya said proudly, "I have done market research. The new volume of Swordsman only got 350 copies. I bought them all, and others can't buy them. How can it still be like this? These people obviously have no understanding of the market conditions." Ji Yexu thought for a moment and said with some confusion, "Then why are you so careful? Are you stupid?" Hikigaya said helplessly, "If the school knows about this, it will definitely ban students from setting up stalls, and they will definitely not be able to sell it." "Eh? Why?" Although she was a little angry at being called an idiot, Ji Yexu really couldn't figure it out. "It's a simple truth." Seeing that no one was around, Hikigaya lowered his voice and explained. "The purchase price of the book is 500, and I sell it for 600. This time, as long as I sell out the book, I can earn more than 30,000 personal points. It is basically impossible to lose money under the current situation. In other words, as long as you can monopolize these necessities that are not purchased in large quantities, it should not be difficult to earn 20 million personal points in 3 years. This is a loophole. The school will definitely find a way to stop it. The only way to stop it is to purchase large quantities of goods so that no one can form a monopoly. But this will definitely increase the school's operating costs greatly, and it is definitely not worth it. All we can do is add rules to prohibit stalls. Very simple reason. The country spends so much money. It is just to cultivate elite social animals, and it is impossible to allow them to make money here. It is not difficult to save 20 million or even get an A grade. For example, girls' menstrual products. Hikigaya fully believes that the school's monthly purchase volume must be limited, so he only needs to buy all sanitary napkins and the like. It is easy to make 20 million, but the risk is too great. You can also set up a stall outside the school. What are you still doing here? The school will definitely crack down on this kind of exploiting loopholes. Although many things are purchased once a month, it does not mean that they can only be purchased once a month. Once there is an influx of capital, a petty bourgeois enterprise like his will be beaten to pieces in an instant. Still very knowledgeable. Chapter 079. Hear his words. Ji Yexu was simply stunned. Everyone in the school is worried about being promoted to Class A, or working hard to save 20 million personal points. And the Hikigaya in front of me. He actually thought of a way to earn 20 million personal points so easily. Moreover, he told her so easily. Hikigaya! Ji Yexu exclaimed, "Don't you think you have a pretty good mind?" "So be it." Hikigaya was slightly proud. "It's not a bad feeling to be praised. Even if you praise me more, it's okay. Then why don't you lead the class with Ichinos and the others?" Ji Yexu frowned and said in confusion, "I feel that if you are here, our class will have a greater chance of being promoted to Class A. Just some cleverness." Hikigaya was instantly knocked back to his original form. He was so proud just now, but now he is so embarrassed. It's not as good as Ichinos and Kanzaki. Although he is proud of his words. But Hikigaya knows his level well. At most, he is a little stronger than ordinary people. Regardless of academic performance, sports performance, mobility, communication skills, overall outlook, etc., he cannot compare to Ichinos and others. Hachiman Oyuki looked Hikigaya up and down, and said even more puzzled, "I have been a little curious since before, Hikigaya, what do you think of Class A?" "What do you mean? I don't know anyone except Katsuragi." 360. "It just feels like you don't care much about being promoted to Class A." "So be it." Hikigaya said nonchalantly, "My dream is to become a house husband. Class A is of little use to me." "Actually, not entirely." In his eyes, even if you are promoted to Class A, you will have the opportunity to choose your career freely. It just evolved from an ordinary social animal to a large company's social animal. Still a social animal. In present-day Sakurajima, even becoming a social animal requires all your efforts. It's better to just accept your fate. What's more, even if you use the resources of the school to enter a large company with generous benefits, you will probably just stay at the grassroots level for the rest of your life. Whether you can rise up or not ultimately depends on your own ability. How is that different from being a social worker in a small company? Therefore, he had no idea about Class A. It would be best if he could hold Ichinos's thigh and climb up. If he couldn't, forget about it. All I need to do is save money and work towards the goal of 20 million. Once the deposit is enough, you will be transferred to Class A. If you can't save it, you can convert the money into cash and you can live a relaxed life for a few years. That's it. Ji Yexu stroked her forehead and said helplessly, the most I can accept is that we two can work together. Well, what do you mean? Hikigaya said slightly stunned. Nothing. Ji Yexu quickly smiled and lowered her voice, how about we just stop submitting the report to the school? Why? Hikigaya said with some confusion, with Horikita Manabu in office, I feel that the report will be easier to pass. If I don't submit it now, I feel that there will be no chance in the future. You think about it. Ji Yexu looked around secretly and lowered her voice, we will use your method to secretly save 40 million personal points and then graduate from Class A. No. Hikigaya was a little reluctant and said, in that case, I have to come and set up a stall secretly every day after school. How is it any different from working? Absolutely not. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot last forever and sooner or later someone will find out. He is obviously going to school. There is also free pocket money. Who wants to waste time working here? It's so sad. Said. Looking at Hachiman Oyuki curling her lips in front of her, Hikigaya was a little confused and said. How did you find me? Ha! Ji Yexu also knew that this was not a long-term solution, and said a little speechlessly, don't you think you are hiding it well? Yes. Hikigaya nodded. It's not that he's bragging. Hundreds of copies have been sold without anyone noticing. He definitely has his redeeming qualities. Wearing decent work clothes, these dead fish eyes are almost indistinguishable from those of oversqueezed social animals. Even some students spoke to him with a tone of respect. I'm afraid I think he is an older man. However, even so, Ji Yexu discovered it. This guy's insight may be unexpectedly high. How can it be? Ji Yexu put her white hands on her chest, waving them slightly from side to side, saying with some disgust. I saw you setting up a stall here from a distance. It's really conspicuous, okay? Said. Ji Yexu's face turned red and she added, it's more like an eyesore. This guy. It's really too much. Never mind. Hikigaya turned and left, and at the same time warned, anyway, go back quickly and don't disturb me. After all, Hachiman Oyuki is also a member of the wool department. If the wool department is disbanded, this guy will have no shield to deal with Ichinos and others. It would also be good for her for the wool department to continue to exist. Hachiman Oyuki grabbed Hikigaya's wrist and said excitedly, after all, I am also a member of the wool department, so let me help too. Ha! Why? Hikigaya said reluctantly. What's that look in your eyes? Ji Yexu was also a little disgusted, it's part-time work. Junior high schools don't allow part-time work, so I haven't tried it yet. I want to try to see what it's like to work part-time. Is there anything wrong with your mind? Hikigaya was speechless. There are people in the world who like to work part-time. Hey? Say it again. Ji Yexu's eyes instantly became sharp. Ah, no, it's not. Hikigaya explained in a panic, if you want to sell books, then it's really super conspicuous, okay? He forgets it. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Himenoyuki is indeed a beautiful girl. I feel like if this guy starts selling books, he will be recognized soon and brought to the student union. Ji Yexu lowered her gaze and examined the pair of majestic features and long legs, feeling somewhat self-aware. Indeed, this doesn't feel right. Right. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the place where Himenoyuki was holding him, asking when he would be able to let go. How about this? Ji Yexu let go of her little hand, obviously excited. I'm also going to buy some blue work clothes and a work badge, and I'll come sell books with you tomorrow. No, I didn't mean that. Hikigaya quickly wanted to explain that this guy obviously didn't have the consciousness of being a beautiful woman. That's it. Hikigaya, remember to bring me a chair tomorrow too, said. Ji Yexu waved her hand, then turned around and rushed towards Kiyaki Shopping Center. It seems. I really want to experience what it's like to work part-time. This guy really treats people like servants. Hikigaya was a little helpless. If Ichinos is the big leader, then it feels like Himenoyuki will become the supervisor, and he will always be the lowest social beast. I have no right to refuse at all, and I feel that joining this guy will definitely ruin the business. No way. Himenoyuki could not refuse the enthusiasm of Ichinos and others. I will probably still attend training tomorrow and come back to set up a stall with him after school. You can only come early and try to sell as many books as possible, otherwise it will feel like these books will be thrown into your hands. Sure enough, doing business is risky. Hikigaya suddenly felt that this path was not feasible and that a house husband was more suitable for him. The next day. For the sports festival. The school has added many physical education courses, such as horseback riding, obstacle race, hurdles, two-person three-legged, group tug-of-war, etc. Hikigaya, Kanzaki, and Watanabe held hands together. Serve as a horse. The general at the head is naturally Shibata. Although he usually doesn't practice extra, Hikigaya still trains hard in physical education class, at least to the extent that it won't hold him back. After Shinzo Shibata handsomely took off the cloth strip on the opponent's head, they rested separately. Hikigaya silently left the playground and bought a can of Max coffee. The physical gap between him and Shibata and others is really far. Although it's not to the point where I can't keep up, it does make me feel tired. Hikigaya. Shibata followed suit for some reason. Oh. Hikigaya responded, sitting on the bench next to the trash can, savoring the rich sweetness of Max coffee. So tired. Shibata bought a drink and sat next to him for some reason. Hikigaya glanced at him. This is obviously because I want to talk to him. With this coquettish attitude, it's probably Ichinos' topic. The innocent Shibata is really cute. Ichinos and I are not dating. Hikigaya glanced at him disdainfully. This guy was still at the stage where he would blush when talking about the girl he liked. Ridiculous. He had already passed this stage in junior high school. Even if there are good women in this world, there are no women who can come and go at a moment's notice. They are all troublesome creatures. Am I that obvious? As expected, Shibata's face turned red and he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Have no idea. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, I don't know your usual performance, but you feel nothing in the class. Only in front of him would Shibata act like this, he was obviously a competitor. Now think of it. I'm afraid Shibata had this tendency when he was on the uninhabited island, but he was really a good person and didn't say too much. Really looked down upon. How could Ichinos like someone like him? It was just a presumptuous sympathy, and he couldn't refuse it yet. That's it. Shibata hesitated for a moment and said, What about you, Hikigaya? What do you think of Ichinos? Although I don't want to talk about this kind of topic with him, to be honest, Shibata 1.1 is quite annoying like this. It doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what you and Ichinos think. Hikigaya said calmly, Ichinos just sympathizes with me, and if Ichinos fell in love with another boy, wouldn't you also pester him? That's right. Neither his nor Shibata's opinions mattered. What matters is Ichinos's opinion. It is undoubtedly arrogant to want to take someone completely as your own. Indeed. Shibata's face froze, he took a sip of black tea and nodded. What matters is Ichinos's opinion. I accidentally tried to impose my own ideas on her. Sorry, forget what I just said. Saying that, Shibata stood up and looked at him with a hearty smile and said. However, Hikigaya-kun, no matter who my opponent is, I will not give up easily. I will definitely win the first place in the individual competition this sports festival. Oh, come on. Hikigaya lifted Max coffee and asked him to leave quickly. He has the qualifications to compare with Shibata. On the playground. Hikigaya. Still not used to it. Ichinos hugged his lower back and said helplessly, this is just a waste of time, hurry up and hold me tight. Oh. Hikigaya held Ichinos in his arms with a stiff expression. Really? I still can't adapt to the two-person and three-legged training with Ichinos. Chapter 080. After school. Kiyaki Shopping Center, in front of a large supermarket. The clerk was lying in front of the counter board, holding his chin and observing the scene in front of him. That. Would you like to read the latest volume of Sword? I heard this volume is very exciting. There's also meat, and the illustrations are great, you know. Hikigaya lowered the brim of his hat and counteracted in a low voice. Unknown. I'm afraid I thought he was selling some kind of DVD. No way. I feel like GXU will probably ruin this business. He must get rid of these books quickly, otherwise they will definitely fall on his hands. Fortunately. Really? Give me a copy. A boy looked around and also lowered his voice in response. After all, if you buy illustrations and get facial tissue, these two-dimensional ideas are quite easy to guess, and I couldn't stand it when I heard the fleshy illustrations. It's approaching 6 o'clock. Nearly 200 copies have been sold, a total of 312 copies including yesterday. Finally the cost was recovered. I also earned 12,000 personal points. But taking into account the clothes, work badges, and hats, as well as GXU's clothing expenses, it's not clear whether he will make a profit or a loss. Not that it matters. Anyway, every time I sell a copy from now on, I will make a profit, and I won't lose too much. Just prove that this method is indeed feasible. That's enough. Soon. Before they even got close, Hikigaya saw Hachiman Oyuki walking over wearing blue overalls and carrying a shopping bag. Thank you for your hard work, how much more is left? GXU sat next to him, placing the shopping bag between the two of them, her tone obviously excited. There are 38 more copies. It sold pretty quickly. GXU slapped a thick pile of light novels on the table, a little surprised. This is... Hikigaya glanced at the shopping bags between the two 13 people. The burgundy uniform and white pleated skirt lay there quietly, as well as the black stockings she often wore. Hikigaya suddenly blushed. This guy is awesome. Uniform. Didn't you come back to the dormitory? Hikigaya was speechless. Who in the right mind would change clothes outside? That's so troublesome. I changed in the toilet. Hachiman Oyuki glanced at Hikigaya and saw that his face was red, so she came close to him and said in a teasing tone. Why, you care so much? No way. Hikigaya quickly looked away. It's just a uniform that you usually wear, nothing fancy about it. That's it. GXU tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned into his ear and whispered. There's also my fatness inside. What? If you say that, how could you not care? After all, you are a boy. Haha, I'm blushing. I'm blushing. GXU clapped her little hands happily. Tisk. Hikigaya turned his head away in disgust. Calm down, how can you change your clothes and the insides together? This guy is just teasing him. What a little devil. It's really abominable to play with boys' innocence. Okay, don't be angry. 21. After laughing, Ji Yexu patted the back of his hand and changed the topic. How to sell this? Just sit here and wait for someone to come to your door. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. Such a bad character should be exposed in front of Ichinos and the others as soon as possible, but he might be beaten to death by Hachiman Oyuki, so after thinking about it, he might as well forget it. That's it. Otherwise, what else do you want? Ji Yexu was a little dissatisfied and said, why does it feel different from what I imagined? First time at work. Most people will probably be very nervous and even doubt whether they can do the job well, so they work hard for fear of being criticized. But in fact, after working, I discovered that it was just that. No way. After all, it's not a serious job. Moreover, there is no job, not even working meals. The work content is naturally very simple. As he said this, Hikigaya felt that he was some kind of shady entrepreneur. How could anyone come to work with such treatment? Ji Yexu is indeed an anomaly. How much does that one cost? Didn't I tell you yesterday? The purchase price is 500 or 600. Isn't this too little? It should be sold for at least 1,000, right? Never mind. People who have never done market research are like this. I'm afraid Ji Yexu's family environment is not bad, and she has no idea about money. How can it be? Then let me try. Ji Yexu stood up, holding a light novel and waving it excitedly. The latest volume of Sword Art Online only costs 1,000 points. It's a first come, first served basis. If you sell it like this, there will be trouble. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Ichinos and the others? Hikigaya was a little confused and said, doesn't this guy always pretend to be nice? Oops, I forgot. Ji Yexu's face froze, and she looked around nervously and found that no one sat down comfortably. But not long after, Ji Yexu said a little speechlessly, isn't this kind of work boring? Don't worry. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, most jobs in the world are bullshit jobs, just get used to them. If you feel bored, you can go back first. Anyway, it would be better for this guy to go back quickly. Hikigaya has already received several doubtful glances. Never mind. Ji Yexu pursed her lips and thought for a moment before saying, it's not good to give up halfway. At least insist on reading these. Really, thank you for your hard work. Hikigaya nodded. Although he pretends to be nice in front of Ichinos and others, his personality is a bit bad. But after all, Ji Yexu is from Class B, and her work attitude is still very upright. I feel that she will become a reliable social worker in the future. Correct. Ji Yexu seemed to have remembered something, looked at the phone and said in a chatting tone. You and Ichinos seem to be practicing 2-on-3. I didn't expect that you would participate in the recommendation competition. It's incredible. How could I participate by myself? Hikigaya was like a robot, looking forward with dead fish eyes and said, Ichinos signed up for me without permission. I heard that the entry form has been submitted. There is no chance to change it. I feel like he will become a qualified convenience store employee. That's it. Ji Yexu's long voice didn't seem to take it to heart, but her fingers tapping on the phone paused for a while. This is the latest volume of Sword Art Online, right? Why is it displayed outside? At this moment, a boy walked up to the two of them and basically asked a question that most people would ask again. Actually, just Hikigaya observed. These people don't really care about the answer, or it's just a simple social rhetoric. After all, there are always such noisy people in the world. Just being silent makes me feel awkward, and not talking nonsense feels like I can't live. But the answer can actually be made up any way you want. This. Ji Yexu's face stiffened as she just stood up, as if she lacked the ability to adapt to circumstances. I'm sorry, because there is no room for it inside. Hikigaya stood up and said. At this time, just lie casually and the other party won't care so much. That's it. How much does it cost? $1,000. Before Hikigaya could speak, Hachiman Oyuki was a little excited and said that he could finally experience the feeling of working. Ha! The person in front of me was immediately confused. He raised his head and exclaimed, Japanese light novel Ichitami. Yeah. Ji Yexu nodded like a chicken pecking rice and said, we have sold more than 300 copies. So hurry up and buy it, that's what she said. Hikigaya stood aside, speechless. Does this guy really think making money is such a simple thing? The unknown boy in front of him looked at them, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at Ji Yexu and said. By the way, let's put him aside for now. You feel so young. Hello. BD, doesn't this mean he's old? What's wrong with this guy? Does he want to quarrel? Haha. Hachiman Oyuki couldn't help but glance at Hikigaya secretly, blinked, and wondered why she was helping. Well, she gets told that a lot. Hikigaya was speechless and said, when I applied for the job, our boss suspected that I had faked my age. My boss is Ichinos, so I didn't lie. Indeed. Passerby nodded and said with a smile, I almost feel like she is the same age as me. No wonder I want you to take her. No way. Hikigaya forced a smile. Actually, the cashier only needs one person, but she has just arrived and is not very familiar with the business, so she asked me to take care of her first. BD guy, this guy is definitely here to quarrel, isn't he so unlike a young man? This guest, does he want to buy something? Hikigaya handed a light novel to him. Since it was so expensive, he didn't want to take advantage of others. In fact, he wanted to give it as a gift. It feels like the other party has begun to doubt. Yes, do you want to buy it? Ji Yexu held the light novel in both hands and said with sparkling eyes. After all, she is a freshman in high school, and this is her first job, so she can't expect too much from her. The passerby thought for a moment, then took out his cell phone and said, okay. Real or fake? Will you actually buy it? Hikigaya was suddenly confused. Is there really such a scapegoat in the world? Could it be that he was deceived by Hachiman Oyuki's beauty? Thank you, see you next time. The two completed the transaction, and Ji Yexu quickly bowed. There probably won't be a next time. Passerby shook his head and said, I feel like I'm quite famous in 713. I'm also the general conductor of the red team in the sports festival. I even gave a speech on the stage. You don't know me? Well. Hikigaya suddenly stiffened. By the way, who are you? Hikigaya glanced at Hachiman Oyuki beside him. Because on the first day of elementary school, I memorized everyone's faces and names, and was told how disgusting I was. He didn't pay much attention to the names of unrelated people after that. Who knows, Ji Yexu is also confused, and she is not a very good type either. Most of the speeches at the sports festival were made while standing. No need to show such an expression. The boy looked at Hikigaya, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, I am Fujimaki, Class A of the third year, please give me your advice. Hikigaya Hachiman. Ji Yexu, please give me some advice. The two of them quickly introduced themselves. Chi-gu was a little troubled and said, well, senior, since you have discovered it, why? No special reason. Fujimaki shook his head and said, although it is indeed a bit expensive, it is nothing to me. And it is rare to see such interesting juniors, so I just want to take care of you. Yes, thank you, senior. Hikigaya forced a smile, but it felt like the other person just wanted to tease them. Then I'll leave first. That. Don't worry. Before the two of them could speak, Fujimaki smiled and said, I won't tell anyone else about this, but it should only be a matter of time before it is discovered. A loophole that can earn 20 million personal points. I am also a little curious about Horikita's reaction when he finds out about this. It should be interesting. Yes, thank you senior. Ji Yexu leaned slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Hikigaya looked at his leaving figure. He was worthy of being a member of Class A for 3 years, his insight was so amazing. After Fujimaki left, the two looked at each other helplessly. Puff! Ji Yexu burst out laughing, covering her mouth and laughing non-stop. Why are you laughing? No, because it's very interesting. Ji Yexu pointed at him and said with an uncontrollable smile, you will blush when you see my stockings, but you lied so easily that you didn't even blush. Oh! Hikigaya turned his face to the side in disgust. This hateful woman can't pass this threshold, right? I feel like this incident may become a dark history for his life. Chapter 081. Sold out of books. The two sat together and counted the income this time. How much? Hachiman Oyuki approached Hikigaya and took his arm and asked. The money you earn through your own efforts really gives you a sense of accomplishment. That. Hikigaya twitched his arm, only to find that the guy was holding it tight. He pressed the calculator on his phone for a long time before saying. A total of 35,900 personal points, minus the clothing expenses for the two of us, we probably earned about 25,000 points. After all, Ji Yexu also spent money to buy similar work clothes. She can't be allowed to pay for it herself. Hikigaya also reduced her clothing expenses. Why so little? Ji Yexu pouted and was a little dissatisfied. I feel like I should be able to make a lot of money by working part-time, but this is still the result of 2 days, not even as good as working part-time. The purpose is not to make money anyway. Hikigaya said helplessly, and this is quite a lot, but I sold more than 300 of them, and you sold the rest, so I can only give you 5,000. Leaving aside the cost of dressing her up, it is definitely not enough to cost 5,000. But with the extra 400 yuan given by Fujimaki-senpai, Hikigaya was too lazy to forget it, and it felt a little troublesome to worry about it. Mean. After receiving the transfer, Ji Yexu curled her lips, quickly put aside her previous dissatisfaction and said excitedly. I'm hungry. To celebrate the success of my first part-time job, let's go get something to eat? Just use the money we earned. Hikigaya's eyes were filled with resentment, and she was about to refuse. But I do feel a little hungry. Even though I'm just sitting here, I've been busy for 2 days, so it seems okay to reward myself. After convincing himself easily, Hikigaya nodded. Okay, what to eat? Ji Yexu was a little unhappy and said, you are the president, right? Shouldn't it be your decision? If it were me, I would have to eat super expensive food. Forget it then. Hikigaya quickly refused. This guy seemed to really want to celebrate, although he didn't know what to celebrate. I said. Hikigaya suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Hachiman Oyuki next to him and said, you don't want to test my taste like this, do you? It feels like that's what this guy does. There are such superficial women in the world who judge a boy's taste by the shops he frequents. Hachiman Oyuki frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, isn't it said that it is for celebration? I won't do it this time, and Hikigaya buys clothes so casually, what kind of taste can it have? Makes sense. Hikigaya couldn't argue with that. The last time she bought clothes, Ji Yexu had already known that he was a guy with no taste. But it seems that she does use this method to test boys' taste. Superficial woman. What about Thalia? Hey, angry. Ji Yexu's face was filled with disgust. Salia is a well-known affordable restaurant. It also has a store in Jiucheng. It specializes in star-studded restaurants and may not be so popular among girls. This guy is really too much, just when Hikigaya wants to change. Never mind. Ji Yexu stood up and said nonchalantly, anyway, it will be deducted from the money you just earned, Salia, just Salia. That's it, let's go then. Hikigaya also stood up. After all, Ji Yexu also contributed, so he had no dissatisfaction. Oh, wait a minute, I'm going to change clothes first. Hey? Why do you have to do such a troublesome thing? What should I do if someone sees me like this? It's not just me, Hikigaya, you have to change too. After hearing her words, Hikigaya looked at the blue work clothes on his body. If Shibata and others saw it, it would really look bad. That's it. Hikigaya took off his jacket and took it in his hand, revealing the white t-shirt underneath. It felt like this was enough. Ji Yexu showed a look of disgust and sighed. Forget it, it seems like there's nothing wrong with you doing this, but I only have underwear underneath, so I still need to change my clothes first. Oh. Hikigaya's face turned slightly red. I feel like this guy always says such embarrassing things without thinking. What? Ji Yexu looked at his embarrassed expression, pulled her chest and said with a bad smile, are you curious? No. Then go back to the dormitory first. I'll wait for you at Salia. Hikigaya said fiercely. This hateful woman. No. I can just find a restroom and change. You wait here for me first. With that said, Noxa walked into the supermarket bathroom with her uniform's shopping bag in it. Hikigaya looked at the folding tables and chairs in front of him, a little speechless. Could this guy just be lazy? No way. Hikigaya packed up his things, handed them to the convenience store clerk, and then transferred 2,000 personal points to the clerk. They are all social animals. Naturally, you need to know how to make some money for yourself within the scope of your authority. You can make 2,000 for nothing just by borrowing a table. That clerk. It was easy to agree. Less than a moment. Ji Yayu changed into a burgundy uniform and a white pleated skirt, and walked out of the supermarket with her shopping in hand. Hikigaya, help me get it. Why? Just take it if I ask you to, and you won't be able to help me at all. Fine. Hikigaya took the shopping bag without thinking too much. There is nothing wrong with a little help. Let's go. The two walked towards Salia. Hikigaya, don't you take a look. Ji Yexu followed him, with her little hands behind her back, leaning forward to observe his expression, with a wicked smile on her face. What are you looking at? Hikigaya picked up the shopping bag and took a look at it with some confusion. On the blue uniform are black translucent stockings. Floast. Hikigaya said with some disdain. After all, they were just going to eat, and Ji Yexu really didn't need to put on stockings for the trouble. It was ridiculous to try to tease him with this little trick. Do you really think that he is an innocent Shibata who still has longing for girls? So cold. Why does it feel different from the reaction I imagined? Ji Yexu was slightly dissatisfied, and suddenly stood on tiptoes and leaned into his ear and teased. However, my pee is really inside this time. Do you want to open it and take a look? Haha, I'm blushing. I'm blushing. Seeing Hikigaya's face turn red, Himenoyuki clapped her little hands excitedly. I said. Hikigaya was a little unhappy and said, it's better not to make jokes like this with boys often. It's very dangerous. It's impossible even to think about. If true, wouldn't it mean that Ji Yexu is in a vacuum state now, which is obviously impossible? Hikigaya glanced down at her. Have to say. Even if the possibility is only 1 in a billion, I'm still a little curious. No way. Ji Yexu covered her skirt, her pretty face couldn't help but blush and said. The people in Class B are too, how should I put it, Too upright? I won't make such a joke with them. Oh! Hikigaya secretly tugged. This hateful woman, didn't she think that he was easy to bully? Hikigaya is determined to fight harder in the future. Otherwise, I feel like I will be bullied to death by Gxu. Thalia. The two found a good position. Hikigaya ordered cheese and meat sauce, baked rice and chicken rolls with salted chicken, wanting to treat himself. Gxu ordered the black pepper beef fillet pasta set and sat opposite. Do all boys eat as much as you do? Normal, right? Hikigaya took a bite of the chicken roll and said, speaking of which, you're obviously with Ichino's Kanzaki and the others all the time, so why are you asking me what I'm doing? Nah. Jiyayu rolled the pasta together with a fork and said nonchalantly, I think they don't seem to eat much, and they are even healthier than me. Hikigaya thought for a while. It feels like Kanzaki, Shibata, and others are indeed the type who chew their meals carefully and behave deliberately in front of girls. If it's a boy, then he should feed me junk food. It must be pretending. Hikigaya maliciously contradicted Tao. There is no intention to speak ill of others behind their backs. Right. Gxu nodded in agreement and said, Shibata is obviously in the sports department, but he actually eats as much as us girls. He must be eating secretly often. Fortunately, Gxu is not a good person either. But Gxu looked at his dinner plate and said, last time at Palette, why didn't I see you eating so much? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment and then replied. It should be about the time when he and Hachiman Oyoki met Kushida Kikyo at Parlet when school started. It's been so long, I'm really lucky you can remember. Hikigaya sighed a little, I can't tell, Hachiman Oyoki, your memory is so good. Well. Gxu was slightly startled, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, she turned her little face to the side, and she couldn't help but ask herself. Yes. Something so far away. How could she still remember it so clearly? Think about it for a while. Hachiman Oyoki still felt that being with Ichinos and others was too fake, and she was hiding her thoughts every moment. And with Hikigaya, although not many times, it is more real. So I can remember it more clearly. After a while, Gxu explained disdainfully, because you suddenly said bad things about Kushida at that time, of course I remember what a bad guy you are. Oh. Hikigaya clicked her tongue in disgust. She was indeed a hateful woman. So why did you only order so much that time? Gxu changed the subject. Hikigaya was not very sure, it should be like a cafe atmosphere? It doesn't feel like it's suitable for eating, maybe. He wasn't very clear either. I feel like I order too much when I go to the cafe, which is just a bit off. He really doesn't fit in that kind of place. By the way, since that time, he has never been to Parrot Cafe again, it's a rubbish shop. Correct. Gxu looked at the chicken steak on his plate and said, give me some of your salted crispy chicken, and I'll give you the juice. Unnecessary. Hikigaya glanced at her half-remaining juice, turned red and pushed the salted crispy chicken over. You have already drank, who wants to drink what you have drunk? Gxu picked up a piece of salted crispy chicken with a toothpick and put it in her mouth. But her cherry-colored lips couldn't help but smile. The two finished their dinner quickly. Hikigaya, go and settle the bill. Gxu took a sip of juice and said, I'll transfer the money to you later. After all, the money earned through light novels has just been divided. She won't take advantage of him. No. We agreed that we could use the money just now, but I feel a little guilty about accepting your money now. Hikigaya didn't pay attention, picked up the receipt on the table, stood up and left, heading to the front desk to pay. Watch him get up and leave. Hachiman Oyoki picked up the remaining half cup of Coke from Hikigaya across from him. She secretly took a sip before putting the Coke back down. As if nothing happened, she sat there waiting for him to come back, but she couldn't help but have a faint smile on her lips. Just tease this guy a little and he will blush. It's so interesting. I wonder what kind of expression Hikigaya will show when he drinks the drink she drank. Only think about it. Himanoyuki felt something was wrong again. Was it going too far? What if Hikigaya was really angry? Slightly uneasy. Himanoyuki couldn't help but be curious about what Hikigaya would think of her. At this moment, Hikigaya returned to his seat and picked up his school bag. Okay, let's go. Ji Yexu hesitated for a moment, touched her flat belly, and said speechlessly. I seem to be too full. I need to take a rest. That's it. Hikigaya put his school bag on his shoulder, put his hands in his pockets and hunched his shoulders slightly and said indifferently. Anyway, the account has been settled, so I'll go back first. Ji Yexu was stunned for a moment and said quickly, wait a minute, isn't this too strange? Is it weird there? Hikigaya was even more speechless and said, we are full and the bill has been paid. If you want to rest, you can rest. Well. Ji Yexu's eyes twitched. It does seem to make some sense. It's already 8 o'clock. Do you think you can let me walk at night as a girl? Why don't you accompany me for a while? This is a school, there won't be any danger. Hikigaya sighed and hesitated, zhao, for a moment before sitting back down and saying, just a little while. Ji Yexu nodded repeatedly, raised the juice and said with a smile, speaking of which, we haven't toasted yet? Come on, let's toast to the continued existence of the wool department. I also need to report whether it can pass. Hikigaya raised the cup helplessly, clinked it, put the coke into his mouth, and found Himanoyuki staring at him with burning eyes. Hikigaya stuttered a little, feeling a little scary for no reason. Actually, Ji Yexu was excited and said with a little hesitation, I drank your cup of coke. Blushing. Ji Yexu covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. I said so. Can you please stop teasing me like this? It's really troubling. Hikigaya's face turned redder. After saying that, as if to prove that he was not shy, he drank the coke in one gulp. Okay. He obviously didn't care before, but when he saw Hikigaya drank it all in one gulp. Thinking that she had also drank that cup of coke, Ji Yexu's pretty face slowly blushed, and she said with some hesitation. Then why do you keep drinking? There's nothing you can do about it after you've already drank it, not to mention it's not good to waste it. If you don't drink it, it's nothing. That's it. Ji Yexu didn't seem to care and said, I thought you would definitely hate it. It's all Coca-Cola, nothing is annoying. Hikigaya looked at the empty Coke cup and felt a little guilty. It's different from the Coke just now. The last sip doesn't taste like it at all. Sure enough, I'll go back. You can rest here by yourself. Hikigaya quickly put on his school bag and got up to leave. I'm really not good at dealing with this hateful bad woman. Oh, see you tomorrow. Ji Yexu responded like a mosquito. Looking at Hikigaya's leaving back, she felt her cheeks heat up and her heart beating fast. If I had known better, I wouldn't have made this joke. Chapter 082. The next day. Class B classroom. Hikigaya was lying on the table, unchanged from usual. In the final analysis, Ji Yexu just thought it was fun to tease him, although this playful mentality would most likely turn into bullying. But at least for now, Ji Yayu's jokes were still within the allowed range. As for Himanoyuki, Hikigaya took a sneak peek. As expected, that guy looked like he was fine. Ji Yexu was chatting and laughing with Ichinos and others with a sweet smile on her pretty face. As expected of a girl. Simply a born actor. Really good at pretending. Hikigaya closed her eyes, familiarizing herself with a newly acquired skill. That's right. Hachiman has one more skill in his list of 108. Predict future. Whenever the school bell rings. Less than 3 seconds. Someone would poke him in the back. Coming. There was a ding in Hikigaya's mind. Feeling Ziobai poke his back, Hikigaya straightened his upper body and entered class mode. Take a look. 100% predictive ability. Hikigaya feels like she's about to awaken as a superpower. One more thing. Class mode is also one of the abilities. In this mode, Hikigaya's learning ability can be improved by 0.01%. They are all useless abilities. Besides, Ziobai, why did your eraser fall off again? You are so careless. Hikigaya bent down to pick up the eraser and gave it back to Shirami Chihiro. She smiled and poked her finger at Himenoyuki. Hikigaya turned to look at Himenoyuki, only to find that the other person secretly glanced at him with confusion on his face. What to do? It was you who dropped it. Why did he become as sloppy as Chihiro Shiraiha? Himenoyuki spread her white hands, and Hikigaya put the eraser into her palm. A Lone Ranger of his level. But I will put the eraser in the pencil case properly and never cause trouble to others. It would be best for you two to learn this skill as soon as possible. After school, Hikigaya packed his school bag. Picking up the activity report I wrote last night, I took a deep breath. I'm going to see Commander 620 again. It feels like a execution ground. If you hand in this activity content, you won't be beaten, right? The problem is with the school, not him. That's right. That's it. Hikigaya took courage. Hikigaya, there is another girl looking for you outside. Hikigaya was slightly startled. Coming again? Why do girls come to him every day? When did he become so popular? It's the girl from yesterday. The microphone said with a smile, hurry up, don't make people wait too long. He was the messenger on all 3 occasions, so from now on I will call him Class B's mouthpiece Hamaguchi-san. Thanks. Hikigaya nodded and left the classroom. Sakura Eri stood outside the corridor with her little head lowered, and the boys from Class B looked out of the classroom in unison. The day before yesterday, I accidentally called the other person's name, and Eri Zuokang was so scared that she ran away. The other party obviously came here to return the 20,000 personal points. There is obviously no contract. What a good girl who keeps her word and has a kind heart. Hikigaya will never fall in the same place a second time. Hello. Hikigaya walked up and said hello, Sakura-san. Sakura Eri was shocked again. What happened again? If I can't call you by your first name, shouldn't I also call you by your last name? What's wrong? Hikigaya was a little confused and said, what should I call you? That. Sakura Eri's face turned red, but she still squeezed out a few words. You called me Eri-chan the day before yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry. Hikigaya quickly apologized, I accidentally fell asleep, please don't take it to heart. Sakura Eri grimaced. How could this be? When she heard Hikigaya calling her name the day before yesterday, her heartbeat was so fast that she almost fainted, so she ran away in embarrassment. Afterwards, I was even more happy. I just made up my mind to come here today, but I changed my name to Sakura-san again. Dag, actually. Sakura Eri lowered her eyes slightly, her eyebrows were like irons and she stammered. I don't mind, just call me Eri-chan. Oh, that's how it is. Hikigaya nodded. Even the dialogue is like this, Sakura Eri is really timid and introverted, which is heartbreaking. Finished. He somewhat understands Ichino's thoughts on caring for him. Isn't this the same in his eyes? Then I'll call you Eri-chan, right? Sakura Eri curled up her shoulders and said like a mosquito, can I also call you Hachiman-kun? It will be all right. Hikigaya didn't care and felt a little embarrassed to ask for money. What if he misunderstood? so, he changed his words, "What do you want to see me for?" "Oh, actually." Sakura Eri quickly took out her student ID card, which had cute crystal accessories shining on it. "Our class didn't have any points in the past few months, so this time I'm here to repay you with 20,000 points, but I don't." As she spoke, Sakura Eri's voice became weaker and weaker, and she stuttered again. "I don't know your contact information, so I had to come here by myself." "Hakahaha Hata-kun, can you tell me your contact information?" "Before September. Class D's class points have always been around 100. Leaving aside some living expenses, there is basically no personal points left. Until the end of 2 special exams. Class D only had 209 class points and Sakura Eri immediately came over to pay back the money. Yes, yes." Hikigaya threw out her cell phone to exchange contact information with her. Seeing Sakura Eri smiling, she held the cell phone in her arms. He was a little confused and said, "It's just that you only seem to have a little more than 20,000 points this month, right? After paying off the 20,000 personal points, won't life be very difficult in the future?" "It's okay, no problem." Sakura Eri quickly said, "I can cook by myself, it doesn't take many points." Hikigaya looked at the girl in front of him. Although he can cook for himself, he should still need at least 10 to 20,000 yuan every month, unless he is a sheep farmer like him. But anyway, although he established a wool department, his monthly expenses were still 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and he did not achieve his goal of saving money at all. "No way. Always thinking about improving the food to reward myself. It's normal not to be able to save much money." He himself is not a diligent and thrifty person, and with Sakura Eri in front of him, the life of a girl will only become more difficult. "How about it?" Hikigaya hesitated for a moment and then said, "I'm not in a hurry now, it won't matter if you pay it back in a few months. Since Sakura Eri is so trustworthy, it will be the same if it is a few months later. The money will still be in his hands anyway." For some reason, Sakura Eri's pretty face turned even redder, and she lowered her eyes, wondering what she was thinking. After waiting for a long time, she whispered, "Thank you, Hikigaya is indeed a very gentle and good person." Ahaha. This is definitely what girls call a good guy. Hikigaya makes no mistake. But he only sympathized with the other party without authorization and had no room for complaint. Finished. Why do I feel like I understand Ichinos's thoughts more and more? Maybe Ichinos had this feeling at the time. But after a long time, Sakura Eri mustered up the courage to say, "I feel very embarrassed after delaying this for so long. Can I treat you to a meal as the interest?" "Need not." Hikigaya shook his head and said, "It's not a big amount of money, and I'm not a loan shark, so forget about the interest." Sakura Eri was a little disappointed and said, "But I want to thank you properly, can't I? I just can't stand seeing girls like this." "Forget it, free meals are the most delicious." "All right." Hikigaya nodded and said, "But I have something to do today. I have to train for the sports festival recently. I'll wait until after the sports inspection, right?" Yeah. Sakura Eri nodded excitedly and said, "I understand." Hikigaya looked at the girl in front of him, and the two fell into silence. After all, I've only met him 2 or 3 times. The other person just wanted to thank him and was not familiar with him at all. So there is no room for misunderstanding. Then I'll go back first. Seeing Hikigaya nod, Sakura Eri could no longer hold back her excitement and ran away. Looking at her leaving back, she found that the boys and girls from Class B were surrounding her. "Hoo-ho!" A boy came up and joked with a wicked smile, "Hikigaya, do you like that girl? What's her name? Don't talk to me like that. It's like we are friends." Ichinos and others also looked at him with smiles, but Hikigaya felt that Himenoyuki's eyes were hesitant. Are you looking down on him? Really? Both boys and girls gossip, but why didn't you respond yesterday? How can it be? Hikigaya was a little speechless and didn't quite understand what their judgment criteria were. Here we go again, here we go again. Hamaguchi was speechless and said, your attitude towards her is completely different from that towards Horikita-san. Everyone, what did Hikigaya just say? Won't life be difficult next? Shibata's sinister tone sounded extremely excited, probably because he felt that there was one less competitor. Unfortunately, not really. Shibata. Hikigaya was speechless. What's that expression on your face? Yeah, it's a little disgusting. Ziobai stood next to Ichino's, looking a little scared. I'm modeling Hikigaya. Shibata's face stiffened and he said, isn't it like that? Not at all like that. Chihiro Shirami was a little dissatisfied and said, Hikigaya is not like that. No. Hikigaya's face was dull. I feel like this group of people will spread more and more outrageous rumors, which will not be good for Sakura Eri and may cause trouble to others. Think about it for a while. Hikigaya still explained. Sakura-kun just owes me 20,000 personal points, nothing else. But your attitudes towards Horikita-san and Sakura-san are completely different. Hikigaya was speechless and said, Horikita-san, I think she is not someone who needs me to worry about, so I didn't say anything more. As for Zo Kang-san, I feel like we can't just leave her like this, it's force majeure, don't you think so? Let's not talk about Sakura Eri for now. Who would worry about that arrogant girl Horikita Suzune? At least whether her living expenses are enough, Hikigaya doesn't care about that much. After all, it's all a transaction. Anyway, he collected the money with peace of mind. Sakura Eri's timid appearance is really unsettling. Although it feels like he has some thoughts about Sakura Eri, but Hikigaya believes that people in Class B can definitely understand. Indeed. Ichino's nodded, turned to look at Ziobai beside him and said with a smile, I feel like Sakura-san is a bit similar to Chihiro, which is really unsettling. Bai Bokyungsun's face couldn't help but blush. At least, the people in Class B are kind at heart, and they easily understand this pure kindness. That's it. Only Junking Shibata was slightly disappointed. I wish Hikigaya and Sakura Eri started dating. But, I feel like Sakura-san might like you, right? How can it be? Hikigaya was even more speechless, didn't I just say that? We have only met 2 or 3 times. How could you like me? Shibata-san. You are so ugly like this. They had only met a few times, and although they helped each other deal with the stalker, they only helped report him and used a rather funny method. Will you fall in love with him? Anyway, Hikigaya would never believe it. Chapter 083. Student Union Room. Hikigaya holds the activity report. Do not know why. I feel a little nervous inside. Could this be the so-called pressure from a superior? Commander Horikita Manabu is really awesome. I feel like if I hand in the report like this, I will probably be beaten up. The thought of this. Hikigaya really doesn't want to hand in this club activity report. But don't hand it over. The club funds for the wool department were wiped out. Is this what is called doing nothing for the sake of salary? The social animals are really miserable. Hikigaya felt that he instantly understood the situation of social animals. I want to throw my resignation report directly in the boss's face, but I can only forget about next month's salary. What's this? Social animals are too pitiful. Hikigaya stood outside the door, pacing back and forth. I want to wait until the student union is busy. Then go in and put the report on the table and sneak away. Or just ask other student union members to send it in, and he won't go in anyway. At this time, a slim girl came to the student union room. Her face is like a sunflower with a bright smile, and her waist-length orange hair has a sunflower hairpin. Seeing that she didn't have any documents in her hand, Hikigaya didn't intend to pay attention. Are you here at the student union to have something to do? Unexpectedly, the other party actually spoke first. Hikigaya nodded and quickly handed the document to her. Excuse me, are you from the student union? I want to hand in a club activity report. I don't know what the process is. Can you hand it over directly to you and help me bring it in? No, no. The girl shook her head and said, I am Asahina Heiji, second year class A. I am not a member of the student council. I am just in the same class as the vice president Nagamo Masa. I came here to find him. That's it, thank you. Hikigaya nodded. If you are not from the student union, you are trying to talk to me. Stop standing outside and come in with me. Asahina-senpai pushed open the door to the student council room and waved her hand inside for him to follow. Hikigaya reluctantly followed Asahina into the student council room. Hey? Asahina. Little yellow-haired Nanyunya was just about to say hello when she saw Hikigaya behind her. Why are you two together? Well. Asahina said with some confusion, you two know each other? I just saw him walking around outside, so I brought him in. That's it. Nanyunya sat in her seat and smiled, I have met a few times, you know, I never forget the people I have met. What is this? It's so scary. Hikigaya was a little shocked. He is indeed a strong candidate to become the vice president of the student union and the next president. There are indeed too many outstanding people in this school. Hikigaya-kun, sit down. Nanyunya raised her hand to gesture to the sofa in the middle and said with a smile, what are you going to do at the student union? Hikigaya's keen sense that something was wrong. Obviously Commander Horikita Manabu is still sitting in the main seat, why is this guy always talking? He doesn't want to deal with this little yellow guy. Because we are in a transition period. Commander Horikita Manabu saw his doubts and explained calmly. Recently, student union matters have been given priority to Nagayunya. Do you have any questions? No. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief, placed the activity report on Horikita's desk cautiously and said. This is a report on our club's activities. Horikita looked at him suspiciously before picking up the report on the table. Hey! Nanyunya also came up curiously, and said slightly puzzled. I remember that you were in the wool department. You mainly wanted to collect school wool, right? During the usual spot checks, you just sat in the club and read, were you really active? There are actually spot checks. Hikigaya was a little nervous, but she didn't notice it at all. Could it be the surveillance on top of the club? A wool gathering society. Asahina was also a little curious and said, there is such a club, I'll take a look too. Hikigaya gave her a confused look. This guy is not a member of the student union, why is he so free like his own family? However, no one explained to him this time. That. Hikigaya quickly said, put the things aside and I'll leave first. Etc. Horikita Manabu said calmly, you came here at this time because you thought it would be easier to pass in my hands. Don't you care about the result? Well. Hikigaya was immediately choked. As expected, this little trick can't hide it from the other party. Haha, don't be so nervous. Nanyunya smiled and joked, as long as the wool department can really produce tangible results, I can let you pass easily. It sounds like you've already been elected. This guy is really confident. However, Hikigaya is also used to it. Whether it is ABCD class or senior class, people who can become leaders are very confident in themselves. Maybe this is personality charm. Well. At this moment, Horikita Manabu, who was reading his report, sighed weakly and handed the report to Secretary Tachibana Akane behind him. Another public execution. No. Hikigaya suddenly became nervous. Learn. Tachibana Akane rolled her eyes at Hikigaya before taking the Wool Department Activity Report. Guide to Making Money with Advanced Education. According to market research by the Wool Department, high education has adopted a volume-based purchasing model in order to reduce costs, such as the latest volume of light novels, interspersed with 10,000 words of book-selling experience. Through the personal practice of the Wool Department, as long as you have a certain number of personal points, you can conduct a monopoly transaction on a certain product and earn a large number of personal points. This method is practical and feasible. It is especially recommended for novices to monopolize menstrual products, as long as they have enough personal points to buy monthly menstrual products for girls. Earning 20 million personal points is not a problem at all. Secretary Akane Tachibana finished reading intermittently and looked at Hikigaya as if she were looking at garbage. Scum! He actually wants to take action on girls' menstrual products. This guy is absolutely terrible. Oh! Asahina was a little surprised and clapped her hands and said, "Awesome, little brother Hikigaya, you have a pretty good mind, you can actually think of such a method. Why do you, a student, think about doing business? Normal people really don't think so." But there was nothing he could do for the sake of the Wool Department. Hikigaya looked at Commander Horikita a little nervous. "I don't know if such an achievement can pass the club's assessment. It seems that I underestimated you before." Nagayunya narrowed her eyes, glanced at him and smiled. "Hikigaya, if nothing happens, I will become the new student union president in 1 month, so you should also join the student union." Hikigaya said seriously, "No, I still want to focus on the class as much as possible." "That's it." Nanyunya said indifferently, "If you just want to be promoted to Class A, you don't have to do this. If you help me, I will be more confident that you can be promoted to Class A." "No need." Hikigaya still refused verbally. Does this guy not understand social rhetoric? Even Commander Horikita Manabu rejected me twice, let alone you, a little yellow guy, who wants to work under you. Please give me flowers. His boss can only be an angel like Ichinos. It's time to say no. He is someone who will always refuse. Well, that's a shame. Naunya shrugged indifferently. Feeling Hikigaya's gaze, Horikita Manabu assumed a commander's posture and said, "This means that you successfully earned 35,900 personal points using this method." "Yes." Hearing this, Shui rubbed his temples with a headache and said, "If you are lucky enough, this report may indeed earn 20 million personal points, which has already affected the school's original intention. It is a school after all. Although it is a garbage school led by the state and wants to train people into elite social animals. But the original intention is to educate people. Letting students do business is simply putting the cart before the horse. High-level education only teaches how to be a good social animal, not how to start a business. After all, the rules have been involved. I will hand this report to the school." Horikita Manabu did not have the authority to deal with such a matter. Anyway, the Wool Department will only be officially established for 1 year until April next year. There is no rush. You can go back first. Excuse me. 0. Hikigaya nodded, quickly stood up and left. He didn't expect an answer so soon either. If you help the school find such a big loophole, there is no reason why you should be disqualified. Perhaps? Unless the school is really so stingy, it won't even give him 15,000 yuan per month. That's too much. The Ministry of Education may be useless, he must report it to the fire department. Nagamo. After Hikigaya left, Horikita raised his hand and tapped the report on the table. "Do you think this report should be left to you to handle, or should I submit it to the school now?" "Senior, there is no need to test like this." Nanyunya spread her hands indifferently and said with a smile. "I'm indeed a little interested in him, but I won't threaten him with such despicable means to play with me, not to mention I can't feel his motivation at all." Don't he think it would be easier to pass it with senior? It's better to leave it to senior to handle it. Nan Yunya said with some expectation. Compared to him, I now hope that the seniors can all try their best to compete with each other. How about it? Although he wanted to compete with Hikigaya, Nagamo didn't bother to abuse his power and use small tricks like putting on small shoes for others. It seems you have some misunderstanding about me. Horikita glanced at him flatly and said, no matter who my opponent is, I will always give my best. Haha, indeed. Nan Yunya showed a hearty smile and praised, as expected of senior, there are no flaws, but I don't know how long senior can continue to be so calm. Who knows? Manabu Horikita didn't care, he just acted like he was doing whatever he wanted. Never mind. When I become the student council president, I will have the right to propose examination rules. At that time, I will definitely make this school rely more on individual strength, instead of playing like a child playing house now. Horikita-senpai, I sincerely hope you don't lose. Nan Yunya held the table with both hands and stared at this beloved senior with a smile. Tachibana Akane suddenly glared at him sharply, and Asahina beside her also stroked her forehead helplessly. These two guys are at it again. If you sincerely hope, I would rather you do less unnecessary things. Horikita Manabu's eyes were no longer calm. There have only been a few dropouts in the 3rd grade, but more than a dozen people have dropped out in the 2nd grade. This is all the credit of Nagai Yunya in front of me. You really have to wait until he takes the stage. I'm afraid the battle in the 1st grade will only become more intense. Chapter 084. The sports festival opens. All the students in the school lined up to enter the venue and listened to Fujimaki-senpai's opening statement. Around the rubber track, there were many medical tents being prepared by the school's medical staff, and there were scattered spectators in the auditorium, most of whom were staff of the Kiyaki shopping center. It's different from other schools. The school's sports meeting schedule is quite tight and there won't be many spectators. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. After processing the activity report of the wool department, he has been training with Ichinos and others. Although I am not lazy, the actual effect is not ideal. There are so many great people around. Although they are not lazy, Shibata and others are not only talented, but also work harder, so they really can't win. Ichinos. Leave this sports festival to me. I will definitely win the 1st place in the individual competition. Shibata was running in place, his bright smile was really reassuring. Really reliable. Ichinos stretched out her white hands to the middle and said with a smile, but we can't leave it all to Shibata and the others, we have to work hard. I'll do my best too. Chihiro Babo mustered up her courage and nodded, putting her little hand on hers, and then others put their hands on hers one after another. Hikigaya. Ichinos looked at Hikigaya and smiled. Oh. Hikigaya's face turned red. Somewhat embarrassed, he walked over and put his hand on top. If you think he can achieve any good results, it will be very disturbing. Excessive expectations will only crush people. 953. Just do your best. Everyone, 1, 2, 3, come on. Following Ichinos' shout, Hikigaya put her hands together with a blushing face. It's so shameful. How do these people do it? Soon. The 100-meter race begins. The 1st grade moved to one end of the playground to prepare for the game. Girls came last. Looking forward to the next women's 100-meter race. Hikigaya looked at the simple entry form. It was the 8th team on runway 6, and traveling with it was Hamaguchi Tetsuya, the mouthpiece of Class B. Others looked familiar. It seems that only Haruki Yamauchi and Kanji Ike from Class D are left. Tell me why you remember them both. It's just that these two are so noisy and stupid that they stand out. From another perspective, they are also well-known figures in the school. This group doesn't look very strong. Hikigaya, come on. Hamaguchi smiled and raised his fist, as if he wanted to fist bump with him. Ah, oh. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed to touch him. These guys must be foreigners. Can just touching it improve my performance? Boom. Just then, a signal gun sounded. Hikigaya also turned to look at the runway. The first grade boys in the first group immediately rushed out. A red-haired baboon instantly left behind his rivals and won the first place with an overwhelming advantage. Hey, is that a human? It looks like a monster. Hikigaya was simply stunned. He must have traveled to a parallel world. Why does it feel like this monster can run faster than Bolt? Maybe a bit of an exaggeration. But I feel like this guy can definitely become a professional athlete. What are you still doing in school? You should know him, that's Sudo from Class D. He should be Class D's ace and the opponent that needs the most attention. With that said, Hamaguchi Tetsuya smiled and patted his shoulder and said, but don't be too nervous, we just have to do our own thing. Hikigaya nodded. It felt like Hamaguchi wanted to comfort him, but he didn't need comfort. Anyway, we can't defeat that monster Sudo. Give up if you don't push for it. This is his style of doing things, just give your best in games where you have the chance. At this time, the signal gun sounded again, about once every 20 seconds. It only takes 4 minutes for all the boys to finish running, and then there is the girls' competition, and then there is the senior class competition. The 100-meter race in first grade may take about 30 minutes. Therefore, the football field inside the playground. There are many girls who are being excluded who are cheering for the people in the class. But those who can make girls cheer are basically the school's popular characters and the class ace. Even if you don't want to understand. Names like Hirata, Shibata, Satonaka, Sudo, and Kitu. It still enters the mind like noise. Why don't these damn cashiers explode? Soon. It was the turn of the 8th group. Hikigaya walked onto track 6 to prepare for the race. Hikigaya, come on. At this moment, a sound of cheering attracted his attention, and Hikigaya Crispy Red quickly smiled and questioned. Gyexu put her 2 small white hands to her mouth, acting as a loudspeaker to cheer him on. Hamaguchi too. Hamaguchi smiled and waved his hand, then whispered. Hikigaya, you and Himeno have a very good relationship. No, idiot, it's just a classmate who is cheering for you. Didn't she even cheer for you? But I feel like I just happened to. It should be you running in the 5th race. She didn't see you just now. Hikigaya half crouched on the ground, assuming a squatting starting position. It turns out, no matter who takes part in the competition, the students in Class B will cheer for them. Come on Hikigaya. Only. Can you please stop shouting? So shameful. As the signal gun sounded, Hikigaya suddenly exerted force on his feet, gritted his teeth and ran forward. Unfortunately, he was quickly passed by a figure beside him. I haven't seen who the other party is yet. A group of people arrived at the finish line almost at the same time. Unfortunately, I only got 2nd place. The 1st place was my classmate Tetsuya Hamaguchi. Hikigaya once again recognized his strength. This is still the case in the 8th group where there are no strong players. Even though we tried our best, we could only get 2nd place. Fine. 2nd place is already pretty good. With his results, being able to get 2nd place is already considered a blessing from the goddess of luck. Otherwise, in a normal group, his sports performance would probably only rank around 4th or 5th. Can't force too much. At the urging of the teacher, Hikigaya and Tetsuya Hamaguchi returned to the Class B camp to wait for the next project. As for the competition, Hikigaya simply took a look. Although there are many beautiful girls in this school, Hikigaya just looks at them with admiration like ordinary boys. Jiyayu danced on the field with her ponytail tied. Unfortunately, we finished 2nd. Anichino seemed to be carrying a heavy weight on her chest, so she unfortunately only got 4th place. His and Ichinos' sports scores are indeed similar. Soon, Ichinos and others returned to the camp and observed the senior class competition. First grade feels like a back-and-forth fight. But Class A for the 3rd year, led by Manabu Horikita, and Class A, the 2nd year, led by Masaru Nagamo. It was an overwhelming advantage. In this situation, it is almost impossible for the white group to win the red group. It may be easier to shift the goal to the 1st grade. Hello. Hachiman Oyuki sneaked up to Hikigaya, lightly kicked his calf, lowered the quality and said with some displeasure. I just cheered you up, why did you finish 2nd? Hee. Hikigaya laughed dryly. You cheer for me, so you have to run first? What kind of logic is this? No way. I only have this strength. What's more, Hamaguchi is still number 1 in our group. It doesn't make any difference. Anyway, 1st and 2nd place belong to Class B. There is nothing to be picky about with such results. Even so, the two were separated by a seat, and Gyexu lowered her voice and said, but don't you want to get more personal points? No chance, I'm not interested either. Hikigaya said calmly. Although he does want personal points, if it is too difficult, forget it. The sports festival is obviously beyond his personal strength. As for Hachiman Oyuki moved a seat away, and Hikigaya didn't have any objections. This guy just pretends to be nice in front of the class. Rather, Hikigaya was a little surprised that Hachiman Oyuki would come over to talk to her at this time. And Hikigaya responded directly, you are only in 2nd place, how can you have the nerve to talk about me? Gyexu's face turned red and her voice became softer, so you saw it. What is the problem? Hikigaya was speechless and said, no matter what, I am still a member of Class B. It doesn't matter if I sit here anyway. I will still watch my classmates' competitions. However, Ichinos only got 4th place. You still got better grades than her. Are you lazy? It seems like you ran much faster than in gym class. In the same group as Hachiman Oyuki was Suzune Horikita from Class D, but she only took 2nd place with a slightly smaller gap. Hikigaya has to suspect that he has been lazy. But considering that Gyexu has been pretending to be good in class, it is indeed possible. If your grades are too good, you may be ostracized by girls. Although he doesn't think that such a situation will happen in Class B, on the other hand, it will have too high expectations and push all the work to those who are capable. In fact, Class B now relies on Ichinos to run independently, with Kanzaki just playing second fiddle. Although Gyexu does not dislike parties, she likes to be alone. It's understandable if you want to be lazy. Just after hearing his words, Gyexu's pretty face stiffened, and then she said with some dissatisfaction. You guys are usually alone, how come you can see so clearly, even knowing the results of Ichinos and the others? It's disgusting. This guy is really too much. Hikigaya glanced at her and said nothing, thinking that Gyexu was just changing the subject. Since she doesn't want to talk, Hikigaya won't get into the other person's life. I told you that I am a member of Class B, not just Ichinos, but others too. Hikigaya looked at Horikita Manabu on the field and chatted. As expected of a commander, he is simply overwhelmingly powerful. Who are you kidding? I'm definitely just looking at Anchen with lustful eyes. Gyexu said with a slightly mocking tone. I really understand these boys very well, after all, this is human nature. Certainly not. Hikigaya quickly denied that although he was seeing girls, he was not such a person. Then tell me where Kanzaki is. The second group ranked first, and Katsuragi from Class A in the same group ranked second. Hearing his answer, Gyexu was stunned. She didn't expect that this guy was really looking at more than just girls. Can you really understand the overall situation of 3.9? Gexu said in shock. Basically, there is a game for every few people. It is not easy to gain insight into the overall situation. It's not that big of a deal. Hikigaya said calmly, I just looked at it when I was bored. And I don't know most of the people, so it's useless to read it. It's just to pass the time. After all, there's really nothing to do sitting here. Although he saw a few guys with outstanding abilities, he didn't know most of them. The only two people he had contact with were Sudo and Hirata. Then do you think we can win this time? It was clear that Hikigaya did not have high desire to advance to A, and Himenoyoki did not impose too much. Whether he wanted to assist Ichinos or not, he completely respected his personal opinion. We can't win. Hikigaya looked in the direction of the senior class, fearing that Himenoyoki might not recognize him, so he explained. The Student Council President Horikita Manabu and Vice President Nagamo Masaru are simply overwhelmingly powerful, and the seniors standing next to them are also in the top 2. Indeed. Facts have proved that he was too worried. Gexu said helplessly. I heard that the two of them were rated by the school as the two most outstanding people in the past 50 years. In terms of school information, Gexu only knows more than him. What kind of protagonist template is that? Hikigaya was speechless. Two geniuses who have not been born in 50 years are just like the protagonists of light novels. If one were to follow this template, there would probably be a genius in the first grade who would be responsible for slapping people in the face. Terrible. Chapter 085. After the hurdle race. It is an inversion contest that all first-year boys participate in. Simply put, knock down the flagpole in the opponent's camp and win by taking 2 poles first. Hikigaya has never participated in this kind of team competition, and basically gave up participating in such team events in junior high school sports meets. But the rules are relatively simple. It feels like it doesn't matter even if there is one less person. Hikigaya followed Kanzaki and Shibata and met up with Ryuuin and others from Class C. We, Class C, are attacking. You, Class B, can do whatever you want. Leave this sentence behind. Ryuuin led a group of younger brothers to the front of the white group's camp, showing no intention of teamwork. This guy Long Yuan really has no spirit of cooperation at all. It feels like this guy doesn't take our Class B seriously at all. Looking at the departing figures of Class C, several boys from Class B who were good at sports suddenly felt dissatisfied. Sports Festival. It is undoubtedly a feast for students who are good at sports, and it is their opportunity to perform well. The fairest way is undoubtedly the rotation of offense and defense. Follow Long Yuan's approach. Even if they win, Class B will have no chance to perform. I'm afraid it will affect the scoring in the individual competition. But Hikigaya feeling. Other classes may be trying to express themselves, but these guys in Class B probably just want a chance to realize their own value. There is a huge difference between the two. The former focuses more on their own performance, while Class B is more team-oriented. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied with Long Yuan's actions, they did not say it in public. They only complained a few words after Long Yuan left. You don't have to be like this, Long Yuan must have some plan. Innocent Shibata turned around and said with a hearty smile, moreover, Class C has more students with outstanding physiques than our Class B. If Class C is responsible for the attack, the winning rate may be higher. Are we just going to stand like this? Watanabe said a little confused. This is indeed not a good idea, and we can't leave it all to Class C. Shibata pondered for a moment and nodded, then glanced at Kanzaki next to him. How about this? Kanzaki looked around and said calmly, me, Shibata, Hikigaya, Watanabe, Hamaguchi, Beppu, Moriyama, and Nakanishi will see the situation. If there is a chance, we will find the right time to attack. If there is no chance, we will be responsible for the defense. The others will be responsible for staying. Focus on guarding the flagpole. Well, this is better. Do you have any other opinions? Then it's decided, Shibata, you must win the first place in the individual competition. Someone encouraged. Hikigaya, who fell behind a few people, looked around helplessly. Although he didn't know him very well, he felt that the people named by Kanzaki were relatively alert people. Ability to improvise. It is up to them to decide whether to defend or attack. After all, he has no right to choose at all. First round. The person responsible for the attack seems to be Class D. The leader, the red-haired Tsudu, ran rampant in the field, and even 3 or 4 people were no match for him. Ashamed to say it. Hikigaya felt like he was no match for him. If he was touched, he would probably be knocked away directly, not to mention that his strength alone was really limited. Important. It still depends on whether Class C can knock down the opponent's flagpole first. Fortunately, there is a big black guy in Class C who is also very strong, and has a bigger body than Tsudu, but he may be better at strength, and his athletic performance is completely inferior to Tsudu. Hikigaya just discovered it. There are actually foreigners in this school. Never mind. None of this matters. The important thing is that he doesn't seem to be needed. Hikigaya feels a little embarrassed standing in the white group camp, so she might as well find someone to deal with it. Lone Rangers and Lone Rangers are attracted to each other. Soon, Hikigaya found the target. You are the one. The neurotic Ayanokaji-san has a flying fish head. Hikigaya stopped in front of Ayanokaji with a slight smile on his lips. This is a tacit understanding between Lone Rangers. It's better to leave the limelight to those who are capable. The Lone Ranger can't think of being outstanding and just has to fish for a while. Hikigaya stretched out his hands without much thought and slowly pushed towards the opponent. Ayanokaji also raised his hands to take his palm, and then gave a slight push. You feel the power coming from the other person's arm. Hikigaya staggered 2 steps back, suddenly confused. Although the opponent's strength didn't feel very strong, he would only be deflated if he wasn't careful. But it doesn't feel right. This is obviously not the Lone Ranger's style. Did you make a mistake before? In fact, this flying fish head Ayanokaji is not a Lone Ranger? Hateful. How dare you deceive my feelings? Hikigaya cursed in his heart and wanted to change his opponent. Ayanokaji, the fake Lone Ranger, obviously had no intention of letting go. It was so annoying. What's wrong? Ayanokaji frowned. He just used an average level of strength, why did the guy opposite react so much? Hikigaya raised his hands helplessly. Now that he has chosen his opponent, it is difficult to change his opponent. He can only be prepared to stop this abominable liar. Fortunately, at this time, the sound of the flagpole falling to the ground was heard, and Ryan won. Second game. Hikigaya had to be suspicious. Could it be that the Lone Ranger radar failed? Ayanokaji, who originally thought he was the Lone Ranger, was obviously not normal. This time, I can't find him again. Loners are attracted to each other. Soon, Hikigaya found another target, a guy with dull eyes and thick dark circles. Even though he was standing in the middle of the group, no one spoke to him. That's right, he's a Lone Ranger. He is also an expert among Lone Rangers. Even if he is in a group, it is as if he does not exist. Jianzhong is a match for him. As expected. This guy should be Onizuka-san from Class D, who is number 1 on the gloomy list. Hikigaya used the stealth skill to sneak up to him. The two looked at each other. Hikigaya politely stretched out his hands and pushed forward slightly, causing the other party to take a step back as if facing an enemy. The two looked at each other meaningfully. This is it. This is the Lone Ranger. Hikigaya was a little excited. His Lone Ranger radar did not fail, but Ayanokaji was a little abnormal. Immediately afterwards, the other person stretched out his hands, and Hikigaya took a step back. A big watermelon. Cut in half with one knife. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding. Hikigaya pushed each other's hands, the two of them went back and forth, the battle was extremely fierce, and no one spoke. Hello. 1. After hesitating for a moment, Hikigaya pushed his hands and asked with some confusion, "What happened to Ayanokaji in your class? What did you ask him to do?" Got the expected answer. Use respectful and excessive honorifics to perfectly express the distance between the two people. Hikigaya's pusher said calmly, "I thought he was also a lone ranger. I went to find that guy just now, but who knew that guy pushed me away all of a sudden? He was completely rude." Oh. Onizuka-san showed a disdainful smile. That guy is not a loner, he is definitely pretending. He doesn't stutter when talking to girls, and he doesn't use honorifics. Can you believe it? What? I didn't notice it at all. Hikigaya suddenly felt a little lost. Although he had seen it several times, he didn't notice such details, but Onizuka had already discovered it. The other party's gloominess is higher than his. The gloomy ranking list is indeed well deserved, and this guy deserves to be number 1 on the gloomy list. And, let me tell you. Onizuka also started chatting, and said somewhat angrily. That guy is definitely pretending to hide his strength and want to attract girls' attention. No matter what exam he takes, he doesn't even frown. He sits and waits until the exam is over. He is definitely pretending. He has tarnished the way of being a lone ranger. Expressionless. Describe those exams. No matter how difficult it is, it can't cause Ayanokaji's emotional changes. It's over. This guy's insight cannot be underestimated. As expected of being number 1 on the gloomy list, he was always observing the humans around him, which made Hikigaya feel a little lost again and feel the gap in strength. There are people who have gone further than him on the path of the Lone Ranger. I am not alone in my ways. You're such a bad person. You're all in the same class, right? At least you won't cause any trouble to the class, right? Hikigaya spoke ill of Ayanoko number 710 without hesitation. Ahem. At this moment, Onizuka coughed violently, as if he was choking, and a puff of yellow smoke arose on the playground. Hikigaya turned to look. Several boys from Class C kicked the ground constantly, stirring up dust on the ground and blocking the sight of those around them. But it's not far. Others may still be struggling with their opponents, while Hikigaya narrows his eyes to narrow his vision. Still, it was discovered that Ryuuin and others seemed to be taking the opportunity to beat Sudo, and a group of people frantically trampled Sudo on the ground. Wow! Hikigaya couldn't help but make a sound. This is a serious violation and will result in disqualification from the exam if discovered. These people considered the surveillance equipment and used this method to block their view. It turns out that this is Ryuin's way of dominating his class with violence. Terrible. Only. As long as Sudo appeals to the school, the injuries on his body cannot be faked. Even if Ryuin could easily find an excuse, such as accidentally stepped on, it would probably lower his evaluation in the school. Evaluate this kind of thing. It seems useless in normal times. But it's very important. Lone Rangers like them have been labeled, and it is almost impossible to integrate into the class. The same goes for notoriety. When the notoriety accumulates to a certain level, even if Ryuin did nothing, most people around him will think that he did it. Isn't this guy afraid at all? Very scary. Since it has nothing to do with him, Hikigaya still plans to stay away from him. Hello. Hikigaya glanced over and said, "Your classmate seems to have been beaten. What should I do? Do you want to go up and help?" Oh. Onizuka also took a look and quickly looked away. He secretly waved his hand to the outside and said, "Let's go, let's change places. It's almost choking me." The two pushed each other and moved to the edge of the field. Hikigaya glanced at Ayanokaji from time to time. That Ayanokaji is definitely not a Lone Ranger, there is definitely something wrong with him. But he and the master in front of him who is number 1 on the gloomy list. There seems to be a difference too. Chapter 086. Relying on Ryuan et.al. The reverse pole contest was won easily, and then came the girls' pitching contest. Ichinos and others who trained frequently achieved overwhelming excellence, and then came the senior competition. Hikigaya sat on a folding chair and looked at the people congratulating each other. But no one mentioned what happened in the backstroke contest just now. This time Class B and Class C belonged to the white group. After all, Ryuan easily won the victory, probably because he wanted to turn a blind eye to Ryuan's affairs. It's not that hard to understand, it's really normal. Only Hikigaya still thinks so. As a social worker in Class B, it is better to report anything to the leader. It is Ichinos' business to make the decision. Think of this. Ichinos. Hikigaya walked quietly behind Ichinos. Ah! Ichinos turned around, looked at Hikigaya and said helplessly. Hikigaya, the way you talk to me makes people nervous, so it's better not to do that. Ah, oh. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed. After all, there are always many people around them, so it feels a bit shameful to talk to them directly, and he will only use this method. Well, Ichinos, can you borrow some time? All right. Ichinos briefly spoke to Okakura Asako and others, and then came to a corner of the Class B camp with Hikigaya. Hikigaya came to see me for something. Were you watching the pudding competition just now? I saw it. Ichinos nodded with a sweet smile. It seems to be a very fierce comparison, but thanks to Ryuan they were able to win the game so easily. It's so intense. Hikigaya murmured, actually, I saw Ryuan and the others beating, or to be precise, trampling on Sudo of Class D. Ichinos frowned and lowered his head in thought. She pursed her lips and said somewhat complicatedly. Sure enough, Ryuan still used some dishonorable means. So what does Hikigaya want to do? Me. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. Don't blame the problem on me, you are the consul of Class B. I can't do anything. Hikigaya said indifferently. Rather, it was thanks to the performance of Ryuan and others that the white team could win, and he was also more inclined to do nothing. Anyway, don't take advantage of the BD. But if there were any disadvantages, he would appeal hard and scold the school for being unfair. Sure enough, I knew Hikigaya would say that. Ichinos nodded and smiled, so, if I ask Hikigaya to testify for Class D, what would Hikigaya think? Can. Hikigaya nodded equally nonchalantly. The two classes have a cooperative relationship. Although he is not familiar with Class D, he has no special opinions. Anyway, it is Ichinos who needs to make the decision. He only needs to do his job well and not cause trouble to Class B. Everything else is left to the leadership to decide. All right. How about Hikigaya coming with me while the senior class is still competing? Can. The two turned around and left the Class B camp. Hikigaya followed Ichinos and said casually. Are you going to help Class D? That's not true. Ichinos looked at Hikigaya beside him and smiled. The victim in this incident is Sudo-san from Class D, so the one who needs to make a decision is naturally Class D. Hikigaya nodded in agreement. This is a matter between Class D and Class C. Class B is just a bystander and can only be said to be worthy of Ichinos. In his words. After all, he was the one taking advantage, so Hikigaya would definitely treat it as nothing happened. However, there haven't been any riots in Class D yet, so they probably don't plan to appeal to the school. Hikigaya said while looking at the camp of Class D. Sudo, Hirata, and others were arguing with a burly Huang Mao. He didn't recognize this Huang Mao. Just sitting on the chair with an elegant posture and looking in the mirror, you can see that he is a very athletic type with a tall body. But in the previous game, Hikigaya remembers that he has never seen the other party appear. Judging from the other party's behavior, it doesn't look like he is injured or sick. Could it be that he just skipped class? Don't plan to attend the sports festival? Hikigaya can only admire how awesome they are. Class D is so full of talents, there are all kinds of people. Anyway, it's all about Class D and has nothing to do with him. Should be. Ichinos also looked over and nodded. However, we should tell each other our attitude first. With that said, the two came to the Class D camp, and Xiaohuang Mao Pingtian took the initiative to greet him and said with some confusion. Ichino-san, I wonder what brings you here. Hirata-san. Ichinos turned her body sideways and introduced Hikigaya. Time is limited, so I will keep the story short. This is Hikigaya Hachiman from our class. According to what he said, he just saw Ryuuan and others viciously trample Suda-san in the inversion contest. Hirata glanced at Hikigaya, and his cheerful cheek suddenly stiffened. No, that's not the case. Maybe Hikigaya, you just saw it wrong. Hikigaya was stunned. We are here to help you, okay? What is your attitude? No, Hirata-san, you may have misunderstood. Ichinos quickly explained, if Class D needs it, we can testify for you. Hirata then breathed a sigh of relief and said with some confusion, but now Class B and Class D must be in the white group. If we appeal, the school may cancel the results of the reverse stroke competition. Why would Ichinos help us? Although it is true. Ichinos shook his head and said, although this is indeed the case, we cannot turn a blind eye to Ryuan's small tricks. How can we accept with peace of mind a game won by such despicable means? It's just that when the time comes, I hope Class D will ask for a rematch. We, Shiveo, will win again with our true strength. Hikigaya felt scolded. Sorry, he just wants to accept it with peace of mind. As expected of Ichinos. Hirata shook his head in shame and said with a hint of bitterness. It's just that we understand your kindness, but this time we don't want to make a big deal out of the incident and will not appeal to the school. The white team can win the reverse pole competition because of Ryuan's method. Ichino-san, just accept it calmly. Hikigaya was confused again. What could happen to this person? Class D was bullied like this by Ryuan using despicable means, and they still had to swallow their anger? Fine. Hikigaya really can't understand the thoughts of Hirata, Ryuan, and others. Anyway, the victim himself accepted it, and it had nothing to do with him. It would be better to have more than less, and Hikigaya didn't intend to say anything more. That's it. Ichinos glanced at Sudu, who was a little aggrieved in Class D, nodded and said. Well, Hirata-san can come to us at any time if necessary. Hikigaya is also willing to testify for you. Moreover, I will remind Halongjin-san later, I hope he will stop using these despicable methods. Really? Thank you very much, Ichinos-san. Then we'll leave first. Ichinos nodded and turned to leave, with Hikigaya following behind her. Until some distance away. Are you going to Class C again? Ichinos glanced at the senior girls who were competing and said, there should be enough time, let's hurry up. Why? All right. The two quickened their pace. Hikigaya followed Ichinos, which was really confusing. In less than a moment, the two arrived at the Class C camp. Ichinos, and Hikigaya. Long Yuan appeared in front of the two of them, and the group of boys seemed to be resting in the camp. His sharp eyes fell on Hikigaya, and he said curiously. Such a combination is really strange. Ichinos, I should have said that if you refused to cooperate this time, why did you join Class C? Ryuan-san. Ichinos had a smile on his lips, but his tone was slightly serious. You used unfair and violent means against Sudo-san from Class D in the inversion competition. I would like to advise you not to use such small means again. Ryuan frowned and glanced at Hikigaya and said, I really can't understand it, Ichinos. First of all, we have never done the violent methods you said, and even if we did, what does it have to do with you? Aren't you going to admit it? Ichino smiled nonchalantly and said, it just so happened that Hikigaya from our class saw you trampling on Suda-san. If necessary, he will assist Class D to testify. If you appeal to the school, these people in Class C will definitely be disqualified from the exam, and Sudo's injuries may even be dealt with by Confucianism. Long Yuan was even more confused and said, if what you said is true, then it is just something I stepped on accidentally, and I don't understand it even more. What does this matter have to do with Class B? We belong to the white group and won the reverse pole competition. You Class B can just enjoy the fruits of victory with peace of mind, okay? Perhaps because the two have similar ideas, Hikigaya even wanted to give Ryuuin a thumbs up. This matter has nothing to do with their Class B. Since Long Yuan likes to use despicable tricks, wouldn't it be great if they followed behind and took advantage? No, Ryuuin-san. Ichinos shook his head and said, as you said, we are both in the white group this time. If your careless tricks affect our Class B, it will be bad. This matter is naturally related to Class B. Hikigaya pondered, if it were him, he would probably take advantage of Ryuuin and sell Ryuuin after the incident came to light. It's really not very honorable to work directly with Class C and Class D. But Ichinos's considerations were reasonable and upright, so there was nothing wrong with her decision. Ichinos, you are really a good person. Long Yuan sneered, and then said disdainfully for a moment. Let's see, if the school is dissatisfied because of what happened to our Class C, all the losses of Class B will be borne by my Class C. Is there no problem? Ichinos hesitated. There should be no complaints about such a proposal, but Ichinos API was still a little reluctant. Do not worry. Ryuuin sneered and said disdainfully, our goal in Class C is also to win the game, it's just some necessary means, and we won't do anything excessive to those stupid words. That's it. Ichinos then nodded and said, forget it, Ryuuin-san, you'd better think clearly. If Class D needs evidence, we will testify. You should know that we are also in the white team. This witness, how many will there be? Big effect. Very scary. Long Yuan waved his hands angrily and returned to the camp without saying anything more. Hikigaya couldn't help but feel it. Ryuuin seemed to understand Ichinos better than he did. After all, there is nothing that can be done about it. Although they are in the same class, he and Ichinos Michi, Li, are very few. Strictly speaking, except Himenoyuki. He doesn't have much contact with everyone in Class B, and he doesn't even know as well as people from other classes. Let's go. Hikigaya followed Ichinos and turned away, staring at her slender back, feeling that Ichinos's figure was so weak for some reason. It's more than that I can't understand Ryuuin and Hirata. Hikigaya felt that he couldn't understand Ichinos at all. Although Class D and Class B are in a cooperative relationship. But only this time. Class B and Class C are both in the white group, so this is a true cooperative relationship. However, Ichinos still wanted to help Class D, so he wanted to use this warning to limit Ryuuin's performance. Strictly speaking, this is not to assist Class D. Rather, to prevent anyone from being injured by Ryuuin's methods. Hikigaya stared at Ichinos's back. I originally thought that she was just a rare guy who met a truly gentle guy, but now it seems that it is exactly what Ryuuin and others said. Ichinos is a very good person, and he is almost biased towards the Holy Mother. Only in this way. Only then can I explain why Ichinos came to warn Class C. But is there anything good about Our Lady? Ichinos gained the support of everyone in Class B in just a few days, and is said to be widely trusted by everyone in the entire school. This kind of leadership is unparalleled. Only. Hikigaya couldn't help but wonder, could such a personality really lead Class B to be promoted to Class A? Think about it. Hikigaya still thinks forget it. Whether Ichinos has the ability to advance to A is not something that a person of his level can tell. Not to mention. Anyway, even if Class B cannot be promoted to A, Hikigaya will also gradually target 20 million personal points. Chapter 087. Call. Hikigaya sat on the chair tiredly, opened the max coffee and put it in his mouth. At this point in the competition, it is inevitable that I am feeling a little exhausted. The women's obstacle course is now underway. There are two familiar faces in the first group, Horikita Suzune from Class D, and Hachiman Yuki from the same class. The two of them were quickly separated by two unknown girls, one fell into third place and the other fell into fourth place. It seemed that he was questioning whether he was hiding his strength. GXU's results became a bit ordinary, basically between third and fifth place. But Hikigaya herself is just lazy, but she doesn't think there's anything wrong with her. If you get excellent results, it is indeed better for the class, but at the same time there will be more expectations. Expectations of this kind of thing will only get bigger and bigger, and once you can't meet other people's expectations, you will only feel disappointed. In order not to disappoint, those who are expected can only work harder. This pain and responsibility, only those who are expected to bear it alone. And those who expect without permission and are ultimately disappointed because the other party fails to meet their expectations have no responsibility at all. He clearly imposes pain on the other party, but has no responsibility at all. Isn't this strange? Therefore, Hikigaya will not have any expectations for Hachiman Yuki, nor will she criticize her behavior. This group quickly walked across the balance beam. Horikita Suzune gradually closed the distance and was only a hair away from second place, while Hachiman Yuki was also following behind a few others. Just watching, Hikigaya felt something was wrong, and the first two seemed familiar. It seems that these two people. She is often in the same group as Horikita Suzune, so she seems to be blocked. He didn't pay much attention to Horikita Suzune. I only pay attention to the game occasionally when I have a lot of time to rest, so I'm not very clear about it. 170. If this is the case, it can only mean that Class D's entry form has been leaked. In the previous boys' horseback riding battle, there had been obvious internal strife in Class A, and it should have been the instruction of Sakayanagi. Class A shouldn't have the energy to do these things. Since Sakayanagi had made up his mind to deal with Katsuragi first, there was no need to pay attention to other classes' entries. He just wanted to let Class A lose the game. That is Class C. Only. Thinking of this, Hikigaya felt even stranger. The top two guys can suppress Horikita Suzune, obviously their sports performance is definitely not bad. Now that we know the entry form for Class D, wouldn't it be better to just avoid the strong players in Class D? Why would Ryuan put two girls who are good at sports in the same group as Horikita Suzune? Isn't this a waste of one's advantages? Unless Long Yuan has a bigger plan. Dia. Hikigaya shook his head secretly. These leaders obviously had their own strategies. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him or Class B. Hikigaya is just like watching a show. At this moment, he discovered that Horikita Suzune had squeezed into second place during the final straight run, and then frequently looked back to observe the opponent behind him. This caused her speed to slow down, and she was caught up by the people behind her and walked side by side. Then the two of them collided hard and fell to the ground. GXU, who was originally in fourth place, glanced at the two of them. He easily finished second. Wow, it looks so painful. Hikigaya was not too busy watching the show and quickly looked away. Let this self-righteous woman get away with it. Deserve it. Soon. After finishing the first group, GXU returned to Class B early. She looked at Hikigaya, who was drinking max coffee leisurely, and glared angrily. You are so laid back, why don't you buy me a bottle? Why should I buy it for you? Hikigaya responded unceremoniously. Anyway, Gexu showed such a bad character when there was no one around. Humph, is it really okay for you to talk to me like this? Hachiman Oyuki sat next to Hikigaya teasingly, grabbed the max coffee he had drank, took a sip, and said with bright eyes. Hey, it's not wrong. I said. Seeing Hachiman Oyuki's cherry-colored lips touching the place where he had just drank, Hikigaya's face turned red and she said. It's easy for boys to misunderstand you. Please be polite. No way only an innocent boy like you, Hikigaya, would have such thoughts. Gexu smiled with some contempt. How could she drink something that other boys drank? Call. Hikigaya wanted to say something harsh. He is not innocent, it is Shibata who is truly innocent. But it feels like he will be teased back immediately by Gexu, and then be forced into a dead end. The Mavericks don't fall in the same place twice. Hikigaya has learned well. I have to admit that he can't beat Gexu in this regard. Accept your defeat honestly. Why can't I talk to you like this? Hikigaya took out another bottle of Max coffee from her shoulder bag and changed the subject. Fortunately, he had already drank more than half of the bottle just now. Otherwise, you will suffer a big loss. Oh. Gexu said disdainfully, I saw that you were really good at paddling in the backstroke competition. So I saw it. Hikigaya was slightly embarrassed and quickly defended, I stopped someone anyway, so what does it matter? Even though I was paddling with Onizuka Oakami. But our personnel will be reduced by 1, and the opponent's personnel will be reduced by 1. It means no one is paddling. Such sophistry. Ichinos and the others won't accept it. Hachiman Oyuki patted Hikigaya's thigh and said with a wicked smile. If you know, treat me to a meal quickly as hush money. Hikigaya glanced at the place she had photographed and said flatly, Congratulations, you just got the second place. The implication is that I also know that you are letting go. He is really not strong enough. Even if I try my best, I can't change the situation in the reverse stroke competition, but I am taking part in other competitions seriously. What's more, we didn't win in the end. I am paddling, and you are also releasing water. Let's not talk about our eldest brother, our second brother. Trying to threaten him Hikigaya Hachiman is impossible. Wow, BDCJ.1. Gexu's face was ugly, and she even said in disbelief, You actually threaten a woman, it's really not bad at all. Humph, it's good to know. Hikigaya was a little proud. Thinking it was a girl, he would choose to submit? Dreaming. Okay. Gexu secretly sighed and said helplessly, Don't worry, I won't order anything too expensive, just Salia, just treat me to a meal. No, why do I have to treat you to dinner? Hikigaya refused directly. Even if it wasn't expensive, he had no reason to treat Gexu to dinner. Hachiman Oyuki stared at Hikigaya with her beautiful eyes, and she was so angry that her teeth ached. How could this person be like a piece of wood? You can't let her treat Hikigaya to dinner, right? In this case, wouldn't it be exposed all at once? Forget it if you don't invite me. Gexu tilted her head to the side and said with some disdain. It's good to know. Hikigaya stared at the arena indifferently. He has no reason to invite the other party to dinner, and no reason to have dinner with the other party. But anyway, Gexu had a good relationship with him before, and he didn't look like a cheap guy. Could it be that the evil JK's true nature has finally been exposed? It's terrible. I really don't know what's so interesting about this game. Gexu's tone was still a little unhappy, and her eyes were staring at the arena faintly. Indeed. Hikigaya nodded in agreement. They are all a bunch of pushy guys who shout random things on the field. There really wasn't much to see. However, it would be nice if someone fell down like in the game you just played. Hikigaya said indifferently. Anyway, the two of them are not good people, and they don't care much about chatting. Hachiman Oyuki frowned and said in confusion, Speaking of this, Kinoshita has been shouting Horikita's name just now, and he really worked hard for the competition. Who is Kinoshita? The person from Class C is the girl who fell down with Horikita just now. Oh. Hikigaya glanced in the direction of Class C. As expected of GXU, she really knows more people than him. Speaking of which, during the tug-of-war just now, Ryuuin deliberately let go and caused the people in Class D to fall. Wow! GXU also looked over there and joked, that guy Ryuuin is really good at messing with people's mentality. I'm afraid those people in Class D are going to be PD to death. Not only is he so angry, that Sudo was about to hit someone just now. Hikigaya shook his head in fear. The two of them spoke ill of other classes without hesitation, and GXU's mood suddenly improved. But, thinking of the tug-of-war just now, just as both sides were trying their best, Class C, which Ryuin ordered, suddenly let go, causing everyone in Class D to fall down. Hikigaya didn't feel anything at all, it was all about watching a show. Only, the techniques Ryuin used against Sudo were obviously different from those used against Kitabatsuki. It's just a simple call. Shimoshita also fell down together with Horikita Suzuan, and they both fell to the top of the club. It's just a waste of blood. Could Ryuin really be so naive? Maybe it's despicable enough. Hikigaya could easily guess Ryuuin's thinking pattern. I'm afraid it's nothing more than threatening Horikita Suzuan. But he didn't think Horikita Suzuan would give in easily. As for the process, Hikigaya really couldn't think of how to threaten. Never mind. There's no point in thinking about it. What can't be done just can't be done, just leave it to those who are capable. Although I don't know what Ryuuin will do, there is a high probability that he will threaten Horikita Suzuan. Hikigaya was just wondering if he could do it without affecting Class B. Do yourself some favors. This time, Class B and Class C both belong to the white group and have a cooperative relationship. Class B and Class D also have a cooperative relationship. It's not right. Yet, do we still have a cooperative relationship with Class D? Hikigaya asked with some confusion. How do I know? Jiyayu was speechless and tilted her head, but Ichinos didn't say to cancel the cooperation, so it should still be a cooperative relationship, right? I don't think she would make such a mistake. Indeed. Hikigaya nodded. Ichinos certainly didn't seem like someone who would make such a stupid mistake. Only, Hikigaya was speechless. What on earth is Nina's doing? Why do we have a cooperative relationship with these guys? How to play this? Chapter 088. Lunch break. Hikigaya left the camp alone and found a deserted staircase to eat lunch. After all, I will be assigned to the white group together with Class C. It is entirely the decision of the school. It's not surprising that Ichinos was on top. It's just that if you try to blackmail Class C again, it will inevitably affect Class B. Obviously, it's unlikely. Help Class D make money. Although the two classes are cooperative, they are rivals in this exam. The relationship is actually somewhat ambiguous. Without any choice, Hikigaya finished lunch and came to the camp of Class A of the third year. Why are you here in the third grade? What's the matter? Looking at Hikigaya approaching, Akane Tachibana stepped forward and asked with some doubts. Oh. Hikigaya nodded and said, Tachibana-senpai, I want to find Horikita-senpai, is he here? What do you want from the president? Ju Jian's tone suddenly became wary, like she was protecting a calf. No. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed, I want to discuss some personal matters with him. Could you please help me find Horikita-senpai? Obviously not in the student union. This guy is actually worthy of being the president, and he obviously respects the commander of Baigzhu very much. Private matter. Ju Jian frowned and said with some displeasure. If you have any personal matters, just tell me, and I will convey it to President Horikita on your behalf. Hikigaya was suddenly confused. Why does it feel like this senior Jujian is a bit hostile to him? Did he offend this guy in any way? In the past, I just showed some cuteness in front of her. Isn't that the case? Why does this guy make decisions for the commander without permission? Possessiveness is too strong. That. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed. Tachibana Akane-senpai, I'm afraid Horikita-senpai will hate you if you do this. That's not the case. Akane Tachibana puffed up her face, looked at Hikigaya and said even more angrily, I am the person President Horikita trusts the most, and he will not be angry with me. Don't worry, tell me the matter and I will definitely convey it properly. Hikigaya really has a headache. This senior obviously likes Horikita Manabu, and this inexplicable possessiveness really gives him a headache. What does it mean? Tachibana Akane may have some inexplicable misunderstanding about him. That, senior sister. Hikigaya said with some trouble, I don't mean to fight with you. This is Horikita-senpai's private matter. It's better to let him come out. What a scramble. Ju Jian became even more angry and even raised her voice a few points. I just made a few constructive suggestions, don't be too proud. Fine. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. Too lazy to pay attention to such a love brain. This guy really thinks he is Horikita Manabu's housekeeper. Then I'd better ask someone else. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Ju Jian suddenly panicked and said unhappily. I'll take you to see President Horikita. Thank you very much. Hikigaya laughed twice, and that was it. The two left the arena and soon came to a garden. Not far away, they could see Horikita Gakusho, Fujimaki-senpai, and several boys eating together. Thinking of Tachibana Akane's inexplicable hostility just now, Hikigaya suddenly felt a little less confident. Does Horikita Manabu really have any special hobbies? No, it's impossible. It's normal to eat with friends. Hikigaya shook her head quickly, almost being led astray by Akane Tachibana. You wait here for a while. After leaving a few words behind, Tachibana Akane walked over to Horikita Manabu, pointed here and whispered a few words, before Horikita Manabu nodded and walked over. It's really strange. Horikita Manabu said in a calm voice. I thought I was one of the people you least wanted to get close to, but I didn't expect you to come to me at this time. Did I misunderstand? Hee. Hikigaya is a little embarrassed. This man is too smart, he really doesn't want to get in touch with Horikita Manabu. This guy doesn't look like a student at all. I felt inexplicable pressure to meet the commander. But it wouldn't be wrong to say that I least want to come into contact with him. Whether it was Horikita Suzuan or Ryuuan, or the Horikita Manabu in front of me, they were all fine. The last thing he wants to see right now is Yuzusaka Yanagi, whom he has never met. The kind of person who doesn't care about class. No matter how you think about it, it's better to keep a respectful distance. So what? Horikita Manabu didn't care and said, what do you want from me? Hikigaya looked around and lowered his voice. I have some information here, 100,000 personal points. Do you want to buy it? Horikita looked at him carefully for a moment and then said. Since you dare to offer such a price, does it mean that this matter has something to do with me and her? Mind reading. This guy can read minds. Yes. Hikigaya didn't dare to say anything. I feel like if I say too much, the other party might guess it directly. The commander would be too scary. Hikigaya, it seems that you saved a lot of personal points in the first semester. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Horikita Manabu's mouth, as if everything was under control. What's the meaning? Hikigaya was even more confused. If you have anything to say, can you say it directly? This is very scary. Come with me. The two came to a vending machine. Horikita bought 2 bottles of Max coffee and handed him one. Well. Hikigaya was a little confused, will this be deducted from the transaction fee later? Horikita Manabu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, I'll treat you to it. No reward for no merit, I'll transfer it to you later." Hikigaya shook his head and did not accept it. Meals without work are indeed the most delicious. But thanks to his good family education, he basically just talked about it, and he was blinded by the benefits in front of him and suffered big losses sooner or later. Not to mention, the two have only known each other a few times. Why would Horikita want to buy him a drink? There is a conspiracy. Can't accept it. Never mind. After the two exchanged contact information, Horikita looked at the transfer on his phone, shook his head and said, "Let me tell you directly, it is almost impossible to save 20 million personal points in the special examination by relying on one's own strength." That's it. Hikigaya nodded. Actually he had had this idea for a long time. If an individual can save 20 million personal points in a special exam, then the existence of the class will be meaningless. Exam as generous as a favored person. I'm afraid not too much. It is almost impossible to save 20 million personal points by yourself. But only for special examinations. Unless other classes are fools who are easy to deceive, or betray the class, it is possible to get enough personal points. However, Hikigaya is just doing its best. It doesn't matter if you can save up to 20 million. Finally, it can be exchanged for cash. But Horikita Manabu opened the tab, took a sip of Max coffee, and said calmly, "Nagayun wants the school to respect individual strength more. In the future, it is possible for individuals to save 20 million personal points. Do you think that would be better?" "Who knows, I think either way is fine." Hikigaya was a little helpless. "You're obviously here to discuss a deal, why are you talking nonsense with Horikita? What a noble idea this school was founded with. What are Horikita Manabu and Nagamo Masa fighting over?" Hikigaya doesn't know, doesn't understand, and is not interested. Whether it is Horikita Gakushu who focuses on the collective, or Nagamoya who focuses on the individual. Finally, don't you still have to enter society? Is this rubbish school comparable to the big divat of society? How can people change so easily? Guys who don't have a firm bottom line will become egoistic sooner or later, but it's hard to imagine someone like Ichinos doing bad things. Hikigaya only thinks. Both Horikita Manabu and Nagamo Masaru were so idle that their eggs ached. That's it. Horikita Manabu sighed weakly. This guy obviously doesn't care what this school is like, he just does his best to help those in need. Well, I originally wanted to let you join the school union, but now it seems that it is still impossible. Let me ask more. If you agree to join the student union now, I can still find a way for you to directly become the vice president. Interested? Please give me flowers. Then don't ask. Hikigaya was speechless. Even if he were beaten to death, he would not join the student union. He felt that if he did, he would be exploited. It was too scary to have to work every day. Fine. Horikita nodded, regaining his calm tone and said. Back to the topic just now, Hikigaya, it may be that you obtained personal points too easily before, which caused your understanding of the value of personal points to be biased. Shifang is not in danger. Really? Hikigaya didn't care too much and said, how much do you think is appropriate? Tell me what you know first, so I can judge the price. Horikita Manabu's tone was calm, as if he didn't really care about his information. These two brothers and sisters are really kind, and the initiative must always be in their own hands. However, the credibility of Horikita Gakushu and Horikita Suzune can still be guaranteed. Your sister seems to be targeted by Ryuuin from Class C, you should be able to tell that. Hikigaya also does not have small airways. Certainly. Horikita pushed up his glasses and said, there is a traitor in Class D who leaked the entry form. My stupid sister must have been targeted by Kinoshita and Ushijima 10 times. As expected of a commander. She also calls her a stupid sister. I'm afraid Horikita Manabu has been secretly observing Horikita Suzune's situation and even knows the situation of the surrounding contestants. What a weird guy. So what? Horikita Manabu said calmly, this is all because my stupid sister is not strong enough. If your information is only like this, it has no value at all. He obviously cares about his sister, but he doesn't want to interfere. I want to see Horikita Suzune solve the problem independently and let Horikita Suzune grow. Hikigaya was a little dissatisfied. This guy was simply not worthy of being an older brother, but he hesitated for a moment and said. Although this is your family matter that has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to interfere, but based on my understanding of Long Yuan, I'm afraid that guy won't end so easily. It's better for you to keep a close eye on him. You mean, what kind of follow-up actions will Long Yuan have? Perhaps. Hikigaya was not very sure and said, I think your sister is just trying to be strong. In fact, she is very fragile. She feels that as long as she is being with just a little threat, the bad guys can easily get their hands on you. Furthermore, I feel that she is extremely persistent towards you. Most likely she will not ask you for help if anything happens, but will only want to prove herself. If you don't keep an eye on me, you won't regret it later. As an older brother, naturally, I have to protect my sister. This guy actually just wants to distance himself from his sister. Although he didn't know what happened between them, Horikita Manabu's attitude inevitably made Hikigaya a little contemptuous. This guy is simply not worthy of being a brother. Have you discovered it? Hearing Hikigaya's slightly unkind tone, Horikita Manabu felt a little bitter. After all, he knew Hikigaya was right. Actually, Suzune has been chasing me since she was very young. At first, I just thought that such a sister was cute. It was only later that I gradually understood that the situation had reached an irreversible point, whether it was clothing matching, hobbies, or even food tastes. Ling Yian was following my example, but she gradually lost herself, lost her brilliance like a raw stone, and gave up the potential of her attributes. After discovering this, I couldn't let the situation continue no matter what, so I wanted to take the initiative to distance myself and enter this school. It's a pity that she still caught up. Horikita looked up at the sky, his eyes were filled with memories, and he began to mutter to himself. The first time I saw her, I knew that Suzune had not changed from before and was still chasing my back. He even mistakenly thought that he was alienated from me because of his lack of strength. Horikita Manabu felt powerless. Being too close will make the sister lose herself, being far away will put the sister into crisis. Look at your contempt just now. You must look down on an incompetent brother like me. I guess you should also have a sister. Horikita looked sideways, slightly curious and said. Hikigaya, if you were in the same situation as me, what would you do? Chapter 089. Hikigaya fell into thought. Although he didn't know why Horikita Manabu suddenly recalled the past, at least he didn't look angry, so he still tried to imagine it. What if Komaka became like me? No. Absolutely not. Just thinking about it, Hikigaya felt a chill. If Komaka becomes as useless as him, the most he can do is go to work to support Komaki. If the character becomes similar to him, Hikigaya might be so worried that he can't sleep. But if he alienates Komaki because of this and puts Komaki into a dangerous situation, Hikigaya doesn't think it's okay or is too worried. Sure enough, there is still only one way. After thinking for a moment, Hikigaya nodded proudly, which immediately made Horikita look forward to it. Unexpectedly, he actually had a method. Horikita Manabu naturally knew that alienation was not the best way, but he really had no choice. That's the way. Hikigaya said proudly, as long as I become a loser enough, Komaki will not long for such a brother, and will find a way to become better to take care of a loser like me, Jane Perfect. Horikita Manabu was simply stunned. This is the first time I have seen a guy who puts himself in a bad position and talks so grandly. Brazen. Correspondingly, you can also feel Hachigaya's love for her sister. Although it's barely a method. Horikita Manabu smiled bitterly, but this method is obviously not impossible for me. 180. Maybe it's because my parents adopted free-range education that they could do this. Hikigaya also has no dissatisfaction with her parents. He was also very grateful for their hard work over the years so that he and Komaka could at least live a life without worries about food and clothing. I just hope that my parents can live a long life and support him for a few more years. But neither Horikita Manabu nor Horikita Suzuan. Both of them obviously come from elite families, and even being mediocre is definitely not allowed. Then, do you plan to do nothing this time? Hikigaya brought the topic back, but he didn't forget that he was here for a transaction. If Horikita Gakuin really intends to leave Horikita Suzuan alone. Although Hikigaya is a little ashamed of Horikita's approach to being an older brother, he doesn't particularly care. It's just a pity that he can't make any money. Horikita Manabu fell into deep thought. Even Hikigaya, a member of Class B, can easily see the false strength of Horikita Suzuan, and can even threaten her at will. The situation has reached a very serious level. Fortunately, Horikita Suzuan was lucky enough to meet someone like Hikigaya. It would have been fine if she had met someone who was greedy for money. If he met a lustful guy, Horikita Manabu didn't even dare to think about it. How about this? Horikita said calmly, including this information, I will give you 150,000 yuan. Please help keep an eye on her during this sports festival. If there is any special danger, please contact me at any time. It means that if there is no special danger, you still plan to ignore it, right? Hikigaya glanced at him. Anyway, it was only a matter of one day, and he was ready to take over the job. Although not incomprehensible. But Manabu Horikita is really ruthless. Change to Hikigaya. He felt that he could never ignore his sister's dangerous situation. But Horikita Manabu raised the price to 150,000, obviously he was very worried about this sister in his heart. What a weird guy. Yes, as for money. Horikita thought for a while, then took out his mobile phone, I'll transfer it to you directly, you don't seem like a guy who would break the contract. Thank you. Hikigaya nodded and soon received a transfer of 150,000 yuan. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, he heard Horikita Manabu continue. In addition, I will give you 5,000 personal points every month to help watch over her points. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. That's not necessary. Hikigaya raised his hand in refusal. What a joke. He just wants to be an information dealer and make some easy money. Do you want to waste your personal time every day to pay attention to that arrogant girl Horikita Suzuan? Let's forget about this kind of work. Although it is not impossible for him to be perfunctory, Hikigaya still thinks that he is very capable at work. The next work must be completed well. Otherwise, it's easy to cause trouble for others. He would not take on such a time-wasting job. Even if it's a lie. Horikita Manabu chuckled, you won't accept it either. So be it. Hikigaya raised his hand and turned around to leave. 150,000 a day. Just listen to Horikita's ringtone today, and if you need anything, just call Horikita Manabu. He just wants to do this kind of work where he can get something for nothing. Don't you care if the wool department's activity report passes? Hearing Horikita Manabu's words, Hikigaya raised his hand without stopping. He's not an idiot. I feel so lucky to have discovered such an obvious loophole in the school. Not passing is impossible. However, Horikita Manabu did not trade this point, he is really a good leader. Looking at Hikigaya's leaving figure, North Academy secretly said. Pity. If Hikigaya can join the student union, he should be able to rest assured. Even though Hikigaya does not have the strength to deal with Nagamo Masaru, Horikita Manabu completely believes that he must have a way to contain Nagamo Masaru. Only, this guy doesn't seem to be very interested in anything around him, not even paying attention to A-level promotions. Just like a social animal, fulfilling his responsibilities as a member of Class B. What an excellent social animal! Lunch break is coming to an end. Horikita Manabu and Tachibana Akane return to the entrance hall together. That Akane Tachibana couldn't help but said, "President, what do you think of that Hikigaya?" Horikita Manabu couldn't help but glance at her. It was rare to see Akane Tachibana become interested in other people, and Manabu Horikita couldn't help but feel a little pleased. It's hard to see though. Horikita Gakukei thought carefully and said, "But he is a very responsible and trustworthy person. As long as Hikigaya is given the task, I believe he is capable of doing it well, but it is very difficult to get his consent." Difficult thing? Why can't I see it? Zhu Jian said with a little anger. Why can such a guy with a bad personality get such high praise from Horikita Manabu? At this time, brother. 11. Like a murmur, Horikita Suzune appeared in front of the two of them. Feeling Horikita Manabu's indifferent gaze, she quickly lowered her head. Seeing the scene in front of me, Horikita Manabu felt deeply powerless, but after hesitating for a moment, he managed to speak calmly. Do you understand the situation Class D is in now during this exam? Now I feel this deeply. Horikita Suzune clenched her pink fist and lowered her head deeply. Although I really want to act coquettishly with my brother, as a member of Class D, I don't have the qualifications and power. The entry list was leaked and was perfectly arranged by Class C. Undoubtedly, it was all her fault for living carelessly. But please don't worry, I won't cause trouble to my brother. Horikita Suzune spoke softly, wanting to be comforted by her brother. But Horikita's eyes were sharper, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. It's exactly what Hikigaya said. Horikita Suzune is now in a very dangerous state, feeling that she may be threatened and deceived at any time. And this weakness is precisely himself. Horikita felt powerless. I just feel that there is something wrong, whether it is distancing or getting closer. Farewell. Horikita Suzune spoke in a low voice and ran away as if running away. As such an incompetent sister, she cannot continue to embarrass her brother. Looking at the back of my sister running away, Horikita Manabu was even more helpless. It would be great if Horikita Suzune took her eyes away from him. Afternoon. Recommending contest events is just the beginning. Participants are generally elites from each class and have nothing to do with Hikigaya. He needs to attend. Only the two men and women in the penultimate scene had 3 kicks. At this time, most of the members of Class B who have nothing to do are supporting Shibata and others in the class. Hikigaya, it seems that you are participating in a threesome with Ichinos, right? Hime Yuki secretly sat next to Hikigaya and chatted. Yes, why don't you go cheer for Shibata and the others? Hikigaya responded nonchalantly, looking for Horikita Suzune in the arena, but couldn't find it. It shouldn't be. With Horikita Suzune's strength, she must be the elite of Class D. How could she not participate? Now that he has accepted the job with a salary of 150,000 yuan, Hikigaya will continue to work hard. Could it be that Horikita Suzune had an accident? However, Hikigaya gave up the idea when he saw the borrowing competition that Ryuan was participating in. Since Long Yuan is still there, there will generally be no problem. Wait until the game is over and watch for a while. This job is over. What the hell? Ji Yexu gently hit his shoulder as if coquettishly, and said with some dissatisfaction. Why do I feel like you are a little distracted? How could it be? I'm very focused. It's the borrowing competition that Kanzaki is participating in now. Now that Ryuan is present, Hikigaya immediately starts fishing mode. We can wait until the sports festival is over to talk about anything else. Himanoyuki snorted softly and said in a long voice, I said, are you looking forward to having a threesome with Ichinos and having close contact with Ichinos? Idiot! Hikigaya was a little speechless. It's just a coincidence of participating in the competition together. What's the point of close contact? That's it. Seeing that his face was calm and didn't look like he was faking it, Gyexu suddenly felt a little happy and said. Let me tell you, Ichinos is a highly cultivated school beauty, the most beautiful girl in the school. There are countless people who like her. If you like Ichinos, it's better to give up. You think too much. Hikigaya was speechless. Why do you feel like this guy is Pua? Only 0.0 Hikigaya is also clear. Ichinos and I are not from the same world. Even if he likes Ichinos, Ichinos cannot like him. Ichinos is just a kind-hearted person who sympathizes with him without permission. It's good to know. Gyexu nodded with a smile on her face, leaned into his ear and whispered in his ear, the sports festival is over, let's go to dinner together, just think of it as a celebration banquet, how about it? Not going. Hikigaya refused instantly. Why he insisted on eating with Gyexu was inexplicable. You. Gyexu glared at him fiercely, and suddenly she was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. No, I have something to do after school. Hikigaya leaned back and said with some fear, besides, Ichinos and the others will definitely have some kind of celebration banquet. I don't want to sit in the corner and ruin the atmosphere. Indeed. Gyexu was stunned for a moment and suddenly had a headache. I'm afraid that no matter what the result is, Ichinos and others will hold some kind of celebration banquet or reflection meeting. Not very annoying. She didn't even want to participate, let alone Hikigaya. But what do you want after school? Gyexu said with some doubts. I won't tell you. Gyexu was so angry that her teeth itched. Although she is not as good as Ichinos and the others, she is easy to treat and a great beauty. I can't believe that I can't even hire this guy. Soon. It wasn't until the three-legged match between the two was about to begin that Hikigaya got up and left the camp. Chapter 090. On the rubber track. Ichinos' delicate body was half squatting, with a red belt binding their legs together, and then he stood up and hugged Hikigaya for support. All right. The game is about to start. Hikigaya, hurry up and put your arm around my shoulders. Looking at the prepared opponents around him, Ichinos urged with a smile. Oh! The corners of Hikigaya's mouth raised slightly. Naturally, he stretched out his right hand and hugged Ichinos' shoulder. During this period of training, he had already become accustomed to skin-to-skin contact with Ichinos. A woman. It's not a big deal once you get used to it. What's more, it's just for the competition, there is no room for people to misunderstand. It's obviously just autumn, and the weather is still a little hot. But Ichinos' body was cold and comfortable. Feel the soft touch on your palm, the faint fragrance coming from Ichinos' body, and the breathtaking gazes of the surrounding audience. Hikigaya's face turned red. No, it's still too shameful. It felt like I was about to be killed by the laser rays from the audience. Hikigaya is really gentle. It's already an official competition, it doesn't matter if you push harder or harder. Ichinos looked forward and spoke softly. It was completely possible to feel that Hikigaya just put his hand on her shoulder, and even wanted to take it away directly. Unnecessary. It's just a competition, that's enough. Hikigaya quickly focused his attention, and at this moment, Tobashi Sae held up the flare gun with his right hand and covered his ear with his left hand and pulled the trigger. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of a signal gun. Hikigaya and Ichinos seemed to have trained countless times. The two raised their feet at the same time and ran forward. Hikigaya was paying attention to Ichinos' rhythm. He must have been taking care of his pace. They are obviously two people with 3 legs, but they seem to be walking on the same sun. The speed is almost the same as running on your own. Soon, the people around them were gradually left behind, and the two of them crossed the finish line with an overwhelming advantage. Call. Great, Hikigaya-kun, we are the champions. Ichinos hugged Hikigaya's lower back, breathing slightly with his chest rising and falling, smiling and raising his hands to give a high five in celebration. Oh! Hikigaya took back the palm that was placed on her shoulder, looked away awkwardly, and touched her white little hand sheepishly. Hey hey! Ichinos showed a satisfied smile, squatted on the ground and untied the belt and said. The gap between the white group and the red group is too big this time. It may be difficult for us to win, but as the first grader, I feel there is still some hope. Thanks to the internal strife in Class A, Ryuuan's insidious methods, and the unity of their Class B, the white group gained an overwhelming advantage in the first grade. But in senior year, Class B and Class C were basically beaten by Commander Horikita Manabu and Xiao Huangmao Na Yunya, and the gap was huge. Not only is it difficult to win, it is almost certain to lose. So, Hikigaya-kun will also come to the next sports festival. Ichinos untied his belt, stood up and invited with a smile. No, I won't go. No, I've already thought about it. It doesn't matter even if Hikigaya just sits next to him and eats. The celebration party must be attended by the whole class. Ichinos stared at Hikigaya with a smile. Even if there is nothing to do at the celebration party, it will be an opportunity for Hikigaya to interact with others just by participating, which will definitely be good for Hikigaya. I didn't expect you to be so tough, Ichinos. Hikigaya was a little helpless. It seems that as Ichinos said, no matter how he refuses, Ichinos will continue this special care. Ichinos did not retort, it won't be like this for other people, but for Hikigaya, I think it is necessary to use a slightly tougher approach, which will be more effective. Although a little unreasonable. But Ichinos has admitted that she will carry out this unreasonable behavior to the end, and there is nothing to say. No. This time, he had a legitimate reason. Hikigaya raised his hand and refused. I have something to do after school today, so I really can't participate. What's up? That, private matter. Hikigaya hesitated. After all, this matter has nothing to do with Class B, so there should be no need to explain it to Ichinos. Looking Hikigaya up and down, Ichinos thought for a moment, and gradually figured out Hikigaya's action pattern, and said doubtfully. This matter has nothing to do with Class B. So this matter is important? More important than being with everyone in the class. Probably, maybe, right. Hikigaya is not sure either. After all, it involves 150,000 personal points, which is quite important, right? That's it. Ichinos's pink lips showed a triumphant smile and said. Then you can't say it has nothing to do with Class B. I want to see what can make you feel more important than your classmates, Hikigaya. I'll go with you after school. Hey, are you too tough? Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable. Although it was nothing shameful, he was just using his personal affairs to help Horikita do something. He didn't hate Ichinos's behavior, but Hikigaya still felt a little uncomfortable being paid special attention to by a beautiful girl like Ichinos. Yes. Ichinos nodded frankly and said. Hikigaya doesn't have any particularly close friends, so it shouldn't be something difficult to talk about, right? Indeed. Hikigaya had no choice but to compromise and said, I accepted Secretary, Chairman Horikita's 150,000 personal points and asked me to keep an eye on his sister after school today to prevent her sister from being bullied. Ichinos was stunned for a moment and said bitterly. President Horikita's sister is probably Suzune Horikita. Hikigaya is really amazing. It's nothing, right? You just asked me to run errands to keep an eye on him and give him a liaison case at any time. Can you tell me more about it? Can. Hikigaya thought about it and realized there was nothing he couldn't say. Although it was indeed his fault that he took on private work outside, a kind-hearted leader like Ichino's shouldn't be so harsh. Class B is a very democratic company. In addition to the love and hatred between Horikita Manabu and Horikita Suzuan, Hikigaya completely recounted the words he had with Horikita Manabu. Although he often speaks ill of people behind their backs, Hikigaya decides not to gossip when it comes to other people's privacy. That's it. Hearing this, Ichino's nodded. Although I don't think Ryuuan will do anything excessive, as the elder brother, Chairman Horikita is still very worried about his sister. How about this? After thinking for a moment, Ichino smiled and said, then the celebration banquet will be changed to tomorrow. Hikigaya should be fine tomorrow. Why did it become like this? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. I told you so. Ichino's pointed at Hikigaya with his green-white jade finger and said with a smile, I will not leave you alone. We are all the best partners in the same class. All members must attend the celebration banquet in the future. Woo! Hikigaya still feels a little awkward. If Hikigaya doesn't come, the celebration party won't start. Does Hikigaya think that's okay? I know. Hikigaya was a little helpless. Isn't it okay for me to go, but you can't blame me for the atmosphere getting worse. No, everyone will be very happy if Hikigaya can come. Ichino's laughed carelessly. Although he seems unsociable, Hikigaya actually has a good nature. The two walked side by side back to the Class B camp. In the next 1,200 meter relay, there is no need for these two sports novices to participate. Welcome back. Hanamai-chan, Hikigaya-kun, thank you for your hard work. Chihiro Shirami handed Ichino's a glass of mineral water. By the way, Hikigaya also had a bottle. Looking at the mineral water in his hand, Higo couldn't help but feel a little moved. Someone actually handed him water. If you were in junior high school, you would never dare to imagine this. Class B is really a good class. No, Chihiro Baiha is also a kind and good child. Only this should be the class funds used. Suddenly, Hikigaya was slightly shaken, wondering if he should just hand over his personal points to Ichino's for safekeeping. It's always a bit embarrassing to always use class funds like this. Think about it. Hikigaya better forget it. Although somewhat inappropriate, scams always gain the victim's trust before they can begin. You still have to keep the money in your own hands. Thanks. Hikigaya nodded softly, turned around and left with the mineral water. Hikigaya. Ichino's immediately took his wrist and said, Shibata and the others will start the relay race soon. Let's cheer them on. No, I'll just. Everyone cheered for us just now. Before Hikigaya could finish speaking, he was refuted by Ichino's argument. Since others are cheering for him, he will naturally cheer for the other person, which is perfectly normal. Hikigaya returned to Ichino's with some embarrassment. Yes. Chihiro Shirami stood on the other side of Ichino's and said excitedly, you two were so powerful just now, you were almost like one person. I think so. Ichino's nodded in agreement and smiled, Hikigaya and I get along really well, but this may be because Hikigaya always pays attention to my rhythm. That's not the case. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed to be praised and said, it's because Ichino's knows how to cooperate with me that I can run so fast. And don't always use words like phase that are easily misunderstood. It's so shameful. I think. Bai Bokyungsun's face turned slightly red, and she hesitated slightly. You two don't have to be modest. Hanamai-chan and Hikigaya-kun are both very gentle people who always pay attention to others. That's why they work together so well. Is that what they call good compatibility? That makes sense. Ichino's beautiful eyes nodded with a smile, everyone in Class B is very nice. As long as we have known each other for a long time, no matter who we are, we will notice the gentle side of each other. Hikigaya's face turned redder. If the other party were not Ichinos and Chirami Chihiro, he might still proudly admit that he is a gentle person. But let's not talk about the simple Chihiro Shiranami. I always feel that Ichinos means something and Ichinos is indeed gentle. But the Lone Ranger is just taking care not to cause trouble to anyone. It has nothing to do with gentleness. In order to divert attention, Hikigai looked at the venue with some embarrassment. The ace player of Class B, Shibata-san, is. The final opponent was Commander Horikita Manabu and Xiaohuang Mao Nanyunya. It will definitely be a fierce battle. Soon, Hikigai discovered that the flying fish-headed psychotic Ayanokaji was also very strong. Can he actually run the last leg? It seems that Class D has been replaced. Is that Ayanokaji? Ichinos also looked at the last stick with some confusion. Is that guy good at running? Hikigai was slightly confused. The last leg of the relay race is undoubtedly the trump card among the elites in each class. But other than being a pervert, he didn't have any deep influence on Ayanokaji. I remember watching it occasionally during the game. I remember that Ayanokaji's grades were only average. What's more, who watches boys during sports games? Most of the attention is still on the girl's strong posture. I don't know very well either. Ichinos thought for a moment and shook his head. Although he knew Ayanokaji, he didn't know him well. However, the results in sports competitions have shown to all that Ayanokaji is not strong enough to serve as the ace of Class D. Hikigai looked at Ayanokaji's figure, hesitated for a moment and said, "When I was in the backstroke competition before, I felt that Ayanokaji's performance was a bit, how should I put it, strangely uncoordinated. It gave people a very disgusting feeling. It's better to be careful about that guy." He also had trouble explaining the feeling. But at least Ayanokaji is not a qualified Lone Ranger, but a foreign object specially disguised as a Lone Ranger. I am afraid that only 233 and lonely beings like Onizuka Okamai can understand Ayanokaji's unique sense of disharmony. Hikigai. It's not good to say bad things about others like this behind their backs. Don't worry, I will be more careful with them. Ichinos responded somewhat seriously. Sure enough, Hikigai was not surprised that Ichinos would respond like this. Although Ichinos said to be careful, Hikigai also believed that she would pay more attention during the exam. However, I feel that nothing will change for Ichinos. When the other party needs help, Ichinos will still provide help without hesitation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Mainly, Hikigai really doesn't understand. Why does Ayanokaji have to pretend to be a Lone Ranger? Yes. Hikigai turns his attention to the court. As the signal gun sounded, Sudo from Class D took the lead and quickly left the others behind. However, the second team was quickly overtaken by people from Class A of the third year and Class A of the second year. High school is the time to grow physically. Facing 2 years, the lower grades are at an overwhelming disadvantage. The first and second places were directly taken by those from Class A of the second year and Class A of the third year, leaving them in third place. Nagamo Masaru, who took the last baton, started quickly. However, Horikita Manabu, who took over, stopped where he was and was overtaken by Shibata. Hey, what's going on? Bai Bokyungsun and others were suddenly confused. The surrounding Ichinos and others were also puzzled. A one-on-one situation between Horikita Manabu and Ayanokaji gradually formed on the field, which was obviously even weirder. As Ayanokaji took over, the two of them ran out almost at the same time. Although it is obviously impossible to catch up with the first or second place. But the two of them were like arrows leaving the string, their speed easily surpassed that of a tutu. Hey, that's a lie. Hikigai was stunned. It felt like these two ran like Bolt, but not this time. They were no worse than Bolt. Is this really the kind of strength a high school student can possess? At this moment, a senior fell to the ground, and Ayanokaji was forced to slow down and crossed the finish line behind Horikita Manabu. Although I didn't get the results, but the speed of both of them is enough to make people jaw-dropping. So good. Ling Xiaoran ran so fast. Class DS camp erupted with exclamations of surprise. Hikigaya stared at Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's figure with dead eyes. Very handsome indeed. It's just that he has already disguised himself as a Lone Ranger, so why did he act at this time to attract attention? Nausea. Hikigaya can guarantee that. This guy must be doing bad things secretly. Maybe. He is the traitor of Class D. But shouldn't traitors hide themselves deliberately? Hikigaya felt something was wrong. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Anyway, the affairs of Class D have nothing to do with him, but it's better to stay away from Ayanokaji. He is not as kind as Ichinos. Chapter 091. The sports festival is over. At the same time as the closing ceremony, the school announced the results of the sports festival. Not surprisingly, the red group, composed of Class A and Class D of 3 grades, won. Next is the annual ranking. First place, Class B of the first year. Second place, Class C of the first year. Third place, Class A of the first year. Fourth place, Class D of the first year. I won. But why do you feel a little complicated? Okakura Asako and others looked at each other and showed helpless smiles. Class A ranked 3rd overall and had 50 class points deducted. Although Class C is second in the grade rankings, 100 class points were deducted because of the defeat of the white group. The last person in Class D was directly deducted 100 class points. Although Class B received 50 points for being first, they were also deducted 100 points because of Team White's defeat, and finally were deducted 5 points. The entire first grade has regressed. Hardly a victory. Anyway, we have slightly distanced ourselves from Class C, and the gap with Class A has not been widened. It's something worth celebrating. Ichinos smiled and comforted everyone, and Chihiro Shirami and others also showed happy smiles. After this sports festival, the class points of each class will be calculated. Class A, 874 points. Class B, 816 points. Class C, 692 points. Class D, 109 o'clock. Behind him, Hikigaya nodded. It feels very reasonable. Everyone has regressed, which means there is no regress. He also distanced himself from Class C again. After weighing the pros and cons, should it be considered a good thing? And now the best players in each grade are Horikita Manabu, Class A of the 3rd year, Nanyunya, Class A of the 2nd year, and Shibata SA, Class B of the 1st year. Reward 100,000 personal points. The teacher in charge of the closing ceremony announced the results, and Class B of the 1st year was in ecstasy. Shibata-kun. Congratulations! As expected of Shibata, I knew you would definitely win first place. Many people surrounded Shibata and sent congratulations. However, Hikigaya glanced at him and felt that Tsuto's mentality had been blown up by Ryuuan, otherwise Shibata would not have been so relaxed. But now, it's better not to say anything annoying. After all, he was not familiar with junking Shibata. Hikigaya looked at the big screen, looking for his name. I got 2nd place twice and 3rd place 3 times, and was basically in 4th or 5th place, at least I didn't fall to the last place. It can be regarded as a reward of 9,000 personal points. Think for a moment. Hikigaya still feels that it is better to choose the written test score. After all, Hikigaya's high school grades were not ideal. Although I have not relaxed, I have been hovering around 50 or 60 points. Recently, I have become more and more difficult in mathematics. Compared with personal points of less than 10,000, written test scores are insurance. Ichinos. Innocent Shibata ran to Ichinos, scratched his hair in embarrassment and said. Can I call you by your first name from now on? Oops. Hikigaya looked over with some gossip. This is close to a confession. Although Junking Shibata is perfect in every aspect, I feel like Ichinos won't refuse, but he won't agree either. All right. Before Shibata could get excited, Ichinos added with a smile. It's indeed a bit strange to still call me by my last name after such a long time. Rather, I've long wished that everyone could call me Hanamai-chan. Ho ho ho. Hikigaya was slightly sympathetic, but this was basically a rejection. Even for an outstanding person like Shibata, there is no difference in Ichinos' eyes. They are all precious members of the class. There is no difference between above and below. Pity. Really do not know. What kind of man can become Ichinos' boyfriend? Yeah, thank you. Innocent Shibata scratched his head and smiled with a slight blush. It seemed that for him, this was enough for the time being. He is such an easy-to-understand innocent young man, but Ichinos has actually made it clear that he has refused. Pure Shibata is still too naive. Hikigaya shook his head secretly, picked up his folding chair and stood up to leave, preparing for the next task of following the beautiful girl. It's a little weird to follow someone with a folding chair though. But there is nothing we can do. After all, no one can help, and he doesn't want to cause trouble to others. Oh. Looking at Hikigaya who had just stood up, Ichinos said quickly, Hikigaya, please put the chair here, I will take it back for you later, but don't forget the celebration party tomorrow. Well. Feeling the confused gazes of everyone, Hikigaya shrank his neck and wanted to refuse, but it was really inconvenient to bring a chair. Thanks. Hikigaya put the folding chair aside and nodded like a mosquito before turning and leaving the camp. Stop looking. Didn't you see that Junking Shibata-kun's shoulders were hunched? So embarrassing. Hikigaya quickly walked away from the class. Although it is true that he rarely interacts with people in the class, but he just helps to get a chair. Do these guys care so much? Soon. Hikigaya discovered Horikita Suzune who was returning to the school building from Class D, and he quickly used his stealth skill to follow him. Although it's very powerful. But it's just hanging behind the opponent from a distance. Hikigaya is quite good at close range, and the normal Horikita Suzune might be able to detect it. But I don't know why. He felt that Horikita Suzune was a little absent-minded today. Even if she got a little closer, Horikita Suzune didn't react at all. Sure enough, something happened. After following Suzune Horikita to Class D and seeing her walking into the classroom, Hikigaya turned around and went to the stairs and climbed up to the second floor, lying on the handrail and observing the stairs downstairs. Just leave the classroom. No matter where you go, you can't escape this sight, and few people will look up. People in Class D gradually left the school. Kushida, Hirata, Tsudu, Ayanokaji, the lovely Eri-chan and others. Occasionally, I could see a few familiar figures walking downstairs, but there was no sign of him. As time goes by, fewer and fewer people pass by. At this time, Hikigaya frowned slightly, and saw Kushida Kikyo suddenly turning back. After waiting for a while, she and Horikita Suzune left the classroom together. How is this going? Hikigaya was confused for a moment and followed him lightly. Less than a moment. Then they followed the two people to the corridor of the infirmary, and found Ryuho and Sho who met them. Hikigaya quickly hid in the corner. It's just that the distance is a little far, so I can't hear the conversation very clearly. However, this is not important. His job was just to keep an eye on Horikita Suzune, prevent her from getting hurt, and notify Horikita Manabu in time. Only. Hikigaya was a little confused as to why Kushida Kikyo and Karyun were on the same side, as if they were on the opposite side of Horikita Suzune. Could it be that Kushida Kikyo is the traitor of Class D? But what is the situation with Ayanokaji? Are there two traitors in Class D? Never mind. Can't figure it out. Hikigaya was ready to give up. Anyway, the matters of Class C and Class D have nothing to do with him, and Hikigaya doesn't want to have too much contact with these troublesome people. His job was just to stare. Just finish the work and call it a day. Hikigaya took out his mobile phone and turned on the photography mode, preparing to record the scene in front of him as proof of his work. After a while, Horikita Suzune lowered her delicate body, half bent her legs as if about to squat. Looking at the scene on the screen, Hikigaya frowned. Kneeling down in Sakurajima is nothing. Hikigaya will apologize to Dogza if necessary, but that's just because he has no self-esteem. And Horikita Suzune is obviously an extremely proud woman. He actually lowered his body and knelt down in front of Ryan Sho? Apparently he was threatened. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, but chose to remain calm. Just kneeling down will not cause any harm to the body, so this aspect is left to Horikita Manabu himself. Not to mention, Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a little excited. It felt good to see this proud guy kneeling down. It would be nice to give this self-righteous woman a little blow. Only on the screen. Before Horikita Suzune's legs touched the ground, she suddenly stood up again. Ryuhu and Sho looked at the phone with an extremely sad face, as did Kushida Kikyo on the side. What are you doing? Are you playing with me? Hikigaya was speechless and watched the three people leave. I don't know why, Ryuhu's threat seems to have failed, but that Kushida Kikyo is almost confirmed to be the traitor of Class D. Hikigaya put away his cell phone and was about to report to Horikita Manabu. At this time, what are you doing? A steady voice sounded from behind. Hikigaya was startled and turned around quickly. At some point, the strange Ayanokaji Kiyotaka appeared behind him. Don't talk to me so suddenly. I almost scared myself to death because I thought it was a ghost. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. This person walked without making any sound. Could he really be a ghost? Well, sorry, I'm just curious, what are you doing here? Ayanokaji glanced at his mobile phone, then glanced at Horikita Suzuki and others who were leaving and said, sneak photo. As early as walking down the stairs. Ayanokaji Kyo stared. At first, I thought someone was following me, but I found out later that it was not the case. It would not be good to leave such an uncertain situation unchecked. Then I turned back and took a look. No. Hikigaya quickly denied it. I felt Ayanokaji's calm gaze and was caught in the act. This explanation would probably not be accepted by others. But, then again, he didn't do anything bad, and he had nothing to be afraid of. It's work. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for money, who would have the reason to run for a living? Work. Hearing this, Ayanokaji looked deeply. There are 3 targets for Hikigaya's observation. Suzune Horikita, Kushida Kikyo, Ryu and Sho. The people who may be related are none other than Horikita Manabu or Ichinos, Sakayanagi, Katsuragi, and others who are preparing for the class struggle. It's hard to imagine that Ichinos would arrange for someone to do such secret photography. Class D and Class B still have a cooperative relationship. Are you working for Sakayanagi? Ayanokaji tentatively said. The girl who knew about his past could not help but come to mind, and he had to doubt the possibility that Sakayanagi had already started making arrangements in various classes. No, why does Sakayanaga's name appear? Hikigaya was suddenly confused. Except for Sakayanagi, he didn't even know the other person's name. How could the guy in front of him think that he could be related to Sakayanagi? Observing Hikigaya's performance, Ayanokaji also roughly judged that he should be coming for Horikita Suzune. Since it's work, it's probably Horikita's job. There should be no problem. I should be able to tell you. Ayanoko said expressionlessly, when we were on the uninhabited island, Class A was using personal points to win over people from other classes, so I feel like you might be working for Class A. Let's see. It was my misunderstanding. Okay, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. I knew this even if I didn't say it. Hikigaya nodded and turned around to leave. He felt that Ayanokaji had a strange feeling of nausea. But then again, more than a semester has passed. In the cooperation between Class B and Class D is basically taking advantage. Ichinos was obviously helping the other party, but he was still worried about the cooperative relationship between the two classes during the exam, but the people in Class D were always wary of Class B. Although it is rationally understood that this vigilance is necessary, Ichinos' enthusiasm is a bit too much. But how does it feel? Class D is really unworthy of men. I really don't know why Ichinos insists on cooperating with Class D. Hikigaya left school with doubts in his mind and called Horikita Gakuen to report on his work. Chairman Horikita, the work is completed. After a brief silence, Horikita Manabu's voice came, is there any problem? It should be considered yes. Hikigaya said honestly, your sister was threatened and almost knelt down to Ryuuan. But in the end, for some reason, Ryuuan's threat seemed to have failed. I also recorded a video. I will wait for you to be safe. Chairman Horikita, what are you going to do? Hikigaya said with uneasy kindness. His sister was threatened to the point of almost giving up her dignity. If only Horikita Manabu could use this video to kill Ryan Sho. That's really great. Do nothing. After a moment of silence, Horikita Manabu's calm voice came, since this is the path she chose, she needs to overcome it by herself. All I can do is watch Mao from the side. Ha ha ha. That's it, then it's okay. Hikigaya laughed dryly and hung up the phone. Although it was expected, this guy is really an incompetent brother, or the brother and sister are just too awkward. This may be the education method of elite families. It's a pity that I couldn't instigate a relationship between Horikita Manabu and Ryan Sho. Never mind. Anyway, the work has been done, and the rest has nothing to do with him. Hikigaya plans to have a good celebration. Chapter 092. The next morning. After the sports festival is over, there will be a 2-day weekend. Hikigaya put on her school uniform and sat by the bed, watching the contact from Ichinos on her mobile phone. The celebration party was held at karaoke at 6 o'clock in the evening. To be honest, I really don't want to go to Hikigaya. It feels like if you go there, you will just sit and eat, which will only make the atmosphere awkward. More importantly, the celebration banquet seemed to use class fees. He didn't turn in his personal points, so he felt a little guilty for using the class funds for free. But if you don't go, Ichinos obviously won't give up. If the celebration banquet had to be postponed indefinitely due to his own reasons, he would feel even more regretful. Hikigaya really has a headache. This was the first time I met someone as gentle and unreasonable as Ichinos. Never mind. Hikigaya puts such worries behind her for the time being. Anyway, it's not like I haven't experienced it in junior high school. Just sit next to me and eat. It's almost mid-October. The weather is getting cooler, so he also wants to buy some autumn and winter casual clothes. In the past, Komaki and my mother were in charge. Now that he is alone outside, boys must learn to take care of themselves. After casually finishing breakfast, Hikigaya left the dormitory. Yesterday I earned 150,000 personal points, so I naturally wanted to reward myself. Kiyaki Shopping Center living area. Hikigaya observes the surrounding shops from time to time and has to say that the quality of the staff here is really good. When I used to go to the mall, he often arouses the vigilance of the staff and is treated as a pervert or strange person. Just found out now. Surprisingly, no one has ever been wary of him. As your grades get better and better, the average quality of the people around you will also get higher and higher. It's not a bad thing to occasionally improve your grades. Maybe it's because I earned 693 points of 150,000 points yesterday, or maybe I can clearly feel that the surrounding environment is getting friendlier. Hikigaya smiled unconsciously. After all, there is no difference between t-shirts. A few t-shirts are free in summer, but casual clothes in winter should cost a little more, and the quality should be better. Ah! At this time, Hikigaya accidentally made eye contact with Hachiman Oyuki in front of him, and the other person opened his mouth slightly with a surprised expression. Today she was wearing grey-knitted long sleeves, a white pleated skirt underneath, and was holding a pure white handbag. She doesn't have the style of a normal student, but looks like a hot girl. But her pretty face was as clean as a normal student's, and she looked a bit indifferent. Maybe because he wanted to dress up, but was afraid of being corrected by Ichinos and others, he dressed in this strange way. No one else was seen around. It seems that Gyexu is still sneaking out to hang out alone. Hikigaya was suddenly embarrassed. If he turned around and left, he would probably be killed by Gyexu. If he went up to say hello, he would feel a little presumptuous. Anyway, he only listened to Gyexu's complaints in the club, and occasionally met him a few times outside. It would be inappropriate to call him a friend. At this moment, Hachiman Oyuki walked up to him with light steps, leaned forward to look at Hikigaya, and said with a wicked smile. "It's a shame you didn't run away. I thought you would turn around and leave again." Call. Hikigaya turned his face to the side in disgust. He reveals his shortcomings as soon as he comes up. This guy is really a guy with a bad character. Don't worry so much, I'm just complimenting you. Gyexu seemed to realize that he had gone too far, smiled and patted his shoulder and said. It's rude to see an acquaintance turn around and leave. It's fine now, but it would be better if, Hikigaya could take the initiative to talk to me next time. It is indeed rude to pretend not to see it. Hikigaya blushed and said back. Okay, next time I will greet you when Ichinos and the others are present. This guy has been pretending to be good in class. If he suddenly greeted me in class, he would definitely stand out, and I believe ZY didn't want it to be like this. Gyexu looked up at him and thought for a while with some trouble. It feels like Hikigaya's ability to say hello to her is equivalent to showing her intention to integrate into the class. It doesn't seem bad. Needless to say, Ichinos and others will be even happier. The most important thing is that when you meet Hikigaya and say hello to her, other people should also be aware of themselves. Thinking of this, Gyexu frankly agreed. Okay, as long as Hikigaya greets me, I will definitely respond well. So when do you plan to greet me? Woo! Nice response from this guy. Most of them were just polite and perfunctory words in front of Ichinos and others. This kind of superficial communication. After thinking about it, Hikigaya decided to forget it. He was indeed no match for Hachiman Oyuki, so he quickly raised his hand and said. Forget it, I surrender. Well. Gyexu sighed weakly and raised her beautiful eyes. Forget it, Hikigaya, are you here to go shopping? By the way, why are you still wearing your school uniform on the weekend? Buying clothes. Hikigaya laughed dryly. It feels like I can already predict the future direction. That's just right. Ji's eyes lit up. I'm here to buy clothes this time too, and I'm here to give you some advice. Sure enough, it will turn out like this. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, and his tone was equally hesitant. Wouldn't it be troublesome for you if someone saw you? As he said it, Hikigaya felt conscious. When school starts. Gyexu also helped him as a consultant. I would like to ask why I didn't care about these things when school started, but now I start to care about them. Hikigaya quickly came up with the answer. He didn't care at all when school started, but now he doesn't want to cause any trouble to Hachiman Oyuki. Like it or not, the relationship between the two has indeed been brought closer. Hey! Doesn't this mean that Hikigaya also cares a little about her and what others think of them? Thinking of this, Gyexu's pretty face flushed, and she said with a bad smile. Hikigaya cares about other people's opinions. Certainly not. Hikigaya was speechless and said, I'm talking about you. If we are seen hanging out together, your evaluation will probably be lowered. Forget it about Class B, but people in other classes will probably laugh at you. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Gyexu raised her hand carelessly, with a little disdain. It's true that there are some people who judge others by labels, but just brush it off. What's more, we are in the same club, so we can brush it off. Anyway. Although Gyexu's social connections are definitely much wider than his. But this guy always pretends to be good in class. It is even less possible to become good friends with other students. Most of them were led by Ichinos and had no choice but to deal with the others. Although Gyexu's real personality is very bad, her social skills are at least above him, so there seems to be nothing to worry about. Okay then, where are you going? Hikigaya still leaves the choice to the other party. Anyway, in his own words, he probably just bought a black down jacket and ended the battle in 2 minutes. Well. Then take a look at Hikigaya's clothes first, and then you can help look at my clothes. Gyexu looked around and quickly walked to a store nearby. Hikigaya followed her with some confusion and asked him to choose clothes. I'm not bragging, but if you were to use my aesthetics, you might become the object of ridicule in social situations. It's fine. Hachiman Oyuki was one step behind, walking side by side with Hikigaya. It's just for reference. I'm not sure whether I will choose it. Besides, I'm pretty and have a good figure. I should be able to pull off any outfit. Saying that, Hachiman Oyuki puffed up her chest proudly, immediately attracting Hikigaya's attention. That's it. Hikigaya's face turned red. There's nothing to refute. This guy is indeed pretty and has a good figure. She's a voluptuous girl. She is thin where she should be thin, and also very charming where she should be fat. It's just that the long black hair mixed with blue looks like a hot girl's style. It's really not sure whether it will suit any clothes. The two came to a shop. The signboard said an English brand that Hikigaya didn't recognize. After glancing around for a while, Hikigaya felt a little helpless. The store is full of fancy clothes, which should be what other people say is the trend. Those who follow trends are the most impersonal people. Since they need to chase trends, doesn't it mean that they don't have their own aesthetics at all? It seems there are no down jackets here. Hikigaya thinks that a mature and stable man like him must wear a down jacket. Do you only have down jackets in your mind? Gyexu rolled her eyes beautifully. Besides, it's only mid-October, it's not yet the season for wearing down jackets, and there aren't many stores selling down jackets. Hey, don't push the cone. After saying that, Hikigaya was pushed into the store by Hachiman Oyuki, feeling the eyes of the people around her, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This nasty woman is always so carefree. Don't you know whether men and women are intimate or not? So just buy a windbreaker first. No, the windbreaker doesn't keep you warm either. Hikigaya quickly refused. I tried it on when I was in junior high school. After all, windbreakers are really cool. But as you grow older, Hikigaya also realizes that he is really not suitable for windbreakers. It's okay. Wearing a windbreaker is suitable now. In winter, just wear a sweater underneath. Hachiman Oyuki smiled and pushed Hikigaya in front of the display stand. Besides, you rarely go out anyway, so that's just right. That makes sense. Hikigaya was stunned and unable to refute. Anyway, I wear school uniforms when I go to school and don't go out during holidays. Buying a down jacket is not as comfortable as buying warm pajamas. Then let's go buy some pajamas. Hikigaya suddenly felt the urge to leave. I'll buy it later. Let's try on the windbreaker first. Hikigaya is even more troublesome. Why do you still want to buy it? At this moment, Hachiman Oyuki waved to the future clerk, then picked up a black windbreaker and gestured in front of Hikigaya. Well, I'm not really suitable for windbreakers. Hikigaya said helplessly. It feels like he is really not very good at dealing with GXU. Strictly speaking, he is not very good at dealing with these girls. How will you know if you don't try? Okay, let's take this one first, go and try it. Hachiman Oyuki put the windbreaker into his hand, and pushed Hikigaya into the fitting room with her small hands. Hikigaya looked back at Hachiman Oyuki, who pushed him from time to time. I feel really aggrieved. How come this guy doesn't listen to others and doesn't bully others like this? Chapter 093. In the fitting room. Hikigaya looked at the dead fish eyes reflected in the mirror. With slightly hunched shoulders and a black trench coat, he looks like a dying pianist. So they say I'm not suitable for trench coats. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly. Did Hachiman Oyuki want him to buy a windbreaker? Did he want to deliberately laugh at him? That would be too much. Hikigaya walked out of the fitting room anxiously, only to find Hachiman Oyuki holding her white chin and standing in front of the wool display cabinet, thinking. Seeing that she was so serious about choosing clothes for herself, Hikigaya felt a little guilty. Sure enough, she was overthinking. Although GXU has a bad character, he is actually a nice guy. But he really doesn't suit the trench coat. That. Hikigaya stepped forward and spoke. Hearing his voice, GXU looked sideways slightly, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Hikigaya, you look like a Western blood railer who hasn't eaten in a long time. Retract the preface. This guy is really over the top. I've been told that I'm not suitable for trench coats. Hikigaya took off her clothes with some dissatisfaction, but GXU quickly stopped her. Wait a minute, straighten your back first and show me. What's the point? Despite what he said, Hikigaya straightened his back. That's much better. GXU looked up and down for a moment and then said, well, his eyes are just lifeless. Now he looks like a private detective who hasn't received an order for a long time. What difference does it make? Hikigaya is a little speechless and can't hear the difference at all, but he has evolved into an adult at least. It should be a good thing, right? At least it's better than before. Come with me. Hello. Without noticing, Hikigaya was grabbed by her wrist and dragged to the dressing mirror. Well, squat down a little and let me see. What is this for? Hikigaya half bent his legs as he was told, and suddenly felt a pair of cold, soft hands covering his forehead. Hey? What are you doing? Hikigaya couldn't help but make a strange sound. Hachiman Oyuki stood beside him, leaning on Hikigaya with her whole delicate body, covering his forehead with both hands and looking at the full-length mirror. Hey, don't move. I think it would be better if you trim your hair. It will look sunnier. Feeling the softness squeezing against her arm, Hikigaya was completely speechless. Is this guy just picking out an outfit, at least to this extent? Unexpectedly, GXU turned out to be a serious person. Alright. GXU let go of her hands and picked up the white turtleneck sweater and black jeans next to her. Go try on this sweater and pants again. Still trying. Hikigaya only felt tired, and as expected, he was pushed into the fitting room by Hachiman Oyuki again. Looking at the sweater and pants in his hands, Hikigaya had a headache. He obviously just wanted to buy a down jacket, but he didn't want to buy so much. But after trying it for so long, if I don't buy it in the end, I feel a little sorry for the store staff. Really? Shopping with girls is a very troublesome thing. Hikigaya changed her clothes and straightened her waist. He stared at himself in the full-length mirror, wearing a white stand-up collared sweater and a windbreaker, which gave him a warm, pretty face. Not bad. As expected, the problem still lies in the dead fish eyes. But take a closer look. The dead fish eyes also have a unique flavor. Is this Hikigaya's unique personality? Personality is such a useful word. Hikigaya gestured in front of the mirror for a while and was quite satisfied. At least it meant that he was not unsuitable for the windbreaker. Sure enough, the windbreaker is really handsome. In fact, he is quite handsome. It felt like it was not impossible to find a rich woman who was willing to take care of him. Hikigaya was immediately full of hope for the future. After gesticulating in front of the mirror for a while, Hikigaya left the fitting room. So slow. Ji Yexu said with a playful smile on her pretty face, how about it, it's not bad. Well, let's leave it at that. Hikigaya blushed and nodded sheepishly. What do you mean? Ji Yexu rolled her eyes beautifully and said, can't you be more frank? You must have been narcissistic in front of the mirror just now, right? Are you peeking? As if something was on his mind, Hikigaya suddenly felt his cheeks getting hot. No, how long do you think I have been waiting outside? 10 minutes for your treatment? Ji Yexu's smile was slightly teasing, and she quickly said. Okay, as long as you are satisfied, then let's go look elsewhere. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment, then quickly refused, this one is fine, that's it. How about that? How can one set of clothes be enough? I need to buy at least 2 more, right? Hachiman Oyuki took his wrist and started to move forward, but this time Hikigaya couldn't possibly agree. No, anyway, I just wear school uniforms on weekdays. I rarely go out during holidays. One piece in winter is enough. Basically, he spends most of his time in air-conditioned places. Tushin bought casual clothes just for emergencies. And his requirements for clothing are not high to begin with, but he will not waste his personal points on it. Ji Yexu looked back at him. Although what Hikigaya said made sense, she still wanted to try on a few more items for Hikigaya, and said with some reluctance. Then don't buy this one now, try a few more before choosing. Need not. Hikigaya quickly said, this set is good, this set is very good, I like this one very much, please let me buy this one. If he continued shopping, Ji Yexu might have to work for a few more hours, so he still thanked him. All right. Ji Yexu's tone suddenly felt a little disappointed. Hikigaya went back to the fitting room again to change clothes, wrapped her windbreaker and went to the front desk with Hachiman Oyuki to pay. He is the one buying clothes anyway, so why is Ji Yexu so active? Sure enough, girls are monsters who like to go shopping. A total of 12,500 points. In addition, as long as you pay an additional 500 points, you can choose door-to-door service. This customer, do you have any needs in this regard? Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. Hikigaya took out his mobile phone and his face suddenly stiffened. So expensive. Is this what is called superiority in English? As long as you write English on the brand, the price can be raised several levels. Simply fraudulent. But at this time, you absolutely can't ask why it's so expensive, right? Hikigaya paid the bill calmly and distressedly. The windbreaker in front of me also became ugly. By the way, this place is only a few steps away from the dormitory building, and it actually charges 500 points. If there is nothing to do at night, only a fool would use this service. Rubbish shop. Never again. Next, the two came to the pajamas shop, and Hikigaya only took 2 minutes to resolve the battle. It's almost noon. Ji Yexu looked at the time and saw that it was almost time to eat. Then I'll leave first. Hikigaya lifted it up and turned to leave, just in time to reward himself. Hey, wait a minute. Ji Yayu grabbed his wrist and said with a wicked smile, Hikigaya, please treat me to dinner. Okay, what do you want to eat? Syrup. Hikigaya declined politely, saying that there was no reason to invite Hachiman Oyuki to dinner. I plan to eat eel rice today. I feel a little distressed just for myself, how could I invite others? Speaking of which, why does Ji Yexu always want to treat him? This guy shouldn't be eyeing his small money. Although I want to be taken care of. But Hikigaya doesn't think he has the ability to support others. Gyexu raised her eyebrows and said, I've been helping you choose for so long, shouldn't you treat me to dinner? Well. Hikigaya fell into thought. Although the windbreaker was a bit beyond his budget, Gyexu also had good intentions and seemed to have some sense. It's okay, but don't you think it's a bit despicable? Hikigaya said, slightly dissatisfied. This guy actually wanted to repay a favor. If he did this often, he would be a little unbearable. Don't worry about these little things. I'll just treat you later. Gyexu patted his shoulder nonchalantly and said with a smile, Okay, what should we eat? Eel rice. Hikigaya raised his chin and walked towards the dining area. Since this guy will be invited back, it's gone. Gyexu followed him and said quickly, It doesn't have to be so expensive, just a more ordinary salia. No, I originally planned to reward myself today. Hikigaya was speechless. Who would treat someone to such expensive food, but he didn't intend to change his itinerary because of Gyexu. It's just a relatively expensive meal, so he's not so stingy. Gyexu leaned next to him and asked with some confusion, Did something good happen? Saying that, Gyexu reacted immediately. Do you feel happy shopping with me? Hikigaya stopped and looked at her in shock. How is that possible? I'm almost exhausted. Hesitate for a moment. Hikigaya decided to keep a low profile and not tell her about her money making. Having said that, although Gyexu is indeed beautiful, she is not a bit too conceited. Why do I feel happy when I go shopping with her? It's just baffling. It's just that Gyexu's next step was even more baffling. Hey, let's take a rest first. Gyexu smiled and moved her hand forward. Just because I am always being dragged along like this, I feel tired and Hikigaya has a headache. It feels like Gyexu is such an inexplicable guy. The two of them came to Kokureya, a shop that specializes in selling steamed buns and rice, and directly ordered 2 steamed buns set meals. Looking at the steamed bun rice in front of her, Himenoyuki secretly glanced at Hikigaya Hachiman opposite, who was clasping her hands together. Unexpectedly, Hikigaya was actually willing to treat her to such expensive food. For a while, Gyexu only felt happy inside. I'm gonna start now. The two put their hands together and each put a piece of eel into their mouths. Delicious. Gyexu covered her pretty face with her left hand and showed a happy expression. Most of the personal points are handed over to the class, and they probably rarely get anything good to eat. That's good. Hikigaya smiled sincerely. It's not a bad feeling to see someone become happy because of you, but it would be better if you don't spend his money. Correct. Gyexu chatted while eating, If you didn't meet me, do you have any reservations today? Hikigaya thought for a while, I don't have any reservations. I just want to buy 2 clothes, watch a movie, have a meal, and then go back to the dormitory to rest. Shopping for clothes with Gyexu is a waste of time. With his efficiency, he can basically finish it all in one morning, which is more than enough. Oh. Gyexu's eyes lit up and she said, Then you accompany me to buy some clothes and then go to the movies. I'll treat you this time. Although she always wanted Hikigaya to treat her, she didn't have the habit of taking advantage of others. Okay. Hikigaya agreed immediately. Who wouldn't want to do something for free? At least you have to get some money back. At checkout, 2 sets of steamed buns and rice are worth 8,200 personal points. I just made 150,000 yuan yesterday, and I spent 20,000 yuan today. Money is really useless. This was what he earned from working everywhere, and Hikigaya really felt sorry for these small amounts of money. Chapter 094. After lunch, the two walked into a clothing store again. Only this time, Himenoyuki wanted to buy clothes for herself, so Hikigaya sat in the rest area to rest. Hey, why did you sit down right away? No, even if you let me come, I don't have much confidence in my own aesthetics, so I can't be of much help, right? Can't you make a good choice yourself? It's okay. Hachiman Oyuki took Hachigaya's arm unceremoniously and pulled him up. You just need to share your thoughts with me. I know, please let go quickly. Hikigaya said with a helpless expression. It was not difficult to just express his feelings. After that, Hikigaya followed Gyexu obediently, watching her pick up the clothes on the display cabinet and gesture in front of her from time to time. Just this one. Gyexu picked out a white windbreaker and gestured in front of her. She didn't know what she thought of, but a smile appeared on her lips. Immediately afterwards, she walked into the fitting room with a blue shirt and black pleated skirt. No peeking. Gyexu poked half of her head out from behind the curtain and said. Would not. Hikigaya was speechless. Peeping means nothing except being treated as a pervert. How in the world could anyone do something so stupid? Soon. Gyexu walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing a pure white windbreaker, and her calves, which were as white as lotus roots, were exposed. If it weren't for the hair color on her head, she would have looked like an innocent girl. How is it? Kikai-san. Gyexu put her hands in her pockets and opened her windbreaker completely. Hikigaya nodded appreciatively, it suits you quite well. Thanks. Gyexu turned sideways, looked at her legs and said, but I'm actually not used to this style. It doesn't feel like it matches me very well. Then why did you try it? Hakigaya's mouth kept curling up, she was speechless. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that this guy hadn't even worn it. There's nothing we can do about it. Hachiman Oyuki said helplessly, if I follow my style, Ichinos and the others will probably be a little troubled. Did not expect. Even when buying clothes, I have to worry about Ichinos and the others. If she wears something too exaggerated, I'm afraid Hachiman Oyuki will feel out of place even if Ichinos and others don't tell her. And just because she didn't want to look out of place, Gyexu had no choice but to compromise and restrain herself. Want to fit in with the group? You need to consider the people around you to some extent, and this is also a price that must be paid. That's really miserable. Hikigaya nodded sincerely, he didn't want to change himself in order to fit in with the group. Forget it, let me show you my old style. Gyexu ran away in small steps, quickly walked into the fitting room with a bunch of clothes in her arms, stuck out half of her head and said with a bad smile. You can take a peek this time. Would not. Hikigaya rolled his eyes. Therefore, there is no point in peeking at him. This guy just likes to tease him. If he really wants to look at it, he will probably be punched by Gyexu. Less than a moment. Gyexu walked out of the cloakroom again. The top is a white tight t-shirt, and the bottom is blue tight jeans, with a white canvas belt buckled into a large heart shape around the waist. Hikigaya was immediately taken aback, she didn't look like a hot girl. On the contrary, it makes people feel energetic, but the love buckle also gives people the impression of a wild and hot girl. Even if it's somewhere in between, Hikigaya doesn't quite understand it. How about it? Gyexu leaned her delicate body forward, caressing her thigh with her weak and boneless right hand, showing her perfect figure in front of him. Even if you ask. Hakigaya's face turned red and she said, I can only say that it suits you very well. This guy really suits any kind of clothes. Although I felt that the pure style of the windbreaker just now was good, I felt that this conservative and astringent style was more in line with his XP. Right. Looking at Hikigaya in front of her, Hachiman Oyuki showed a proud smile and struck several more poses. Then, she went to try on clothes again. Soon, more than an hour passed. How about it? Well, it suits you quite well. Hikigaya looked calm and felt numb. How long would this guy want to try? Ah, so perfunctory. Ji Yexu was a little dissatisfied and randomly raised her hand to look at her phone. Forget it, it feels like the time is almost up, so let's do this for today. Call. Hikigaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm a little curious that this guy has tried so many, but he can't buy them all. I saw Ji Yexu packing up the white windbreaker and the youthful outfit that looked more like a hot girl and walked to the front desk. Hikigaya was suddenly confused and said. You think one set doesn't match you, and you don't think it's convenient to wear the other set. Why did you buy them? As soon as Hikigaya opened his mouth, he saw the clerk at the front desk covering his mouth with a snickering expression. What the hell? Did he say the wrong thing? I said so. Ji Yexu looked back and glared at him fiercely. When a girl buys clothes, her boyfriend only needs to praise her. Hikigaya was speechless. Since the other party didn't want to say anything, he didn't ask any more. The key was that he was not Ji Yexu's boyfriend. I really don't understand. It's inexplicable what standards this woman uses when choosing clothes. Ji Yexu's eyes were filled with resentment, and she secretly cursed at the wood. Cinema. Hikigaya sat in the lobby waiting. Although I originally planned to watch a blockbuster movie, since it was someone's treat, I didn't make any requests. It would be a bit embarrassing if Ji Yexu changed her attention because of his opinion. Th. Ji Yexu walked over with 2 cups of milk tea in both hands and a bucket of popcorn sandwiched between them. Don't you know how to help me? Oh, sorry. Hikigaya took the popcorn and the milk tea handed over by Hachiman, apologetically. Unexpectedly, I not only invited him to watch a movie, but also invited him to drink. Ji Yexu is such a good person. I originally thought she was a bad woman who treats boys like an ATM, but it seems I misunderstood her. Humph. Ji Yexu raised her head and said, my points are in a bit of a crisis this month. Although it's not as good as eel rice, let's leave it like this for the time being. Stay with my sister. I promise to let you have fun eating it. Ah, oh. Hikigaya's mouth twitched, this guy is indeed a hot girl. But if I really want to make it fun for him, please buy 2 portions of popcorn. How can I eat this portion? If you don't have enough points, can't you ask Ichinos to get it back? Hikigaya said with some concern. It's okay. Hearing this, Ji Yexu felt a little helpless. As long as I open my mouth, Ichinos will basically agree, but everyone else is working hard to save money, and I am the only one who spends money wantonly, and I feel a bit guilty. Indeed. Hikigaya laughed dryly. He originally wanted to ridicule her, but he has been able to feel this feeling recently, and he feels a little guilty every time he uses class funds for free. I wish I could just hand over the money and forget it. Ichinos' affinity is really terrible, and he can defeat them to death. The most important thing is that Ichinos takes advantage of himself, and his daily consumption is not high. He basically brings his own lunchbox, so people can't find a suitable reason. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's leave quickly. Hikigaya was holding popcorn and following her like a little follower. The two walked into the screening store. Ji Yexu chose an American spy movie, but he didn't have any objections. Only sit in position. Hikigaya was in a bit of a dilemma. Hachiman chose the position right next to each other in the middle. After all, it's the other party's money, so there's nothing wrong with that. Only where should I put this popcorn? Hikigaya placed the milk tea on the left side, and Hachiman milk tea was placed on the right armrest. He suddenly had a headache while holding the popcorn. How to eat Ji Yexu if you put it in your hand? If you hand it to the other party, Hikigaya can guarantee that he will not have the courage to reach into Hachiman arms to get popcorn. Give. After hesitating for a moment, Hikigaya handed over the entire bucket of popcorn before the movie started. Forget it, Ji Yexu spent the money anyway, so he wouldn't eat it. Ji Yexu glanced at it, facing this side with her delicate body, twisting her little head to look at Yin Mu, twisting a piece of popcorn with her green-white jade fingers and putting it into her mouth. No, that's not what I meant. Why did you just start eating it? Hikigaya looked at Himenoyuki in front of him and was suddenly confused. This bucket of popcorn is neither a gift nor a gift. After hesitating for a moment, he said directly. You better take it. Ji Yexu was a little unhappy and said, it's inconvenient to hold it. I've already invited you to watch a movie, so you better hold it. You're welcome and you can eat it too. Hikigaya's eyes were filled with resentment, and then the movie started. He had no choice but to place the popcorn on the armrest with one hand and look sideways at the screen. However, Hikigaya still couldn't feel at ease. Ji Yexu's entire delicate body was facing this way, half leaning on the armrest like a lazy cat. Her pretty face was very close to his hand. The dim light reflected on her body. It made Ji Yexu's fair and pretty face look more delicate and attractive. Her crystal lips opened and closed from time to time, and her long and narrow eyelashes trembled slightly. From time to time, Ji Yexu's weak breathing could be heard. How can people watch a movie like this? This is a public place. Can't this hot girl sit upright? Hikigaya felt her cheeks heat up, and she had the urge to kiss her, but she would probably slap her away and yell that she was molested, so she would drop out of school. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar throughout the cinema. Hikigaya was startled and immediately calmed down. Himenoyuki focused on the screen, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Hateful! As I said, you must buy 2 buckets of popcorn. Finished a 2-hour movie. It was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps as a result of Himenoyuki's deliberate calculation, he didn't meet his classmates at the cinema. After all, most of Ichinos and others were preparing for the celebration banquet. Hikigaya only felt physically and mentally exhausted. This guy basically spent the second half lying on a chair, without any concern for public appearances. Even Hikigaya has no doubt that after watching Himenoyuki for a while, she will take off her shoes and get on the chair. She is like a hot girl who does whatever she wants. With a ratio of 1.9, Chi-gu had to sigh at Ji Yexu's acting skills in the class. If not for his strong will, I'm afraid I have to go back to the dormitory and activate Sage Mode. Ha ha ha. Himenoyuki stood in the hall, pointed at Hikigaya and laughed loudly. Just a blast. It's just an explosion. It's really shameful for you to be frightened like that. Who said the sound in the movie theater was so scary? Hikigaya blushed. You damn BD, it's not because you attracted his attention. All right. Ji Yexu patted his shoulder and said with a smile. I didn't expect you to be afraid of this kind of thing. I really can't help it. Let's go see something more artistic next time. And next time. Seeing Hikigaya's face filled with disgust, Himenoyuki immediately glared at him. What's wrong with your expression? Do you hate playing with me so much? That's not true, it's just some jade. Hikigaya was a little helpless. Although he is not afraid of crowded places, he still prefers to be alone. Ji Yexu thought for a moment, nodded and said. I did read online that a lot of boys don't like shopping, so let's go do something else next time. Definitely next time. A Lone Ranger would never fall in the same place twice, so Hikigaya politely refused. This hateful woman didn't listen to him at all. Too outrageous. Chapter 095. Kiyaki Mall, Karaoke. After watching the movie, Hikigaya followed Himenoyuki to the designated box. By the way, it's already 6 o'clock. Why did you choose to hold a celebration banquet at this time? Wouldn't it be better to go home for dinner? Even though it was already the second time, Hikigaya was still a little reluctant and suddenly had the urge to go home. Ha! It's already this time, how can you go back? Himenoyuki pulled Hikigaya and said speechlessly, Of course I chose this time because after 5 o'clock, you can sing unlimitedly at karaoke. It's worth it. Even outside of school, you don't even know this. Sakurajima is really rich. Hikigaya laughed dryly. Even if I sing after school, I still sing endlessly. Hateful. If you are a student, study hard for me. Hikigaya has the urge to write a proposal to the student union, and simply ban karaoke and other facilities that affect learning. The more he thought about it, the more Hikigaya felt like something was wrong. If it were this school, maybe we could really get rid of all these unsightly items. Pity. Whether it's Horikita Manabu or the little yellow-haired Nanyunya. It's impossible for them to agree. They are actually leaders and enemies. Then the celebration party won't have to be very late. Hikigaya has a headache and may have to sit there until midnight. Even if they are a friendly class like Class B, they cannot change their bad habit of cashing money. About 8 o'clock. Seeing Hikigaya's shocked look, Himenoyoki explained. If it were a girls' party alone, it would be late, but isn't this a celebration party for the whole class? With Ichino's personality, I probably won't do it too late. What about last time? Last time we were on a cruise ship, so naturally we played from afternoon to night. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief and said a little puzzledly, then what's the point of choosing a time when you can sing endlessly? It's only 2 or 3 hours anyway, so why bother picking such a late time? Isn't this a very rewarding feeling? Gyexu tilted her head in confusion. Isn't that just being brainwashed by consumerism? Hikigaya is even more speechless. The stupid cash group is really deeply poisoned by the brainwashing of capitalist consumerism. Certainly not. Gyexu rolled her eyes beautifully and said, you'll know later. 13. The two of them arrived at the designated box. Himenoyoki let go of her hand and pushed the door open. Hikigaya sighed helplessly and followed her. Class B is really a bunch of arrogant and bad people. Yahoo! Himeno-chan, Hikigaya-kun. Hearing the door open, Ichino smiled and said hello, and finally his eyes fell on Hikigaya. Himeno, Hikigaya, why are you together? Other classmates also had some doubts, but most of the doubts were directed at Gyexu. I happened to meet him on the road. I saw him wandering outside, so I brought him in. Gyexu turned around and sold him. He was really a guy with a bad character. But Hikigaya didn't care very much, so he nodded in agreement. If he hadn't met Gyexu, he might have wandered outside for a while and then walked into the karaoke bar. Or, he could be carried in by a kind-hearted Class B person in advance. Then, Yin family. Now that everyone has arrived, the celebration party has officially begun. A group of people cheered, which immediately gave Hikigaya a headache. Last time, Ichino's offered him a drink and he took it as expected, but what should he do this time? Do you have to pour it yourself? But Linwei was sitting on 2 coffee tables, surrounded by people he didn't know very well. Seeing Himenoyoki walking to the girl's coffee table and pouring herself a cup naturally, Hikigaya had no choice but to walk to the boy's side and pour herself a cup carefully. It's really tiring to have to pay attention to other people's atmosphere all the time. Then everyone. Winning first place in grade for our sports festival. Cheers. Hearing Ichino's appeal, Hikigaya also raised the cup of Coke slightly and took a sip. Then I'm going to start singing. Who else wants to sing? Himeno, let's play Monopoly then. We also made some points, if you need it, you can come over. The group of people immediately dispersed and gathered together with people they were close friends with, but it felt a little different from what Hikigaya thought. Really healthy? These questions are not important. Hikigaya looked at the box in front of him a little depressed. It's not like he's never attended a banquet. Let's not talk about the last celebration banquet. When he was in elementary school, he also attended a classmate's birthday party, but only when he arrived did he realize that everyone had chicken drumsticks, but he had forgotten his share. Wrong. This is not important, what is important is now. The box is indeed quite large, enough to accommodate 40 people. It just seemed like there was no place to accommodate him. The girls are crowded at one end of the U-shaped sofa and pass directly, while the boys are at the other end of the sofa. Shibata, Kanzaki, Watanabe, Hamaguchi, and others, the only ones who were barely familiar, were playing cards. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Shibata and others was not very good, and the number of times he spoke to the same class for more than one semester was very few. When I walked in, I felt that Shibata and others would not say anything and would even welcome them, but they would probably feel a little troubled and not treat them well. He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya secretly moved a small stool and moved it to the boys' side of the sofa, looking at them from time to time from a half-body height apart. This distance is just right. It's as if the same collective is participating in the conversation. But it's a bit difficult to talk to him at such a distance. Most people who don't know him well will choose Fang Lian. Call. Hikigaya took a sip of the coke in his hand. Be prepared to pay attention for half an hour, no, 10 minutes and then ask to leave. Having said that, these people didn't even order food when they sang. The table was full of homemade snacks, which was really frugal. Hikigaya sat on the small sofa stool. Automatically turn on human observation mode to kill time. At this time, Ichinos was singing with Chihiro Shiranami, Asako Okakura, and others, and a group of girls surrounded them. Soon. 20 minutes passed. Hikigaya keenly observed a detail. Although you can't tell it at ordinary times, class distinctions exist even in a friendly class like Class B. Whenever Asako Okakura and others want to sing with Ichinos, the other girls will take the initiative to give up the microphone. There were a few girls who liked singing who were obviously reluctant to give up, but still had to do it. He was still muttering lines like, "Okay, okay, Ichinos sings so beautifully, let's do one more song." And they adopt a confrontational approach. It was I also want to sing with Ichinos to get another microphone, and Ichinos became the favorite in everyone's eyes. To say that they hate Ichinos is not the case. On the contrary, they seem to be quite happy singing. Only. Want to sing? Can. But you must be with Ichinos, otherwise you will lose your competitiveness. Once she opens her mouth, a cycle of how about letting Ichinos sing first? Well, I want to hear Ichinos sing too will form. However, Ichinos would be considerate of others and let some classmates sing together. What kind of palace fight drama is this? Very scary. Hikigaya looked a little scared. Girls are really scary. Even a little skeptical. Could this be a palace fighting method secretly used by Ichinos? Whether you admit it or not, Ichinos has become a being above Class B. Although she seemed to want a bowl with flat hands. However, this is probably impossible. The girl who first mentions that she wants to sing will become the target of public criticism. After all, many girls, including Okakura Asako and Shirami Chihiro, seem to truly respect and admire Ichinos. It will evolve into "it's all because of you that Ichinos left." Although I won't say it, it will evolve into such an atmosphere. GXU may have seen through this already, and had no choice but to compromise. Horrible. Hikigaya was almost stunned. A group of people who really like Ichinos are forced into a deadlock situation where they must support Ichinos. What the hell is this? It's really scary. Think differently. It would be a mistake to let Ichinos leave. Hikigaya seriously doubted that Ichinos' special care for him had made him jealous of many girls. Probably not. You might think something like, Ichinos is so gentle, even someone like Hikigaya won't give up. Horrible. Hikigaya looked frightened. If these are all the results of Ichinos' scheming, then this person might be able to become the Demon King. But as far as he observed, Ichinos may not be so conscious, and may work even harder because of the high expectations. Strictly speaking, should it be considered a good thing? Hikigaya is not sure either. It is very hard to be expected by others. People's expectations will only get higher and higher until they are disappointed. He definitely didn't want to, but Ichinos seemed to enjoy it. If Ichinos, as a leader, works harder, he, a social beast, can also enjoy the results. Another. Hikigaya turned to look at Hachiman Oyuki on the sofa. She was covering her mouth and laughing while chatting with other girls. She still looks a bit like a hot girl, but she is completely a weak and sickly quiet girl. This guy can really pretend. At this moment, the two accidentally came into contact, and Hikigaya noticed Hachiman Oyuki turning her eyes away from the door. What's the meaning? Hikigaya tilted his head and then reacted. Since this guy doesn't like such frequent gatherings, how does he usually get away from it? Does this guy want him to open his mouth and leave first? Although Hikigaya also wanted to leave, but thinking of Hachiman Oyuki's arrogant attitude before, the most important thing was that he only bought a bucket of popcorn. Hikigaya wants revenge. Today. I won't leave yet. Since you like to pretend, you must endure it. Hikigaya shook his head. It was unfair that Gyexu always saw him being embarrassed, and now he wanted to see the embarrassing side of Gyexu. You. Gyexu's beautiful eyes suddenly became sharp, then quickly calmed down, and she gave you a look that you were waiting to see. Yahoo! At this time, Ichinos finally escaped and walked up to Hikigaya carrying a bag of cookies. Hikigaya, do you want to try cookies? Oh, 3Q. Hikigaya picked up a few cookies and put them in his mouth. Don't give up free snacks, since everyone else is eating them and there is no shortage of him, so there is no need to worry about any favors. How do you feel? Ichinos moved a small sofa and sat next to Hikigaya, dragging the cookie between them. Is this asking about the feeling of attending a celebration banquet, or is it asking about the taste of cookies? Hikigaya felt a little confused. But it would be a bit arrogant to ask about the celebration party, and Ichinos would not care about him to such an extent. Therefore, probably asking about the taste of cookies. Really, if you have any questions, please be more rigorous. Not bad, quite delicious. Hikigaya bit the cookie and carefully selected her words, indicating that she was answering the question of taste. Sorry. Ichinos glanced at Hikigaya suspiciously, and Tuan nodded and said. I asked Hikigaya how it felt to participate in this celebration party, but thank you anyway. This means that the cookie in his hand was made by Ichinos himself. Hikigaya glanced at the cookie, then raised his head to observe the box. He could feel a few glances, but when he met his gaze, he quickly looked away. I'm afraid they are all a little helpless. Why doesn't Ichinos leave people like him alone? It doesn't feel bad. Hikigaya said flatly, but I still prefer to be alone. If. Just sit here every time. Although it's not very interesting, it's not unbearable. Anyway, I just spend time in a daze or playing on my mobile phone. It doesn't matter. Ichinos breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, as long as you get used to it, it will be fine. At least it shows that Hikigaya doesn't hate such gatherings, but he may not have had such experience in the past. As long as you get used to it, I believe you can have fun at Hikigaya. Hehe. Instead of doing what you like, you have to force yourself to get used to it. Isn't that weird in itself? Hikigaya said a little speechlessly. If Ichinos hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have attended such a gathering. 943 If you haven't experienced it, how can you know that you don't like it? Ichinos glanced at the box. There were indeed more people there now, which felt a bit inappropriate considering Hikigaya's personality. She then turned to look at Hikigaya and smiled. Let's try it again next time when there are less people. Hikigaya-kun can also try whether you like singing. No, worthy. Hikigaya quickly refused. Why are these people so disobedient? If you don't like it, Don't you know it? How could he like to sing? Hikigaya thought that he did practice guitar for a while when he was in junior high school. It was really possible that he liked singing. Wrong. When boys in middle school and high school practice guitar and singing, most of them are to attract the attention of girls. Now he is no longer so naive. Hikigaya concluded that he really didn't like singing. It's fine. If nothing happens next weekend, I will go to your dormitory to find you. The two of us go to karaoke and try it. If you really don't like it, just find other interests. I believe that Hikigaya will be able to find something he likes and then he can integrate into the class well. Ichinos smiled and shook his head indifferently. Although Ichinos had heard it said before, Hikigaya was still a little helpless because these people were so disobedient. He actually wanted to go to his dormitory. Absolutely not. But it seems that his opinion will not be adopted by Ichinos for the time being. I don't have the right to decide at all. What kind of black-hearted enterprise is Class B? That. Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable. How long will this last? I really prefer to be alone. It was a bit embarrassing to express the special care. Although a few words were omitted, he believed that Ichinos should be able to understand it. But why do these people just don't understand this? There are people in the world who really like to be alone. Really? This is all Aristotle's fault. That damn professor, go back and study it again. Ichinos thought for a while and nodded, until Hikigaya-kun treats us as companions. I have. That's for me to judge. Hikigaya was a little depressed. Why was Ichinos so strong only in front of him? Ask yourself. I have fulfilled my duties as a member of Class B and have never caused any trouble to the class. Having a leader who doesn't listen to others is really a headache. So angry. Just hand over your personal points and forget it. I believe Ichinos won't be so persistent. That. Hikigaya did it as soon as he thought of it, and said with some hesitation, I'd better give you my personal points for safekeeping. Compared with personal points, he still doesn't want Ichinos to pay him such special attention. Call. Ichinos let out a breath, shook his head energetically and said with a smile. I'm not doing this for personal points. You should keep the points yourself. This is just to make you a companion. That's all. Chapter 096. As expected of Ichinos. After hearing her words, Hikigaya became even more helpless and helpless. No matter how you do it. Even Ichinos wanted him to integrate into the class. But Hikigaya felt like he was obviously a member of Class B. Could it be that before he knew it, he had been expelled from Class B? He really didn't understand. What does Ichinos mean by integrating into the class? Do you have to behave like Himenoyuki and others? Hikigaya feels that it will never be possible. Besides, Ichinos turned around and warned, Hikigaya-kun, you seem to speculate on the meaning behind other people's words for no reason. This is not good and makes people sad. Ichinos simply wanted him to integrate into the class, not his personal points. Oh, I'm sorry. Hikigaya apologized without sincerity. It does make people feel sad if their good intentions are doubted. But the most fundamental reason. It was Ichinos who had to force him to attend such an inexplicable gathering. Although Ichinos is indeed beautiful. But he has no special feelings for Ichinos. I used to think it was great to have such a leader, but now I just feel it's a little troublesome. Explanation is useless. Hikigaya didn't bother to explain to her anymore. Well. Ichinos sighed and said helplessly, it's really insincere. It's not all because you insist on forcing me. How? Feeling Ichinos' confused gaze, Hikigaya was also a little confused. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Ichinos held her snow-white chin and fell into thought. In the past, Hikigaya was always polite to her, or in other words, he treated everyone in a business-like manner. However, Now she feels that although Hachigaya's attitude is not good, it is more real. From another perspective, this is probably the true side of Hikigaya. Remember carefully. When school starts. Hachigaya's evaluation of Vice Chairman Nagamo was also slightly harsh. But his nature is not bad, on the contrary, he is very gentle. He is always thinking about the class, and seemed to have helped Sakura Eri, who had nothing to do with Class D, at the beginning of school. Think of this. A smile appeared on Ichino's lips. Her approach proved effective. As long as you keep approaching him, Hikigaya will reveal his true side. Perhaps. Hikigaya feels that as long as he shows his authenticity, others will gradually stay away. But this real side made Ichino's even happier. At least, Hikigaya no longer looks so businesslike. As long as there are changes, it will be easy to handle. Then it's settled. If nothing happens next weekend, we will go to karaoke. Said. Ichino's put the cookie into his hand, then stood up and left, returning to Chihiro Shirami and others. Hikigaya had a headache looking at the cookies made by Ichino's in her hand. Why does Ichino's always like to ignore his opinions? After 1 hour, many boys also started singing. Hikigaya sat on the small bench with indifferent eyes, putting cookies into his mouth from time to time. He was just a ruthless rice machine. Speaking of which, why is Gyexu still sitting? Hikigaya wondered if this guy was having a fight with him, and Hachiman no Yuki was totally wrong. Although he doesn't like such parties. But if just sit down. Hikigaya is still very confident in his endurance. At this time. Zyoxu, what's wrong with you? Sorry, my old problem seems to have returned. Gyexu covered her forehead and apologized, then showed a reassuring smile. Oh! Did it turn out to be solved in this way? It's really amazing. Install, continue to install. Hikigaya had to secretly praise his awesomeness. This guy pretends to be sick, which is as good as him. Is everything okay? How about Ji go back and rest first? The girl on the side, a short-haired girl who I remember as Kohashi Yum, stroked Hachiman no Yuki's shoulders and said. I'll send her back. Hikigaya stood up quickly, intending to take advantage of this trend. He didn't want to stay at this celebration party for a long time. Xiao Qiaomeng and others suddenly looked here in surprise. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Hikigaya immediately regretted it. Doesn't this make it seem like he has some thoughts about Hachiman no Yuki and has a good relationship with Hachiman no Yuki? But I haven't waited for him to explain. Xiao Qiaomeng and others seemed to understand something. They showed understanding eyes, probably because they didn't want to participate in such a party. Xiao Qiaomeng caressed Gyexu's shoulders and said hesitantly, then shall I go back with you? Sorry to bother you. The girls next to him glanced at Hikigaya and nodded, which immediately made Hikigaya's hair stand on end. A chill spread all over my body, rushing straight from the solace of my feet to my mind. Hikigaya regained her composure instantly. Friendly atmosphere in Class B. It almost gave him the illusion that the world was so beautiful. This kind of look. I'm afraid it's a distrust of him. Worried that he would do something inappropriate to Gyexu. But Hikigaya regained his composure and quickly ignored it. Strictly speaking, he has never even spoken to most of the people in Class B, let alone whether they are friends. Even if they meet, he probably won't recognize them, and they won't even be acquainted with each other. As Hachiman no Yuki's friend, it is normal for them to have such doubts and worries about strangers. If you didn't even say anything, this group of people can completely trust him, but Hikigaya feels even more terrifying. No matter how friendly Class B acts, how gentle Ichino's is. This is the naked reality. This class is so normal. It's normal to be wary of unfamiliar people. The abnormal person is Ichino's. No, I'm fine. Hachiman no Yuki waved her hand and said with a smile, having Hikigaya as a gift to me is enough, and it's only a few steps away. Zioxu. One girl lowered her voice and hinted. It's okay, you forgot that Hikigaya and I are at the same table. Gyexu slowly stood up while stroking her forehead. After hearing what she said, the others reluctantly gave up. Her implication is that Hikigaya can be trusted. But Hikigaya can roughly guess it. Gyexu probably felt that being with other people would only make her more tired, so she chose such an excuse. And being with someone like him, there is no need to pretend to have a headache, which can make Gyexu more relaxed and comfortable. That's all. There is no room for other illusions. Yes. Ichinos also understood Hikigaya's feeling of not wanting to party. Then Hikigaya, Xiaoyuki will be left to you. Hikigaya nodded and followed Himenoyuki out of the box. Anyway, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the school, and there's nothing to worry about since it's only a few steps away. Leave karaoke. It was already dark, and there were not many pedestrians on the road. Hateful. Himenoyuki returned to his true nature in an instant, and stabbed Hikigaya lightly on the side with a knife sneak attack, and said with some dissatisfaction. I just gave you a look, why did you pretend not to see it? Hikigaya touched the spot where he was poked and said frankly, I'm a little curious about how you usually leave the scene. Hey? Oh, that's it. Doesn't this mean that Hikigaya cares about her very much? Himenoyuki's face couldn't help but blush. She put her hands behind her back and looked at the ground and said softly. How about it, am I very smart? Can think of ways to fake a headache. Judging from the performance of Ichinos and the others, Himenoyuki is obviously a habitual offender. Indeed, you are so smart. No, I feel a little bit better. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, if you don't want to participate, just don't participate. Why bother pretending to be sick? After saying that, Hikigaya realized that Himenoyuki seemed to have participated because he couldn't do it, and she probably thought he was laughing at him. Worried about being beaten, Hikigaya quickly added. Besides, even if you tell me directly, I don't think Ichinos and the others will care. How can it be? Gyexu rolled her eyes and said helplessly. Ichinos may not care, but others may have opinions, like, what's so cool about that guy? That's true. Hikigaya nodded in agreement. I remember reading on the internet that a 4-person female dormitory can have 7 or 8 group chats. Girls are really scary. Class B has reached a dead end. We can only continue to walk in such a happy atmosphere. Is this good or bad? Although Hikigaya doesn't like it, he doesn't know. If it is in an ordinary school, such a harmonious atmosphere is naturally good. But in this school, thanks to such a harmonious atmosphere, Class B has gained a cohesiveness that is unimaginable to others. At least for now, it does have benefits. It's just that Hikigaya is not used to it. Alas! At this time, Shui sighed with some regret and said. Actually, I quite like karaoke. It's really annoying that I can only sit there and chat. What's so annoying? Hikigaya was a little confused. If you open your mouth, they should be happy to sing with you. I think you are quite taken care of among the girls. Isn't that natural? Gyexu was even more speechless and said, I am sick, so they want to take care of me. If I sing, they will worry about my health and won't let me do too strenuous exercise. Hikigaya was suddenly confused. I remember that this guy ran very fast at the sports festival, and Hikigaya immediately reacted. After being awakened by him, Ryushui also slowed down. Too good at pretending. That's really miserable. Hikigaya nodded sincerely, and at this moment Himenoyuki couldn't help but stop and looked at Hikigaya up and down. What's wrong? Hikigaya looked at himself and said a little doubtfully. No, that's why I want to ask you what's wrong. Gyexu tilted her little head and became even more confused. Hikigaya frowned, what does it have to do with me? Yes. Never mind. Himanoyuki walked towards the dormitory building again, followed by Hikigaya. It just feels like you usually mock me at this time by saying things like you deserve it, wouldn't it be better if you just stopped pretending? Hikigaya looked at the dormitory not far away. Strictly speaking, this is the path Gyexu chose. If you pretend to be sick, you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Being taken care of. Unable to do strenuous exercise. Can't sing for a long time. You can't do what you like. Otherwise, it's easy to get ripped off. This is the price she needs to pay to establish a good persona for herself. It is indeed deserved. No, I'm just a little tired today. Feeling that he was a little out of shape, Hikigaya nodded and said, you really deserve it. You guy. Gyexu stabbed him in the lower abdomen again. If you say sarcastic words now, it will only make your character worse. It's okay, my character is such a bad one anyway. Hikigaya touched the poke spot again, and Keiku couldn't help but smile. Anyway, that's his character. It's impossible to change now, so why bother? The two of them walked into the elevator. Gyexu came to him and lifted her toes, lowering her voice and saying, then next time, just the two of us will go to karaoke. I sing very well. I'm not going. It happened that the elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Hikigaya was speechless and quickly left the elevator. Why do these guys always like to let him go to karaoke? Chapter 097. On Monday. The first school day after the sports festival. Wait until school is over. Sakura Eri quickly came to the corridor of Class B and secretly observed the exit of the classroom with her beautiful eyes. This is the sports festival. Class D's class points dropped back to around 100 points again. However, the personal point distribution in October will still include the 200 class points for the month. Personal points are quite enough. Sakura Eri was excited and a little disappointed at the same time. They belong to different classes and there is really no chance to meet each other. Although she often looked forward to meeting him at Kiyaki Shopping Mall, she rarely saw Hikigaya Hachiman, or almost never. Occasionally, we bumped into each other upstairs in the dormitory a few times. Sakura Eri really didn't have the courage to go up and say hello. This time, finally got a chance to have dinner together. Sakura Eri took out her student ID card, which only had a pitiful number of more than 30,000 personal points. The money. It was something she had slowly saved over the past 6 months. Fortunately, except for the camera when school started, her consumption was not very high. In addition, the school had many free products, so she was able to save money even if she saved hard. 20,000 need to be returned to Hachiman-kun. There are more than 10,000 left. Whatever you eat is enough. Sakura Eri was very confident and looked eagerly at the exit of Class B. At this time, Sakura-san. A suspicious sound attracted her attention, and when she looked back, she realized that Kushida Kikyo had come to her side at some point. Are you here in Class B? What's the matter? Kushida Kikyo asked with a smile on her face. There are inevitably some doubts in her heart. Sakura Eri has not talked to anyone in class, and she has no friends. He actually came to Class B, and this was the second time. Yes, Kushida Kikyo had already learned through a strong network of contacts that Sakura Eri and Horikita Suzune came to pay Hikigaya Hachiman back money last time. Only, she really couldn't understand how Sakura Eri got involved with Hikigaya Hachiman. What's the purpose this time? No. Nothing. Sakura Eri lowered her head, her eyes darting around. Although Kushida Kikyo acted very gentle, she didn't know why she always felt that this person was a bit scary. Kushida Kikyo smiled sweetly and said, well, I still have a lot of friends in Class B. If Sakura-san needs help with anything, you can always tell me. Thank you, no. Sakura Eri nodded vaguely, secretly observing Kushida Kikyo with some doubts. She probably came to play with her friends. She really hoped to leave as soon as possible. Sakura-san, is everything really okay? Kushida Kikyo tilted her head and asked again. There was an expectation in her heart that Sakura Eri most likely came to Hikigaya to pay back the money. But this time I also came to 030 to find Hikigaya Hachiman. That damn Hikigaya actually dared to deal with her all the time. At first he would reply to messages the next day, but gradually he only replied once every few days. Until now. Kushida Kikyo had serious doubts. I have been put into do not disturb mode by Hikigaya. What is it? How dare you deal with her? If it weren't for the persona of a trustworthy, gentle, and good girl, Kushida Kikyo wouldn't want to deal with someone like Hikigaya. And as a popular figure in the school, her time is really limited. I hope Sakura Eri will be more sensible this time. Leave quickly. Give her the chance first. No. I really hope Kushida Kikyo leaves soon, Sakura Eri said weakly. Kushida-san, just do your own thing, don't worry about me. Both wanted the other person to leave quickly, but Kushida Kikyo couldn't express it clearly, so the two of them froze for a moment. But Sakura Eri is really an eyesore here. Never mind. Just paying it back shouldn't be a big problem. All right. Kushida Kikyo nodded. At this moment, Tetsuya Hamaguchi from Class B walked out of the classroom. Kushida-san, A&D. Sakura-san. Good afternoon, Hamaguchi-san. Kushida Kikyo suddenly put on a smile. Sorry, I want to find Hikigaya-san, can you give me a shout? At. Two suspicious sounds sounded. Sakura Eri and Hamaguchi Tetsuya looked at Kushida Kikyo at the same time. Kushida-san too. Hamaguchi Tetsuya was suddenly shocked, and then turned to look at Sakura. You should be mine too, right? Woo. Sakura Eri nodded a little aggrievedly. After finally saving enough points, I had the opportunity to come to Hikigaya, but unexpectedly I ran into Kushida Kikyo. Okay, just wait a moment. Hamaguchi Tetsuya twitched the corner of his mouth and turned back to the classroom. Sakura Eri lowered her head and didn't know what to do, and Kushida Kikyo stared at the exit of Class B with a smile. I just hope that Sakura Eri will leave quickly after paying back the money. Neither of the two girls give in to each other. Class B. Hamaguchi Hama, the microphone, also fell on the edge of the table. With a serious face, he raised his head and looked Hikigaya Hachiman up and down, as if he wanted to see him clearly. What are you doing? Hikigaya Hachiman leaned back, a little frightened. This man suddenly ran over to his table and stared at him. Could it be Isao Kondo? It would be too scary. No. Hamaguchi Tetsuya's eyes were serious. I was just thinking, even though you don't talk much in class, why do beautiful women always come to you? I feel that I am not much worse than you, why no one comes to me? They all come to me for a reason, it's not what you think. Hikigaya then breathed a sigh of relief and realized, is someone coming to see me again? Yeah, and there are two of them together. Hamaguchi Tetsuya said with some boredom, Hikigaya, it's okay to be popular, but it's just a little bit uncomfortable to have two boats. I told you it wasn't. Hikigaya stood up speechlessly. Why does this guy always refuse to listen to explanations? Is this the common characteristic of Class B? If only he were popular. How could I be ostracized before and couldn't even make friends, although I don't have any friends now? Ichinos and others, who were chatting, and Himenoyuki also looked here curiously. It's really embarrassing. Hikigaya quickly got up and left the classroom, and the first thing he saw was Sakura Eri. Take a look. Sure enough, I came to him to pay him back, so I didn't want to treat him to dinner. Hikigaya smiled. Then she saw Kushida Kikyo with a sweet smile beside her, and Hikigaya suddenly looked disgusted. Why is this guy here? He is really pestering me. Hikigaya suddenly had the urge to turn around and walk away, pretending not to notice. However, Inada Kikyo did not give him this opportunity. "Good afternoon, Hikigaya-kun." Call. Hikigaya let out a breath. Kushida probably came to him to apologize and have a meal, and Sakura Eri probably came to pay him back to treat him to a meal. Although the dinner is free, if you don't eat it, you won't eat it for free. But the reason why they invited guests to dinner was actually not a big deal in Hikigaya's eyes. If you have to choose one, Hikigaya would rather have something to eat with Sakura Eri, but really doesn't want to get entangled with Kushida Kikyo. Hikigaya suddenly felt a little troubled. What's the matter? Actually, Kushida Kikyo was a little embarrassed and said, "Didn't I agree on LN before? It's all because of me that Chi and the others left bad memories for Hikigaya-kun, so I've always wanted to treat you to a meal as a reward." Apologize. It's just that I didn't have much time because of the sports festival, so I just happened to come to see you today. Who are you fooling? Although Kushida Kikyo's words, it means that he came to you as soon as possible because he was too busy before, which makes him very important. But such words can only deceive Haruki Yamauchi. For example, Horikita Suzuan and Sakura Eri came right away, although after exchanging contact information, Horikita Suzuan switched to online transfer. But you can also see significant differences. Hikigaya knows very well that in the eyes of Kushida Kikyo, his priority is not high, or even very low. So low that unlike Sakura Eri and Horikita Suzuan, they couldn't spare any time during the sports festival. Although here, it is true that Horikita and Sakura are loners and Kushida has too many friends, but his priority is still very low. The performance was really too artificial. No, that's nothing. Hikigaya just wants to refuse and get away quickly. I'm just apologizing and treating Hikigaya-kun to a meal. Kushida Kikyo suddenly became louder, attracting the curious baby Shibata and others, and then she whispered in a low voice and wanted to cry. No. Hearing this, Sakura Eri almost cried. Why did Kushida invite Hikigaya to dinner and apologize? Although I care a lot. But Sakura Eri really didn't dare to speak and stayed where she was like an angry little daughter-in-law. BDBF, hey, what? Hearing the sound, a group of people from Class B came out. Shibata looked at Kushida's sad expression, frowned and said, "Hikigaya, why did you make the girl cry again?" No. Hikigaya defended weakly. When has he ever made a girl cry? Was he always being laughed at and bullied by girls? Okay? Kushida-san. Ichinos glanced at the two of them and asked thoughtfully, "Can you tell me what happened to you?" Actually, Kushida Kikyo apologetically explained what happened on the cruise ship. After all, it was just a wishful misunderstanding by Chi Kanji and others, and there was no need to hide it at all, but the culprit was indeed Kushida Kikyo. That's it. Ichinos thought for a while and glanced at Hikigaya. It seemed like he wanted to make the decision for him. Hikigaya-san, you really don't care about them questioning you, right? Yes, I don't care at all. Hikigaya looked serious. As expected of Ichinos, he is really a good leader. Now he just wants to ask Kushida Kikyo to help him quickly. Kushida-san, that's what he said. Ichinos then nodded, looked at Kushida and smiled, "So Kushida, you don't have to take this matter to heart at all." Kushida shook his head, covering his heart with guilt on his face. It's all because of me that Hikigaya-kun was misunderstood by Yamauchi and the others. This rare cruise trip also left bad memories for Hikigaya. Even if Hikigaya-kun doesn't care, I really feel a little sorry. Hateful. My worst memory now is you. Hikigaya stared at this bad woman pretending to be gentle with dead eyes. So, now I just want to treat Hikigaya to a meal as a reward. Apologize. Kushida Kikyo met Hikigaya's gaze and quickly spoke in a slightly self-deprecating tone. Did it cause trouble for you? Yes. Just as Hikigaya was about to speak, she heard Ichinos say. I see, Kushida-san is really gentle. Hikigaya. Ichino's Dun stood on Kushida Kikyo's side. Although you don't seem to care, Kushida-san seems to have kept this matter in mind. It's just a meal. You don't seem to have anything to do after school, so why not go with her? Ichino-san. Such kindness can easily be taken advantage of by people with bad intentions. Hikigaya saw a hint of cunning in Kushida Kikyo's guilty eyes. This despicable woman. Kushida Kikyo looked into Hikigaya's eyes expectantly. Dude, you're the only one who still wants to fight me. That's right, if Hikigaya has anything to do, you can wait until tomorrow. It's just a meal, don't hesitate. A group of people from Class B also quickly echoed, siding with Kushida Kikyo. This guy. He seems to know how to take advantage of his popularity. Looking at the performances around him, Hikigaya felt a little helpless. He is really not very good at dealing with this kind of interpersonal communication, especially a woman like Kushida Kikyo. It seems whenever he is always the one with the fewest people. For those who don't know, I'm afraid I think Kushida Kikyo is a member of Class B. However, Hikigaya stared at Kushida Kikyo with dead eyes. Today, he won't give in easily. That. Eri. Hikigaya turned to look at Sakura Eri and said, didn't you say you wanted to treat me to dinner last time? Let's go together. But there are other people here. No matter what kind of character you want to create, you will be limited by the character. As long as there are outsiders. Kushida Kikyo couldn't act too artificial. Otherwise, rumors will probably spread the next day that Kushida has someone he likes. This is for Kushida who wants to be friends with everyone. It should be absolutely unacceptable. Although I feel a little embarrassed to use Sakura Eri in this way, it can only be done like this for the time being. After that, let's apologize to Sakura Eri. Kushida Kikyo was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Sakura, confused. Why are you treating guests to dinner if you are not paying back the money? But Kushida Kikyo couldn't ask too detailed questions. Otherwise, they will be labeled as a big mouth who gossips everywhere. Sogwatian had no choice but to say, is that so? Woo! Sakura Eri's face was filled with grievances. The personal points that I finally saved turned out to be 3 people, together with Kushida Kikyo who felt inexplicably scary. But he has run away twice in a row. If I continue to push it until next time, I'm afraid it will leave a bad impression on Hikigaya. Sakura Eri nodded weakly. Then let's go. Hikigaya Hachiman put his shoulder bag on his shoulder and turned to leave, with Kushida Kikyo and Sakura Eri following behind him. Eri-chan, I'm really sorry. He will definitely thank Eri-chan for his kindness. The only one to blame is Kushida Kikyo, a big devil. Hamaguchi Tetsuya looked at the 3 people leaving and nodded. I realized, Hikigaya, must be an idiot. Yeah, I think so too. Some boys nodded in agreement. It's so stupid. In other words, they would definitely choose Kushida Kikyo, and Sakura Eri's meal could be eaten later. You can eat twice. Now there are 3 of us together. There is definitely no opportunity for progress now. Hikigaya is not stupid. Ichinos looked back and explained with a smile, this shows that Hikigaya has a broad mind and a kind personality. He did not take Kushida-san's apology or Sakura-san's gratitude to heart at all, so he thought about it. Let's get over these things efficiently once and for all. This should be. Some boys nodded in agreement. That's the only way to explain it. It just looks too stupid to boys. What a great opportunity. Unless Hikigaya has some special hobby, why doesn't he know how to cherish it? And the other side. Gyexio couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Obviously, neither Kushida Kikyo nor Sakura Eri, Hikigaya took them to heart. Only. Hikigaya is a big idiot. She quite agreed. Chapter 098. Kiyaki Mall. On the street, Sakura Eri and Kushida Kikyo followed Hikigaya on the left and right. Hikigaya can feel the piercing gaze from time to time, and people often say hello to Kushida Kikyo. Kushida smiled and nodded or waved every time. Where did this guy come from? Sakura Eri, on the other hand, just lowered her head, curled her shoulders and followed him cautiously. I really apologize. He actually took advantage of such a timid and kind-hearted Eri-chan. Hikigaya expressed his full apology to Sakura Eri. But things still have to be done. If you want to get rid of Kushida Kikyo's entanglement, the best way is to behave as badly as possible. It may incidentally affect Sakura Eri's evaluation of him. But Hikigaya doesn't care about this either. Anyway, didn't you invite me to dinner? Why did you let him go in front? Isn't this right? Then, what to eat? Hikigaya's tone was calm, and he deliberately put on an indifferent look to make Kushida Kikyo retreat. Well, it's an apology after all. Kushida Kikyo put her little hands behind her and followed him to his left with a smile. What do you want to eat, Hikigaya-kun? Ask me. Hikigaya was a little confused. When you invite someone to dinner, isn't it usually done by the other party first? Although he didn't know it very well, the responsibility can be placed on the person being invited. It will only make people more stressed. But since Kushida Kikyo asked, there are two choices. One is to choose super expensive food to let Kushida Kikyo experience the severe beatings from society and let her quit. But in this case, Class D has never had many class points. Sakura Eri probably doesn't have many personal points, so she has been forced to come here, and she has to spend money. It's really embarrassing. Not to mention, it's unclear how many personal points Kushida Kikyo has. It may end up being that he pays the bill. What a huge loss. There is only one way left. Choosing food that has no taste and is generally disliked by girls is Hikigaya's best trick. Just make normal choices. So, how about ramen? Hikigaya asked slightly proudly. Sakura-hima's ramen gives people an impression of an uncle at first glance, and the customers are basically middle-aged social workers with financial support. Most girls probably don't like ramen. Ramen? I like it too. Hikigaya-kun, do you have any recommended shops? Kushida Kikyo smiled nonchalantly, and Sakura Eri also kept walking beside Hikigaya with her head lowered. It turns out, Kushida Kikyo has never eaten ramen, so she obviously hates ramen. Because there is currently only one Jiro ramen restaurant in this school. There is no recommendation. This is proof that Kushida Kikyo has no knowledge about ramen. Mostly because there were several coffee shops and milk tea shops, Wada had the illusion that there were also several ramen shops. However, but this guy still showed an acting skill that I was looking forward to, and I even asked him to recommend it. Have to say, this woman is so good at acting. If it's junior high school. Hearing that a girl asked him to recommend a ramen shop, Hikigaya felt that he had already started talking about the ramen shop in Chiba. If you are not careful, you will steal a man's heart. This woman is really too dangerous. However, now, there's only one Jiro ramen here. Do not you know? Hikigaya exposed her disguise without mercy. You don't even know this, yet you dare to say you like it. You are a hypocritical liar. Kushida Kikyo's eyes twitched, then she tilted her head and said. Is that so? After entering this school, I spent most of my time with my friends. I haven't tasted highly cultured ramen yet. I don't know what's different from the outside. But since it's Hikigaya-kun's favorite store, I'm really looking forward to it. Kushida Kikyo maintained a perfect smile on her pretty face. Hateful. This woman could actually defend herself without blushing and even come back to her senses. Terrible. No, I don't like that store, I just don't have a choice. Hikigaya replied with a dull expression, Jiro ramen really has no special features in the ramen world, this is just common sense. Just act hateful enough. I believe Kushida Kikyo won't pester him anymore. Eh? Is that so? Kushida Kikyo clapped her little hands and exclaimed, Hikigaya-kun understands so detailedly, it's really amazing. Hikigaya stared at the girl in front of him with faint eyes. Damn it! It is indeed a high-end cash deposit in disguise, it is really awesome. No flaws at all. Today I must dismantle the false side of Kushida Kikyo. Just wait and see. What about Eri? Hikigaya asked for her opinion. If Sakura Eri didn't exist, Kushida Kikyo's pretty face may have been flashing like a countdown traffic light. Certainly not so content. Hey, I can. Sakura Eri's voice was weak. I sighed internally. It seemed like I was having dinner with Hachiman-kun. Jiro ramen. The three of them walked into the store. There were only a few middle-aged men in the store, most of whom were school staff. Have been to Hikigaya several times. Occasionally, you can meet students in uniform, but most of them are students from sports clubs and are probably still participating in club activities. Although Jiro ramen has no special characteristics and cannot be compared to other ramen in Chiba, we have no choice now. Several people came to the ticket vending machine. Well. Kushida Kikyo looked sideways at the two of them, this time I am eating as an apology, so let me pay for it. No need. Sakura Eri quickly waved her hand and said, I want to thank Hikigaya for his help, so let me do it. The two had a dispute over the payment. Hikigaya looked at the two of them, then comforted Sakura Eri and said, let Kushida give the money. Sakura has been dragged here by force, how can she still use her money? If you want to spend it, just spend it on Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo couldn't help but smile, and she was already cursing inside. This guy is simply treated differently. Yes. It's just a few bowls of ramen, leave it to me. Kushida Kikyo smiled and nodded. A bowl of ramen costs about 600, and for 3 people, it is nearly 2000. It is not a problem for Hikigaya, but it is definitely not a small sum for Kushida of Class D. Since I like to pester him. Hikigaya wants to make Kushida understand the price of pestering him. Then, the three of them looked at the ticket vending machine. Soy sauce ramen, tonkatsu ramen, miso ramen, the miscellaneous ramen immediately dazzled the two of them. What do you want to eat? Hikigaya stared at Kushida Kikyo with dead eyes. Normally, he would quickly order and start enjoying this wonderful dinner. But now, seeing how he exposed Kushida Kikyo's hypocrisy made Kushida never dare to approach him again. This guy has definitely never eaten ramen. At this moment, Kushida Kikyo must be very confused. What's the difference between these? Sakura Eri blushed with embarrassment. I can't even order food, which is really embarrassing. Actually, just like cafes that give people an atmosphere where single men are not allowed to enter, the ramen shop in Sakurajima also gives people the impression that single girls are not allowed to enter. It's normal if you haven't eaten it before, so Sakura doesn't have to feel embarrassed at all. Hikigaya gave her an apologetic look. Let's expose Kushida first. Which flavor does Hikigaya usually like to eat? Kushida Kikyo asked with a slight smile on her pretty face. There was no hint that this was the first time I walked into a store like this. Hateful. This hypocritical woman's disguise is so perfect. However, when you tell a lie, it takes countless lies to come true. This point, Hikigaya knows very well that sooner or later the liar Kushida Kikyo will be revealed. Pork bones. Hikigaya said weakly. Then I'll eat the same thing as Hikigaya. Me too, me too. Sakura Eri quickly agreed, and Kushida Kikyo smiled and bought 3 tickets, easily passing the first level of the ramen test. Please give me flowers. The 3 of them took small tickets and sat in adjacent seats in front of the bar. Kushida Kikyo and Sakura Eri sat next to Hikigaya, one on the left and one on the right. Ordinary people may not know that Sakurahima's ramen also needs to choose the hardness. From hard to soft. They are water, iron wire, extremely hard, soft and extremely soft. This is a general rule for the entire Sakurajima ramen industry. Hikigaya secretly handed over the receipt with murderous intent. Sakura Eri and Kushida Kikyo also quickly followed suit and handed out the receipt. Immediately afterwards, the three of them remained silent. The results are out. Hikigaya was secretly proud. There is only one truth. Kushida Kikyo, this hypocritical guy, has never eaten ramen. Let's wait and see if she dares to pester him. However, at this moment, you are wire, right? The waiter looked at Hikigaya Hachiman and asked, somewhat impressed by this fish-eyed regular. Then, he looked at the other two people. What about you? Sakura Eri was suddenly confused and had no idea what the other party was asking. What does wire mean? Are you going to eat wire? It would be too scary for boys. On the side, Kushida Kikyo kept smiling, but she was already furious inside. She totally believed it. Hikigaya has definitely had ramen. You must know these special terms that only ramen restaurants have. 0. This damn Hikigaya. She actually didn't want to touch the ground so much that she even laid a trap for her while eating ramen. Want to embarrass her? If you want to expose Sakura Eri in front of her, she is lying. What abd? Kushida Kikyo put her hands on her legs and secretly clenched them into fists. After gaining Hikigaya's trust, she must make this self-righteous man pay the price. I am also a wire. Kushida Kikyo said while suppressing her anger. Hey! Sakura Eri was shocked. Did she really want to eat the wire? I said so. Looking at Sakura's performance, the clerk looked at Hikigaya with some dissatisfaction and said. Since you are taking a girl out to eat, a boy should take the initiative. A little. Yes. I'm very sorry. Hikigaya bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Damn it, I didn't expect that the clerk would recognize me because I often eat ramen. It was such a mistake. This classmate, they are choosing the hardness of the ramen noodles. From hard to soft, they are water-coated, iron wire, extremely hard, soft, and extremely soft. Which one do you like better? Then I need to be softer. Sakura Eri breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the clerk looked at Kushida Kikyo with a puzzled look, asking, are you sure you want wire? No way. There are too few female customers in ramen shops, let alone students. Almost every student who comes to the ramen shop. He knows them all. It's your first time to eat ramen, so it's better not to choose the hard one. It doesn't matter, I prefer something harder. Kushida Kikyo forced out a smile and continued to suppress her anger. Since she had already lied, she could only tell the truth. That's okay, Hikigaya's face was dull, but she was extremely happy inside. I can't believe that after stimulating Kushida Kikyo to this level, she would still pester him. Soon. The clerk brought out 3 bowls of hot ramen and placed them in front of the 3 of them. Hikigaya put the noodles into his mouth calmly. With average back fat, average noodles, and average noodles, Jiro ramen really has no special features and is not very popular among boys. But since it is ramen, it will always taste good. Corresponding. This kind of ramen is probably more acceptable to girls. Sakura Eri just took a bite and her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Hikigaya smiled. Unexpectedly, Sakura Eri would also like ramen, and she couldn't help but have a good impression of Sakura Eri. It's indeed not bad. Kushida Kikyo also nodded appreciatively. This hypocritical woman is still pretending that Erlang Ramen is just the most ordinary ramen restaurant in the ramen industry and is completely inferior to Tianxiapan. Not to mention delicious. Hikigaya scolded her for her hypocrisy in her heart. Chapter 099. Kiyaki Mall. The three of them ate ramen and left the store. School usually ends around 3 o'clock, and the sky is still bright. Then that's the end. Hikigaya just wants to go home and really doesn't want to have too much entanglement with Kushida Kikyo. Kushida Kikyo pointed at her chin with some confusion. Hikigaya, how do you feel about today? Do you feel that you are enjoying yourself? Yes, I'm very happy. Hikigaya nodded perfunctorily. What does this guy mean? Don't you want to continue to pester him if you don't have fun? Yeah. That's really great. I'm still thinking about what to do if Hikigaya is not satisfied. Kushida Kikyo touched her fingertips together, exuding a sweet smile of relief. Pack. Keep pretending. Then I have something else to do next. Hikigaya-kun, see you next time. Well. Hikigaya was a little disgusted. This guy actually wants a next time. Could it be that Kushida Kikyo was not dissatisfied at being targeted like this? Although I firmly believe that Kushida Kikyo is hypocritical, I have to lament that this guy has a really strong heart. After several people parted ways, Kushida Kikyo returned to Kiyaki Shopping Center and came to the rooftop of the mall, where few people would visit. Seeing that there was no one around, Kushida Kikyo's pretty face suddenly darkened. Of course nothing happened. Originally, today's day was reserved for Hikigaya Hachiman. But that hateful BD obviously didn't want to get close to her, and even felt a little disgusted. His attitude towards Sakura Aries 560 was completely different from that towards her. There is no benefit in staying here. Hateful. 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 Kushida Kikyo's pretty face was ferocious, and she kicked the fence with loud bangs. He's obviously just an unpopular and gloomy man. If it weren't for her, how could a beautiful woman like her be willing to get close to such a gloomy man? If there weren't some problems in the class now, she would definitely make Hikigaya Hachiman realize what it means to be powerless. Hateful. Hikigaya, Hachiman, a gloomy man like you that no one wants, just stay with that bumpkin Sakura. How dare you look down on me, what kind of thing do you think you are? Kushida Kikyo's pretty face twisted and she vented her anger towards the fence. It's not that he has a good impression of Hikigaya Hachiman. Only. This hateful guy is obviously just an unpopular and withdrawn waste. How dare you not praise her? Why don't you praise her? Why not praise her? You must know that a beauty of her level will definitely be popular wherever she goes. This good-for-nothing gloomy man. Even if you don't praise her, you still dare to despise her. Hateful. Do you know how much effort I have put into taking care of you unpopular trash? You don't even know how to appreciate it. Hateful. Kushida Kikyo was almost furious. How could anyone be willing to come into contact with idiots like Haruki Yamauchi and Hikigaya Hachiman? Approached with a perfect smile every time. She has endured unimaginable psychological pressure. This person actually dares to treat her differently. How on earth is she inferior to a country bumpkin like Sakura Eri? Why should she pay? He also ignored her. Damn Hikigaya Hachiman, what do you think you are? Hateful. A long time. Kushida Kikyo let out a breath and finally regained her composure. The scolding is over. But I still want to gain Hikigaya Hachiman's trust and take revenge. However, have to admit, Hikigaya Hachiman is different from licking dogs like Ike Kanji. This BD is really not interested in her, rather than playing hard to get. Originally, she wanted to gain Hikigaya's trust with her beauty and gentleness. Now it seems this path is definitely not feasible. Kushida Kikyo also had to change her strategy. Although that idiot Hikigaya Hachiman might not have noticed it, Kushida Kikyo, who is also a girl, noticed it easily. Sakura Eri probably has a crush on that gloomy man. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't want to sit next to Hikigaya Hachiman, let alone sit with her classmates in a different class. Call. Kushida Kikyo once again put on a perfect smile and left the rooftop. Then support that bumpkin Sakura Eri and win Hikigaya Hachiman's trust from the side. By the time then the dark history of the two people was exposed. Let this couple sink to the bottom of the school together. And the other side. After parting ways with Kushida Kikyo, Hikigaya and Sakura Eri were planning to return to the dormitory. Well, I'm sorry. Hikigaya looked at Sakura Eri curled up beside him and apologized. I'm sorry for bringing you into this. What do you mean? Sakura Eri was stunned and couldn't understand it at all. Could it be that she had been involved in some incident? But she didn't feel anything at all. Just think. It was a pity that we were eating together with Hikigaya and Hachiman, but suddenly it became three people. Actually, Hikigaya explained frankly, I'm not very good at dealing with Kushida, so I pulled you in. I feel, sorry. Is that so? Sakura Eri clutched her chest, her cheeks flushed. Did I help? She didn't seem to be doing anything, just sitting next to her and eating noodles. Certainly. Hikigaya completely believes it. If it weren't for Sakura Eri, Kushida Kikyo wouldn't be able to behave so calmly. That's it, that's really great. Sakura Eri smiled shyly. It was a pity at first, but when I thought that I had actually helped Hikigaya, I felt happier for some reason. The dormitory building was getting closer and closer, and the two came downstairs. Correct. Sakura Eri then remembered something important and quickly took out her phone. Hachiman, in addition to thanking you this time, I also want to give points to 20,000 people. Oh, no need to pay it back. Hikigaya looked at her movements and shook his head. He had already forced Sakura Eri to act as a shield for him, so how could he still have the nerve to ask for money from the other party? How about that? Let this 20,000 yuan be regarded as a reward for your help, so that we can settle everything. Hikigaya raised his hand to stop the other party from transferring money and said. Besides, you don't have a lot of points in Class D. You can keep the money for yourself to improve your life. Although Sakura Ai wears twin tails, her bangs cover most of her pretty face, and she wears old-fashioned glasses, she doesn't look like a beauty at all. But Hikigaya can still observe it. Sakura Eri's looks are definitely not too bad. Remember, this guy is still an idol. Even though he has a good figure, he is too ugly to be an idol. What's more, it's a girl. Monthly expenses for menstrual products and cosmetics are bound to be considerable. It's also good to keep some personal points. Woo! Hear such words. Sakura Eri's pretty face turned red and she quickly lowered her head. Unexpectedly, Hikigaya would actually care about her so much, even though she didn't feel like she was doing much to help, she just sat there and ate ramen. But, I feel like I haven't been of much help, so it probably isn't worth the 20,000 points. I think it's worth it. Hikigaya shook his head and turned towards the dormitory building. I feel that Sakura Eri is too timid. The key is that she is quite kind. Such a character can be easily bullied. It's really unsettling. Hikigaya felt his brother's soul burning. Sakura Eri was still a little hesitant, but when she thought about having 20,000 personal points, she could eat with Hikigaya more times. It doesn't seem to be a bad feeling. Think of this. Sakura Eri followed Hikigaya into the elevator like a little daughter-in-law. Soon, the elevator stops at the 5th floor, Hikigaya Avenue. Can I still have dinner with Hachiman-kun? Sakura Eri closed her beautiful eyes tightly and shouted loudly, but the voice sounded as weak as the sound of mosquitoes in Hikigaya's ears. The two of them are not in the same class, and they meet very rarely. Sakura Eri feels that if she doesn't work harder, it is very likely that the relationship between the two will gradually fade away and eventually turn into a beautiful memory that will remain in the heart. She really didn't want this. Only then did I pluck up the courage to ask if the two of them could have dinner together. Sure. Hikigaya smiled. I didn't expect that Sakura Eri would fall in love with ramen just after trying it once. As expected, ramen is invincible. He didn't mind instilling some of the greatness of ramen into this fellow chef. If you want to eat ramen, you can come to me anytime. Hikigaya explained seriously. However, there is only one Jiro ramen in Jayuchin now, which is the one we ate at today. It is actually quite ordinary in the ramen world. The school was under renovation during the summer vacation. It should be open to a small number of people on a trial basis now. It will take a few days. By then, there should be some new ramen shops. It will surprise you. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door slowly closed. Hikigaya secretly thought it was a pity because he obviously wanted to continue to instill some ramen knowledge into this lovely friend. And there's another side he can't see. Great! Samori excitedly rubbed his fists and gently lowered them. It seems that Hikigaya doesn't hate eating with her, so she can always look for him when she wants to eat. Go tomorrow. But then I thought about it. Sakura Eri hesitated again. Is this too frequent? If it's too frequent, what should I do if I get bored by Hikigaya? Besides, eating out often is quite expensive, so it will definitely put pressure on the other person. Sakura Eri didn't know what to do for a moment. How often is the best time to visit Hikigaya? There will be no burden on the economy. It won't bore Hikigaya. Sakura Eri suddenly felt a little depressed. She had rarely communicated with others since she was a child. She really didn't know how to grasp this sense of distance. The next morning, Sakura Eri went to school as usual, wearing thick glasses and lowering her head. When I think about it, I actually had dinner with Hikigaya yesterday and made a promise that he could come to her anytime. Sakura Eri couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. Good morning, Sakura-san. At this moment, Kushida Kikyo patted her shoulder from behind. Sakura was startled. Although Kushida Kikyo usually greets her, there has never been such an intimate gesture. Move. After a long time, she said weakly, Good morning, Kushida-san. Well, I was really happy yesterday. What do you think, Sakura-san? I think so too. 5.2. Sakura Eri's eyes evaded, and she nodded with some confusion. Although Hikigaya said that he was not very good at dealing with Kushida Kikyo, in fact she was not very good at dealing with Kushida either. Actually, Kushida Kikyo smiled and joked, Sakura-san likes Hikigaya-kun, right? Hey! Her pretty face instantly turned red from her neck to her cheeks. Sakura Eri was shocked and looked around quickly. Fortunately, I didn't see Hikigaya. Sakura Eri was relieved but also a little disappointed. How would he react if Hikigaya discovered him? Looking at the scene in front of him, Kushida Kikyo was instantly convinced that this country bumpkin really liked that gloomy man. What a perfect couple! It's okay. Kushida Kikyo lowered her voice and smiled in cooperation, I will support you. Sakura-san seems to be a perfect match for Hikigaya-kun. Is that so? Sakura Eri was a little shy. In the eyes of outsiders, do she and Hikigaya really match each other? Yes, Sakura-san, if you need help with anything, you can come to me at any time and I will definitely help you. Thanks. Sakura Eri nodded shyly. Although Kushida Kikyo feels a little inexplicably scary, it's really not good to judge a person based on his feelings. Maybe, Kushida Kikyo is a good person. No need, we are friends. Kushida Kikyo smiled and shook her head. Mock up. The dignified Kushida Kikyo, can't deal with you two losers? Chapter 100. End of October. Class B classroom. Hikigaya sat in her seat suppressing her excitement. If you want to ask why. That is. The highly cultivated hidden store is officially open for business today. Many things happened during this period, including the student union election, but nothing was more important than the opening of the ramen shop. The school has issued a notice. Kiyaki Mall will add 2 new ramen shops, as well as other stores. They are Tianxiapan and Tiger's Lair respectively. But it is a hidden store after all. Therefore, the school only gave the name of the store, and you still need to find the specific location yourself. Hikigaya can't wait to start looking for stores. Today's class always feels extremely long. At this moment, the school bell rang, and Hoshinomiya Chie dragged her swaying body into the classroom. No, I drank too much yesterday. Xiao Fanbo came to help me post the midterm exam results on the blackboard. Teacher, are you okay? Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? Yes, I also want to drink water. Hoshinomiya sat in front of the podium, acting like a child, and Ichinos poured her a glass of water. After, she just picked up the magnet and placed the midterm report card on the blackboard. It was such an abnormal scene, but no one in Class B felt anything was wrong. Hikigaya was really speechless. Is this guy from Hoshinomiya really qualified to be a teacher? He also wants such a job, damn it. The transcript is spread out. The results of the midterm exam are displayed in front of everyone. No doubt. Everyone is above the passing mark. Hikigaya also finished 14th overall this time, but this was also a result of gaining extra points in the written test at the sports festival. In fact, it's not much different from when school started. In fact, the results of the middle group of people in Class B are almost the same, and they are basically hovering around this ranking. Changes in rankings are common. Correct. Hoji 13 Palace, who was drinking water, seemed to think of something. There will be a quiz on 8 subjects next week, but the content of the quiz is only for National Level 3. You don't have to worry about it having any impact on your grades. Ichinos was keenly aware and said, Teacher, since it will not cause any impact, is there any need to take the test? Or is it the same as when the school started, just to see our strength clearly? Only then did Xing Zigong cover his aching little head and start thinking. I remember it was. The school will use the results of this quiz as a basis to pair up pairs, and the pairs will face the final exam in the form of a community of destiny. There are 8 subjects held, with a perfect score of 150 questions in each subject, for a total of 400 questions. There are 2 passing lines this time. One is that all subjects will have a passing score of 60 points. If any subject fails to reach 60 points, the 2 paired students will drop out of school. However, the 60 points refers to the total score of the 2 partners, so you shouldn't take it to heart. As the Palace of the Stars said, there are no students with extremely poor grades in Class B. Each person only needs to score 30 points, and even if the last 2 are together, it is still easy to score more than 60 points. The other item is that if the total score of 2 people is a certain number, it will usually be 700 points in the past. As long as the total score is less than 700 points, you will also be expelled from school. What the hell? Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. Calculating this way, each person is 350 points, and each subject only needs 40 points, so there is no risk of dropping out. This is really easy for Class B. It seems. This special exam can also be passed easily. Even adding one more doesn't feel too difficult. Looking at the midterm exam results on the blackboard, Hikigaya felt so confident. Then it looks like it's going to be easy this time. Even so, we can't be careless. Indeed, wouldn't it be better to continue the study meeting? Everyone in Class B has obviously taken this into consideration, but the written test is not difficult for Class B. The only ones who would feel dangerous are Class C and Class D. Teacher, is this just the test? What is the matching method like? Ichino's Hanamai confirmed again. Although I really like Hoshinomiya's cheerful style, this teacher is really like a child. I won't tell you the matching method until after the quiz. Sensing the confused gazes of everyone in Class B, Hoshinomiya Chie also said coquettishly. Don't look at the teacher like this. There's nothing the teacher can do. That's it. Ichino's Hanamai nodded knowingly. In that case, there is indeed a certain way of pairing, and we need to think about it ourselves. Oh, as expected of Xiao Fanbo, the teacher's favorite student. Hoshinomiya Chie gave a thumbs up and praised. Also, there is one more thing. For this exam, you need to make your own test questions and then assign them to one of the other 3 classes. In other words, if you launch an offensive, the attacking class will become defensive, and your class's total score will be compared with the opponent's class's total score. The winning class gets 50 class points from the losing class. Hikigaya frowned. It sounds like nothing, but when you think about it, it feels so unfair. Then teacher, what will happen if it becomes a direct confrontation? If it becomes a direct duel, for example, Class A attacks Class B, and Class B attacks Class A, the class points will be temporarily changed to 100 points. I see. The entire Class B became Ichino's one-man show. She nodded and said. Teacher, does the school have any restrictions on self-made examination questions? Don't worry, the school will conduct a strict and fair inspection. If it goes beyond the scope of study or there are questions that cannot be answered, the school will ask you to correct it. Until the test questions meet the standards, if the final test questions are still unqualified, the school will replace them with questions pre-made by the school, but you'd better think of the test questions prepared by the school as being less difficult. Fair. Hikigaya was speechless. Adults are indeed so despicable and like to tell high-sounding lies. How is this fair? When you have decided on the class you will compete with, you can report it to me. If it overlaps with other classes, the school will call out representatives to draw lots. Just tell me your designated class the day before the quiz. Above. I'll leave the rest to you to think about. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Hoshinomiya Chie waved her hand tiredly and chose to run away. Although Hikigaya didn't really want to say it. But with Hoshinomiya's teaching attitude, will he really not be fired? It feels better than Class A. Hoshinomiya Chie is even more obsessed with suppressing Sae Chibashira. After school. Hikigaya. Don't leave in a hurry, let's start a combat meeting first. Seeing Hikigaya who was about to get up and leave, Ichino's quickly spoke out to persuade her to stay. No, I still have club activities. Hikigaya's face stiffened. Damn it, I have to go find a ramen shop, how can I be left in a place like this? Remember it's the wool department, right? It doesn't matter, let's go to the wool department together for a strategic meeting. No need. If it's just for a while, it should be fine. Hikigaya forced a smile and returned to class, feeling that she was being controlled by Ichino's. The whole class is holding a strategic meeting in the wool department. Absolutely not. Although there are 2 ghost members, it is his secret base there. A boy's secret base will not allow outsiders to enter easily. No one in Class B left, everyone gathered around Ichino's, and Hikigaya also stood at the outermost edge. He looked around and wanted to find a place to sit. But considering that it was someone else's position, it would be bad if someone disliked it. After a moment of hesitation, Hikigaya chose to give up. Then let's start from the next quiz. Ichino sat in his seat and looked around the crowd and said, although this exam is not difficult for us, we cannot be careless. The student union will continue to be held. What do you think? That's right, it would be bad if you were overtaken by other classes because you neglected to relax. Well, I agree too. As expected, there was a chorus of approval. Indeed, as Ichino said, if it is just to pass the exam and avoid dropouts. This exam is not difficult for Class B. The only thing that needs to be considered is how to win other classes and steal class points from the opponent. According to teacher Hoshinomiya. Ichino's thought, there is indeed some way to match. Do you have any ideas? Kanzaki said with a calm face, from what the teacher said, this kind of exam has been done before. I should ask the seniors. Well, about that. Junking Shibata said with some confusion, except for the second grade, which seems a bit special, I don't think there are many dropouts in the third grade. Leave aside Class A and Class B for now. People in Class C and Class D are generally not very good at studying, and there are very few dropouts. He is truly a promising newbie in the football club. Very knowledgeable about the senior year. Hikigaya couldn't help but nodded. He really didn't think Haruki Yamauchi and others had any intelligence, and it didn't matter if they just said they were idiots. Junking Shibata actually said euphemistically that he was just not good at studying. It's really gentle. Looks like this. Ichinos and others nodded thoughtfully and said. In any case, there won't be too many dropouts, so the matching method is likely to be based on the rule that people with high scores and people with low scores will be paired. I also agree with this. Kanzaki nodded and said, only in this way can the most balanced result be calculated. Well, in that case. Ichinos turned to look at Shirami Chihiro and the others and said. Although I think there is no risk of dropouts with grades in Class B, but to be on the safe side, how about making good use of this rule? Well, it would be bad if 5 came to pursue scholars because of carelessness. Yet, I don't want to see anyone leave this class either. Hearing the echoes around him, Hikigaya didn't have any objections. Although there is no need to worry about these with the results of Class B, there is no reason not to take advantage of the rules. What's more, there's nothing wrong with being cautious. However, on the other hand, Hikigaya felt a little weird looking at the scene in front of him. The next step is to decide which class to fight against, said. Ichinos looked around at the people around him. This is the most important thing. After all, this is a big deal related to class points. However, when it came to class points, everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. It seems wrong to say that. But everyone else was looking at Ichinos expectantly, waiting for her to speak first. Fanbo, which class do you think is better to fight against? Shibata smiled and said what everyone was thinking. Me. Ichinos said without hesitation, I hope to directly confront Class A. Can you explain the reason? It was Kanzaki who asked the question. The reason is simple. Ichinos' eyes were firm and he said, as long as we can win Class A in this exam, we can be promoted to Class A. Yes, as long as we can defeat Class A, we can advance to A in this exam. Even if it's just the appearance of Class A, it will be more beneficial to future exams. I agree too. A. Hikigaya finally understood the weird feeling just now. It looks like they are having a happy discussion, but in fact it is just what Ichinos says. As long as it is an idea proposed by Ichinos, no one will reject it. Although Ichinos had a good reason. But Hikigaya really doesn't think attacking Class A is a good decision. He can't be the only one who has the same idea as him, right? Think of this. Hikigaya glanced at the others. Everyone has a relaxed smile on their face. Okay, it seems that he is the only one who has such an idea. Did I make any omissions, or did I? Hikigaya frowned. I'm not sure whether it's my own problem or whether others are afraid of taking responsibility, so they blame everything on Ichinos. But choosing to attack Class A really doesn't feel like a good choice. He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya still planned to take the initiative to speak. Although it is the person in charge who takes responsibility, the people below should also give their opinions in a timely manner. Chapter 101. That. Hikigaya raised his arms, a little confused. Can I ask a question? Just finished speaking. All 39 people in the class looked this way. Feeling so many eyes, Hikigaya felt an inexplicable pressure. Could it be that this is the so-called spiritual pressure? Awesome. He seemed to understand Ji Yexu's feelings a little bit. If he often faced this level of spiritual pressure, his soul would collapse and become hollow. Of course. Ichino smiled happily. Hikigaya-kun, what's the problem? Why didn't you choose to attack Class D? Hikigaya asked despite the pressure. This exam is simply a score-based test, and there is a huge gap between the scores of the upper class and the lower class. If there are no special means, as long as the upper class targets the lower class, the winning rate is almost 100%. Of course, pick the persimmons that are soft to pinch. Hikigaya really can't think of a reason not to attack the lower classes. Ichino's was slightly stunned and said with some confusion, Hikigaya-kun, have you forgotten? We have a cooperative relationship with Class D. But I don't see any benefits from cooperating with Class D, so why should I insist on cooperating? Hikigaya frowned and asked the question that he had been confused about for a long time. Starting time. He also sees nothing wrong with cooperation. But it took a long time. Don't talk about the benefits. It feels like Class D is basically taking advantage of Class B. Class B assists Class D every time, and they have to worry about the cooperative relationship between the two classes during the exam. Hikigaya doesn't see any benefit and doesn't feel the need to cooperate at all. Hikigaya. Xiao Qiaomeng was a little confused and said, do you think cooperation can only start if there are benefits? Facing unfamiliar people, Hikigaya was a little embarrassed and said, we must at least have an equal relationship to cooperate, right? No benefit. They are not the nannies of Class D, so why should they cooperate with Class D? Ichino's pondered for a moment and nodded. It's not surprising that Mr. Hikigaya would have such an idea. The classes really need to consider whether it is worthwhile to cooperate. But the cooperation between Class B and Class D is mainly to prevent Class D from being attracted by Class A. When the time comes, Class B is likely to face a situation of being jointly attacked by the three ACD classes. Makes sense. Although Hikigaya didn't want to cooperate with Class D, she had to admit that what Ichino said made sense. What about Class C? Hikigaya asked, changing the subject. Even if Class A wants to widen the gap and chooses to attack Class B can win half of the victory first. The offense succeeds, the defense fails. The worst case scenario is that the class points remain unchanged. Moreover, Class B's academic performance is not bad. If you choose to attack Class B, Class A will also have to bear the risk of defeat. This is something Class A needs to consider. And took the initiative to choose to fight against Class A. Once it fails and loses 100 class points, Class B will be in the embarrassing situation of competing with Class C and Class D. Class A began to run alone. No matter what you think. Hikigaya couldn't think of a reason not to attack the lower classes. Not to mention, it's not certain whether Class A will attack Class B. The main reason why I gave up choosing Class C. Ichino's explained seriously, I judged that Class A would directly choose to attack Class B this time. Is that so? I don't think Katsuragi is that kind of person. Hikigaya was a little confused. According to his judgment, a character like Katsuragi would probably attack the lower classes, win half of the victory first, and then concentrate on defense to win. This is really an easy task for Class A, who has excellent grades. Hikigaya-kun, you still don't know. Now the leader of Class A has been replaced by Sakayanagi. Her personality is completely different from Katsuragi's. Sakayanagi is more inclined to take the initiative to attack and widen the gap between Class A and other classes as much as possible. This is like this. Hikigaya was speechless. It's not surprising that Katsuragi was kicked out of Class A since he had been losing since the beginning of the school year. Although we haven't talked to each other. But Sakayanaga's fake smile didn't care what others thought. Most likely they will choose to attack Class B. Furthermore, even if we can win if we choose to attack Class C, once Class C wins against Class D in the attack, the class points will not change. At that time, if Class D turns to Class A because it sees no hope, it will evolve into a situation where Class B will have to face the attack of the main class. So I think it would be better to start a direct confrontation with Class A. As long as everyone works together and successfully defeats Class A, we can be promoted to Class A in one fell swoop. Well, Hikigaya was refuted. It just feels a bit unpleasant. Ichinos obviously didn't think about it, but thought about it more than him. Perhaps. It's just that the two have different values. Hikigaya is more inclined to let himself take it easy and focus on weak persimmons, while Ichinos is more inclined to work hard to improve himself and win the exam with dignity. Which one is better? Hikigaya naturally thinks that his idea is better, and there is nothing wrong with picking on the weak. Like Ryuuin and the others. Let's live a peaceful life, but if we have to challenge someone strong, it's just to satisfy our own vanity and desire to win. However, the result was on Ichinos' side. After all, Class B is now only one step away from Class A. Rumor also won first place in the last sports festival. Ichinos' strategy has produced tangible results. Yes. Hikigaya-kun, please listen to Hanamai-chan here. Yes, the gap between us and Class A is not very big. As long as we work together, we will definitely win against Class A. Okakura Asako smiled and comforted Hikigaya, once again standing by Ichinos' side. Only. Hikigaya really didn't want to hear this. It takes hard work to do it. From another perspective, it also means that they have no other choice but to work hard. Could it be that the only strategy for Class B is to work hard? Isn't this a bad situation? However, Class B is in second place, but the results are good. Hikigaya felt helpless. When school starts. I also think Ichinos is the best leader. In any case, Ichinos is much more comfortable than those fun-loving and arrogant people like Ryuuin Sho, Horikita Suzuan, and Sakayanagi. But now, Hikigaya feels that Katsuragi is the best leader. Focus on defense while also attacking. Be ruthless to your competitors while caring for your teammates. It's not that there's anything wrong with Ichinos. Only. Hikigaya feels like working under Ichinos. It's like I've been put on invisible shackles, and I always feel a little constrained for no reason. However. Examination and sports festival on an uninhabited island. Ichinos once again produced tangible results. This makes it hard to argue with. Never mind. After thinking about it, Hikigaya decided to give up. Anyway, the grades of Class B are not bad now, and they are only one step closer to Class A. Why is he worried about this? As a low-level social worker, as long as wages can be paid on time, that's fine. How the company develops. This is an issue that leaders need to consider. In addition, as for the test questions, I would like to ask Hikigaya-kun to be responsible for making the test questions for the Hyuxia language, leave it to Kanzaki for mathematics, and leave it to physics. It is indeed difficult to produce 400 test questions in this month, and Ichinos quickly assigned the work to the right people. Etc., etc. Hikigaya quickly said, "Why me? Besides, wouldn't it be better to use the test questions prepared by the school?" Why? Because Hikigaya Junggoyu has always been second in the class. Ichinos tilted his head and said with some confusion, "As for me, I will be responsible for the English test questions." Moreover, didn't teacher Hoshinomiya just say that the test questions prepared by the school are less difficult, or would it be better for us to prepare ourselves? Yes, Hikigaya-kun, are you in a daze during class? Really, Kyungsoon? You think it would be better to remind him often? Woo! Chihiro Shirami glanced at Hikigaya secretly, and her face turned red. Hearing the jokes from people around him, Hikigaya became even more helpless. Although there is a part of wanting to be lazy, it is not just about wanting to be lazy. Just like asking Sanji and Zoro to compete in swordsmanship, this is definitely incomparable. Professional matters should still be left to professionals. Being able to do the questions doesn't mean you can solve the questions. Even if the world's richest man sells fried chicken, he can't compare to those skilled old employees. Even if the school thinks that the test questions prepared are relatively simple, at least they are better than the test questions that a group of novices like them made in a hurry, right? Hikigaya feeling. Do these people underestimate work? But this is just his unfounded guess. He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya still didn't say anything, feeling that it would be in vain. Sadly, the workload has increased. Question. Please tell me how to quickly find a delicious ramen restaurant in a completely unfamiliar environment. Answer. Just follow a middle-aged social worker. By the way, when looking for an internet cafe, I follow a junior high school student with poor grades. When looking for a pretty girl, I follow an old taxi driver. After the combat meeting, Hikigaya was waiting at the school gate, looking at the people leaving school from time to time. Maybe it was just after school, and there were not many people leaving school. Anyway, there is not much risk in this exam. The worst result is failure. Hikigaya didn't take it very seriously either. Anyway, his life is full of losses from beginning to end. It doesn't matter if he fails a few times. He has long been used to it. Compared with exams, delicious ramen is more important. There must be a trial period before opening the store, and the school staff should be quite aware of the hidden stores. At this time, yet, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked out of the teaching building, holding a briefcase in his hand. He was a social worker. Hikigaya's eyes were indifferent, and he remembered that it was Mr. Mashima who was responsible for explaining the rules in the uninhabited island exam. Sakurahima's ramen is famous for its rich flavor and oily texture. Replenishing energy is undoubtedly the best choice. There is no social creature in the world who doesn't like ramen. Didn't think much about it. Hikigaya followed him at a distance of about 10 meters, preparing to explore a new ramen shop. The class teacher Mashima seems to have a more rigid personality and is not very popular with students. Even when he meets students on the street, he just nods in greeting. But no matter what, he is obviously much more reliable than the class teacher of Hoshinomiya, who has nothing but good looks. Literally a salary thief. It's really enviable. No, it really makes people jealous, and that's not right either. It's really despising. Being a wage thief is a disgrace. Hikigaya didn't envy such a teacher. If JU Education was not a closed school, he would have wanted to be a teacher here after graduation, but he probably wouldn't have been able to apply. With random thoughts in his mind, Hikigaya followed his class teacher Mashima to the Kiyaki shopping center. And the other side. Kamuro-kun, do you feel it? Sakayanagi held his sword in hand, but a cheerful smile appeared on his lips. Well, someone is following us. Kamuro Maesumi on the side looked back and found Hikigaya Hachiman hanging behind them. Chapter 102. It's a face I've never seen before. What impression do you have of Kamuro-kun? Arisu Sakayanagi walked towards Kiyaki shopping center slowly with his hand in hand and took out a palm mirror with the other hand. Observing the ghost-like dead fish eyes behind him. Such tracking skills are not bad, and may not be a problem to deal with ordinary people, but they are not enough to deal with her, Sakayanagi Arisu. More important. Note that the school has just concluded a special examination. Someone was following her. Explain that there is already a class targeting Class A. Is it Ichino's, Ryuuan, or the childhood sweetheart in my dream? Think of this. Sakayanagi Arisu was inevitably a little happy. The action was really fast, it should bring her a lot of fun. Knowing is knowing. Kamuro Maesumi hesitated and said, it seems to be Hikigaya Hachiman from Ichino's class. I saw him when I was on an uninhabited island, but it shouldn't be possible, right? Even if Ichino's wanted to target Class A, I don't think she would send someone to follow her. Even people working outside the class know it very well. Ichinos is an upright and good person, so he would definitely not do anything like sending someone to follow him. With Ichinos' style, most of the time he would work hard and take the exam seriously. Is that so? Sakayanagi was still observing the man in the mirror happily. Whether it's you or the people in the class, I often hear high praise for Ichinos. But, in my opinion, there are no absolutely good people in the world. Obviously. Because of his limited mobility, Katsuragi is still in charge of Class A. Sakayanagi is not very familiar with Ichinos. Most reviews come from other people's mouths. Even if you don't believe that there are absolutely good people in the world. But to receive support and high praise from so many people, Ichinos must have merit. You'll know when you get to know him. Well, I'll do that. Sakayanagi looked at Hikigaya Hachiman in the mirror and said, however, Kamuro-san's judgment is also reasonable. If a misunderstanding affects the judgment, it is not a good thing. Let's give it a try. Well, how to do it? Maesumi Kamuro glanced back and frowned. It has to be said that Hikigaya Hachiman's tracking skills are still very good. Hanging so far away, it is difficult to tell whether he is following them. Isn't this just right? Sakayanagi looked at Mashima's class teacher not far away and said with a smile, no matter what, no one would choose to follow the school teacher, right? Indeed. Maesumi Kamuro couldn't help but nodded. In any case, there is no reason for students to follow teachers, right? The two of them quickly quickened their pace and walked towards Mashimaha. Teacher. And behind. He looked at the two water girls who suddenly approached Mashima's class teacher. Hikigaya was suddenly confused. That petite JK with white hair should be Arisa Sakayanagi from Class A, right? Sakayanagi was one of the people he absolutely didn't want to come into contact with. Therefore, Hikigaya was deeply impressed by this kind of person who wanted to stay away from him. Another. Don't remember. But since he is with Sakayanagi, he should also be a member of Class A. What are these two guys doing suddenly approaching Mr. Mashima? While he was thinking, I saw three people getting together and walking towards the Kiyaki shopping center. Hateful. Class teacher Mashima, what's wrong with you? Could it be that Mashima's class teacher has an inappropriate relationship with a female high school student? Damn it. Class teacher Mashima. Don't underestimate today's female high school students. They are very scary existences. If you are framed, your career will be over. Hikigaya couldn't help but feel worried for class teacher Mashima. That's weird. It's all the same class. It's not surprising that Sakayanagi has something to do with class teacher Mashima. Anyway, he wasn't planning to come into contact with these people, and Digu didn't take it to heart. But very quickly, he saw class teacher Mashima, Sakayanagi, and others, turned around and walked into a small alley and disappeared from sight. Is that a lie? Hikigaya was simply shocked. Could it be that Mashima's class teacher really has any improper relationship with the students? He will report it properly. Hikigaya quickly picked up the pace and followed, but failed to find the three of them. The narrow aisle only allows two people to pass side by side. Hikigaya looked around. There was another street opposite, and halfway through he found an iron gate. He turned the handle tentatively and easily opened it. What you see is a classic bar with a concentrated flavor, and there are several tables for people to use around it. Sakayanagi and the others, as well as class teacher Mashima and others, were sitting in front of the bar, waiting for something. Did not think of. There is a universe inside a small alley. Welcome to Tianxiapan. Oh. Hikigaya was suddenly amazed. What a lucky! As expected, the hidden store is full of surprises. I didn't expect it to be opened in such a place. He is actually one of the best in the world and the leader in the ramen industry. Although there are chain stores all over the country, but there is no branch in Chiba, Hikigaya suddenly felt a little excited. There's also a 10% discount. Although it is not very high, Hikigaya seems to have considered the hidden nature of the store. If the discount is too high, I'm afraid that in less than a day, these shops will cause trouble to the whole school. Glancing at the seats in front of the bar, I saw that 3 were already occupied by class teacher Mashima, Sakayanagi, and others, as well as several middle-aged social animals. Really? These social animals have all experienced these stores during the trial operation stage. Only 2 spots remain. After hesitating for a moment, Hikigaya sat 1 seat away from Sakayanagi Yuzu. It's just ramen, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Please give me a piece of Wire's super thick ramen, thank you. Understood. A portion of thick Wire ramen. Hikigaya quickly put these questions behind him and ordered a signature ramen of the best quality in the world. Then he checked the side dishes such as pepper, sesame seeds, pickled mustard greens, etc. Less than a moment. The clerk brought 3 bowls of ramen and placed them in front of Sakayanagi and others. After all, they arrived first, so there was nothing they could do about it. Hikigaya just glanced at it. I found that there were no ingredients, it should be the signature of Tiangxiapan. The same super thick ramen as him. The thick fat noodle soup reflects the light under the bright light, as if it will not fall down even if the chopsticks are inserted. Cool. It is worthy of being the best in the world. Hikigaya swallowed after just 1 glance. The more powerful ones are probably Sakayanagi and the girl. You know, girls are basically frightened by such soup. Although this is all a girl's prejudice, it tastes really delicious. However, Sakayanagi and the girl were able to order ramen like this without hesitation, so they were obviously regulars in the ramen world. As expected of Class A boss Yuzu Sakayanagi, Hikigaya was in awe of her inexplicably. Did a petite girl really like to eat such ramen? And at this time, Kamuro Maesumi and Sakayanagi Yuzu were exchanging glances. How to do this? Do you really want to eat this? What, Kamuro-san, what are you waiting for? Feeling Hikigaya's examining gaze, Sakayanagi picked up a small piece with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Random. Sakayanaga's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and he took several sips in succession. The rolling throat looks a little charming for some reason. Really? Sakayanagi is also a young girl. As expected of Sakayanagi. Awesome. Hikigaya was even more admired and a little relieved at the same time. Sure enough, there is no one in the world who hates ramen, except for Kushida Kikyo, who likes to sell tea. At this time, the clerk also brought super thick ramen to him. Hikigaya couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and take a sip, as if he was drinking back fat, which made him feel happy. Although it is not as good as Narita's, it is still at the top level in the ramen world. Subsequently, Hikigaya just started to taste the noodles. The noodles were cooked just right and chewy. Soup 4.5 stars. Noodles 5 stars. Side dishes, 4 stars. Hikigaya quickly commented in his mind and began to enjoy the food. Then I'll leave first. Don't stay out too late. Hey, Mashima-sensei, won't you sit down for a while? It's not good to sit in a ramen shop for too long. At this moment, after finishing the ramen, class teacher Mashima stood up and left with a stern expression. Chatting in a ramen shop is forbidden, so if you want to shine, it's best to go to Starbucks. Not only will the soup become cold, but the noodles will also become soft. It's a pity that there are those guys in the world who ignore the rules and like to make noises and show off their affection in ramen shops. As expected of Mashima's class teacher, Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a little respect for him. Isn't this what a teacher should be like? It was much better than a teacher who drank until he was hungover all day long. Compared to Sakayanagi and that guy's name are really ignorant. Although girls do eat a little slower, they are still chatting in the store after they have finished eating. How dare Sakayanagi disrespect the god of ramen? Sooner or later, you will suffer divine punishment. Thinking like this, Hikigaya then remembered that he didn't seem to have put his hands together to show sincerity just now. Maybe he had to use both of them to punish him. It's just one time, it should be fine, maybe? I'm done eating. Looking at the bottomed porcelain bowl, Hikigaya clasped his hands together, intending to make up for the disrespectful act just now. We'll come again tomorrow. Hope the ramen god can forgive. At this moment, Sakayanagi Yuzu and others also stood up and left the ramen shop, and Hikigaya followed them without paying attention. Looking at the two people in front of them, they seemed to be planning to go back to the dormitory. It would be troublesome if Sakayanagi found him. Hikigaya took the initiative to distance himself, about 10 meters behind the two of them, and followed them. Returned to the dormitory building. Saw two people walking into the hall. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, still not wanting to take an elevator with them. For such a dangerous person, it is better to avoid him. There is no shame in running away. Hikigaya turned around and walked to the vending machine, buying a can of Max coffee first and waiting for them to go up. Honestly, his proposal to add an elevator has not been approved yet. The efficiency of the student union led by Nagayunya is really poor. And the other side? It looks like he is following us. I didn't expect Ichinos to take action so quickly. What should we do next? In the elevator, Maesumi Kamuro pressed the floor button and said with a serious face. Although Hikigaya Hachiman may think that he is disguised very well, but in their eyes, it was really full of flaws. Not only did he follow her into the ramen shop, but he also kept observing her and Sakayanagi. He turned around and left after following her to the dormitory building, probably because he judged that it was not necessary and wanted to avoid suspicion. Interesting. A cheerful smile appeared on Sakayanaga's lips. Isn't this a very simple matter? Since the other side has chosen to go to war, how can we choose not to fight? Since Ichinos wants to compete with me, then let the war begin. Chapter 103. The next morning, Hikigaya felt something was wrong as she walked down the street. Ever since he knew that disgusting Ayanokaji had no special quirks, Hikigaya returned to the plan of going to school at a stuck time. Therefore, there are generally not many students on the way to school every day. The probability of meeting these outstanding students in Class B is even slimmer. Although he is not a classmate, it does not prevent anyone from saying hello to him. So, I probably haven't encountered it before. Or, those students were just pretending not to see it. How come it's like him? Never mind. In short, even if there are acquaintances he doesn't recognize, they won't stare at him. And now, Hikigaya could clearly feel the two piercing gazes, and the other party made no attempt to hide it. Just stared at him. Hikigaya looked back at the two boys. She really didn't have much impression, and wanted to go up and ask if something was wrong. After thinking about it, Hikigaya decided to forget it. Junior high school does not eliminate the experience of being teased, it can even be said to be countless. Just being stared at. This kind of thing is really a bit childish for Hikigaya, it can be said that it is a very gentle way. Without thinking much, Hikigaya came to school. Class B classroom. Hikigaya-kun. Have you ever been harassed by people from Class A? As soon as she entered the classroom, Ichinos asked with a worried face. Himenoyoki and others followed behind her. I was just stared at, not harassed. Hikigaya laughed dryly. It seems that those two guys are both from Class A. It seems that he is not the only one being targeted. Really? I didn't expect Class A to move so fast. What should we do now? If they just want to put pressure on us by following us, then Class A would be looking down on us too much. Yes, as long as everyone works together, it will be fine. Ichinos and others chatted non-stop, and Hikigaya also took the opportunity to return to her seat. Although there is no talk about him. But Hikigaya still felt ashamed of being slapped in the face. Did not expect. It had only been less than a day since the exam explanation ended, and the class to compete had not even been decided yet, but Sakayanaga's actions had already begun. Obviously. The other party has completely set its sights on Class B, and it is still determined not to give up, and its aggression is at its fullest. It's really terrible. On the other hand, Hikigaya felt her cheeks turn red. Fortunately, he was pointing fingers at Ichinos yesterday, but he didn't expect Ichinos' judgment to be so accurate. The exam hasn't started yet. I guessed that Sakayanagi would definitely attack Class B due to his character. These guys can be class leaders. Sure enough, they are all very scary. He is a low-level social creature, so it would be better for him to stay calm. After school. Hikigaya-kun. Ichinos came to Hikigaya again. Isn't this guy a little too enthusiastic lately? Her special care is so irresistible. Hey, what's the matter? Feeling the attention of everyone, Hikigaya responded awkwardly. Before. Ichinos tilted his head and looked at Hikigaya and said, "You said it was more efficient to study alone, so you didn't say anything more before. But in the past 6 months, aside from other things, your math has not improved but has declined. Are you really okay?" Hikigaya's face was stiff and speechless. Naturally, he is still at the top level in liberal arts, and his overall score in Class B is only behind Ichinos, Kanzaki, and others, at least within the top 5. I had to work a little harder in science and it was just fine. Only math. As high school mathematics becomes more and more difficult, Hikigaya becomes more and more frustrated. Physics is barely okay, at least I can still speak human language. Mathematics doesn't speak human language at all. What the hell are A1 and A2? It feels like a junk game with bugs, and I can't understand what it means at all. Hikigaya can only guarantee not to lose points based on the basics. As for the big question behind, I have completely chosen to give up and simply don't even look at it. Every exam, all the time is devoted to the previous basic questions. But the score has still hovered around 49 points from the original 52 points. The passing mark is the class average divided by 2. The passing line for Class B mathematics is basically around 37 to 40. Although still within the safe range. But if you want to avoid causing trouble to the class in terms of grades, you need to keep it at least 50 points. Mathematics has fallen below the inner Maginot line of defense. Hikigaya doesn't want this either. But I don't seem to have much talent in mathematics. It is natural that if you cause trouble to the class, you will be warned by Ichinos. Fine. Didn't teacher Hoshinomiya say that numbers can buy everything? I will use my personal points to solve it when the time comes. Hikigaya gave the other party a reassuring smile. It was great that he didn't hand over personal points. Well. Ichinos sighed helplessly. Hikigaya-kun, I don't mean to blame you, but the difficulty will only get higher and higher in the future. Are you really okay? Do you want to try to participate in the study meeting? If you have someone around to help you with your questions, you will definitely learn more efficiently. This is just a higher level. Wait until later. Each exam definitely gets harder. Even if Hikigaya can save money, it cannot be solved with personal points every time. Need not. I will definitely work hard and get back above 50 points in the next exam. Hikigaya stammered his assurance and quickly issued a military order. Sure enough, personal power is limited. He decided from today on to stop being a human being. Even if the Mandarin that I am proud of has declined, I must improve my math to above 50 to avoid causing trouble to the class. Having confidence is a good thing. Ichinos shook his head helplessly, but you don't need to be so serious. Just try to participate in a study meeting. If it doesn't work, just think of other ways. How about it? I'm not used to too many people, so I really don't need it. Hikigai laughed dryly. Reading is always a matter of one person, and he can guarantee that reading alone will be more efficient. The so-called reading club in junior high school. It's all just chatting in the name of reading. If you attend a book club, don't talk about math. Even other subjects may plummet. Although he may just wear his ears and study alone, which will not cause any impact, there is no need to integrate into an environment that he is not accustomed to. It is more efficient to be alone. All right. Hearing his words, Hinoze thought about it and nodded. The last celebration party had made her understand that Hikigai really didn't like occasions where there were many people, and forcing him to attend the reading club would probably be counterproductive. It's better to start with a small number of people. The next day. Class A's pressure continues. Although I don't know what happened to Ichino's and the others, at least Hikigai really didn't take them seriously. It's approaching noon. Hikigai plans to go to the cafeteria to improve the food. In fact, he still likes the highly cultivated cafeteria. Needless to say, the taste is natural. The most important is, you can see the truest side of human nature in the cafeteria. Obviously he is a member of the same class. Or a friend. But when seeing acquaintances with other people in the cafeteria, they would choose to pretend to turn a blind eye. In fact, their relationship is not that good. Or maybe not very social. In the cafeteria, you can find that most people's relationships are just superficial and hypocritical. In other words, the Lone Ranger is the right one. Most of them just have to make appropriate compromises due to the world's evaluation system. What is wrong is this world. As long as everyone can become a Lone Ranger, the world will not have conflicts but will become more peaceful. In conclusion, current charging is the culprit that hinders peace. For world peace. Hikigai saw several acquaintances of Shibata from Class B, so he deliberately pretended not to see them and looked for an empty seat. Isn't it time Ruidayan awarded me the Nobel Prize for Literature? Hikigai fantasizes about the future, observing with dead fish eyes in the cafeteria. Pity. There were too many people in the canteen at noon. Is it really okay for a place as small as Sakurajima to have such a large population? In other words, if you can't get a girlfriend, you are actually contributing to the country. Talk. Should there be more single seats in the cafeteria? Should he submit some suggestions to the student union? Hikigai was holding the fried pork cutlet set, observing it for a long time, and finally settled on an acquaintance. Number 1 on the gloomy list. The King of Lone Rangers. Onizuka Owakami, Class D of the first year. Even though he occupied 4 seats, there still seemed to be a vacuum around him, and he arrogantly enjoyed the mountain and vegetable set meal. This guy. You have definitely understood the exclusive domain of the Lone Ranger. It has many perfect characteristics, such as F-real charging and pseudo-real charging, but it is only open to the Lone Ranger. What a great saint! It seemed that the mountain vegetable set meal was not tasty, so Hikigai quickly waited for him to finish it, and then quickened his pace to grab Onizuka Okami's seat. I'm gonna start now. Hikigai clasped his hands together. Try to open your own solitary realm. It felt like she was not far away from taking that step, but since coming to this school, Hikigai felt that her strength had declined. At least, I hope I can still have the ability to cut off space. Is there anyone here? Unfortunately, the decline in strength was indeed serious. Before Hikigai could speak, a long, straight black girl wearing a burgundy uniform sat opposite. It was none other than Horikita Suzuan. Well, I haven't spoken yet. Hikigai said a little unconvinced. Didn't he even answer this? The other party just sat down directly. It's so disrespectful. It's impossible for you to have other friends like this. Or who are you waiting for? Tell me. Horikita Suzuan looked calm and placed the dinner plate on the table. Makes sense. Hikigaya wanted to use the classic excuse of waiting for a friend, and then confirmed that a serious person like Horikita Suzune might be wealthy. That was so embarrassing. Forget it. Only. Hikigaya really doesn't think his relationship with Horikita Suzune is that good. Just met a few times. Definitely not enough to have dinner together. What's more, with Horikita Suzune's arrogant character, she probably wouldn't come to him if nothing happened. This guy is indeed up to something. Chapter 104. No. Hikigaya said helplessly. Since the other party is already sitting opposite, there is nothing we can do. What's more, if you see two people sitting together, it may be difficult for others to come forward to share the table. At this time, Hikigaya just discovered it. Horikita Suzune's lunch is also a free mountain vegetable set meal. Class D's current class points are 109. October. Horikita Suzune still kept her promise and transferred half of her personal points to him, but she just used online transfer. There are only more than 5,000 personal points left. Such a small amount of money. Even thinking about preparing a lunch by yourself is not enough. It is probably inevitable that Horikita Suzune needs to rely on free food to survive. It's so miserable. Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it was mainly because of his existence that Horikita Suzune was living in such a miserable state, otherwise she could barely make do with more than 10,000 personal points. I earned so many personal points from Horikita Manabu. Hikigaya feeling. Should we support the other party a little bit? But then I thought about it. Half of the personal points every month is a reasonable and normal transaction. Horikita Suzune is not as protective as Sakura Eri, so why should she support this arrogant man? Hikigaya calmly picked up a piece of fried pork cutlet and put it into his mouth. At this moment, Horikita Suzune took out bottles and cans from her handbag and placed them on the table, opening them one by one. Pickled radish, pickled cucumber. A variety of pickled side dishes appeared in front of Hikigaya. As expected of Horikita Suzune, she is unexpectedly excellent. Just observing. Hikigaya can also feel that her cooking skills are not bad. Even with limited living conditions, this guy has ways to improve his life. He is worthy of being an exquisite girl from an elite family. Horikita Suzune picked up the chopsticks with her slender jade fingers, picked up a small ball of rice and put it into her cherry-colored lips. Even the mountain vegetable set meal. It seemed like it had become a delicacy in her hands, and her eating movements were particularly elegant. It was obvious that she had received a good education since she was a child. Hateful. Hikigaya even felt that the fried pork cutlet was not delicious. Only now did I react. Horikita Suzune was not someone he needed to worry about at all. This guy must have come here to miserably try to get him to give up those personal points. Yes, that must be the case. What a vicious woman. You must not be deceived by this woman's beautiful appearance. Hikigaya cooked in silence. I can't believe those bottles of kimchi are really better than fried pork chops. Sorry. At this moment, after finishing a mouthful of mountain vegetables, Horikita Suzune spoke calmly and slowly. Hey? What do you mean? Hikigaya immediately became alert. What this woman said suddenly was totally uncharacteristic of Suzune Horikita. I can understand it now. My attitude has not been very good in the past period of time. In any case, I have been getting help from you, but I have been wary of whether Class B has an ulterior motive. So, I'm here to apologize to you this time. Horikita Suzune's tone was calm, as if she was just stating her attitude. It didn't matter whether the other party accepted her apology. Hikigaya was slightly startled. I don't think there's anything wrong with her attitude. After all, the two belong to different classes. It is normal for Horikita Suzune to be wary of Class B. Even if she apologizes, she does not need his forgiveness. Compared to Ichino's, Horikita Suzune's attitude was nothing short of normal. It's just a little too self-satisfied. But this guy is now actually starting to apologize for his past attitude. Why do you feel a little changed? Hikigaya said, a little confused. Although he only met Horikita a few times and didn't know Suzune Horikita very well, this guy was obviously not the type to take the initiative to apologize. Even if there is a mistake, as long as it is not a mistake of her own, Horikita Suzune will most likely blame the other party for the mistake. But now he actually apologized. To be honest, Hikigaya was absolutely shocked. What happened to this guy during this time? Is that so? Maybe. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Horikita Suzune's mouth, and she couldn't help but think of the sports festival. My past self was indeed too self-satisfied. Thinking that you can solve everything with your own strength alone, without relying on any companions. Now, only then did she realize that this was not the case, and it would never be the case again. That's it. Seeing that Horikita Suzune didn't want to say more, Hikigaya didn't ask any more questions. After all, this is all about Class D. Maybe something happened in the middle that caused Horikita to change. It's just normal not to want to tell him. Want to try? Hikigaya looked up at him in confusion, and saw Horikita Suzune pushing the bottle of pickled radish to the middle and saying, "I see you've been looking at these side dishes. You can try them." "No, I have no reason to eat your food," Hikigaya said indifferently. "What you can't eat is always the most delicious." Seeing Horikita Suzune eating so deliciously, his appetite was indeed aroused. But he really wanted to eat, but he didn't have the money to buy it, so he wouldn't just eat the other person's food. Well, he would buy it right after school today. "You are welcome," Horikita Suzune said calmly. "Just a little kimchi is insignificant, and, Hikigaya, rejecting a girl's kindness is not a praiseworthy thing." Hikigaya glanced at her suspiciously. There shouldn't be any traps. Although he didn't know much about Horikita Suzune. But just like Ryuuan said, this guy is a serious guy and shouldn't use any despicable means. Forget it. Hikigaya's attitude softened, but he still chose to refuse. Daddy Shit once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie to others. Anyway, he doesn't lack enough food, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Not to mention, Horikita Suzune must have tasted those side dishes, so she felt a little embarrassed to let him eat them again. Well. Horikita Suzune sighed weakly, picked up a piece of pickled radish, put it into his bowl and said calmly. "As I said, it's just a side dish, no need to be polite, just eat it if you are told." Well. Hikigaya looked at the radish on the plate with an uncomfortable expression. Except Komaki. This should be the first opportunity to taste the food cooked by a girl. Everything has been put on the plate, so you can't leave it untouched. Doing so might arouse Horikita Suzune's anger. He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya picked up the radish and put it into his mouth. The vinegar mixes with the sweetness of the radish itself, and the faint spiciness of the pickled pepper stimulates the taste buds. Horikita Suzune's craftsmanship is indeed good. If it weren't for the bonus of her younger sister's halo, I feel that Horikita Suzune's cooking skills are several levels higher than Komaki's. This guy might as well become a chef after graduation. Hikigaya's eyes lit up. That's great. I didn't expect you to be really good at cooking. Thank you for your compliment. I have 1,000 points in total. Hikigaya's cheeks suddenly stiffened, wondering if he heard wrongly. That, what do you mean? You can eat it. Horikita Suzune picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth, and said calmly. The pickled radish I made was made by myself. It's great. I can eat it cooked by a beautiful woman like me. By the way, this is the first time I cook for a boy other than my relatives. Wait a moment. Hikigaya quickly raised his hand and said, don't you think it's despicable to do this? I just ate one piece. So what? Horikita Suzune pushed 3 jars of pickles in front of him and said calmly. You have already eaten the food here. Unfortunately, I don't want to eat the food that has been eaten by other men. With 1,000 personal points, I will give them all to you. Well. Hikigaya was a little stunned. Not to mention the things he had eaten, even the things he had touched, the girls did not want to touch again. It was normal for Horikita Suzune to have such a reaction. Hikigaya is very self-aware, but still a little dissatisfied. Even so, you have already eaten. 1,000 points is too expensive. Not expensive at all. Horikita Suzune explained seriously. Even in supermarkets, these 3 bottles of pickles are worth close to 1,000 points, and I have never touched a bite. Well. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment and recalled carefully. Only then did I realize that Horikita Suzune seemed to have never been touched at all. From the beginning. This guy was deliberately planning to trick him by asking him to buy these side dishes. Don't you know? Horikita Suzune has been squatting here for several days. Except for the fact that he had no money and could only eat the free mountain and vegetable set meal, he was basically watching over him. No particular reason. It's just that Horikita Suzune feels that she is relatively familiar with him, and Hikigaya's character is easier for others to succeed. You. Hikigaya was speechless and said, don't you think it's despicable to let someone use it first and then force them to buy it? Is that so? Horikita Suzune said indifferently, didn't you praise it just now and say it's delicious? Do you have any dissatisfaction? No. Hikigaya took out his cell phone angrily and transferred 1,000 personal points to Horikita Suzune. Thank you for your patronage. Horikita Suzune breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the girl wants to spend a month using 5,000 personal points. It's just too difficult. Just the sanitary necessities alone will cost about 2,000 points. Although the school also has free products, for hygiene reasons, Horikita Suzune really doesn't want to wrong herself in this regard. I really had no choice but to order from Hikigaya. If you still want to eat it, you can contact me at any time and I can give you a 10% discount depending on the situation. Said. Horikita Suzune took the dinner plate and turned to leave. The so-called depending on the situation probably depends on the class points of Class D. This despicable woman. Hikigaya looked at the 3 cans of side dishes in front of him and felt heartbroken. Even though Dad Shit had warned her a long time ago that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie, but he still fell for it. Although the price is quite reasonable. But the way he did it was really despicable. Alas one. Hikigaya looked up at Horikita Suzune's slender back. Although she has changed a bit, it doesn't seem like she has changed much. Rather say. Hikigaya feeling. 2.7 Horikita Suzune becomes even more annoying. Actually. All it takes is Horikita Suzune to speak. Although Hikigaya will not forgive her debt, she is just pushing it. Hikigaya thinks he can still agree to paying it back a few months later. There is no need to use this method at all. However, staring at Horikita Suzune's back, Hikigaya felt even more miserable. Her performance also reflects Sakurahima's current situation. Horikita Suzune's change is probably just a microcosm of this school. For life, for personal points, and for promotion to Class A, Horikita Suzune had to make some changes. Become more self-interested, become more profit-seeking. Become to put strength first and results first. Become more of a socially savvy person. Let go of your past innocent self for your own benefit. I'm afraid this is the purpose of the establishment of high-level training. Let them adapt to everything in society in advance. Only. Is this really correct? Hikigaya couldn't help but feel helpless, wondering whether he would become like this, and whether he could still face him now calmly 10 years later. The kind-hearted Class B, the gentle Ichinos and others. Will I become such a person because of life? Hikigaya doesn't know, but she feels a little uncomfortable every time she thinks about it. For money. The innocent self is no longer there, as if replaced by another person. Don't know if it's really worth it. 0. Chapter 105. Time flies. Soon came the day of the quiz. Ichinos asked the last few dozen students to just write their names, while the others took the exam with all their strength. In this case, the bottom 10 will be paired with the top 10. Although Class B does not need to worry about the risk of dropping out if it fails. But there was nothing wrong with Ichinos choosing to be cautious. The only thing that's a bit dissatisfying. Damn it, I want to hand in a blank paper too. In math exam. Hikigaya furiously drafted on paper. Obviously the results are average. Why should he not be allowed to hand in a blank paper? This is really unfair. If he could hand in a blank test and be paired with Ichinos, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Talk. The grades of students in Class B who are in the middle are too average. You are either strong or weak. It's hard to be stuck in the middle. If he doesn't want to cause trouble to the class, doesn't this force him to work hard? I can't even lie down flat. Is there a bug in this world? Why don't you even have the right to choose? Pity. This is the task of leadership. As a social animal, Hikigaya was unable to resist and could only stare at the two brothers with big A and small a on the test paper. Class B classroom. Fourth period the next day. Then the teacher will announce the partner for the final exam now. Hoshinomiya posted the results of the quiz on the blackboard, and her delicate body made a sparkling and cute expression while making the letter K. If she wasn't so pretty, this move would definitely be a shame. Instead, the Hoshinomiya that makes people feel hungover is not unacceptable. 13. Hikigaya quickly found her match. Hikigaya Hachiman, Asako Okakura. Who is this? Hikigaya feels a little impressed, but the impression is not that strong. She seems to be a girl who often stays around Ichinos. He is the 18th, and the opponent is the 22nd. They all happen to be in the middle of the pack. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. Since she is the girl who follows Ichinos, there is no doubt about her academic performance or attitude. In this case, if you want to pass the exam safely, there should be no problem. After school, when Hikigaya was packing his school bag, Ichinos walked up to him with a girl. Hey, Hikigaya, are you going to the club later? Hikigaya's alarm bell rang, and he suddenly trembled. Now I have a bit of a stress reaction, and when Ichinos spoke, I felt like it was something good he didn't want to do. I haven't thought about it yet. Hikigaya gave an ambiguous answer, preparing for subsequent rejection. Then let's Yaomeza go with you. Ichinos patted Asako Okakura next to him and said with a smile, anyway, you two are a pair for this exam. It just so happens that Asako is better at science and weaker at liberal arts, so you two can tutor each other. Hikigaya suddenly fell silent. As expected. It's definitely another special consideration. Although the top 30 people took the exam based on their true strength, the grouping was determined entirely based on strength. But Ichinos probably communicated with Okakura Maya in advance. Otherwise, Maya Okakura, who often participated in the student union with Ichinos, would not come with her. This kind of sympathy being given out is really uncomfortable. Hikigaya felt that her meager self-esteem was about to be crushed by Ichinos. But there was nothing we could do. No matter how harsh words he said, Ichinos would make him integrate into the class. No, it's better for me to study by myself. Hikigaya was putting up the final resistance, and really didn't want to trouble Ichinos, but there was nothing he could do about it since Ichinos made his own decision. Although it is a bit uncomfortable, it is not unbearable. But, while troublesome Ichinos, he also had to ask his classmates to take care of him because of Ichinos' existence. It really hurt Hikigaya. Not causing trouble to the class is already his last line of defense. How will you know if you don't try? Ichino said nonchalantly, moreover, Hikigaya-kun, this pairing is a complete coincidence. It just so happens that you two can complement each other, so how about we treat it as helping Pocky-chan? Help Asako Okakura. Possible. Ichino's thought it would be easier for him to accept it this way. However, taking care of his self-esteem like this, Hikigaya felt a little disappointed and felt even more self-loathing for this boring self-esteem. It seemed that nothing he could do in front of Ichino's was right. This situation will not change as long as Ichino's continues to take care of her arbitrarily. If you don't go, Ichino's suggested again, then I would like everyone to hold a study session in the wool department to try it out. Would that be better? Then we should respect Okakura-san's opinion, right? Hikigaya quickly changed his reason. It would be even more unacceptable if a group of people rushed into his wool department to study. I don't have any objection either. Okakura Maya didn't care at all, but smiled and said. Because I knew about the preferential treatment during the examination, Hikigaya-kun found the preferential treatment immediately, and he is a very reliable person. You help me tutor the liberal arts, and I will help you tutor the science. But, although I'm probably a little better than Hikigaya-kun in science, I'm not particularly good at it, so I should be fine. Ah pinch. Preferential candidate test? Hikigaya was a little confused. She remembered that her teammates at the time were the hero Kanzaki and a girl. Could it be her? And he didn't react at all to his bad tone. Could it be that he misunderstood her? No. Hikigaya scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said, it was just a coincidence that time, and I wasn't very sure. Even if you can detect someone who is suspicious, it is a very powerful thing. Okakura Maya said with admiration on her face. She had been watching the Dragon Group's exams. He clearly didn't see any action by Hikigaya, but just sold his text message to Ryuan, easily earning 40,000 personal points, and also found the favored person. Until now, Okakura Maya still found it a bit incredible. It's really awesome. It's just that Hikigaya is more modest and doesn't like to express himself. Alright. Ichino's put her snow-white little hands on their shoulders and said with a smile. Since you two already know each other and have a shared destiny for this exam, let's try tutoring each other first. If there's anything you're not used to, how about Xiaomeizi returning to the study group and Hikigaya studying alone for the time being? This has been said. Hikigaya really had no reason to refuse, so he nodded helplessly, but Asako Okakura didn't take it to heart. What Hikigaya didn't notice was that Hachiman Oyuki next door was always looking at the three of them faintly. Although I know it was luck that formed a group this time. Ichino's wants Hikigaya to integrate into the class. But I always felt a little uncomfortable in my heart, but I didn't know how to speak. And the other side. Year A, Class A, half an hour ago. Under the order of Sakayanagi Arisu, Class A started study sessions in groups in a disciplined manner, and the study location was chosen. After all, even without orders, with the discipline of Class A, we will not relax in our studies. At this time, only Arisu Sakayanagi and Maisumi Kamuro remained in the class. How strange! Kamuro Maisumi sat on the table, staring at Sakayanagi opposite him, frowning in confusion. Sakayanagi, could it be that your judgment was wrong? Sakayanagi sat in his seat with a calm expression. Unhappy. Extremely unhappy. That's why someone follows you only once and then never shows up again. Since being followed by Hikigaya, Sakayanagi immediately began to counterattack Class B, looking forward to the opponent's next step. But don't talk about Ichino's next move. Even the guy named Hikigaya Hachiman is gone. Just started. Sakayanagi also decided that Ichino's was preparing for a later strategy. Some expected her next plan to defeat Ichino's in one fell swoop. However, a few days passed. Sakayanagi also had to wonder if he had made a mistake in judgment. In fact, Hikigaya didn't follow them at all. But they were with Mashima's class teacher at the time. There was no reason why that guy named Hikigaya would be with a school teacher. Sakayanagi firmly believed. At that time, the guy named Hikigaya was following them. Ichinos couldn't just give in after seeing Class A's counterattack. Then why send someone to follow them? This is even more unrealistic. But just for today. Even the classes to fight against have been determined. Class 313A versus Class B, Class C versus Class D. There is no duplication of battles, so there is no need to draw lots. But Ichinos's Class B still didn't make any move. Sakayanagi had to doubt. Did she really make a mistake? Ichinos, a good old man, didn't have any offensive strategy. It's all just Hikigaya acting without permission. Although thanks to Hikigaya, they found a good store with class teacher Mashima, which is indeed something to be happy about. However, Sakayanagi was very unhappy. It made her little sweetheart so happy, but she ignored it. What a scumbag! Could it be that she still wanted to have a serious contest with Ichinos, but her judgment was interfered with by such a man? Fortunately, only Maesumi Kamuro knew about this matter. Otherwise, it may greatly affect her prestige in Class A. Maybe. Sakayanagi replied expressionlessly, giving an irreconcilable answer. What does it mean to be possible? Maesumi Kamuro's eyes widened and she asked a natural question. Then someone followed you once and then disappeared. The last follow-up was probably just a coincidence. Maybe that guy just went to eat ramen. Impossible. Sakayanagi insisted on not believing it and gave very strong evidence. I have already asked the class teacher Mashima about this matter. Last time, the Tenkaichi store was officially opened on the first day. Before, we only tried it among the staff. How could any student know the location of the store on the first day it opens? Logically speaking, it is impossible for Hikigaya to know the location of the hidden store, and he remembered his route of action without any hesitation. About that, Kamuro Maesumi was also a little embarrassed. Perhaps this was not Ichinos's decision, but that man made his own judgment for the sake of the class. It seems like Class B is not monolithic. Sakayanagi stood up with his hands on his hands and said. You just need to test it out to find out. Finished. Sakayanagi Yuzu took Kamuro Maesumi to Class B. How dare you tease her, it's so unreasonable. Even if it was just that stinky man's unauthorized judgment, Sakayanagi Yuzu would make him pay the price. Chapter 106. Everyone. Oh no. Sakayanagi from Class A is here in our class. Hamaguchi Tetsuya, the mouthpiece, said with a panicked look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakayanagi Arisu walked into Class B classroom with a girl with purple waist-length hair. Sakayanagi. Kanzaki and others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. He quickly stood behind Ichinos, wanting to protect the little angel of Class B. Hikigaya, who had just finished talking about the topic of the study meeting with Ichinos, Okakura Asako, and others, was packing her school bag and was also slightly stunned. What happened? Have you just decided on the battle class? Arisu Sakayanagi from Class A came to visit? Is this Sakayanaga's aggression? It's too scary. Horrible. Hikigaya immediately wanted to turn around and leave, but Hachiman radar told him that people like Yahi are definitely one of the types that are not allowed to be contacted. Pity. Shibata and others had already surrounded him and Ichinos, watching the Sakayanagi duo opposite them with vigilance. I won't look for it. But there were only two people on the other side, and they were two girls. Talk. Only two people dared to forcefully enter the enemy's territory. Isn't this even scarier? Hikigaya stood tremblingly behind Ichinos, trying to lean back as much as possible. The showdown between the bosses of Class A and Class B. He, a little guy, just needs to shout 666 from behind. Sakayanagi-san. At this moment, Ichino stood in front of everyone. I wonder why you came to Class B. Don't be so nervous. Sakayanagi stood in front of Ichino's with a cane, and even with his frail body, he didn't look inferior at all. Today is just to declare a challenge. My actions from now on will not be as easy as the past few days. Are you referring to the pressure Class A has exerted on Class B these days? Ichino stood in front of Hikigaya, but her slender shoulders were really reassuring. Then let's go ahead. No matter what the means are, I believe that as long as we unite as one, we will never lose to Class A. Although the attitude is quite good. But what he said made Hikigaya feel a little guilty. Is there no other way but to unite as one? United as one. Sakayanagi showed a contemptuous smile and said, I see, I heard many people calling you Ichino's a good old man, but now it seems that is not the case. How can you say such shameless words? Sakayanagi, what do you mean? Shibata said a little angrily. Isn't this just calling Ichino's shameless? Looking at the scene in front of him, Hikigaya felt that the two of them were kind of talking to each other. It feels like Sakayanagi is here to take revenge on Ichino's? Quite aggrieved? Do they have some misunderstanding? If it really doesn't work, why don't they just apologize? Even if Ichino's doesn't want to. Hikigaya felt like he could apologize on his behalf. It always feels like it's not a good thing to be targeted by a fun-loving person like Sakayanagi. It seems you don't know clearly. Sakayanaga's gaze fell on Hikigaya, and his scalp immediately felt numb, as if he was being stared at by a little female leopard. Didn't you, Class B, take the lead and arrange for people to follow me? Why, you still want to pretend not to know? The people around him were slightly stunned. He couldn't help but look at Ichino's, and Hikigaya also cast a questioning look. Did not expect. Ichino's is a gentle person, but he actually behaves like this behind his back. Although I don't think what Ichino's did was wrong, I still hope that I can explain it to him in advance next time so that he can be mentally prepared. Ichino's was also stunned. Well, Sakayanagi-san, what do you mean by this, or do you have some misunderstanding? It seems that you really don't know. Sakayanagi walked slowly to Hikigaya with his cane, happily enjoying the panic expression on his face. So, everything is your own initiative, right? Hikigaya-kun. For a while. Not only Ichino's, but also Shibata, Kanzaki, Himanoyuki and others all looked at Hikigaya in astonishment. Even those who don't know him know that Hikigaya likes to act alone. Could it be? Hikigaya hears Ichino's idea of dueling with Class A. In order to win this exam, Hikigaya took some action behind the scenes to follow Sakayanagi. For a moment, Kanzaki and others had complicated expressions. Although he discovered it very early, he didn't expect that this guy has been working silently for Ban. Me? Hikigaya was shocked. Track? Follow Sakayanagi? When? I do not know how. Was he looking for death while sleepwalking? You can't wrongly accuse a good person like this. Even if you give him 10 courages, he wouldn't dare to follow someone like Sakayanagi, not to mention that he doesn't seem to have any problem with sleepwalking. No, that. Hikigaya explained with a slight panic. Sakayanagi-san, have you misunderstood something? I have never followed you. It felt like being targeted by Sakayanagi would end his life. And can you please stop calling him Hikigaya-kun? It made him and Sakayanagi have such a good relationship. How terrible. No need to be afraid, Hikigaya-kun. A pleasant smile appeared on Sakayanagi Arisu's pretty face. You challenge me for the victory of the class. This is a commendable thing. The implication. He actually dared to challenge me. He was so courageous. It was so cruel that I couldn't bear to be tortured. Horrible. Sakayanagi is super scary. Hikigaya was trembling with fear. No, I really haven't followed you. I have no impression of this matter at all. Please don't slander me, or say this is your strategy to provoke Class B. Hikigaya was trembling with fear and tried his best to get rid of suspicion. Hearing his words, Kanzaki and others reacted immediately. Yes, what Sakayanagi said may not be true. What if this is just a part of her plan to defeat Class B? Think of this. Kanzaki and others looked at Sakayanagi with wary eyes. I almost got caught by this guy. Ouch. Sakayanagi Yuzul looked at Hikigaya, his beautiful eyes slightly brightened and he said. It seems that unlike your appearance, you are also quite quick-witted. Or is this a prepared answer? The implication. He even expected that I would come to the door, which really made me more and more excited. Hikigaya seemed to be being targeted by a hunter. Is there something wrong with the people in this school? They don't listen to what others say. Can there be more trust between people? As for you, you have no impression at all. The corner of Sakayanaga's mouth raised slightly, and he chuckled, then let me remind you, on this day last week, didn't you follow us to Tianxiapan? Hear the words. Kanzaki and others on the side frowned and couldn't help but look at Hikigaya again. Did not think of. Sakayanagi didn't target without reason, he even had a specific time and place. And Hikigaya was already confused. Reacting similarly, it seemed that Cheng and the woman next to him were indeed present at that time. But he just ate ramen. Hesitated for a long time. Hikigaya didn't know how to explain it. If you misunderstood me by directly saying that I went to eat ramen, would Sakayanagi feel that he was provoking her? But other than telling the truth, there seems to be no particularly good way. Well, actually. Hikigaya tried his best to distance himself from the relationship and said, I just went to eat ramen that day. I really don't want to be targeted by Sakayanagi. I hope that Mr. Sakayanagi has a lot of money and doesn't care about little people like him. Hee. Sakayanagi chuckled and said, that ramen shop just opened that day. Even now, I believe there are still many people who have never heard of that shop. Do you think this reason is tenable? As soon as this statement came out, many people couldn't help but nodded. Although Kiyaki Shopping Center is enough for everyone, it is not very big, and many people have not heard of the name Tianxiapan. It is true. These people don't listen, Hikigaya said angrily. Because I prefer to eat ramen, I just think it would be easiest to find hidden ramen shops if I follow middle-aged people. What should I say to believe him? Isn't this bullying honest people? Seeing this, Sakayanagi narrowed her eyes. Seeing that the other party was so defensive, she had to judge whether this mentally retarded reason was possible. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be a problem if I ask class teacher Mashima to come over and treat you. If you really like eating ramen, you should meet him often, right? Yes, of course. Hikigaya desperately wants to prove herself. Although Erlang Ramen's level in the ramen world is relatively average, he has no choice after all. He has been there quite a few times. Basically, I will improve the food every 3 to 4 days. Otherwise, less than 10,000 to 20,000 personal points are used in a month. Although he had no impression of the customers around him, if Mr. Mashima really liked ramen, he would have encountered it many times. A student in uniform should not be conspicuous in a ramen shop. It will definitely leave an impression on many people. Surely someone can attest to his love for ramen. Hee. 1. Forget it, since you're so scared, I'll just treat it like this for a while. Kamuro-san, I'm back. Saying that, Sakayanagi Yuki glanced at him with a faint look, and then turned around and left with Kamuro Maesumi. Before leaving, Kamuro Maesumi looked at him with some pity. He was actually targeted by Sakayanagi for this reason. What a pitiful guy. In the corridor. Well. Kamuro followed Sakayanagi and teased slightly, he really seems to like eating ramen. Kamuro-kun, don't you think you talked too much today? Sakayanaga's face didn't look good. Naturally, it was impossible for her to actually bring class teacher Mashima over to confront him. The moment Hikigaya agreed. Everyone knew that Hikigaya just wanted to eat ramen. Otherwise, there's no point in telling lies that can be exposed so easily. You can easily find out the truth by checking with Mashima's class teacher or the staff at the Kiyaki Work Center. There is no need to drag Mashima's class teacher over and slap him in the face. But Sakayanagi was unhappy. His judgment was actually affected by this ridiculous reason. She thought Ichinos was sending people to follow them and put pressure on them, so she responded by sending out all the members of Class A. Although there is nothing wrong with it, there is nothing wrong with putting pressure on Class B. But when I think of this, Sakayanagi felt ashamed on his face. He was so ashamed that he wasted so much time on this. How could Class B be so mentally retarded? Sakayanagi was unhappy. The interest suddenly disappeared. I'm so angry. Chapter 107. Wool Department. Hikigaya returned to the club, observing Asako Okakura opposite him from time to time. I really can't sit still. It was nothing when he was with GXU. After all, that guy was just pretending to be good, but it was actually quite easy to understand. Therefore, although GXU likes to tease him, but Hikigaya is not only annoying and a bit embarrassing. Actually it's nothing. But Hikigaya knows nothing about Okakura Asako, except that she is one of Ichinos' biggest fans. And the unknown is an extremely scary thing. Even though Maya Okakura is smiling, she is actually thinking about it in her heart. Why do I have to study with Hikigaya? I really want to play with Ichinos. Please can you be more understanding? Women are all masters of acting. It is not surprising that ordinary people even have such thoughts in their hearts. Although Okakura Maya shouldn't be so excessive, after all, being able to be with Ichinos shows that she has a good heart. But compared to him, the other party would definitely want to attend the study session with Ichinos. This is certainly beyond doubt. It was just that when faced with Ichinos' request, Okakura Maya couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly agreed to come to the wool department to study. In short, in Okakura Maya's eyes, he must be a troublesome existence. However, compared to having the whole class hold a study meeting in the wool department, Hikigaya still feels that it is more relaxed like this. But, what should I say? When I was in the first grade of junior high school, I always wanted to find topics to talk about in front of girls, so as to avoid being in the cold and worried that the other party would be bored. But the result is always not good. Hikigaya always talks non-stop and always likes to say some inexplicable things. It's really disgusting. When he thought about the comments that appeared behind his back, Hikigaya felt the urge to die. Still nothing was done. Just imagine that 500 is working and there will be no problem. His job is to tutor Maya Okakura in liberal arts, and the reward is that the other party will tutor him in science. Think of this. Hikigaya took out the textbook from his school bag and placed it on the table, ready to start today's teaching task. It was really scary just now. Okakura Maya sighed a little and was probably talking about Sakayanaga's visit to Class B just now. Indeed. Hikigaya nodded heartily. Sakayanagi is really scary, I really wish I would never have another chance to come into contact with him. Since it is work, you have to take it seriously. If you want to tutor the other party, you must at least understand Okakura Ma's achievements. Hikigaya writes and draws in his notebook. Based on my impression, it would be better to give Okakura Asako a few test questions first. But Xiao Fanbo was so handsome just now. Asako Okakura said excitedly, even if I stand in front of Sakayanagi, I won't be inferior at all. Makes sense. Hikigaya replied nonchalantly. No matter what, as a leader, Ichinos still stood in front of everyone to protect them. Gentle, kind, sunny, cheerful, handsome, with excellent grades, and excellent social skills, able to handle complex social situations perfectly. She still looks so beautiful. Ichino's must be quite popular among girls, not to mention that she is Ichino's best friend right in front of her. Is this preaching? By this time, Hikigaya had also written 10 test questions. Strictly speaking, it was just a few questions he memorized based on the difficulty of the past exams. But just to see the academic ability of Kingakura Asako, these should be enough. There are 10 test questions here. You can try them first. Hikigaya pushed the notebook to the center of the table and said, I will think about how to improve my academic performance later. If you have any requirements in science, you can tell me first. Originally, I wanted to tutor you, but Hikigaya felt a little arrogant, so after thinking about it, I changed my mind. Corresponding. If Okakura Asako wanted to tutor him in science, he might also be able to give him questions. It's just that Hikigaya really hopes that the other party won't do it. He can actually do it by himself. Well. Okakura Asako tilted his head, clapped his hands and said. Sure enough, Hikigaya-kun is a serious person, so reliable. The implication sounds like, what a boring man, not interesting at all. Yet, let's get started. Hikigaya didn't care either. It can also be seen from Okakura Asako's performance that the opponent was very surprised by his actions. This undoubtedly shows. The study meeting held by Ichino's and others should start with small talk. Library. In addition to those who are participating in club activities, Class B is divided into several tutoring groups and holds study sessions. Ji held the gel pen with her green and white jade fingers, but she always felt a little absent-minded. Although I knew that Ichino's wanted Hikigaya to integrate into the class, she was such a nice person, so there was nothing she could do about it. Ji Yexu feels the same way. There's nothing wrong with letting Hikigaya be cheerful. Okakura Asako and Hikigaya Hachiman form a team. Also a complete coincidence. But there was a boy and a girl, and the little pockmarked boy was very cute. They were living in the same room. Ji Yexu felt like her head would explode just thinking about it. I don't know how Xiao Meizi and the others are progressing. Ji Yexu wrote the exercises and said calmly. It's okay. Xiao Qiaomeng, who was sitting next to him, comforted, that's Xiao Meizi. I can definitely handle it well. Don't worry, Zioxu-chan. Even so. Hachiman Oyuki's voice was soft and slightly worried, but the target is that Hikigaya. Is it really okay? Xiao Shuet. Ichino's, who was tutoring Chihiro Shiranami, had some doubts. I have always felt that Hikigaya is a trustworthy companion. Why do you say that? And didn't he send you back to the dormitory last time? Did he do something bad? No, I'm sorry, BDBJ, I didn't express myself clearly. Ji Yexu, like a weak girl, explained softly. I'm also very grateful to him for sending me back last time, but Hikigaya doesn't seem to be very good at communicating with others. If the two of them are together, I don't know if they can have a learning effect. Indeed. Xiao Qiaomenjiao pointed at her snow-white chin, thought for a moment and nodded. Xiao Meizi only talks a lot with us, but is a little introverted with other people. It feels like there is no progress. Right. Ji Yexu's eyes lit up. You definitely can't let two lonely men and widows stay together. Xiao Qiaomeng tilted her head and said in confusion, Zioxu, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel a little strange today? In the past, Hachiman Oyuki had always had a frail attitude and rarely showed such obvious emotions clearly. No, it's not. Ji Yexu's eyes panicked. It would be a bit embarrassing if someone found out that she liked Hikigaya. She quickly looked at Ichino's and said. I think it would be better for Hanamai-chan to go there for tutoring. Having a sociable person next to you should make it easier for the two of you. I think so too, but it's not possible. Ichino's was a little helpless, she naturally knew this. Hikigaya and Asako Okakura. One has an awkward personality, and the other is introverted in front of strangers. Putting people together, I'm afraid progress will be slow. But Ichinos had no choice. She ranks first in her grade in the entrance exam and is a top all-around player in various subjects. She still needs to stay here to tutor others. Although there is an idea of special care. But she would not neglect the entire class just because Hikigaya was alone, not to mention that this time it was related to the exam with Class A. Must go all out. That's right. Xiao Qiaomeng was also a little helpless. I'm sorry, it's all because of my poor grades. Bai Bokyungsun shrugged her shoulders, feeling a little disappointed. It doesn't happen. Ichino smiled and touched her little head and said, Kyungsun has worked very hard, and her grades are improving, isn't it? This is enough. But progress has been slow. Seeing that Chihiro Shiranami was about to sink to the bottom of the sea, Xiao Qiaomeng quickly changed the subject and sighed. It would be great if Shibata was here at this time. Yes. Unfortunately, Shibata is still a member of the football club and has no time at this time. How about Kanzaki? That won't work. Several girls couldn't help but look at Kanzaki, who was answering a boy's question, but Kanzaki was actually a dull man. Although I will force myself for the class during exams, I don't talk much at ordinary times. Then let me go. Himanoyuki looked around and said tentatively, although Hikigaya and I haven't spoken much, we are roommates after all, so it should be better, right? Zioxu, it can't be done either. Ichinos shook his head helplessly. In order to pretend to be good, Gyexu was also an introverted and weak girl in the class. Then I'll go. At this time, Xiao Qiaomeng looked at Gyexu with a smile and said, Zioxu seems to be still a member of the wool department? It just so happens that Zioxu and I are in the same group for this exam. I want to find a quiet place to study. It should be okay, right? It seems like this. Gyexu pretended to think and nodded. Xiaomeng is so amazing. Then Xiaomeng, I'll leave it to you. Ichinos also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had these friends around her to help. Otherwise, she really felt like she wouldn't be able to hold on. It's okay, don't worry, just leave it to me. Xiao Qiaomeng's snow-white little hand touched her chest, as if wrapping it around me. Although not as good as Ichino's. But it's just something to talk about, and it's not a problem for her. Then let's go, Zioxu. Xiao Qiaomeng took Gyexu's arm, and the two packed their school bags and left the library together. The two of them are like a pair of best friends who have a good relationship. Chapter 108. There shouldn't be any need for counseling, right? Looking at the test questions that Okakura Asako had written, Hikigaya fell into deep thought. 10 questions. This guy got 8 things right. Okakura Asako's liberal arts score seems to have been hovering around 70. Although not very good. But this score does not require tutoring at all, and there is no risk of dropping out. In addition, although Okakura Maya's science is a little better than him, her score is only around 70, which is considered a pretty average score. Although it is not outstanding, there are no obvious shortcomings. But it should be enough to tutor him. Hikigaya has a headache. This kind of unequal relationship is difficult to explain with work. He was obviously entrusted by Ichinos to take care of him. How come? Asako Okakura clenched her fist on her chest and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone. That might be true in an ordinary school, but in this school, I also want to contribute more to the class. Hikigaya-kun has been working hard for the class in his own way, hasn't he? In the eyes of outsiders. During the exam on the uninhabited island, Hikigaya took the initiative to take on the hardest work and used his own methods to induce Canada to make wrong judgments and win the exam for the class. During the preferential treatment test, he quickly found out the preferential treatment hidden in the dragon group, and did not forget to ask Ichino's opinion to cause trouble for the class. Although there is no brief description of the sports festival, I am still participating in the competition well. Although there is some luck involved, the results are considered good. The same goes for this exam. Hikigaya also put forward his own unique views. Although it was not adopted, at least it can be seen that Hikigaya is seriously thinking about the class. This time too. As soon as the two met, Hikigaya focused on helping her improve her performance. It's really reliable. Only Hikigaya is so humble that he never takes credit for himself, but just contributes silently to the class. Maya Okakura has been sitting behind Hachiman Oyuki. As one of the closest people, Okakura Asako could tell that Hikigaya was working hard for the class. Even though he looked pale every time in math class, he still listened carefully. You can face unpleasant things without flinching. At least, in the eyes of Okakura Asako, this is a very powerful thing. No. Why does it feel like this guy has some inexplicable admiration for him? Hikigaya said with some embarrassment. I just don't want to cause trouble to the class, it's not what you said. Here we go again. Okakura Maya smiled helplessly and said, excessive modesty will appear a bit hypocritical, Hikigaya-kun. Certainly not. Hikigaya is really helpless. The people in Class B are so disobedient. Their thinking is too positive. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the club's door. Okakura Asako glanced at him with some confusion, and Hikigaya was also a little confused. This is a salted fish club, why would anyone come here? Even Ji Yexu, she always rushed in with bad intentions to scare him, and never knocked on the door. Who could this be? Although he couldn't think clearly, Hikigaya still said, please. Squeak. The door of the club was pushed open from the outside. A girl with short blue hair walked into the classroom, and Hachiman Oyuki followed her like a docile girl. That must be a classmate from Class B2. Xiaomeng, Zioxu, why are you here? Okakura Asako quickly stood up to meet the two of them, and excitedly held their little hands. They had a very good relationship with each other. Unexpectedly, Hachiman Oyuki was so good at pretending to be good that she actually integrated into Ichino's core group. But with Ichino's character, he probably doesn't have the intention of being a core group. But Xiaomeng, who is Xiaomeng? Can you please stop calling people by nicknames? It's very rude. Let's imagine it for those who don't know her. Hachiman Oyuki on the side glanced at him with amusement, guaranteeing that Hikigaya would not remember his name. She secretly opened her cherry-colored lips and gestured with her mouth shape. Small bridge? Small bridge dream. Hikigaya understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Hachiman still showed such a considerate side occasionally. Why, we can't come. Xiao Qiaomeng also held her little hand, rolled her eyes beautifully and said, let's come over and see what's going on here. Saying that, Kobashi Meng pulled the two of them to Hikigaya and looked at the notes on the table. Hikigaya has a headache. Ichino's really likes to worry, so Ichino's should be here again. But let's be honest. Compared to being alone with Okakura Asako, Hikigaya still feels much more relaxed with Hachiman Oyuki by her side. Every time school starts, those noisy guys, if they arrive at school early, will glance at the classroom entrance with a displeased look on their faces, eager to see familiar people. But he never talks to people he doesn't know well. Wait for your friends to arrive. Those who are now charging will show a plain expression that you are here. So that's how I feel. Hikigaya felt finished. I used to think that those guys were just a bunch of weaklings who would feel uneasy when their friends were not around, which was proof that their hearts were not strong enough. Now, I feel more and more able to understand the feelings of those people. Has his heart deteriorated? Isn't this very good? Xiao Qiaomeng was a little surprised, and Ji Yexu on the side was also a little surprised when looking at the notes on the table, and at the same time a little unhappy. How could this guy have such a smooth relationship with Asako Okakura? Thank you Hikigaya-kun. Okakura Asako pulled the two of them to sit down, and the four of them just occupied the surrounding area of the square table. On Hikigaya's left is Yuki Himeno, on her right is Yum Kobashi, and Asako Okakura sits opposite. Hikigaya-kun is really reliable. He arranged a test question with different difficulty levels for me from the beginning to confirm my level, so the progress was very fast. Asako Okakura showed the notebook in front of the two of them. Kobashi Yum looked at Hikigaya in shock. How? What? Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. Feel sorry. Kobashi Yum quickly waved her hand and said, I'm just a little surprised, because Hikigaya seems to have been sleeping in the classroom. I didn't expect him to be such a serious person. No. It was over. Feeling like a disobedient guy again, Hikigaya explained helplessly. It's just Ichino's arrangement. I can't help it. Yes. He just couldn't help it. Why do these people just not believe it? Is that so? Himenoyuki said in a soft voice, I thought Hikigaya-kun would hate this. Do not know why. Hikigaya trembled violently and glanced at her quickly. Although you can't hear any hidden meaning, it is normal for a bystander to have such an impression on him. But it just felt like Ji Yexu's words contained murderous intent. This guy is too scary. Because, after being threatened by Ichino's, it would be even more annoying to let the class come here to hold a study meeting. Hikigaya quickly explained, and if it's work, there's nothing you can do. The pretty faces of Okakura Asako and Kobashi Meng suddenly turned serious. Hikigaya-kun. Okakura Asako said in a serious tone, Hanamai-chan is not a threat, I am just worried that if you continue like this, you will face the risk of dropping out of school, and if you don't have contact with others, you will be very worried in the future. Please give me flowers. Hanamai-chan just cares about you. Isn't it a bit too much to say that? Oh, I'm sorry. Hikigaya apologized quickly. As expected of a die-hard fan of Ichino's, I can't say Ichino's is silent. Moreover, Ichino's actions were entirely out of good intentions, without any malice or teasing. You really cannot say bad things about her because of this. But don't I have the right to choose? Hikigaya was a little confused. Obviously my opinions were often ignored in the past, but I should be used to it now. But there is a difference in this disregard. People had never taken him seriously before, but now they ignored his opinions because they were seriously concerned. However, this kind of ignorance feels even more uncomfortable. Yeah, and it's not a job. Xiao Qiaomeng touched his chest with two pink fists and quickly corrected. Class B is not a company. We help each other, grow together, and make beautiful memories together. This kind of situation should be called bond. Yes, bond. Oh. Hikigaya was startled. Are you the 12 little strong? He is not Naruto. 0. We haven't even spoken a few times, where is the bond? It's over. I feel like I'm not very good at dealing with such a passionate character as Yum Kobashi. There are 3 beauties in front of him, but Hikigaya feels that they are all types that he is not good at dealing with. Anyway, since you are here to see the progress, can you go back now? If these 3 women stay, Hikigaya feels that his future will be physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, Kobashi Menja took out his study supplies from his school bag. You are? Of course we study together. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Besides, if there are more people, we will study more efficiently. Zioxu and I's grades are not bad either. Sorry, I feel like we can't study together. Himenoyuki on the left meekly took out the stationery from her school bag and glanced at Hikigaya without leaving any trace. Be afraid. This is the scary thing about Class B. Although the atmosphere has always been good, no one can resist Ichino's majesty. Feeling Hachigaya's gaze, Himenoyoki said softly. Yes, and if there is no special investigation, not many people know about this club, and Class A is still watching us, so we can study with more peace of mind here. That's right. Betrayed. Ji Yexue did not hesitate to stand on the other side. This guy was pretending to be good again. Although his relationship with Ji Yexue was not very good to begin with. But Hikigaya is still a little disappointed. Damn it. Anyway. Although he really wasn't following him, Sakayanaga's pressure still didn't stop. He was probably taking revenge. It feels the same as being at odds. It feels a bit trivial to further strengthen the offensive, after all, tracking itself does not exist. Sakayanagi felt uncomfortable after taking a step back, so he acquiesced to Class A's continued pressure. Why does Hikigaya feel that little Lolita Sakayanagi is a little cute? If you say so. The learning environment in the library is definitely not as good as here. Although it was Sakayanaga's misunderstanding and had nothing to do with Hikigaya, he still felt a little guilty. If only he hadn't eaten that bowl of ramen. It shouldn't be like this, right? Xiao Qiaomeng and the others want to stay here to study, but there is nothing they can do. Hateful. Why should I take responsibility for eating a bowl of ramen? Hikigaya feels that the world is too malicious towards her. If there really is a bond, then he might be Uchiha Sasuke, and. Chapter 109. Within the wool department. After Xiao Qiaomeng and Ji Yexue arrived, the counseling work was temporarily put on hold. Okakura Asako and Kobashi Yum chatted non-stop, while Himenoyoki occasionally chatted beside them. Really please? If we want to chat, can we go somewhere else? Forget it, this is also fun and relaxing. Hikigaya took out his headphones and put them on, plugged the interface into his phone, and turned on the music. He would study alone. After all, it is more efficient for a person to study alone. If his math scores continue to decline, it will be really dangerous. Hikigaya-kun. Xiao Bashi Yum raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, and Hikigaya took off her headphones. Listening to music helps with learning. When you don't pay attention to the music, it means you are particularly focused. Hikigaya explained helplessly. It's not because they don't have the need to tutor in liberal arts. Is that so? Xiao Qiaomeng tilted her little head in confusion, but I feel like this is more distracting. But Okakura Asako on the side responded, I remember that Xiao Hanbo also liked to listen to music when he was studying alone. Could it be that people with good minds have this habit? Oh. I see. Hikigaya realized that he liked wearing headphones so much not to eliminate noise, but because he was smarter. Looking at the slightly raised corners of Hikigaya's mouth, Himenoyoki knew that this guy was a little proud of Okazaki Asako. But Hikigaya-kun's grades seem to be average, right? Ji 000 Shui tilted her head and said in confusion. Damn it! Hikigaya can guarantee that Himenoyoki, a woman with a bad personality, is deliberately attacking him. Yeah, indeed. Xiao Qiaomeng nodded thoughtfully. His grades were only in the middle of the class, and he was not considered smart. It's not necessarily only academic performance that can represent intelligence, right? Okakura Asako observed Hikigaya, nodded and said, Hikigaya has always contributed a lot in the special examination, must he be considered smart? Yes, that's it. Although he is not very good at dealing with this guy, he is worthy of being recognized by Ichinos. Hikigaya thinks this guy is quite good. Ji Yexue glanced at the two of them with puzzled eyes. Maybe she was too preoccupied. Why did she feel that Okakura Asako's attitude towards Hikigaya was wrong? Why was she always talking for Hikigaya? Are you too familiar? Thinking of this, Ji Yexue felt a little uncomfortable, but because of Li's character as a docile and weak girl, she couldn't do more testing. You can meditate for a few seconds. Ji Yexue still felt uncomfortable, as if there was a small knot in her heart. It seems worth taking some risks. Ji Yexu was a little confused and said, maybe Xiao Meiza likes Hakigaya-kun. Girls are very sensitive to this aspect, although directly asking such questions does not suit her personality and may arouse others' suspicion. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. Ji Yayu felt unbearable at the thought of Hikigaya being snatched away, so it was better to strike first. Certainly not. Asako Okakura was speechless, waving her hands slightly and jokingly. I just think Hikigaya is very mature and gives people the feeling of an adult, and she is just telling the truth, not what you said. Hikigaya almost cried. Can you please stop joking in front of the person involved? I really appreciate Okakura Asako's gentleness. The second half of the sentence may be the truth, but the translation of the first half is, how could I like this kind of uncle? That's right. Hachiman Oyuki smiled in agreement. No one except her would like a guy with a twisted personality like Hikigaya. Xiao Qiaomeng's eyes looked thoughtful. In the library just now, I felt that Ji Yexu was a little abnormal today. It turns out that she is so good at things. Seeing that the topic ran away again, Hikigaya put on the headphones again, and Kobashi waved her little hand in front of him again. Hikigaya-kun, it's fine when you're alone, but it's best not to wear headphones during study sessions. Hey, why? Hikigaya was a little puzzled. Then you guys have just started. This is just chatting. Because you can ask questions at any time if you don't understand them, and someone will help answer them. You don't have to meditate and read books. This will help improve learning efficiency, right? I'm fine alone. Hikigaya refused out of habit. Then Hikigaya has no problem with science. That makes sense. Hikigaya was silent. As expected of Ichino's best friend, her completely correct argument is hard to refute. But don't just chat, let's start. Is it time to learn or not? Then start. Hikigaya tried. Well, let's begin. Xiao Qiaomeng held the gel pen and pointed at her white chin and said. Speaking of which, I remember that Hikigaya-kun was always second in Mandarin, and occasionally surpassed Hanamai-chan to take first place. English and history seemed to have been hovering around the top 5. Are there any special learning methods? Wrote. Hikigaya said uncertainly. In terms of liberal arts, you only need to memorize them, at least that's what he has always done. Okakura Asako had a headache and said, but I work hard every day, but my grades just don't change, and it's really a waste of time to memorize them. Indeed. Xiao Qiaomeng also had a headache and said, is there no other more efficient way, or some kind of trick? The implication, saying it means not saying it. But it was really just like that, Hikigaya said a little embarrassedly. Since you are often with Ichino's, she should have told you the method, right? Ji Yexu also nodded and said a little disappointed. She suggested increasing the amount of reading in Mandarin, memorizing English by heart, dictating it every few days, and then communicating in English more often. In terms of history, we are asked to memorize based on cause and effect. I really don't know what it means. Is it still a talent gap? Okay. Stop pretending, I know you are a weak girl. Hikigaya was too lazy to pay attention. I had to say that Ichino's opinion was correct. Kobashi and Asako Okakura were not lazy guys either. Anyway. A perfect score of 170 points is not low. What else do these people want to do? They will only regret it if they can't get promoted after working hard for so long. Maybe. Hikigaya nodded in agreement. Since there is a gap in talent, there is nothing we can do about it. Accept your fate. Just like he set the passing mark for mathematics at 50 points. It would be easier to just give up. It can't be done. Xiao Qiaomeng patted her thighs with both hands, leaned forward and said seriously. Even if it's just 1 point, we have to work hard to improve it. Only in this way can we improve our chances of being promoted to Class A. Oh. It's okay if you don't get promoted to Class A. You definitely can't say that. Hikigaya nodded helplessly. Even if he doesn't have high desires for Class A, others obviously still want them very much. Even if he doesn't try hard. You can't let others stop working hard. Since Xiao Qiaomeng and others want to learn, they just need to think about the method. But, there really isn't. Hikigaya-kun. Asako Okakura said with some distress, do you know what it means to remember according to the cause and effect? Ichino said that he couldn't explain it well, and he really didn't understand. It's really hard to explain. Hikigaya nodded thoughtfully and said. It would be better to give an example. Just like a long time ago, there was Xiao Su and Xiao Mei. Xiao Su was a calm and beautiful St, and Xiao Mei was a energetic and cute St. The three women looked a little disgusted. Gxu secretly kicked him under the table. How dare you say that? Example, just an example. Feeling the fearful looks in Xiaomeng and Xiao Mei's eyes, Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable. Two sluts are in the same class, chasing each other for the position of the most popular person in the class, and they are hostile to each other because they both want to be number one. Why is this happening? Xiao Qiaomeng was a little puzzled and asked, wouldn't it be better for everyone to get along well together? Hikigaya suddenly lost his temper. I don't know whether Xiao Qiaomeng's environment was good enough in the past, or whether this class is really different, why there are so many things. Aren't girls always friendly on the surface but tit for tat behind the scenes? Anyway, it's good to know that these two want to be number one. Hikigaya stammered and explained, feeling that his past learning methods were a bit untenable. Why can't we get along well with each other? Because both of them are sluts, but there seems to be no sluts in this class. What should I do? Both Yume Kobashi and Asako Okakura seem to be kind-hearted good boys who have never experienced the dangers of the girls' war. Gxu on the side seemed to understand. This guy is indeed a woman with a bad personality. She must have never formed a group with girls to talk bad about boys before. The two of them were trying to pretend to be good because of the opinions of the people around them. Hikigaya rubbed the calf that Himenoyuki kicked, not deliberately sarcastic to her. But they couldn't show their hostility, so the two engaged in high-intensity intelligence warfare, or secretly tried to think of ways to deal with each other. How could there be such a person? Poor. How can such a person be popular? He can't be supported by other girls, right? Hikigaya's example has no logic at all. Kobashi Yume and Okakura Asako were speechless, which completely subverted their three views. Woo! Hikigaya feels so difficult. In short, this is the struggle between the countries that capital pays attention to and the countries that society pays attention to, that is, the Cold War. Then the two sides learned from each other that as long as they spoke out, they could completely destroy each other's weaknesses, so neither side could take action rashly. The big secret is the so-called nuclear bomb, which is mutually assured destruction. Finished. Hikigaya glanced at the two of them. He had tried his best anyway, but both Asako Okakura and Yume Kobashi still had confused expressions on their faces. Well, although Hikigaya-kun gave an example, I still don't understand. Xiao Qiaomeng puffed up her pretty face and said with some dissatisfaction, why don't Xiaosu and Xiaomei want to improve themselves to be the first in the class, but they always think about framing each other? Wouldn't it be bad if 4.9 was discovered? Woo! Sorry, this question is out of scope. Maybe that's too tiring. How can a person like that be number one in the class? Xiao Qiaomeng was a little unconvinced. She would never support that kind of person. Is this the point? Study hard for me. Hikigaya was a little tired. Chatting with girls was really a troublesome thing, and she often went off topic. Me too. Okakura Asako brought the topic back again. I seem to understand a little bit, but I don't seem to understand. Ji Yexu on the side said softly and tentatively. It should be easier to understand if the class is changed to this school. Xiao Sui and Xiao Mei used disgraceful means to get promoted to Class A, just like Ryuhuan and the others. Oh, then I understand. Xiao Qiaomeng clapped her little hands, showing a look of enlightenment. Opposite Okakura Asako looked at Hikigaya, also a little excited. It turns out that this is what it means to remember based on causes and consequences. Sure enough, Hikigaya is really reliable. Hikigaya's voice was weak and her eyes were evasive. This is probably why Ji Yexu felt a little out of place when school started. She felt like she was an outlier in this class. It's over, I can understand these current charges more and more. It's just too difficult. Chapter 110. As for science. Before Hikigaya could speak, Yum Kobashi changed the topic to tutoring him in his studies. I'm not sure, Zioxu, Xiaomeizi, do you have any better method? I'm not very clear either. Himenoyuki was still pretending to be good. Hikigaya glanced at her contemptuously and was kicked, but the force was very light every time and it didn't hurt or itch. Okakura Asako looked at his partner opposite him and thought carefully for a long time before saying. In addition to memorizing formulas, you also need to set formulas and answer questions, right? Yes, yes. Hikigaya nodded. Isn't it the same as saying something or not saying it? Although I often hear teachers say this, it is useless to apply several or even 10 formulas to a question. It's better to tell him which formula to apply first. Okakura Asako knew that this was not a method. If it could be done, I would probably have done it long ago. Hikigaya-kun, do you have the papers from previous exams? Oh, the test papers from the last quiz are still in my school bag. Take it out and let me see. No need. Hikigaya was a little embarrassed, feeling too embarrassed. Wasn't this a public execution? At this moment, Ji Yexu kicked him again. Hikigaya gave her a confused look. It was okay to kick him before, but he didn't show any performance this time, so why should we kick him? Is this guy pushing his limits a bit? Do you really think he is easy to bully? The clay figurine still has a third of fire. Even though he was teased and ignored by everyone in junior high school, no one dared to use violence against him. Do you know why? Think of this. Hikigaya lowered his head and glanced at Himenoyuki's plump long legs, and kicked her calf. Because when necessary, he will really fight back. Ji Yexu was simply stunned and looked at him in surprise. I never thought about the possibility of Hikigaya fighting back. After all, this guy always seemed to be indifferent to most things. But his mathematics is really dangerous. It's okay now, but it will definitely become more and more difficult as the difficulty increases. This guy actually dares to refuse, and actually dares to kick him back? Didn't think much about it. Himenoyuki kicked back again, and Hikigaya returned it with about the same force without any hesitation. It's okay to joke. But if you don't grasp the right attitude, it can easily turn into bullying. Hikigaya knows this very well. Therefore, no matter what, he will return it without hesitation. This is the only point that cannot be compromised. Just a few seconds. The two of them were touching each other under the table. Mutual exchange. Hikigaya had an expressionless face and would never admit defeat. Forget it before, he had absolutely no reason to be kicked just now. However, kicking and kicking. Ji Yexu's snow-white little hands dragged her cheeks, with a slight smile on her lips. The original intention has changed. I didn't expect Hikigaya to have such a serious side. This should be regarded as further proof of their relationship, right? But Hikigaya actually dared to kick her, she was really overestimating her abilities. Got kicked again. Himenoyuki bit her cherry-colored lips, and stretched her smooth calf upward slightly along Hikigaya's calf. Hiss! Hikigaya felt as if he was electrocuted. He trembled all over and quickly retracted his legs and moved back a little. No, he is really no match for Ji Yexu. Hikigaya-kun. Ji Yexu tried in a weak voice, only after reading the test paper, Xiao Meizi will know how to tutor you, so just take out the test paper. That's it. Hikigaya immediately became honest and quickly took out the test circle from the last quiz from his bag and placed it on the table. See this? Ji Yexu lowered her head and suddenly showed a satisfied smile. You kid, you still want to fight me? Kobashi Yum and Okakura Asako had no idea what was going on under the table, and carefully checked his math test paper. Why didn't you write anything later? Did Hikigaya waste too much time on basic questions? No, I can't do it either. I have to spend my time on the basics to get as many points as possible. That's it. Asako Okakura couldn't help but nodded. When you don't study well, this is indeed a way to stabilize your grades. But it's not okay to hand in a blank paper. Even if you don't know how to do it, you can try to use a ruler to measure it and fill the paper full. Occasionally, a teacher will give you very sympathetic points. Really, is there any other way? Hikigaya looked happy. What is needed is this kind of opinion that does not require effort and can increase scores. Anyway, his requirements are not high, and it is enough to stabilize at 50 points. Well, other than answering questions, there's no particularly good way. Yet, high school mathematics basically relies on solving questions. Then Hikigaya-kun, let's start solving the questions. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. I can help too. Xiao Qiaomeng volunteered and raised his jade arms. Ji Yexu on the side also hesitated and said, although I also want to help, my grades in science are relatively average. How about we tutor each other together? Install, continue to install. Boom. Hikigaya felt kicked again. Forget it, if it's a boy or a really bad woman, he still has some ideas. But a guy like Ji Yayu, who has a bad personality and is occasionally considerate, also likes to use his body as a weapon. Hikigaya is really helpless. It was better to quietly take out the test question book and write the questions, but before I had been quiet for 2 minutes, Xiao Qiaomeng suggested excitedly. Don't you think it's quiet? Yeah, it's quieter here than the library. Okakura Asako and Hachiman Oyuki both nodded sincerely. Although the library is a place for reading, there are always noisy students or whispers occasionally. Here, it is simply more suitable for people to study than the library. Hikigaya does not deny this. Before you appeared in the wool department. Usually the wool department is really quiet. There was no sound at all. If he were in junior high school, Hikigaya could still talk to himself, but as he grew older, some of Hachiman's 108 skills were lost. Or Xiao Qiaomeng took turns to look at several people, and finally his eyes rested on Ji Yexu. Let's just set up a group and study here from now on? How about that? Okay. Okakura Asako's eyes lit up and he said, I agree too. I have no objection either. Ji Yexu nodded weakly, and her little hands under the table were already clenched into pink fists in a victory gesture. I never thought there would be such a God-given opportunity. She always wanted to stay in the club. But if the frequency is too high, it will be difficult for Ichinos to explain, and Hikigaya will also feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qiaomeng would put forward such an opinion. It's really great. Hey, wait a minute. Hikigaya quickly said. If we set up a study group here, wouldn't it take up his living space? Hikigaya-kun, what's the problem? Feeling the gaze of the two people and Hachiman Oyuki's final touch, Hikigaya defended with some embarrassment. That's it, Ichinos probably won't agree. After all, setting up such a study group is tantamount to starting a war with Ichinos. No way. Yes, why does Hikigaya-kun think this is the case? Xiao Qiaomeng shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, if Xiao Fanbo knows about this, he will definitely be very happy. Yes. Okakura Asako also nodded and said, if it weren't for Hanamai-chan to take care of other people's studies, I would still want to bring her in. Even if Ichinos was given special care, it would be under the premise of not harming the interests of the class. Is this the decision? Ji Yexu set the tone with a questioning tone, and at the same time kicked him underneath. Then it's decided. Seeing the other two women nodding, Hikigaya could guarantee it. Ji Yexu's Mandarin is definitely more than 70 points. This guy has such superb conversation skills that he won't be given a chance to object at all. Never mind. There are not many study sessions. At most, it will be held during midterm and final exams. The patience is over. I really can't bear it. Hikigaya has no power to make decisions at all. Even simply don't need the departmental funding of 15,000 yuan per month. Forget about disbanding the club. But after thinking about it, Hikigaya was still reluctant to part with these small coins. Money is such a waste of money. Speaking of which, Ji Yexu is also a member of the wool department and wants to bring some friends over to study, so she has no right to refute. Then why not give the group another name? Before Hikigaya could write, Kobashi Yum continued to open the topic. Okay, but what should I name it? Seeing the three girls tilting their heads and thinking, Hikigaya had already given up and decided to do the questions. It's better. Kobashi Meng's eyes lit up and she said, how about we call them the Hikigaya group? Hikigaya suddenly raised his head and said with astonishment on his face, wait a minute, why? You don't need to use my name to order. Please don't do this. It's really too shameful. Do you feel ashamed? Okakura Asako said a little puzzled. Probably not. Ji Yexu was also a little embarrassed and said, if you give an order by name, it should represent recognition of a person, so you should be happy. Boom. Hikigaya couldn't bear it anymore and kicked her. It was too much to pretend at this time. Hikigaya group, I feel very good at B10. This time, Ji Yexu didn't fight back. Instead, she smiled sweetly at him, but it was really infuriating to watch. This woman with a bad character must be gloating about her misfortune at this moment. Yes. With the approval of the two people, Xiao Qiaomenja was extremely happy and said, the Hikigaya group is very good. This classroom itself is a club, right? And Hikigaya, you are still the president, so you must use your name to give orders, right? Besides, the group needs to express the characteristics of the group. Isn't it reasonable that you are the only boy here? Or Hikigaya-kun, do you have any other opinions? Xiao Qiaoyum once again used perfect arguments. Pity. This time Hikigaya really couldn't accept it. If someone outside said that I am a member of the Hikigaya group, he would really want to die. Then Max Coffee group. So earthy. Where's the pass? Coffee has nothing to do with the group, right? The next group that day. The meaning of that is unclear. Please explain it in detail, Hikigaya-kun. Ramen brand. Isn't that just food? The Hikigaya group is better. Without exception. Hikigaya's proposals were all rejected. Damn it, why is he always the one with the smallest number? This is completely the tyranny of the majority of girls. Then let's add some more contact information. It seems that only Hikigaya-kun doesn't have my contact information, so I'll add you. Before Hikigaya could continue to refute, the topic flew to another direction like a plane. Hikigaya looked at the two added messages on LN. It's really a bit helpless. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see them dragging him into the group chat. Are you planning to create a group? After all, you can communicate in the class group if you have any matters, and you can also chat privately on important matters. Group chat is really not necessary. But he remembered saying it online. There are 7 or 8 chat guys in a girls' dormitory. The situation in Class B is really strange. I'm afraid most of the people in Class B grew up in a very friendly environment and have no awareness of this at all. Having too many group chats is not a good thing, but having none at all is probably not a good thing either. Like flowers in a greenhouse. If it's a naive class, is it really okay? Chapter 111. Just picked up the pen. Hikigaya felt this was an opportunity. If it were these three people, as long as they didn't speak ill of Ichinos, Okakura, Asako, and others would probably be able to answer that. Hikigaya looked down at the notebook and said, "Can I ask a few questions?" "Certainly." It was Xiao Qiaomeng who responded to him. She smiled sweetly and said, "Also, Hikigaya-kun, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Just call me Xiaomeng or Yum-chan." "Yes, we are already a member of the same group." Okakura Asako smiled and nodded. "It's a bit strange to call me names, just like Hanamai-chan and the others, just call me Asako-chan." A strange sound sounded. Ji Yexu's little hand holding the gel pen couldn't help but exert force. These two guys were a little too enthusiastic. It's obvious that she and Hikigaya don't know each other by their first names. However, due to her introverted and meek personality, it is difficult to address her by her first name. At this time. "Then for Zioxu, just call me Zioxu, right?" Xiao Qiaomeng looked at Ji Yexu and smiled. "Yes, it's okay." Ji Yexu nodded indifferently, secretly happy that Xiao Qiaomeng was really great. "How about Hikigaya-kun, just call him Xiao Qi?" The women asked each other for their opinions and nodded quickly. "Well, is there no one to ask his opinion?" Hikigaya was speechless. He had long known that these guys didn't listen to anyone, and he didn't really take it to heart, but didn't the topic run away again? "Small enterprises, is there something you don't understand?" Only Asako Okakura was still concerned about his study problems, leaning forward to reach for his notebook. "Ah, no." Hikigaya quickly felt embarrassed and said, "When the student union was changing, I seemed to see Ichinos also in the student union." "What happened?" Although he was rejected by Horikita Manabu before, now it is Nagamo Masa who takes the stage. Ichinos has also always wanted to join the student union, which is not surprising. Only, it feels a bit awkward to ask directly. Hikigaya decided to pick a topic first as a foreshadowing. Although he thought it was nothing at first, now he is extremely puzzled by Ichinos' actions. Although Ichinos said that he wanted to lead everyone to Class A, he couldn't understand what Ichinos wanted to do at all. From the uninhabited island exam to now, it can be said that Ichinos led everyone to take the exam openly, but from another perspective, it can also be said that Ichinos had no plan. Every exam, Ichinos could see the key points, but he didn't come up with any strategy. Just let everyone work hard. Hikigaya really doesn't know if she didn't think of it or if she didn't think it was necessary. They can only rely on hard work. In other words, they have no other choice but to work hard. Therefore, he wanted to know what Ichinos was thinking. "It's not that I want to change anything, it's just that if Ichinos and others just want to muddle along and mess around. Since the boss is showing off, Hikigaya feels that as a subordinate, everyone can do it together. Nothing to be embarrassed about. The boss is messing around and asking the people below them to work hard, but Hikigaya is not willing to do so. Because Hanamai-chan has joined the student council. Didn't she get rejected before? Now it's President Nagamo. I heard that President Nagamo is a person who pays more attention to personal strength. He also plans to cancel the limit on the number of students in the student union. Anyone who is strong enough and willing can join the student union. That's it. It didn't matter what happened to Xiao Huangmao. Hikigaya didn't care much and went straight to the topic. Then how did Ichinos become the squad leader? Don't Zioki know? Ah. Hikigaya defended with some embarrassment, Because I am usually very busy, I rarely have time to watch the chat group. At least within the class. I have never heard of such a big decision about class leadership. Different from ordinary schools, this school does not have monitors, team leaders and other positions. That's it. Asako Okakura never seemed to doubt whether the other party was lying. Because there are a lot of inconveniences without a monitor, I recommended Hanami-chan to be the monitor in the group. Well. It turns out that you are the culprit. What about the others? Don't they have any ideas? Hikigaya said a little confused. There are indeed many benefits to being in power, but power also comes with responsibility. Pity. Responsibility is a very scary thing, and most ordinary people avoid taking responsibility. Then, we all agreed. Kobashi Manjiro pointed at the corner of her mouth and said, besides, there is no one in Class B who is more suitable to be the class leader than Hanami-chan. Indeed. Hikigaya couldn't help but nodded. There is no one in Class B who is more suitable to be a leader than Ichinos. Whether it's Kanzaki or Shibata. Kanzaki is indeed very capable, but he is not good at communication, and any thoughts he has will be directly expressed in his attitude. To put it simply, the city is insufficient and the emotional management ability is lacking. Even if everything he said was correct, if he didn't have superb communication skills like Ichinos, it would only be more unacceptable. Loyalty may offend the ears, this is human nature. Working under a leader like Kanzaki would probably just feel depressing. Just like before. Hikigaya didn't know where he offended Kanzaki. He was obviously kind at the beginning of school, but when he was on the uninhabited island, he felt that his attitude was not very good. In the past few days, I feel that Kanzaki's attitude has changed again. It's just baffling. After all, they were adolescent boys, and the two of them had nothing to do with each other, so Hikigaya never took it to heart. I just feel that this guy Kanzaki will become more sophisticated sooner or later. An innocent Shibata. He seems to be even more innocent than Ichinos. Although he clearly likes Ichinos, he treats him as a rival without permission. Innocent Shibata not only respects Ichinos, but also has no hostility towards his enemy, which is really too good. But on the other hand, it shows that Shibata is also too kind, and people who are too kind are not suitable to be leaders. It seems no wonder that she was forced into the position of leader by others and was highly anticipated by everyone. Expecting the other person without permission, and disappointing them without permission. It's really disgusting. Hikigaya couldn't help but think of the figure he saw on the cruise ship. Ichinos must also be working hard. Just the current Ichinos. Indeed, he does not have the qualities to be a qualified leader. There is strength, but Ichinos, who was forcibly pushed to power, is not ready to become a leader. I'm afraid it's the same as her wanting to join the student union. Ichinos is willing to contribute to the class and wants to contribute to the class, but she probably didn't expect that this school is so special. Then this is indeed not to blame on Ichinos. She didn't let up. It's just Ichinos' approach that really makes Hikigaya a little suspicious. Relying on Ichinos may be unreliable. From now on, I will try my best to focus on saving 20 million personal points without causing trouble to the class. Take responsibility for your own affairs. It's a matter of course. 5 p.m. The club time is over. Looking at the blank test question book in front of me, isn't there still no question written? Xiao Qiaomeng and others kept chattering. What a drama between three women. The ancients never deceived me. Sure enough, it is more efficient to study alone. Several people left the club. Hikigaya locked the door and put away the key. Correct. Xiao Bashi Meng clapped her little hands and said with bright eyes, to celebrate the establishment of Hikigaya, let's go sit down at Parlet. No, I have something else to do. Hikigaya quickly refused. When invited, always refuse first. This is the inherent behavioral pattern of the Lone Ranger. This is what Gyexu said, an endless party. Terrible. Kobashi Yum should be one of the culprits. But those seemed to be gatherings between girls, and Xiao Qiaomeng probably just invited them as a courtesy. If the other party invites you out of social etiquette, but you say that you want to participate, the other party will definitely smile and say, "You are coming," which is really embarrassing. Unfortunately, Xiao Qiaomeng did not give up. Instead, he was a little confused and said, "But we should celebrate the establishment of the group, and it's still early. Is there anything going on with the small business? Can you please stop calling me Zioki?" Although it has become a done deal, Hikigaya still feels a little ashamed. When we met for the first time, we skipped the surname instead of the first name, and went so far as to call them nicknames. No matter how you think about it, something is wrong. What about Xiao Hachi? Xiao Banner? It's still a small business. Although he is enthusiastic on the surface, Xiao Bashi Yum's attitude is unexpectedly tough, and Hikigaya is a little helpless. Then let's go to Palette. No, I don't need to. Hachiman Oyuki on the side was wondering, how could Hikigaya accept such an invitation? She knew it very well. How difficult it is to pull Hikigaya out, this guy just can't be tolerated, he has to use a tougher method. Sensing the confused looks of several people, Hikigaya had a flash of inspiration and quickly explained. Yes, that's it. It's already this time and I have to go back to cook. Okakura Asako was a little surprised and said, "It turns out that Zioki cooks his own food, which is amazing. Well, after all, I live alone now and have to rely on myself for everything. There's nothing I can do about it." Hear the words. Hikigaya nodded repeatedly, feeling confident. Anyway, instant noodles are also a type of cuisine, and the noodles he makes are super delicious. Xiao Qiaomeng said with some pity, "This is a rare opportunity, so let's go out to eat together." "No, you can't use personal points randomly. Just once. It's not a good thing to let yourself go." Woo! Hikigaya has figured out how to deal with them. As long as he uses absolute truth, Kobashi Yum can't refute it. Okay, then let's find a chance to go together next time. Well, definitely next time. Hikigaya raised his hand and turned to leave. If it were before, I definitely believe that Xiao Qiaomeng was invited out of social etiquette. But now, Hikigaya can't guarantee it either. Anyway, he really doesn't like such noisy parties. Wait, please, let's go back together. Kobashi Yum, Okakura Asako, and Hachiman Oyuki quickly followed, walking on both sides of Hikigaya. That. Compare. Chi-gu looked at the three beauties on the left and right, feeling a little uncomfortable and said, "You can go do your own thing. It is completely different from the situation in junior high school. Why do the girls in this class always like to get together like this? Are they too enthusiastic? Is their relationship really that good?" But Xiao Qiaomeng chuckled and said, "If Zioki is not here, we can't celebrate." Yes. Okakura Asako also nodded, "If that's the case, then next time we celebrate, should we prepare well?" That's great. Xiao Qiaomeng's eyes lit up, "Would you like to make some handmade dishes?" Okay. Asako Okakura said excitedly, "I also want to try the dishes made by small enterprises." Okay. Hachiman Oyuki glanced at Hikigaya and laughed unkindly. She can guarantee that most homebodies like Hikigaya don't know how to cook, otherwise they wouldn't need to go out occasionally to improve their meals. Now you know you are afraid. Let him know how powerful the Ichino's group is. Hikigaya's face suddenly stiffened. How so? This was completely different from what he thought. A lie requires countless lies to cover. In the past, no one cared, but now some people take it seriously. Let him cook. But if I tell the truth, it's not easy to refuse this celebration banquet. Forget it. Anyway, I will go back to the dormitory this time. If there is a next time, I will apologize properly. Chapter 112. Several people parted ways in the elevator. It wasn't until the elevator reached the 9th floor that Ji Yexu stepped out of the elevator and nodded softly. Then I'll go back first. See you tomorrow, Xiaoman-chan. Wait a minute. Xiao Qiaomeng smiled and walked out of the elevator and took Ji Yexu's arm. I still want to chat with Xiaoxiu for a while. Then come to my room. Ji Yexu smiled, but she felt helpless inside. These guys were too enthusiastic and didn't give them any personal space at all. Pity. Due to personality, Ji Yexu could not choose to refuse. Playing in other people's dormitories is a completely normal thing among girls. Squeak. Ji Yexu opened the door and the two of them walked into the bedroom. Different from ordinary girls' dormitories, Ji Yexu's dormitory is relatively simple and does not have too many decorations. After all, girls often come to visit us. Hachiman Oyuki can't buy something that she likes but is a bit different. Even cosmetics can only be chosen within the scope allowed by high school students. This is the price she has to pay for being unable to express her true thoughts. In order to integrate into the class, she can only keep hiding her true thoughts, and she will be so relaxed and comfortable when she is with Hikigaya. Is Xiaomeng still Coco? Ji Yexu walked into the kitchen and couldn't help but sigh, then took out the cocoa powder and hot water and made 2 cups. Hey, what on earth is Hikigaya doing? Ji Yexu couldn't help but think. As expected, she still prefers playing with Hikigaya than her best friend in the class. Hikigaya's cheeks would turn red every time she was teased. Think of this. Ji Yexu couldn't help but smile, and thought about kicking each other under the table just now. That guy actually has such a side, which is really interesting. Think of this. Hachiman Oyuki lowered her head and glanced at the place where Hikigaya kicked her, as if she could still feel that Hikigaya's temperature still remained. She must have fallen in love with Hikigaya. Although I have never experienced it before, falling in love with someone is completely normal, and Ji Yexu doesn't feel anything embarrassed about it. Only, there is something shameful about letting yourself confess after all. Besides, I'm a girl. Hachiman Oyuki stirred the cocoa powder and curled up her lips. No matter what, it was Hikigaya who should confess to her. Just think of that would. Hachiman Oyuki was a little helpless. Although she had given many hints, Hikigaya was completely stupid. I can only hint more obviously next time. Ji Yexu returned to the living room with the soaked cocoa powder and handed the cocoa to Xiao Qiaomeng. When I was with Xiao Qiao and the others. These people are basically the ones who start the conversation. She is just a docile girl with multiple body constitutions, so don't worry about it. Xiao Qiaomeng held Coco's delicate body and leaned forward, lying on the low table and looking at Ji Yexu. She suddenly showed a bad smile. Xiaoxiu, tell me quickly, do you like Xiaoki? Slightly. Hachiman Oyukiko's shoulders trembled slightly, and she suddenly made a strange sound. Looking at the scene in front of her, Xiao Qiaomeng was convinced, and her beautiful eyes shone even brighter. Wow, it really is like that. Xiao Qiaomeng was obviously excited and said, Xiaoxiu, tell me quickly when you fell in love with Xiaoki. Well, due to personality, Ji Yexu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She doesn't hate Xiao Qiaomeng and others, she just doesn't like those endless parties. She has always had a very good relationship with Xiao Qiaomeng. When she was pretending to have a headache, Xiao Qiaomeng was basically taking care of her. Even she felt that Xiao Qiaomeng was a very kind and good friend. In the eyes of the other party, the two of them were probably already close friends who talked about everything. No talent. Ji Yexu lowered her head and retorted quickly. But I still feel a little ashamed to talk about these topics with these people. Ah, I'm so shy. Xiao Qiaomeng quickly moved her delicate body to sit next to her, and then Ji Yexu's shoulder rubbed her little head. I didn't expect to see this side of Zioxu. It's so cute. Sure enough, falling in love can change a person. After all, the other party is not an idiot. No matter how he refutes it, Xiao Qiaomeng has already made this judgment. Little dream. Ji Yexu said helplessly, how did you find out? Isn't this, BDDE, very simple? Xiao Qiaomeng said with some pride, there is something wrong in the library. You asked Xiao Meizi if he liked Xiao Qi. This was not something Zioxu would do at all. I discovered it right away. It was indeed that time. Ji Yexu was a little helpless. It must be that she had such a good relationship with Xiao Qiaomeng that she felt this abnormality. Then what? The soul of Xiao Qiaomeng Bagua burned fiercely. When did Zioxu start to like him? Let's start from the beginning of school. There was nothing she could do after being discovered, and Ji Yexu felt a little embarrassed. Remember carefully. Maybe it started when Hikigaya was blunt with Ichinos and didn't need her sympathy. Hey, so early. Xiao Qiaomeng was simply shocked. Did Zioxu know Zioki before? No la. So, is it because you like Zioki? Is it love at first sight? Xiao Qiaomeng touched her chest with her small hands, and her beautiful eyes sparkled even more. I've liked it since the beginning of school. Isn't this love at first sight? No. At that time, Fanbo was a little disappointed. In fact, Zioki said something a little too much. I thought he was so handsome when he spoke out. Ji Yexu firmly denied it and changed the topic in a weak tone. At the beginning of the school year, I just thought Hakigaya's outspoken personality was very handsome. After getting to know him, I realized that even he had a cute side. Just a little teasing will make your face turn red instantly. It's so cute. Well, indeed. Xiao Qiaomeng thought briefly and nodded. At that time, Hanamai-chan was indeed a little disappointed. It turns out that someone who is so good at things can actually make Hanamai-chan feel disappointed. What did Zioki say? Call. Ji Yexu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His strategy of changing the subject was considered a success. Ichinos has always been a very persistent person, so how could he not make her feel depressed? People are curious. Anyway, she could no longer hide it from herself, so she simply sold Hikigaya. He said he didn't need sympathy. Well. Xiao Qiaomeng was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly. Although I think Hanamai-chan definitely doesn't mean that, but it feels very Zioki style. Yes, and Hanami-chan won't leave him alone in the end. Yes, this is Hanamai-chan. No matter who. Ichinos couldn't just sit back and watch someone get into trouble. Although Hikigaya does not feel that she is in trouble, being alone in the eyes of others is never a good thing. Wrong. Xiao Qiaomeng came back to his senses in an instant, put on a pretty face and said somewhat unhappily. Zioxu always changes the subject like this occasionally, cunning, although this is also the cute side of Zioxu, don't you like him? Why don't you confess your love to Zioki? But the topic was brought back again, and Ji Yexu had to talk about it because of the disguised character. That would be too embarrassing. Besides, what if he doesn't like me? Actually, Ji Yexu has no such worries at all. After all, Hakigaya's performance is like that, and Himenoyoki is also very confident in her appearance. She feels that she can easily win over Hikigaya as long as she confesses her love. Moreover, she should be the person closest to Hikigaya. Simply put, Ji Yexu felt that there were only two words. Invincible. Dealing with Hikigaya is not a problem, the only thing you need to worry about is the girls. But Xiao Qiaomeng frowned, pointed her chin with her jade finger and thought. Small companies give people a very mature feeling, and they are also very smart. During the special examination, they immediately found out the hidden preferential treatment recipients. They feel very reliable and will definitely be very promising in the future. If you don't confess, what if your small business is robbed? The two people have completely different perceptions. Ji Yayu is more like a normal person, while Xiao Qiaoyum and other Class B students have more positive thinking. Moreover, Hikigaya had little communication with them. Xiao Bashiyum and others could only see the good side. Probably not. Ji Yexu pretended to be a little unsure in her tone. But she also knew it. Hikigaya's reputation in Class B has always been very high. Girls are very keen on these observations. Although the clothes are not matching, it can be said that in this school it is for saving, and the hair is washed very clean every day. His appearance is also quite good, and his academic performance is not bad. It feels mature and stable. After scoring 50 class points for Class B in the preferential examination, Hikigaya's evaluation skyrocketed. He just thought he was being modest. Zioxu is too careless. Xiao Qiaomeng's pretty face suddenly turned serious. I feel that Sakura-san and Kushida-chan from Class D should both be interested in Zioki. Zioxu, you can't be careless. Although I feel a little sorry for Kushida-chan, I will definitely be on your side. Well. Ji Yexu lowered her head to prevent the other party from observing her expression. I feel really helpless inside. Honestly. Sakura is probably interested in Hikigaya. But Ji Yexu never thought that kind of country bumpkin would be her opponent. As for Kushida. In the eyes of outsiders, she might not be Kushida's opponent. But one lie needs countless lies to make up for it. It doesn't matter. Ji Yexu said weakly in a low voice, we are in different classes, it shouldn't be possible, right? No. Xiao Qiaomeng was simply more concerned about his own affairs, and analyzed it carefully. Sakura-san aside, I feel like she is also very introverted. You and Zioki are not only in the same club, but also at the same table, so it shouldn't matter. But Kushida-chan is not only beautiful, but she is also very popular among boys in school. She has a good personality and great communication skills. You can't be careless. Actually. Ji Yexu gritted her teeth and could only whisper. I asked secretly, Zioki seems to think that Kushida-san is not a good person and doesn't like to have contact with her. Kobashi-yum was stunned for a moment, why? That's Kushida-chan. Because. Himenoyuki briefly described Hikigaya's judgment of Kushida. After hearing Hikigaya's reasoning. Ji Yexu has never been in my heart. Anyway, she was troublesome even to everyone in the class, let alone Kushida Kikyo. Even without Hikigaya, she would only treat Kushida as a superficial friend. Small businesses are too cautious. Kobashi-yum helplessly shook her head and said, I don't think Kushida-chan is that kind of person, forget it, in this case, Kushida-chan shouldn't be our opponent. Well, there are no competitors, in that case. Xiao Qiaomeng held her snow-white chin and fell into deep thought. It's true that you don't have to be too hasty, just wait until things fall into place and the small business confesses its love to you. As for Ichinos, although Ichinos seems to take good care of Hikigaya, both of them know that this is just Ichinos' character. And Ichinos and Hikigaya don't seem to match up well. Himenoyuki and Hikigaya are just right. Call. Ji Yexu breathed a sigh of relief and finally got over it. Don't worry, Koyoki-chan. Xiao Qiaomeng clenched her fists and encouraged, I will definitely support you and make you and Zioki a happy couple. After all. In her eyes. Neither Hikigaya nor Himenoyuki is the talkative type. If this couple wants to get together, it's up to her. Xiao Qiaomeng feels that he has a heavy responsibility. Ji Yexu was slightly startled. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem wrong. Naturally, she would do it behind the scenes and let Xiao Qiaomeng help her openly. Perfect. Thank you, Xiaomen-chan. Ji Yexu whispered, feeling grateful for the first time to have such a best friend. The two of them strategized together until very late and talked, but it was mostly Kobashi Yum who was talking. Xiaoman-chan, you must not tell others about this, okay? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xiao Qiaomeng touched the pink fist and made a serious promise to sleep on his chest. She must protect her friend's happiness. Chapter 113. Time flies. Ji Yexu and others have been studying in the wool department these days, and they seem to have been recognized by Ichinos. Hikigaya also relaxed slightly. At least except for the first day. Xiao Qiaomeng and others are not just chatting, they are also studying hard. And in science, you can ask questions at any time when you don't understand something, even if you don't even need to ask when you see his face full of confusion. Xiao Qiaoyum and Okakura Asako will take the initiative to help him solve his doubts. Hikigaya was really flattered. The life in the past seems to be just a strict prohibition, and there is a strong sense of separation from the current life. It's so unreal. At this time, Hikigaya is sitting at one end of the square table, while Himenoyuki is sitting opposite, and Yum Kobashi and Himenoyuki are sitting on the left and right respectively. Although it is different from the starting position. But it was just a change of seats, nothing surprising. Hikigaya raised his head and glanced at the opposite side, and Himenoyuki quickly lowered his gaze, although it was up to him to decide what to do. He had no intention of interfering with Ji Yexu. But this guy can really pretend. Xiao Qiaomeng was a little curious and said, I heard Kanzaki said that this club doesn't seem to be busy. You can come or not at ordinary times. Ji Yexu weakly explained, I am just a member of the Ghost Club. Do you want Xiaomeng to join? Well, I don't have to. Xiao Qiaomeng shook his head, although it is indeed a good place to study, I still prefer to play outside. Can Ghost Club members also play outside? Asako Okakura frowned and said in confusion, isn't it a bit wrong to say this? You don't have to join a club and you can use your points. Will the school allow this kind of good thing? As soon as this statement came out, several people looked up at Hikigaya. Well, every year, a society performance report needs to be submitted. It seems that it is easier to build a club, but it is difficult to continue it. Also, it seems that people from the student union often come to check, so at least one person should be assigned to sit here. Feeling a bit bragging, Hikigaya said with embarrassment. Actually, most joining clubs are for fun and honor. The wool department was unable to compete. Even if you participate, members of the real society must also be cannon fodder. The direction of use of department funds also needs to be restricted, which can be circumvented at any time but is still limited and completely incomparable to real personal points. In addition to 5,000 personal points and the ability to borrow this classroom, there are no other attractive highlights. That's indeed a bit bad. Xiao Qiaomeng frowned and said, it feels cunning to leave one person here while the others go out to play. Yes. Okakura Asako also said that he could not do such a thing. How long can the wool department be used now? If nothing happens, it should be available until April of the 3rd grade, right? Hikigaya is not sure either. However, the wool department was established in April. The initial year plus the reporting year should be able to be used until the 3rd grade. So the small business has submitted a report. Xiao Qiaomeng was a little surprised. Hikigaya glanced at Himenoyuki. As expected, this guy would never talk about him when he was with other people. Xiao Qiaomeng and others don't know, which is normal. So be it. What kind of report? Well, Hikigaya explained the book-selling thing in detail, but ignored Himenoyuki's existence. After all, Ji Yexu didn't say anything. There is no need for him to feel uncomfortable. Since she likes to pretend, let her pretend. It has nothing to do with Hikigaya anyway. Whenever Xiao Qiaomeng and others asked him, he would answer, and when there were no questions, he would answer the questions honestly. Awesome! After listening, Asako Okakura's beautiful eyes sparkled, and Meng Xiaoqiao was also a little surprised and said, "Sure enough, Zioki has a very good mind. I didn't expect the school to have such loopholes. Wouldn't it be easy to save 20 million personal points? Why not continue? It can't be done." Hikigaya was already uncomfortable being praised by these people, and said a little awkwardly, "Sooner or later, if we continue, we will be discovered by others. Such loopholes will definitely be filled by then. I don't want to do this kind of hard-working and high-paying job." "That's it." Xiao Qiaomeng immediately nodded. "Sure enough, small businesses have an adult style." "No. Then let's hold a celebration party tomorrow." Kohashi Meng quickly moved on to the next topic and said, "Since the student union only conducts random inspections occasionally, and there will be no problem if one day is missing, then we will not come to the club tomorrow and go directly to pallet, bringing the dishes we have prepared. How about it?" "Good idea." Okakura Asako suddenly said happily. "Gxu had no objection either. It's a small business." Kobashi Yumea looked very happy. "In this case, you don't have to go back to prepare dinner, right? It's over. These guys are serious. There is actually a celebration banquet and handmade dishes. If I had known better, I wouldn't have told those clumsy lies." Hikigaya felt a little regretful, but she really didn't want to go. Ordinary people don't refuse once or twice and then never contact someone again. Why can't I refuse the invitation from these people? "I'm really sorry." Hikigaya quickly apologized sincerely. "Actually, my cooking is only at the level of a 6th grade elementary school student, so why don't I forget it?" Seeing this, Xiao Qiaomeng was a little confused and said, "Isn't this normal? Apart from joining clubs out of interest, most boys' home economics classes should only be at the 6th grade level, right?" "Me too." Gxu also nodded when he heard this and whispered, "Besides, those boys were causing trouble in elementary school." "Yeah, I'm only in the 6th grade of elementary school." Asako Okakura said with some anticipation, "And it's quite rare for boys to know how to cook. I've never eaten food cooked by boys. I'm really looking forward to it." Is that so?" However, Sakurahima's home economics class is indeed geared more toward girls, and the boys are basically gesticulating around with spatulas as swords. Hikigaya also dreams of becoming a housewife, and since she has no friends, she studies housekeeping honestly. No matter how you explain it. In the eyes of Xiao Qiaomeng and others, he is a very powerful person, and his thinking is too positive. I feel like these people will be easily deceived in the future. That. Hikigaya scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed and said, "Can you please stop praising me like this? In fact, I am not as powerful a character as you think. Here it comes again. Please give me flowers." Xiao Qiaomeng waved her little hand downwards and joked, "Zioki, being too humble will only make people feel hypocritical." "Yes." Okakura Asako also shook his head and said, "Besides, aren't we telling the truth? We haven't defeated you, right?" "That's it." Hikigaya sighed. "The implication is, don't take yourself too seriously, it's simply disgusting." Hikigaya would have thought so in the past, and he still thinks so now, but it's just a little unclear. Yum Kobashi and Asako Okakura. Did the two of them have no awareness of this, or were their ranks so high that he couldn't tell? Hikigaya remains suspicious. But this feeling of being praised doesn't seem to be bad except that it makes people uncomfortable. Then it's decided. Xiao Qiaomeng clapped her little hands happily and said, "After school tomorrow, our house will cook at Parlet's studio." Dormitory. Return to the dormitory. Hikigaya looked at the ingredients in the kitchen and fell into thought. Do you want to prepare handmade food? This is not just a cooking issue. Because Hikigaya has never been expected, and Hikigaya is particularly sensitive to this aspect. Whether it's Yume Kobashi or Asako Okakura, whether it's pretending or sincere, this may be the feeling of being expected. However, the feeling of being expected is not bad, but the expectations will only get higher and higher until you are disappointed. A leopard can be seen in the tube. Hikigaya finally understood Ichino's situation. Maybe they were promoted step by Xiao Qiaomeng and the others. Hikigaya can guarantee that. Next step. Xiao Qiaomeng and others will ask him what he thinks about the special examination and respond to their expectations. Next step. I will continue to ask him if he has a winning strategy. Continue to meet their expectations. Kobashi Yume and others may even spread the word that Hikigaya is really awesome. Unknowingly, Hikigaya feels like he will become the leader of Class B. They may not mean any harm, but this situation is very subtle. It even feels powerless. In ordinary schools, this could be a perfect class. But in this school, as a class that needs competition, Class B is not functioning well at all. The kind-hearted Kobashi Yume and others unconsciously projected their expectations on Ichino's, and the kind-hearted Ichino's also wanted to desperately meet their expectations. If I could keep rising to Class A like this, there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. But Hikigaya completely believed it. Once defeated, Ichino's must be crushed one day. Although he is still in Class B and is only one step away from Class A, Hikigaya feels that the situation is extremely bad. No. Absolutely not. Hikigaya doesn't want to be the leader of Class B or the next Ichino's. Why should he work so hard to get promoted to Class A with a group of people he doesn't know well at all? Not to mention, he doesn't have the strength either. Hikigaya made a decision with deep eyes and closed the refrigerator. This rice. He stopped doing it. Can't meet Xiao Qiaomeng's expectations. He wants to be a loser. Only a loser cannot be expected by others. Why should you put pressure on him? No way. Chapter 114. The next day. After school. Class B classroom. Then Zyoki, let's go. Kobashi Yume, Okakura Asako and others came up directly, and when they noticed a few lines of sight, Hikigaya suddenly shrank her neck. He actually ignored the existence of the class. He really couldn't handle people like Yume Xiaoqiao. Xiaomeng, are you going there? Yeah, on this rare Friday, we're going to go to Palette's party. Parlette? I want to go too. Sorry, Hitomi. Xiao Qiaomeng clasped his hands together and said apologetically. This is our first time getting together. Let's go together next time, right? All right. This time the main task can be to help Gyexu. Xiao Qiaomeng can only say sorry to the other party. Dong dong. Hikigaya knocked on the textbook and made noise, hoping that Yume Kobashi and others could retreat. Pity. These guys just stood next to him and started chatting. Xiaomeng, what did you do? Secret, I'll tell you later. Well. Hikigaya stood up helplessly, and then several people started to move and left the classroom together. He was really not used to such an environment. Unfortunately, no matter what you do, it's all in vain. Parrot Cafe. This place always exudes a girl-only atmosphere, so Hikigaya is very impressive. This is the second time here. But it feels like there is no change from when school started. What on earth is the school doing? Is it because I know that students have no choice, so I am lazy when it comes to attracting customers, at least occasionally change my style? A few people found a table for 4 and sat down. Little Maisie, come and sit here. Xiao Qiaomeng held Okakura Asako's arm, and the two sat together, so he and Ji Yayu had to sit on the other side. Hikigaya looked thoughtful. The table hugs the decorative wall on one side and the aisle on the other. If you sit inside, I don't know how long it will take to leave. Hikigaya didn't plan to stay long. He just dealt with it and left, then stood there without taking any action. After Ji Yexu sat inside, he occupied the aisle seat. Hey! A voice of doubt sounded, and Hikigaya turned to look. The same group of four sat at the table on the other side of the aisle. It was Sakura Eri. Next to her was a beautiful woman with long blue hair, a black beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and a stature on her chest that was even more majestic than Ichino's. Opposite them are two unknown students and the fake Lone Ranger Ayanokaji Kiyotaka. Take a look. You can actually get together with people. Sure enough, Ayanokaji's Lone Ranger is fake. After all, it looks familiar. Hikigaya nodded and looked away. The school itself is not big, so if you often go to Kiyaki Shopping Center, it is normal for you to meet acquaintances. Woo! Sakura Eri suddenly whimpered. It's over. Hikigaya must have misunderstood this. She told Kushida that she didn't need to attend the study meeting. How so? Coincidence? Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Qiaomeng was a little surprised and said, I remember it was Sakura-san, I think she came to our class to look for Zyoki before. Small business. Sakura Eri was almost crying. They could even use nicknames to communicate with each other so intimately. Their relationship was indeed very good. You are? The girl with long blue hair glanced at Sakura and said with some doubts. I am Xiao Qiaomeng from Class B of the first year. Please give me your advice. Xiao Qiaomeng covered her chest and introduced herself, saying that she is completely the social responsibility of this group. Hello. Ji Yexu said meekly, my name is Ji Yexu. I'm Asako Okakura, who is in the same class. Hello. Okakura Asako also waved her little hand, looked at Ayanokaji and said, I remember it was Ayanokaji's classmate. He came to our class last time on the uninhabited island. Are you also friends with Zyoki? Hikigaya's face turned red. Can you please stop doing this? It's really shameful. What if Sakura Eri shows an embarrassed forced smile? Well. Several people on the opposite side looked embarrassed. They seemed to be the type who were not very good at socializing. Several people looked at Sakura Eri and Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, who were at the center of the topic. After all, the other party has named two people, and logically speaking, they should be responsible for responding. Glancing at Sakura who dared not speak, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka said expressionlessly. Well, we are all classmates in Class D. This is Haruka Hospi, Kisi Yukimura, and Akito Miyake. Ayanokaji paused for a second. This is Sakura Eri. You should know me. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you last time. This wordum is very essential. There is no denying that they are friends, and there is no recognition. Hear the words. Hikigaya couldn't help but frowned and looked up at Ayanokaji Kiyotaka. His hyuxia is not bad at all. After deciding that Ayanokaji was a guy in disguise. I don't know if it's an illusion. It feels like this guy always speaks with a purpose. This sentence is very subtle. There was a second's pause between explaining Miyake Akito and Sakura Eri. It caused trouble for them last time. There were two explanations for this last time. One refers to the uninhabited island mentioned by Okakura Asako, and it can also refer to Sakura Eri. How to understand it is entirely up to them. But the topic was biased towards Sakura Eri. Only. Hikigaya didn't know what the purpose of this was, or it was just a shortness of breath. After all, even if the topic is directed to Sakura Eri, there doesn't seem to be any benefit. Or does this guy have a crush on Sakura Eri? Hikigaya is really a bit confusing. Actually, Sakura Eri, who has such an introverted and timid character, would take the initiative to go to another class, which is obviously very unusual. Ayanokaji simply wanted to understand the reason. Do not know why. The audience couldn't help but fall into silence. Hikigaya looked up and looked around, only to find Kobashi and others looking at him. Hikigaya said a little confused. Small business. Okakura Asako's tone was slightly harsh, others are apologizing, so at least they should respond well. That's true. They had already understood the topic to be in the direction of Sakura Eri, and the reason why Sakura Eri came to Class B was to find him. Of course he should answer the question. No. He should be talking about the uninhabited island, right? Everyone was doing their own duties at that time, so it has nothing to do with me, right? Is that so? Several people were immediately stunned. If it was an uninhabited island, Hikigaya really shouldn't respond. Xiao Qiaomenkei looked to the other side and said. Ayanokaji-san, were you talking about the uninhabited island just now? The unknown is extremely scary. Hikigaya also wanted to find out the truth about Ayanokaji, but this guy had an unfathomable sense of weirdness. If you're really powerful, just show it. It's fine if you want to hide it, but this secretive attitude is really disgusting. This feeling is so bad. There are many people in this world who are usually good people, or at least ordinary people, but once something happens, they turn into bad people. If you were stabbed in the back by this guy, you would probably be sick for a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't express it clearly enough. I have both meanings. Ayanokaji had no cover at this time, and it was this kind of place that made people confused. After all, he's not the only one here. Ayanokaji knew the personalities of the people around him very well, and he was definitely not the only one he cared about. That's right. At this time, Yukimura from Class D was also a little confused and said directly. I'm also a little concerned, Sakura, why did you go to Class B? What's the matter? That's it. If you have doubts, be more direct. She acts so easy to understand, but actually looks a little cute. She only came to me to pay back the money. Hikigaya explained, and he also helped me a little bit, so I should be grateful. As for the details, he seemed to remember that Sakura Eri had some ulterior reasons. He had forgotten the details, but in short, it was ulterior motives. The girl opposite named Hospi Harika was a little surprised and said. Did Xiao Ai ask you to borrow money? He's still willing to borrow money even though he's from a different class. He's worthy of being in Ichino's class. He's really awesome. No. Hikigaya was even more confused. When most people think of owing money, they most likely think of borrowing money. But he didn't seem to mention it was borrowing money, couldn't it be for some other reason? This woman seems to be a bit out of her mind. As expected of Class D. Completely self-centered thoughts, making judgments without authorization, and advancing the topic without authorization. Hikigaya feeling. Most of those junior high school students have entered Class D. So be it. Hikigaya nodded and looked away. We don't know each other very well, so he was forced to come here. Why did we have such a long conversation? It would have been over early. As for Sakura Eri, she is just a friend of Ramen. What's more, she is now with her friends in the class, so she probably doesn't want to be disturbed. Sakura Eri curled up her shoulders and let out a slight whimper again. Tears welled up in his eyes. It's over, it's over. Hikigaya's attitude is so cold, he must have misunderstood her. Eri-chan, what's wrong with you? Sensing her abnormality, Hospi Harika said with concern. Actually. Sakura Eri quickly summoned up her courage and said in a voice like. I really don't need to attend the study meeting, Kushida asked me to come. What are you talking about? Yukimura frowned and said with dissatisfaction, your grades are not very good either. If you continue like this, you will drag down the class sooner or later. Kushida is also worried about you, or are you dissatisfied with my teaching methods? Yukimura. Miyake Akito twitched the corner of his mouth, glanced at Baikong 0.4 Valley and said, I don't think Eri meant this. Well. Hikigaya suddenly stiffened. Using Sakura Eri as a shield will cause problems. Only then did Sakura Eri get rid of the 20,000 personal points she owed. It must have been the last time Sakura Eri and Kushida Kikyo were invited to eat ramen together that led Sakura to be targeted by Kushida, right? So? Is it his responsibility? But there was nothing he could do. It would definitely be more dangerous if he ate with Kushida Kikyo. That. Hikigaya tilted his head and said with some hesitation, I always feel, I'm sorry. No. Sakura Eri suddenly burst into laughter and waved her hands quickly. That doesn't happen. That's it. Hikigaya hesitated and said, if you have any questions, you can always come to me, although I am not very reliable. Sakura Eri breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. Really? Just explain it well. Hikigaya is really reliable, but too humble. Xiao Qiaomeng sat in his seat, looking back and forth at the people on both sides. It is certain that Sakura Eri likes Hikigaya, but Hikigaya's attitude feels a little wrong. How does it feel? The conversations are inexplicably not on the same channel. Is communication so difficult? Chapter 115. Then let's get started. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two groups separated. Normally, Xiao Qiaomeng wouldn't mind having a party together. But now, she didn't forget that she was on Ji Yexu's side. A few people just ordered a few cups of simple coffee and started the study session. Then everyone. Xiao Qiaomeng opened her school bag and said happily, let's count to 3, 2, and take out the food we prepared. Well, I'm very sorry. Hikigaya apologized without sincerity and said truthfully, I didn't prepare anything, and I don't cook very much. I just eat instant noodles and toast. Must be a loser. No matter what, the expectations of Xiao Qiaoyum and others cannot be met, otherwise it will only intensify the expectations. Xiao Qiaomeng was a little shocked and put down her shoulder bag with tears welling up in her eyes. Why is this? Didn't we agree? Well, I'm sorry. Damn it. Girls in junior high school obviously don't know how to cry, but their eyes are cold and heartless, and their voices are so cold that they can freeze people. Why did it become like this in high school? Hikigaya really can't do anything about this move. All right. Seeing him apologize, Xiao Qiao's dream turned from cloudy to sunny. Then let's eat our food first this time. Small businesses must prepare well next time. And next time? No. Hikigaya quickly raised his hand and said, I really don't like it, so let's forget it. Ji Yexu glanced at him without any trace. Although I have known for a long time that Hikigaya has this virtue. But it was obviously fine yesterday. Even if he lied, he was at least a step forward. Why did he change back again today? He was really being held back and refused to move, and would always take a few steps back. Just stop pretending. Then Hikigaya's statement that he has a 6th grade cooking level is also false. That's true. Then if you don't like it, why study it? Xiao Qiaomeng frowned like a curious baby. 13 Because my dream is to be a house husband. Hikigaya stops pretending. It was too tiring to exchange pleasantries with these people, so I tried my best to look like a loser. Not only Xiao Qiaomeng and others in front of them, but also the D-class team next door were stunned at the same time. The dream of a small business owner is to be a house husband. Okakura Asako said in shock. Yes. Why, you are so good, why are you wasting your talents? Hikigaya was speechless and said, without that incident, I was still being teased and ostracized in junior high school. I'm really not as good as you think. It's impossible, it's too fake. Okakura Asako shook his head and said, Xiao Qi is handsome, has good grades, and has a stable personality. He should be a very popular type. How could he be ostracized? Ah! It's so tiring to talk to them. Why don't I believe them? It's not right. Hikigaya suddenly frowned. Why did Ichinos believe his words so easily, while Asako Okakura and others always thought so positively? How does it feel? Now Ichinos is a little out of tune with Okakura, Asako and others. The past of Xiao Qiaomeng and others must have been very beautiful, just like the flowers in the greenhouse, their thoughts were so positive. But Ichinos could easily believe that he had been ostracized in the past. There is only one possibility, and that is that Ichinos' past may not have been very good, or the surrounding environment was not very good. All right. Even if a small business owner's dream is to be a house husband. Xiao Qiaomeng was a little puzzled and said, why don't you like cooking? Cooking is an essential skill for house husbands. Certainly not. Hikigaya crossed her arms and said, real housewives only give their husbands 500 yen, and then use their husband's money to go out and eat and drink. Rather, I want to be a formal house husband like that. Ji Yexu on the side opened her mouth slightly. Already stunned. I didn't expect this guy to actually dare to say it. In such a public place, he said such terrible things. This is too handsome and brave. Aren't you afraid that you will die tomorrow? Hee hee. Just then, a sneer came from the next table. Yukimura was writing his homework and said, I really didn't expect that such a person could be assigned to Class B. I really don't know how. However, the veins on the back of his hands due to exertion already showed that Yukimura was extremely angry and deeply felt the injustice of the school. He is probably the same type of academic master as Kaneda. What do you mean? Kobashi Meng and Okakura Asako suddenly looked over there with some dissatisfaction. What? Did I say something wrong? Yukimura, who was sitting outside, turned sideways, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said. His dream is to be a house husband, but he said it himself. Judging from your conversation just now, this man not only has no ambition, but he is also full of lies, and he only wants to apologize for solving the agreed upon things. I really don't see how he can be considered excellent. Mistress, why are you pulling me? Yukimura Kisi turned around and looked at Miyake Akito with a puzzled face, only to find that he glanced at Sakura Eri opposite him with an embarrassed face. What, did I say something wrong? Yukimura frowned and carefully recalled the conversation they had just had. The evidence is clear and the reasoning is reasonable. There's nothing wrong with it. How can such a person be associated with excellence? Glasses boy, you are so kind. Hikigaya couldn't help but nodded. This is the perspective of normal people. The thinking of Yum Kobashi and Asako Okakura is really too positive. That's not the case. Xiao Qiaomeng stood up, stroking the table with her white hands and looking towards the opposite side. Although it is indeed difficult for a boy's dream to be a house husband to be recognized by the public, it is an individual's right to have any dream. To laugh at other people's dreams is just a sign of insufficient quality. Although lying is indeed wrong, there are also white lies in the world. And everyone can lie. There are always occasions when you have to lie. Making fun of this only shows that you have no self-awareness. It is indeed wrong to not abide by the agreement, but it may also be that I failed to respect the other party's ideas. This is just a lack of communication. Zyoki chose gentle lies just to take care of my thoughts. Making fun of this can only show that he is a self-centered person. Well. Hikigaya's mouth opened slightly, she was simply stunned. I just feel a little warm on my cheeks. He was really embarrassed to be told that, but that's not what he meant. It's over. Xiao Qiaomeng is so handsome. Exactly the same thing. There are two completely different ideas between them. But there is actually only one essence. Class D is always thinking about themselves, Class B is always thinking about each other. Hikigaya was a little confused. How could I be assigned to Class B? Is he always thinking about others? But he just avoids causing trouble to others. Although it cannot be said to be mercenary. But Hikigaya feels that she is actually selfish, right? He only gave his wife 500 yuan. 500 yuan was not even enough for a bowl of noodles. What did you say? Yokomura's face turned red with anger and he was speechless. After all, the other party's logic also makes sense. This can only show that there is indeed some core difference between them. The faces of Akito Miyake and Haruka Hospi next to them were also not very good looking. Because their views on Hikigaya are the same as Yokomura's. Doesn't this mean that they are also scolded? But looking at Sakura Eri, the two of them really couldn't figure out how Sakura could fall in love with such a person. Except for the super straight guy Yukimura, the two of them can tell at a glance. Xiao Xing. Miyake pulled Yokomura's arm, and Hospi quickly stood up and said, "Sorry, Xiao Xing just wanted to be promoted to Class A so much that she got a little excited and caused trouble for you." Wait a minute. Yukimura looked back at the two of them with some dissatisfaction and said, "Why should we apologize to them? Even if his reasons are reasonable, I'm not wrong either." Maybe that's what he thinks. Presumably. Yokomura's grades must be very good. The more rational people are, the less they like to admit defeat based on logic. Don't be angry. Hikigaya was also a little embarrassed and said, "There is nothing wrong with what Yokomura-san said. I don't take it to heart. Just continue to do the questions. I feel like if this continues, there will be a fight over this trivial matter. It's really not worth it. And the two classes still have a cooperative relationship." Honestly, Hikigaya really didn't expect it. Kobashi Yum and Okakura Asako would actually stand up for him. It must not be a superficial courtesy, but they truly treat him as a friend. Obviously we have only known each other for a few days. In contrast, this woman with a bad character next to me is really unreasonable. All right. Kobashi Yum looked at Hospi Haruka and apologized, "I'm sorry, we were a little excited just now and said some unpleasant words. I'm really sorry." "No, I'm fine." After both sides began to apologize in classic Japanese style, the group sat back down. "Zioxu, weren't you scared just now?" Xiao Qiaomeng took Ji Yexu's little hand and said with worry on his face. "Fine." Ji Yexu shook her head slightly, "Actually, I'm also a little angry, but I just don't dare." "I'm sorry, Zioki." "Oh, no need." Hikigaya said indifferently. If no one else was around and Himenoyoki was really angry, Hikigaya completely believed that this guy would just punch him. "Then let's get started." Xiao Qiaomeng returned to his smile again and took out a bag of cookies from his school bag. "Then let small businesses try our craftsmanship this time and see who makes the best food." "Okay, I have been learning from Hanamai-chan for a long time, and I won't lose to you this time. I made cookies too." The three of them each took out a few bags of small cookies that looked the same, but the shapes were slightly different. After all, it is something to eat in a cafe, and it needs to combine convenience, 447 taste, storage, portability, and many other factors. Cookies are probably the easiest thing to think of. Therefore, the three of them crashed in unison, but no one cared at all. They divided the cookies into several small plates and placed them in the middle of the table. "Okay, Zioki, hurry up and try it." "No need." Hikigaya hesitated and said, "I'm not prepared, so it's not good to eat your food like this." Don't worry, just try it quickly." Xiao Qiaomeng excitedly pushed 3 plates of cookies in front of him and said excitedly, "We'll tell you whose one is the best later." All right. It was hard to refuse the hospitality, so Hikigaya simply tried it. The 3 people's skills were not that outstanding, but it was not unpalatable either. I can only say, he can do it at an ordinary level. But thinking that these were all novice dishes made by girls, and they were free of charge, Hikigaya somehow felt that the cookies in her mouth were sweeter. "Okay, who do you think is the best beggar?" "Well, it should be At this time, a slightly dissatisfied voice came from next door. If you want to play house, can you go somewhere else? This will affect other schools. Yukimura looked over here, slightly dissatisfied. That. Gyexyo couldn't bear it anymore and said weakly, I think the coffee shop should be a place where chatting is allowed. Why does this four-eyed boy deserve a beating? I mean them. Yukimura looked at the corner of the coffee shop and said with some dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Xiao Qiaomeng and others looked over there, and several boys were staring in this direction. From the beginning, Hikigaya felt the eyes of several people. Sakayanaga's pressure has not stopped, but they have always been in the wool department that few people know about. But Hikigaya didn't really care. Xiao Qiaomeng and others were also mentally prepared, but they also didn't take it to heart. But it is normal for Yukimura and others next door to feel uncomfortable under the pressure of such a gaze. It was purely because they were implicated. Why don't we go back? Hikigaya spoke. We just came here, how can we go back? We should change places. Xiao Qiaomenjai who didn't want to cause trouble to others. This was indeed their problem, and the other two of them nodded in agreement. Boom! Just as a few people were about to leave, a white disposable plastic cup rolled down the aisle, and a pair of brown leather shoes stepped directly on it. Chapter 116. What are you doing? Why did you step on my cup? This shouldn't be an accident, right? Hospi Harika stood up and glared at several people with a pretty face. It was Ryuan, several boys from Class C, and Shina Hiri standing beside them. She still looked like she hadn't woken up. Hikigaya glanced up. Actually, the most comfortable thing is to be with Hiri Shina. Although the two of them didn't meet often, they didn't feel awkward at all just reading quietly in the library. Shina also recommended many books to him. At least he's an acquaintance. When Hikigaya was hesitating, the two met their eyes, and Shina Hiri pretended not to notice. Ignore it. There's nothing surprising about that. The two were in different classes and only occasionally read together, so their relationship was not that close. Since the other party ignores it, Hikigaya has no need to go up to bother him. Oh! Long Yuan crushed the paper cup under his feet, his face full of frivolity. It rolled to my feet. I thought you had thrown it away. I stepped on it to save you time. Long Yuan, I have long wanted to say that your attitude should stop in moderation. Akito Miyake claps the table and stands up. There is a strong tendency for the two sides to take action if they disagree. And Hikigaya also looked up at a few people. This time Class C's opponent is Class D, so Class D must not be having a good time either. Only, these people really like this kind of troublemaking method of pressure. A child? Ah! A man behind Long Yuan glared at him fiercely. Who are you talking to? I'm not talking about you, just get out of here, Ishizaki. Miyake Akito also showed no intention of retreating. So kind. Hikigaya turned sideways, put his hands on the table and supported his cheeks to observe the scene in front of him. Classes are like carnivores. There is also a hierarchy. If you cannot become a leader, you will be under pressure until your death. If you want to be a member of the first group in the class, you need to find your own position and step on others. This is Ishizaki-san. It should be that he plays the role of a funny and loyal follower to become Ryuan's personal attendant. This is a normal class. Every time he sees Class C and Class D, Hikigaya feels an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Talk. Why didn't I see the big black guy from Class C? I remember that the big black guy is very strong. If you want to be a group that stands at the top of the class, flattery is definitely indispensable. Strength alone is not enough. Talk. Why didn't these people start fighting? Hikigaya picked up a cookie made by someone unknown and put it in his mouth, already ready to watch the show. Let's get started. At this time. Stop it. Xiao Qiaomeng stood up from the table and appeared among several people. Are you trying to cause violence here? Wait a moment. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. What are you running over to do? There were not only senior students around, but also several surveillance devices. There was no doubt that this was a public place with no blind spots. Wouldn't it be nice to let them fight? If Class C and Class D cause violence here, even if they are not expelled, a lot of class points will definitely be deducted. It's only good for Class B, so why bother meddling in others' affairs? Hikigaya is a little helpless. It seems that not only Ichinos, but Yum Kobashi and others are also a group of innocent and good people. Class B is really awesome. Ryuuin was speechless. He glanced at Hikigaya and said, how about you just wait and watch the show like him? The guy next to him kept showing a gloating expression of why don't you start fighting? He was simply treating him as a fool. How could there be a fight? Ahem. Hikigaya coughed in embarrassment and said, this should be a matter between Class C and Class D. Wouldn't it be bad for us to interfere? Real. Stop meddling. How come? Xiao Qiaomeng finally said with some dissatisfaction, it is the responsibility of each of our students to maintain the school atmosphere, and violence is wrong. The corners of the mouths of Ishizaki and others from Class C twitched, looking like they were convinced. Every time I meet Class B for work, it's always troublesome. They are all good people who like to do whatever is right. Hikigaya was also a little helpless. Ryuuin and the others probably didn't intend to cause violence, so let's just leave it alone. Is that so? Xiao Qiaomeng and others looked at Long Yuan with pretty faces and saw him narrowing his eyes as well. While on a cruise ship, I have already discovered that this guy's insight is not ordinary. And his brain is not bad either. Although this guy has never hidden his thoughts. Ryuuin is not interested either. But if you want to be promoted to Class A, besides Ichinos, Hikigaya is undoubtedly the enemy standing in front of you. Hey! Ryuuin narrowed his eyes, turned to Hikigaya and said. Let me hear the reason. Although this incident has nothing to do with Class B. But after he solves the mastermind hiding in Class D, he still has to deal with Ichinos and Sakayanagi. It's better to make some preparations in advance. Why should I explain to you? Hikigaya was speechless. I'm not your little brother, why should I listen to your orders? UBD. Follower Ishizaki jumped again, his face full of anger. Who do you think you are talking to? Ryuuin raised his hand to stop his younger brother, and looked at Hikigaya with eyes like poisonous snakes. I used to think that you were not very courageous. Did you think that I wouldn't do anything to you? Do not do that. Xiao Qiaomeng stopped a few people again and said with some expectation. Xiao Qi, I also want to know why you think Long Yuan and the others won't cause violence. Well. Feeling the sparkling beautiful eyes of several people, Hikigaya said a little unnaturally. They have been sitting behind Class D, and the paper cup was stepped on by Ryuuin as soon as it fell. There are such coincidences in the world. Waiting for such an opportunity may have other purposes. If you want to take action, I'm afraid we have already started. From the beginning, Hikigaya discovered Ryuuin and others. Although I didn't see Hirishina, she was probably at the table behind Class B. The paper cup just fell to the ground. In less than a second, he was stepped on by Long Yuan. This guy has obviously been waiting for this opportunity to show off and stir up trouble. For this opportunity, Long Yuan has been waiting behind for a long time. Think carefully. This guy is actually childish and a little cute. Stare. Hospi Harika, Kobashi Yum, and others couldn't help but stare at Ryuuin. Even Miyake Akito looked at him with something wrong. Ishizaki and others also scratched the backs of their heads and secretly glanced at Ryuuin, who had just been telling them to wait. Could it be that this is what you are waiting for? I feel like Hikigaya's analysis makes some sense. In this case, why do I feel that Ryan Shoko is inexplicably cute? Such a long waste of time. Just waiting for this opportunity to show off? The originally dangerous atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Feeling the gazes of several people, Long Yuan narrowed his eyes. I was indeed waiting just now. But this is just to wait for the opportunity to gain the upper hand, to use force to suppress others, and to put pressure on these people. But when Hikigaya explained it this way, it made people feel that this behavior was childish. But if you explain it forcefully, Long Yuanxiang knew very well that this was also a big blow to his prestige. What's more, explaining this to an idiot like Ishizaki is a very laborious task in itself. Unknowingly, Ryuuan felt that he had been pushed into a corner, and then he realized that Hikigaya was inexplicably disgusting. The last time we met, he was full of complaints and lies, but when the critical moment came, this guy didn't give anyone a chance to refute. I am afraid Hikigaya is more difficult to deal with than Ichinos. It's just that this guy doesn't seem to be very interested in the class, but is more interested in personal points. It does sound like the way only an idiot would think. Feeling that they had been scolded inexplicably, Ishizaki and others turned red, and Hikigaya was also speechless. This guy was really tough talking. Never mind. It's okay to look for you this time. It's the two of them who are looking for me. Ryuuan walked up to Yukimura and Ayanokaji, his eyes still sharp. Did you receive my gift? What the hell is he talking about? Who knows? Ayanokaji and Yukimura looked confused. Yukimura might be really confused. As for Ayanokaji, Hikigaya seriously doubted that he was faking it. He actually received a gift from Long Yuan? As expected, this guy is a traitor to Class D just like Kushida Kikyo. That's weird. If he was really a traitor, there would be no need for Ryuuan to question him, right? So what is this doing? Hikigaya was a little confused, but he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, it was all about Class C and Class D, so let them go dog eat dog. How about it, is there anything that people care about? Hiri. Ryuuan stared at the two people and called Shina Hiri's name. It's hard to say, I can't say anything at this stage, the looks of both of them are not impressive, I seem to forget them soon. Haha, don't say that. They may be partners who will have a long-term relationship in the future. Yukimura-san, Ayanokaji-san, Koenji-san, and who else? Hirata, it's Hirata. Yes. The two ignored the others and started talking unscrupulously. Hey? Hikigaya was shocked. Are there so many traitors in Class D? But I didn't expect Shina Hiri to have such a good relationship with Ryuuan, and the two of them actually called each other by their first names. Anyway, when facing Suzune Horikita, even if the other party clearly resisted, Ryuuan still called the other party by his name forcefully, without considering the other party's thoughts at all. Hiri Shina may be in the same situation. Ryuuan is very brave and likes to call each other by their names forcefully. Wait a minute. Hikigaya frowned in confusion. But when facing Ichinos, Ryuuan seems to always be in tune with Ichinos, and the same seems to be true for Sakayanagi. Why is that? Both Ichinos and Sakayanagi are undoubtedly beautiful girls who are not inferior to Horikita Suzune. This is certainly not an aesthetic difference. Language often contains extremely important details. Even the unconscious thoughts in your heart. Ryuuan seemed to look down on Horikita Suzune's strength, so he ignored her strong will and called her by name. I have never regarded Horikita Suzune as an equal opponent. And Ichinos and Sakayanagi. Ryuuan has never called them by name. Is he afraid of them? Are they treating them as rivals of the same standard? Hikigaya would understand if he was afraid of Sakayanagi. That little loli is really scary. But why are you afraid of Ichinos? Hikigaya is really hard to understand. It's just that he rarely saw Ryuuan talking to Ichinos, and the last time was during the sports festival. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Chapter 117 ignoring a few people. After Ryuuan finished talking to himself, he left the cafe with a few of his younger brothers. Only Shinahiri remained where he was. "What are you still doing here?" Hospi Harika asked with his eyebrows furrowed. His tone was quite kind. After listening to Hokigaya's analysis, he felt that Ryuuan was no longer that scary. "Please wait a moment." Shinahiri picked up the crushed paper cups with a silly smile, turned around and walked to the front desk to bring back 2 paper cups. "If you don't dislike it, please accept it." "What does this mean? Why give it to me? You don't need to warn me. I also saw what I did just now. There is no doubt that it is Ryuuan's fault. As a member of Class C, I would like to ask you to let me apologize. Although it is very self-assertive, I have added sugar." With a lazy smile on her face, Hirishina handed the coffee to Hospi. "Well, I didn't expect that there are people like Shina-san in Class C, and I actually didn't take it to heart." Hospi took it with a smile and took a simple sip. "It tastes really good. It's almost the same as the drink I had just now. What's going on?" There was a lot of sugar precipitated at the bottom of the cup. "I calculated it backwards from the amount of unmelted sugar. Can something like this be done? Actually, accidents can happen. Don't look at me like this. My insight is very good. You are studying. I'm sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. No matter how much you think about it, it's impossible. Rather than having excellent observation skills, it is better to say that they are very smart. The people in Class D are really easy to deceive." Finished. Shinahiri bowed slightly, turned around and left the cafe. Hikigaya finally looked away. "It's a pity, it would be nice if there could be a fight. I heard that Class C is looking for a strategist in Class D who is hiding his true identity." Xiao Qiaomeng turned sideways, joined the conversation and said worriedly, "You seem to be working very hard." "Eh? Is there such a thing?" Hikigaya was a little confused. Hospi and others were also confused and said, "Is this happening?" "Yes, I heard that this matter has become a hot topic in Class C." Hikigaya was convinced. The people in Class D didn't know the person involved, but Xiao Qiaomeng actually knew about it. The girl's intelligence network was really terrifying. But this guy is often with Ichinos, and he is probably part of Ichinos' intelligence network. Eh? Is that so? Didn't the strategist refer to Horikita? Yeah, I can only think of Horikita. It seems that because of the reason why Kohashi Yumea stood up for them just now, the atmosphere between the two parties suddenly improved. At this time 560. "If we're just chatting, can you go somewhere else?" Yukimura looked at the two of them with a displeased face, his eyes not retreating at all. "This man is so brave." Hikigaya looked at him with some admiration. This guy actually dared to talk to girls like this. It was really impressive. "Xiao Xing, there should be no need to say it like this. If you fail the exam and are kicked out of school, and you don't complain, then just chat as much as you want. I'm going back." With that said, Yukimura picked up his school bag and stood up to leave. "Before I even wrote a few questions, I started chatting. It was already troublesome to have Hospi and Sakura Eri. It's just that Sakura doesn't talk much, so she can barely bear it. Now we have added Yum Kobashi and others from Class B. Studying with these women is a waste of time." "Well." Hospi Harika clasped his hands together and quickly apologized. "Please show me your noble hand and teach me how to read. That's it. If you want to chat, please wait until after the exam." Yukimura pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Kobashi Yumhir, who was also a little dissatisfied with how he treated others. "You Class B are also being watched by Class A all the time. It should be very hard for you. You don't need to worry about us at all. Get in the way." There were only 2 words behind his words. "You belong to a different class, so I have the idea of having a good relationship with her. Although this is indeed the case. But Hikigaya felt a little angry inexplicably. Just now Kobashi Yumhao stood up for them, and they didn't know what would happen. He actually has to be disliked by others. The people in Class D are too self-satisfied and go too far. If you don't study hard, will the exam be dangerous? Xiao Qiaomeng said a little apologetically, I'm sorry, we didn't realize this. Xiao Qi, Xiao Shuet, Xiao Meizi, let's go. The cafe itself is great for small talk. But the most important thing is Class A's sentry surveillance, which will undoubtedly disturb Yukimura and others who want to study seriously. The world just isn't gentle and it's not right. If Ichinos hadn't stood in front of him, kind-hearted people like Xiao Bashiyum would have been bullied and felt that there was something wrong with them. No need, the coffee shop is a place where you can chat, right? Hikigaya said somewhat unhappily. We have to change places before we even start, and we don't know how long it will take. He doesn't want to. Unless Xiao Qiaoyum and others can directly let him go back, this should be difficult. Xiao Qiaomeng glanced in the direction of the people in Class A, and said helplessly. But they've been staring at us. It's not good to cause trouble to others. We'd better change places. Indeed. It's not good to cause trouble to others. That's weird. Anyway. Hikigaya felt inexplicably unhappy. Forget it about Xiao Qiaomeng and others. We are all in the same class, so we all have to work hard to get promoted to Class A. But why should he be disliked even after he helped? Why should he care about the affairs of Class D? Why should he care about the opinions of a group of people in Class D who are completely unfamiliar with him? Why did they want to leave when Yukimura opened his mouth? Is there any bug in this world? What a rubbish game! Do you care? Hikigaya looked up at Kobashi Meng and asked in a deep voice. Of course. After all, it was us who caused trouble for Yukimura and the others. Asako Okakura was also a little embarrassed. Really? A bunch of hopeless bad guys. It's not a big deal anyway, and changing places is quite troublesome. Then there's no need to leave. Just let the people in Class A leave. Hikigaya said calmly. The culprit. It should be Class A who has been putting pressure on them. Although he didn't take it to heart, ordinary people like Kobashi Yum and Yukimura would probably feel the pressure of being watched unscrupulously. But Asako Okakura said helplessly, I don't think they will listen to us. Isn't it better to go over and talk about it? Class A naturally wanted to put pressure on them. Naturally, I won't listen to their advice, not to mention that it's not against the rules just to exert pressure with eyes. It's personal freedom to look at whoever you want. It's not illegal, just immoral. Ordinary persuasion will definitely be ineffective against a group of immoral people. Could it be that? Xiao Qiaomeng's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she asked with some expectation, what can Xiaokaya do? For now, let's just say. Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable and said, also, can you please stop looking at me like that? It's very uncomfortable. Hey, I didn't mean anything else. Feeling Ji Yexu's gaze, Xiao Qiaomeng waved his hands in panic and said, I'm just a little curious about the method. Forget it, just let those guys from Class A leave. By the way, who are they? It seems that Ryoko Nishikawa, Koharu Yano, and Masayoshi Hashimoto from Class A are all core members of the Sakayanagi faction. Are you here to follow us on purpose? Probably not. Xiao Qiaomenjiao pointed at the corner of her mouth and said, it has never happened before. It should be just a coincidence that they put pressure on us. So what are you going to do as a small enterprise? Is there anything you need help with? No need, just watch. Hikigaya lay on the table with his arms folded, and used one of Hachiman's 108 techniques on the Class A trio. Death stare. Explain. Anyone who is stared at by these dead fish eyes will feel an inexplicable pressure, just like ordinary people. It's an ability that any normal person can have. It can be regarded as a passive skill that humans carry with them from birth. Masayoshi Hashimoto et al. BDFB also uses this method to put pressure on them. Stare. Hikigaya stared at a few people, and saw a sarcastic smile on the lips of the yellow-haired Masayoshi Hashimoto, as if he was mocking them for being trash. Very good. Let me show you another skill of Hachiman's 108 techniques. Endurance competition. The Lone Ranger lives with loneliness for a long time. From the initial fear and worry to peace and relief, and finally to the enjoyment of solitude. The endurance is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Let you see Hikigaya Hachiman's perseverance in looking at each other in front of the mirror for an hour. Stare. Hikigaya continues to activate his death gaze. By the way, why do those people who hate people with yellow hair not consider dyeing their hair? It doesn't seem right either. After all, he is from Sakurajima. Most of the yellow hair is dyed the day after tomorrow. In other words, sure enough, Xianchong is the most annoying person in the world. Hikigaya came to a conclusion in his mind. Precisely because there is no need to communicate with others, the Lone Ranger is better at thinking than ordinary people. Because there is no need to share with others, the Lone Ranger can think more deeply. If only there was simply nothing to do. The Lone Ranger can play with himself for 100 years. Well, Zyoki, what's your approach? Stare. Hikigaya had no idea of responding at all, staring at Masayoshi Hashimoto and others. His smile changed from the sarcasm at the beginning to something unnatural. The other side of the cafe. That. Masayoshi Hashimoto withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice. That guy has been staring here. Is that so? Nishikawa Ryoko looked at the book in her hand and said nonchalantly, you probably want to use this method to make us retreat. Just continue to look at him. This is a little bit. Masayoshi Hashimoto said a little unnaturally, the look in that guy's eyes is really uncomfortable. Even them. Occasionally, I would look away, drink tea and say something. But those dead fish eyes kept looking, without even blinking, like a ghost. Masayoshi Hashimoto looked a little unnatural. Nishikawa Ryoko raised her head and glanced at him, then you take a rest and let me do it. Finished. Nishikawa Ryoko turned her delicate body and met Hikigaya's gaze. Stare. Both of them are fearless. They started to look at each other in fear. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, Nishikawa Ryoko became a little uneasy and looked back at the people. That guy's sight is disgusting. Right. Masayoshi Hashimoto was also a little uncomfortable and said, it seems like there are bugs crawling all over the body, it's better for you Yano to do it. Really, you two are really useless. Yano stupidly turned his head and started to look at Hikigaya, and within a moment he was defeated. How about forgetting it for today? It's just a few people, it shouldn't matter. By the way, who is that guy? It's so disgusting. I remember my name was Hikigaya Hachiman. I was in the same group as me during the preferential treatment exam. I didn't feel anything at the time, so why am I so sick? The three of them said bad words and looked away. Thinking about it, forget it for today. It just doesn't matter if you miss it for a day. However. Stare. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hikigaya widened his eyes and continued to increase the power of his death gaze. Victory is at hand. You put pressure when you want and leave when you want. Who do you think you are? Is there such a truth in the world? Hikigaya stared at the three of them. Kobashi Yum and others looked at the scene in front of them and understood what Hikigaya did. Can such a simple sight really drive them away? That guy is still watching. Nishikawa Ryoko occasionally glanced back, only to find that Hikigaya was looking here at all times. Too disgusting. Yano Kohara rubbed his arm unnaturally. I feel like goosebumps are rising. Hashimoto, go and tell him. All right. Masayoshi Hashimoto shook his head helplessly, stood up, and came to Hikigaya's side and smiled. This classmate, can you please stop looking towards us? My friend feels very troubled. Kobashi Yum and others were a little speechless, not that you have been watching, but when they were about to speak, Hikigaya raised her palm to stop them from speaking. Stare. Hikigaya stared straight at Masayoshi Hashimoto with dead eyes. Words are meaningless at this time. Now that the war has begun, it's impossible not to decide the winner. Either admit defeat or get out. If you have me, just come and hit me. Stare. Masayoshi Hashimoto felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, so he forced a smile and said. Classmate, I'm talking to you. Stare. Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Masayoshi Hashimoto's tone finally had a hint of anger. Stare. However, the one who responded to him was still Hikigaya's death gaze. If you can, do it in this public place. If you can't, just get out. You. Masayoshi Hashimoto clenched his fists and finally understood that this guy didn't want to say more to him. But if he really wanted to take action, he was also worried. You are vicious. Masayoshi Hashimoto said a harsh word, turned back to the table of Class A and shook his head. Several people glanced in this direction. Only then did I realize that those dead fish eyes were still looking. Several people were sitting at the table. 1 minute. 2 minutes. As if to prove that they were not defeated, a few people persisted for 3 minutes before finally getting up and leaving the cafe in despair. Chapter 118. Parrot Cafe. Looking at the scene in front of them, the Ayanokaji team next to them was already stunned. This guy was able to stop eating, drinking, and talking, and stared at the people in Class A for 30 minutes. Honestly. Since it's 3 boys, Akito and several boys. Also feeling a little nauseous. If someone stares at you like this all the time, it's not surprising that you'll develop any kind of mental illness. This Hikigaya must be seriously ill. Only Sakura Ari's beautiful eyes are shining, this should be considered Hikigaya's victory. Amazing. Xiao Qiaomeng's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, I didn't expect that Zyoki could really use this method to make them leave. No, it doesn't make much sense. Hikigaya rubbed his sore eyelids. That's right. His actions make no sense. After staring at Masayoshi Hashimoto and others for 30 minutes, although they succeeded in driving them away, 30 minutes were wasted. GXU and others have almost eaten the cookies on the table. Percent at 1. But this spirit of resistance is important. You can't let people in Class A bully you and not fight back, right? Maybe Xiao Qiaomeng and others used to be gentle and kind-hearted, but he has been a disobedient child since he was a child. Normally, forget it. Now that he has been hurt, Hikigaya will resist until the end. That's not the case. Asako Okakura said excitedly, sure enough, Zyoki is really good. That's Class A Zyoki 1 Class A. Haha, this can be considered as winning Class A. Yukimura glanced here with some disdain, although you can usually chat in the coffee shop, please keep your voice down so as not to disturb our study. No studying. Not even chatting. Not even anything gained. It was just a pointless waste of 30 minutes. Does this count as winning Class A? Forget about this guy named Hikigaya, at least he still has some self-awareness. The girls in Class B are probably not suffering from any serious illness. Of course it counts. Xiao Qiaomeng came back to his senses and said a little unhappy. Not only did Zyoki drive away the people in Class A, but it also didn't cause any bad incidents. It's amazing that it can come up with such a method, at least I can't think of it. You just faced Long Yuan's provocation. If it weren't for Zyoki, you would have almost started a fight. Didn't you already make a decision? On the side, Okakura Asako and Ji Yayu were also unhappy. Class D was also targeted by Class C just now. But apart from violence, there is no other way. And Hachigaya's ability to come up with such a practical and effective method that does not cause conflicts is already very impressive in their eyes. At least better than D. Ridiculous. Yukimura turned sideways and pushed up his glasses, saying with some disdain. Even if we take a step back, if we really cause violence, we can use this incident to win the exam. All we have to do is appeal to the school. You must not do otherwise. And the method you just used, although you drove away Class A, it wasted 30 minutes of study time. Obviously the violence outweighs the money, right? The views on both sides are completely different. The other party seems to pay more attention to conclusion theory, and there is nothing wrong with doing anything unscrupulous as long as he can get promoted to Class A. Why do these guys always like to argue so much? It feels like if it continues, the fight will start again. That. Hikigaya looked at the cookies left on the table and said. The cookies are almost gone, so why not disband today? There is no point in debating with people you are completely unfamiliar with, and there are no work matters to deal with, so just a few perfunctory sentences are enough. All right. Hearing his words, Kobashi Yum and others did not continue, and quickly picked up the cookies on the table and pushed them in front of Hikigaya. Then let's take this little business home to eat, right? Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable and said, why? No need. Asako Okakura was also a little confused. These are specially reserved for small businesses. Yes.